This is a world where the abyss has descended, demons are rampant, and the entire population has entered the era of transmutation. All people awaken their professions at the age of 18 and become stronger by slaying magical creatures. As for me, the MO, I had been coldly and disliked by my parents for switching to the weakest combat profession, summoner. My foster brother, who is immensely talented and has transmuted into the powerful blast swordsman, not only taunts me, but also secretly sets up a trap that ultimately pushes me to my death. But fate gave me a second chance. Returning from Rebirth, I still chose that summoner profession that was despised by everyone. This time, I possessed the memories of my previous life and mastered the secret key to power. With this, I have awakened an extremely rare profession, the mountain and sea god and demon summoner. Even though this profession comes at the price of selling one's lifespan to summon divine beasts of the mountains and seas, divine artifacts, and even Taoists, all of this has long been inconsequential to me. You say summoners are evil? What does that have to do with me, the summoner of the mountain and the sea? And at this time, the Lee family villa, the family is accusing me of becoming a summoner. In the face of my family's reproach, I decided to leave home. I have no time to waste, I must seize that secret treasure as soon as possible. Soon, I arrived at a ruin on the outskirts of the countryside and drew a spell on the ground with a brush as I remembered. In an instant, the light was great, and a corpse with golden scars appeared in the center of the spell. Without hesitation, I slit open the corpse's heart and pulled out a purple-gold crystal core, the blood demon god core. It is recorded that this divine energy fuses with the user's heart, granting the holder the demon god profession. In a previous life, someone relied on it to be among the top 100 strongest people in the country, so it seems the rumors are true. Although this fusion process was extremely dangerous, I had no choice. Enduring the excruciating pain, I slashed open my heart and embedded that blood demon god core into it. Accompanied by a piercing blood light, the wound rapidly healed, and the system beep sounded. Divine core binding in progress, summoner profession edition in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the demon god profession, mountain and sea divine demon summoner. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows when I saw this. A virtual scroll suddenly unfolded in front of my eyes, and on it appeared the familiar mountain and sea scripture, exotic beasts, extreme artifacts, and various spell formations that I remembered as belonging to my summoning atlas. However, the excitement didn't last long before I realized the problem. In order to summon any of the items in the iconography, I had to sell my lifespan. A 5-star divine beast, mythical beast, requires 100 years of life to summon. The summoning of a divine artifact like the Haotian Tower even requires a 500-year lifespan. Even the lowest level 3-star exotic beasts require a 10-year lifespan. How can this be fun? After checking my attributes, my lifespan is only 60 years. It's only 60 years, it's not enough to squander. Just as I was pondering how to utilize this limited lifespan, a loud demonic roar suddenly came from outside. My heart tightened. Could it be because I activated the spell formation? Looking along with the sound, a few silhouettes rushed out from a dilapidated house in the distance, followed closely by a few demons. When he fixed his eyes on it, it turned out to be the inspection team of the City Patrol Division, which was responsible for clearing the dangers around the city. And the mage in the group, I recognized, was my second sister, Li Menghan. In my previous life, she was the only one who ever spoke up for me when my family blamed me. I retracted my gaze, calculating in my mind how to leave this place. The demons outside had gone berserk, and going out at this time was definitely dangerous to the extreme, but I must not sit around and wait for death either. My eyes fell on the summoning icon. Seeing that 4-star beast, Zhu Yao, summoning it required a 25-year lifespan. With a hardened heart, I decided to summon Zhu Yao. As a ray of light surfaced in front of me, a 5-star spell formation took shape, and after the light dissipated, a large aquamarine blue egg appeared in front of me. Biting my finger, I drop a drop of blood, which is instantly absorbed by the egg. Not long after, cracks surfaced on the eggshell and quickly split open. A huge white ape shadow appeared, with golden chains wrapped around its body, ferocious and incomparable. This was the 4-star beast Zhu Yao, which had successfully hatched. So, I couldn't wait to check Zhu Yao's attributes: rank 4 stars, commander qualification, level 1, with 4 skills, enemy breaking, original arm hammering, Arrogant change. Looking at the excellent attributes, a hint of joy appeared on my face. 4 skills, and it was still in a level 1 state, which meant that it had great potential. Just then, 2 gray bone wolves rushed over. Zhu Yao immediately swung the golden chain in his hand to meet him. Only 1 gray bone wolf was directly sent flying, and the other was viciously smashed by a golden chain after Zhu Yao leaped high into the air. In just a few seconds, the 2 gray bone wolves were completely killed. At the same time, a light rose from Zhu Yao's body as it upgraded. I checked Zhu Yao's attributes after upgrading, and the strength and physique had been increased by 5 points each, which was a considerable increase. As long as the level continued to rise, Zhu Yan's combat power would become stronger and stronger. Just as I was thinking about it, 2 lines of illusory writing appeared in front of my eyes. Killed 2 heterosexual gray bone wolves and gained 2 years of magical life. I froze for a moment, and then burst into ecstasy. It turned out that slaying a demonic creature could gain a demonic lifespan. This meant that I could summon more mountain and see divine demon fiends through battle. Although these lifespans can't directly increase my lifespan, I can make up for it in the future by searching for spiritual talents through the Abyssal Gate. The hissing of the demons kept coming, and I had to gather my thoughts. Noticing that Li Menghan and the others were under siege, they were struggling to break out. With a quick thought, I decided to use them to attract the attention of the demons and escape myself while I had the chance. But looking at their situation, I couldn't bear to see them die. So, I gritted my teeth and summoned the other Zhu Yao, ordering it to support Li Menghan and her group so that they could hold on until I left safely. At this point, I only have 10 years of life left, but I have a countermeasure in mind. As long as I live, it's not difficult to obtain the spiritual talent of life. The most important thing now is to escape from here. With Zhu Yao going forward to support Li Menghan, I quickly left with the recently summoned Zhu Yao. After killing 5 or 6 scattered demons along the way, Zhu Yao also upgraded to level 3, and gained some demonic lifespan after killing them. Killing a 1-star tusked boar earns you 1 year of lifespan, and killing a 2-star black-eyed tiger earns you 5 years of lifespan. Watching these illusory words float before my eyes, I forced myself to hold back my inner excitement. After Li Menghan and the others managed to break out with the help of Zhu Yao, I recruited that Zhu Yao back. At this point it had already risen to level 4 and was much more powerful in combat. I put the 2 Zhu Yao into the summoning space, where they could recover from their injuries. After I got out of trouble, I bought some paper and pens and wrote up a couple of papers, ready to go back to the Li's to make an end of it. The front door opened and my parents and third sister Li Xiaoman were in the living room. I ignored them and walked straight back to my room. Shortly afterward, I walked out with a small, worn suitcase and tossed a blank piece of paper to Michael Li. "Take a look at it and sign it." I then handed another piece of white paper to Yang Chunhong. Yang Chunhong angrily shouted, "Sever the relationship? Li Mo, you unfilial son! Eating and drinking from us these past few years, how dare you raise a white-eyed wolf?" Li Yuheng pretended to be anxious and advised me. "Brother, what are you doing? We're family, there's no need for this." I responded lightly. "Don't worry, you guys have used about $100,000 of your money over the years. In a month, I'll double it back to you, 200,000. Yang Chunhong gasped and laughed, sneering. "Good, white-eyed wolf, you've long wanted to sever your relationship, right? Okay, I'll sign." She quickly signed her name. I calmly said to Li Mingde, "It's your turn, Master Li." Li Mingde laughed back in anger. "Severing relations? Good, I'd like to see how you can live in this cruel world without the blessing of the Li family." Looking at the signed papers, I smiled. "Great, then we're officially cut off from here on out." Just as I was about to pull my suitcase and leave, a servant suddenly walked quickly down the hall, flung himself on his knees in front of Li Mingde, and said in an urgent voice, "Master, the Thunder Dragon Fate box you placed at home last week, it's gone." Everyone froze, and for a while, the atmosphere was gloomy. Li Mingde's face suddenly changed. "What? Wasn't the Thunder Dragon life box placed in the study? What are you all doing?" He cursed angrily. Right at this moment, Li Yuheng spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "I remember the day before yesterday, brother, you have been to father's study, right? Now you want to suddenly leave the Li family, is this matter?" His voice trailed off, and his words had hidden meaning. I looked towards Li Yuheng, a cold smile in my heart. This familiar tactic, He hadn't used this trick to plant me in his previous life. It was the same this time. Li Ming's gaze was cold, as if he was waiting for my explanation. He said in a cold voice, "If you don't say anything, you're admitting it?" My demeanor was unchanged as I calmly responded, "I didn't take it." Yang Chunhong sneered, "If you say you didn't take it, you didn't take it? Zhao Fu, open his suitcase for me. I want to see what he stole." Zhao Fu walked up and quickly opened my suitcase, the items inside instantly spilling out all over the place. 2 pairs of clothes that had been washed until they were white, 2 pairs of worn-out little white shoes, and even a hole that had been worn out. What was left was a few books. Seeing this, Yang Chunhong's face flashed with a trace of embarrassment, but she said forcefully, "If you say you didn't take it, you didn't take it? Who knows if you've hidden it more covertly?" Her hand movements lurched as shame and anger surged through her heart. I said coldly, "I said I didn't take it. If you don't believe me, you can call the police. If I really did take it, I'm willing to go to jail." After that, I stopped paying attention to them and pulled up my suitcase and walked straight to the door. Behind her, Yang Chunhong was trembling with anger and cursed towards me. "Get out! You get the hell out! I'd like to see how many days you can last away from the Li family." Walking out of the Li family's front door, the sunlight sprinkled on my body, and I felt an unprecedented ease and freedom. From this moment on, I finally got rid of the shadow of the Li family and will live for myself in the future. Tomorrow is the day of the call for viewing, and half a month later is the college entrance exam. This is my only chance to change my fate. Right now, the most important thing is to improve my strength. After returning to the rented hut, I simply unpacked my bags and immediately hoofed it towards the outskirts of the city to start killing demonic creatures, leveling up the 2-headed vermilion loathsome, and most importantly acquiring more demonic lifespans. My next goal is to summon the divine beasts from the Book of Mountain and see gods and demons. The next day, a lot of people had already gathered on the playground of the 8th High School in Tiannan City. Today was the day for summoners to perform the summoning level and open the summoning icon. All day yesterday, I hunted magical creatures outside of the city, and now I've leveled up to level 4, and the 2 vermilion loafers have also risen to level 4. It wasn't easy to upgrade a 4-star fiend, but I had already made considerable progress. I checked the life expectancy of the magic item I had acquired and it currently stood at 38 years, which was still a lot short of summoning the Yamaha Sutra divine beasts. At this time, the Li family crowd also came to the stands, obviously having been abducted by Li Yuheng to see me make a fool of myself, making them loathe me even more. In the center of the playground, the summoning viewing officially began. The array master activated the spell formation, and a ray of light rose up to begin summoning one by one. Many summoners came on stage and only summoned low-level summons like 1-star wolf cavalry and 1-star goblins. Yang Chunhong sneered from the stands. "Such a trashy profession, and this little brute still insists on picking summoner like a dog seeing shit. I'd like to see what kind of crap he can summon." Soon it was my turn. I walked forward and stood in the center of the summoning spell. Although I had long since opened the mountain and see god and demon record illustration, I didn't know if the summoning viewing would change this time. The array master invoked the spell and light surrounded my body. Just then, a scroll appeared before my eyes. My heart stirred. Could it be that I could awaken a second summoning icon? Suddenly, the illusory image of the record of gods and demons of the mountains and seas emerged, and a purple-golden light shot out from it, directly pulling the new summoning icon into it. At this time, the system prompt surfaced. Absorbing brand new icon. Icon quality is too low, directly devouring and transforming. Devouring and transforming is completed, obtaining the lifespan of the magic object 120 years. I was ecstatic inside. 120 years of demonic lifespan was enough to summon a divine beast from the mountain and see divine demon record. Right now, they all look down on me for switching to a summoner, but I must make them understand that my power will be unimaginable to them. My eyes landed on one of the iconography of the mountain, and see god and demon record the divine beast mythical beast. You all say that summoners are the weakest? Then let me use this divine beast to show you that the mountain and sea divine demon summoner is far from an existence you can imagine. Instantly, a ray of light surfaced in front of me, and a huge golden egg appeared out of thin air, its surface covered with golden lines, revealing a powerful pressure. However, I didn't choose to hatch the mythical beast right away. Before the entrance exam, I knew that my secret of being able to summon the divine beasts from the book of gods and demons of the mountain and sea must not be exposed. In order to be inconspicuous, I walked straight down the summoning spell with the mythical beast's egg in my arms. The crowd was in an uproar and talking. Didn't they say that the foreign beasts summoned by summoners are all adult bodies? This guy can't even summon an adult body? The Li family crowd in the stands also dropped their eyes on the large egg in my hand. Among them, Li Xiaoman snorted contemptuously. What a laugh, Li Mo, this punk summoned a pet egg, he's not even as good as an ordinary summoner, right? Li Menghan frowned and whispered. We don't know what's in this egg yet, maybe it's something good, we can't draw any conclusions yet. Hearing this, Li Mingde snorted coldly. At this level, he still dares to cut ties with us? If he really has a dependency, I might still be able to look at him highly, but now, he has let me down completely. After saying that, he got up and left with a gloomy face, and in his heart, he began to regret picking me up from the orphanage in the first place. Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman also followed and left, not forgetting to scornfully mock a few sentences as they left. Li Menghan didn't leave, she came outside the school and stopped me, trying to persuade me to go home. Come home with me, Li Amo. There was a hint of apology in her tone, perhaps sensing that I wasn't doing well in the Li family. I let out a cold smile. Ms. Li, I have nothing to do with the Li family anymore. After saying that, I turned around and prepared to leave. Li Menghan became anxious and reached out to pull my arm. Don't be capricious, Li Mo! Just then, the mythical beast egg in my hand was pulled and dropped to the ground, and a crack appeared on the shell. The situation was urgent. I immediately dripped blood, the eggshell instantly ruptured, and the mythical beast broke out of its shell, guarding behind me, its gaze locked onto Li Menghan, its limbs tensed, ready to attack. Li Menghan felt a strong sense of crisis and froze. This beast is not simple. Without responding, I waved my hand and recalled the mythical beast into the summoning space. Li Menghan looked at my calm demeanor and seemed to have understood that I already knew that I had summoned a powerful fey beast. She asked me if I had made the choice impulsively, but I only glanced at her and said nothing, turning to leave. Back in the rented house, I couldn't wait to summon the mythical beast and check its attributes. The animal's basic attributes were simply amazing: 200 strength, 180 physique, 220 agility, 200 spirituality, and it also had 5 skills: attack, defense, control, and gain all. I was ecstatic in my heart. The animal's strength far exceeded expectations. It was simply the king of the divine beasts. Just then, a line of illusory writing surfaced in front of my eyes. Mythical beast has obtained the power of the god origin of the mountain and sea divine and demonic record, and has been upgraded to the status of a mutant divine beast. I was surprised to find that the animal's qualification had increased from 17 to 18, and each of the 4 basic attributes had also increased by 100. There was still half a month before the college entrance exam, and I knew I had to seize the time to improve my strength. So I organized my things and prepared to go out of the city once again to hunt demons. While rummaging through my things, I came across an old photo of 3 people: Zhang Wei, Shi Yuhan, who used to be my friends in the orphanage. After being taken back to the Li family, my mother was full of dislike for my former friends, deleted all my contact information, and forbade me to contact them again. At that time, in order to integrate into the family, I didn't contact Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan again either. I wanted to wait until the college entrance exams were over, and wait for the family's discipline to loosen up a bit, and then go back to them. In my previous life, I met Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan again later on. Even though we hadn't seen each other for years, we were still as close as ever. But that accident is etched in my mind. In order to save me, Zhang Wei was killed on the spot and Shi Yuhan was seriously injured. Compared to the cold and distant Li family, Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan are my real family. Considering that although Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan in their previous lives had switched to combat professions, they failed to rise to level 10 before the college entrance exam because they encountered an accident when they went out of the city to hunt and ultimately failed to participate in the college entrance exam. This time, I would never let this happen again. I've decided to personally accompany them to hunt demons and make sure they upgrade smoothly. We have to become stronger together and face the future. I made up my mind. My mind quickly recalled their current place of residence, and without hesitation, I stood up, ready to go to them. A few days later, in the black mist jungle on the outskirts of Tianan City, I started hunting with Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan. My summoned beast, mythical beast, has a golden figure that moves freely between the demons. Before a tusked pig could react, it was directly killed by the mythical beast. Then, the animal's light blue fluctuations spread from the corpse, instantly covering the surrounding tusked pigs, and they all collapsed. Fuck, Liemo, this summoned beast of yours is too strong. A single attack is already powerful enough, but it even has a ranged attack. Zhang Wei's face was filled with amazement, and Shi Yuhan also looked dumbfounded. It's said that summoners are the weakest combat profession. Liemo, you've completely subverted that statement. Shi Yuhan was astonished. I laughed and said smugly, That's right, and I don't see who my brother is. Zhang Wei helplessly waved the lance in his hand and muttered, Originally, I wanted to take you to upgrade, but I didn't realize that my marksmanship wouldn't come in handy at all. In fact, bringing Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan to upgrade was my real purpose. The mythical beast's combat power was beyond my expectations, dealing with level 10 or lower demons almost exclusively in seconds, and building damage made clearing monsters even more efficient. In just 5 days I had risen 1 level, my animal had risen to level 3, the two-headed Zhu Yao had reached level 6, and Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan had risen to level 5. I checked the current attributes: name, Liemo occupation, mountain and sea god and demon summoner level, 6 lifespan, 10 years demon lifespan, 102 years. My eyes fell on the demon lifespan. 102 years of lifespan is enough to summon another divine beast. After today's hunt, the 3 of us returned to the rental house. Closing the door, I unfolded the illusory mountain and sea gods and demons record and locked my eyes on an icon divine beast Kuilong, 5-star qualification 17, summoning requires 100 years of lifespan. The Kuilong was proficient in thunder magic, and if the mythical beast was an assassin, then the Kuilong was a thunder mage. I decisively chose to summon, and a familiar summoning spell appeared, and a large green-colored egg appeared in front of me. Afterwards I dripped a drop of blood, the eggshell quickly shattered, and a brand new divine beast appeared in front of me. It was as tall as 2 people, shaped like an ox but with no feet, relying on only 1 leg when standing, surrounded by azure light all over its body, spewing out breath like thunder. I couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Kuilong. Grade, 5-star chief qualification, 17 level, 1 skills, Thunderbolt, 9 heavenly thunder plasma, Kuilong thunder shadow, thunder immunity, thunder field. A satisfied smile appeared on my face. The Kuilong was worthy of being a 17 qualification divine beast. Its attributes and abilities were simply unbelievable. Although its strength was only 100, its mental strength was as high as 300, which was unrivaled amongst first-level summoned beasts. With less than 10 days to go before the college entrance exam, my plan was to level up to level 10. With the combat power of the mythical beast and Kui dragons, it's not much of a problem. Most importantly, during these few days of hunting, I should be able to accumulate another 100 years of magical life and summon a 3rd divine beast. 3 divine beasts participating in the entrance exam at the same time will allow me to hit the ground running. For the next few days, Zhang Wei, Shi Yuhan and I kept hunting and upgrading in the wilderness. By the day before the entrance exam, all 3 of us had leveled up to level 10. Every transmogrifier needs an ascension trial every 10 levels, and the gauntlet is also our first opportunity to ascend. I checked my summoned beasts. The mythical beast had risen to level 8, and the Kui dragons had been raised to level 7, all progressing well. However, I've only accumulated 88 years of magical lifespan, which is still a bit short of 100 years. However, I'm sure I'll be able to gain more lifespan when I slay a demonic creature in the gauntlet, enough to summon another divine beast. Early the next morning, in the largest gymnasium in downtown Tennant, the city's seniors gathered. There was an ancient bronze mirror suspended in the center of the gymnasium, which was the secret realm where the college entrance exams would be held simultaneously across the country. The examiner's voice rang out. Students, the secret realm will open in an hour, at which time the entrance examination will officially begin. My eyes were firm and my heart was full of anticipation. At this time, the Li family members in the audience had already arrived. Li Xiaoman was full of excitement. Yu Heng is a hidden profession blast swordsman. During this period of time, Big Sister has been helping him train. this college entrance exam, he will definitely get good grades. And I ignored them, secretly vowing in my heart that I would impress everyone with this college entrance exam. Yang Chunhong proudly lifted her chin and proudly said, Yu Hung has been gifted since he was a child, and being able to switch to a hidden profession is even more so 1 in a million. This college entrance exam, he will definitely be able to enter the front row of the country. Li Menghan, on the other hand, looked at me with a deep gaze and asked softly, What do you guys think? What can Lian Mo achieve this time? Li Xiaoman laughed disdainfully. Second sister, are you kidding? Lian Mo is a crap summoner, what can he accomplish? Maybe he can't even complete the secret realm of the college entrance exam. At this time, in the gymnasium, Liu Hung had a smile on his face and was secretly pleased in his heart. The heavens have helped me. As long as I get top grades in this college entrance exam, Li Mo's incompetence will become more obvious, and his parents will be even more disgusted with him. Liemo, just be a good orphan, you have to come back to compete with me for the family fortune. This time I'll let you out completely. As the clock came to 10 a.m., a silence fell over the gym, and it was time for the test. A ray of light bloomed out from the secret realm in the center of the playground, wrapping all the candidates, and information about the secret realm of this examination appeared in the minds of all the candidates at the same time. Secret realm, Thunder Abyss difficulty, easy, difficult, nightmare. Exam objective, kill the demons in the Thundering Abyss, kill the demons to gain points, depending on the difficulty chosen. After a moment's thought, I decided to choose the nightmare difficulty and entered the secret world. The examiner outside waved his hand, and a huge curtain rose, displaying the secret realm situation of each candidate. Suddenly, everyone noticed the change on the screen and exclaimed, "Oh my god! Someone chose nightmare difficulty, and it's the Yu Heng! He's a hidden profession blast swordsman, his family is rich, he grew up taking qi and blood supplements, and he's ranked in the top 3 in all the mock tests." Another pick for nightmare difficulty. "It's a summoner, Lian Mo!" a girl exclaimed. Li Mingda's brows furrowed as he said in a cold voice, "This Lian Mo really doesn't know the sky, a summoner choosing nightmare difficulty, this is going to disgrace me." Yang Chunhong's face was ugly. "He's out of his mind, isn't he? Picked a loser summoner and now he dares to challenge the nightmare difficulty." At the same time, I slowly opened my eyes, and in front of me was a gray space, with thunder flickering in the sky and an oppressive atmosphere around me. This was the Thunder Abyss. My gaze fell on the 3 thunder burst pigs in front of me. Their bodies were entwined with thunder and looked ferocious. Thunder exploding pig. Grade, Chieftain. Star grade, 3 stars. Level, 6. Attributes, Strength 88, Physique 90, Agility 80, Spirit 40. My heart sank. Just at the beginning I encountered the alpha-level demonic creature. The attributes of level 6 alone far exceeded that of an ordinary candidate, especially the strength and physique close to 100. Even for a level 10 warrior profession, the strength and physique would be 40 at most. But I have no fear because I have the Kuei Long. The Kuei Long is immune to lightning magic, and lightning magic creatures pose no threat to it. So I didn't hesitate to summon the Kuei Long, the mythical beast, and the 2 Zhu Yao to stay by my side for protection. Outside the arena, all eyes were focused on the screen. Seeing me summon 4 summoned beasts, many people froze. "Crap, this Lian Mo is something, he can summon 4 summons at level 10. Li Xiaoman hilariously laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off, this is Li Mo's summons. A monkey, a lion, and a magical beast with a broken leg." Yang Chunhong sneered. Summons are also trash." However, in the Thunder Abyss, the Kuei Long and mythical beast had already met the thunder-bursting pig in front of them. The mythical beast instantly pounced on a thunder burst bead, while the Kuei Long unleashed a powerful thunder power that directly covered the enemy in front of it. Between the flashes of lightning, all the thunder burst pigs instantly fell to the ground without any survivors. Seconds! I secretly thought to myself, it seems that my strength no longer allows me to keep a low profile. Outside the arena, all the spectators were dumbfounded, especially those from the Li family. "Oh my god, the nightmare-level demon was killed in seconds? It can't be a mistake in the secret realm, was Lian Mo teleported to easy difficulty?" On the other side, Liu Heng, who had chosen the same nightmare difficulty, was still struggling, while I had already killed all the enemies in seconds. The Li family members also froze when they saw this scene, and Yang Chunhong was surprised. What's going on? How could Li Mo's summon be so strong? Li Menghan inwardly set off shock waves. It's him! That person who commanded the white giant ape to save us is actually Li Mo. Her heart was filled with guilt and remorse, and she secretly resolved that in the future, no matter how other people treated Li Mo, she would treat him well. In Thundering Abyss, I pushed forward quickly, as time to clear the level is an important consideration for points ranking, and the shorter the time, the more points are added. Soon, a few demons appeared in front of me once again. Wind and Thunder Tiger. Rank Commander. Star Grade 4 stars. Level 6. Attribute, Wind and Thunder Dual System Magical Creature. These tiger-shaped magical creatures had the power of wind and thunder wrapped around their bodies, and their dual system attributes made them even more tricky. But I didn't panic at all and commanded my mythical beast and Kuei dragons to go on the offensive. The mythical beast was the first to make a surprise attack, tearing off a large portion of the Wind Thunder Tiger's flesh and blood with a single claw, while the Wind Thunder Tiger fell into a state of bloodthirsty berserkness after being injured, and its strength instantly increased. But the moment the Wind Thunder Tiger went berserk, the mythical beast appeared in front of it like a ghostly shadow, snapping its neck with a bite and killing it directly in seconds. At the same time, the Kuei Long also released the power of thunder. All the Wind Thunder Tigers were instantly struck by thunder, and after the current passed, none of them survived. Again, it was a second kill. Everyone's eyes outside were focused on my light screen, filled with shock and disbelief. Did I see it right? Another spike? If it was an accident before, then surely it can't be this time, a man said. The Li family members each had their own reactions. Li Xiaoman was still full of disdain. Impossible! How could a nightmare difficulty demonic creature be killed in seconds so easily? Li Mo must have been teleported by mistake. Meanwhile, on another light screen, Li Yuheng had already ended his battle with the thunder-bursting pig. He held his sword and stabbed through the neck of the last demonic creature, blood splattering all over him as he breathed heavily and frowned. He felt a hint of pressure inside. The intensity of the demons on nightmare difficulty is still very high. I couldn't care less about my demeanor. It's already good that I could solve it so quickly. Second sister was 5 seconds slower than me in killing the first wave of demons last time. I won this time. Thinking of this, the corners of Li Yuheng's mouth hooked up into a smile as he thought to himself. The eyes outside have definitely been attracted to me, so as long as I perform well after I pass the level, my parents will definitely be even more disgusted with Li Mo. He rested in place for a moment before continuing to advance with his sword. In the middle of the Thunder Abyss, my mythical beast and Kuei Long and I advanced quickly. Just after resolving the Wind Thunder Tiger, I welcomed the third wave of Demon's Thunder Snake, rank Commander, 4 stars, level 8. The 6-headed Thunder Snake's gaze instantly locked onto me, lightning flashed, and his figure instantly disappeared, leaving only a few traces of lightning behind. I immediately ordered the 2 vermilion loths to defend themselves with all their might, and they shielded me on all fronts. However, the 6-headed thunder snake still rushed over and directly bit Zhu Yao's body. The power of thunder raged, and the muscles of the 2-headed vermilion loth trembled under the powerful power of thunder, gradually unable to resist. The spectators outside looked at the light screen and sneered. Look, Li Mo is going to be finished. Driven to this point by a demon, what else can happen? Yang Chunhong snorted coldly. I told you, trash is trash. Might as well admit defeat earlier. The eyes of the Li family were fixed on the light screen, anticipating the moment when I would fail. However, in the Thunder Abyss, I did not panic. It was too late for the Kuei Long to return to defense, but the mythical beast could. In the next moment, the mythical beast's figure quickly flashed, and a smoldering aura spread out from it, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Pluck Evil Seal, the skill of the mythical beast, can briefly seal an enemy, making it immobile. The thunder snakes were instantly sealed in place, unable to attack. Mythical Beast took the opportunity to attack, killing a thunder snake directly with a claw, followed by a light blue wave spreading out, triggering the skill Splash Erase, which dealt 125% spreading damage to the surrounding thunder snakes. All of the thunder snakes were killed by the mythical beast in an instant. As the crisis lifted, the smoke and fire dissipated, but the 2 vermilion loths had collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to fight again. I immediately put them into the summoning space and let them recover. Having lost the protection of Zhu Yao, I had to find a new means of defense as soon as possible. My eyes fell on the devil's lifespan 108 years. With a movement in my mind, the illusory mountain and sea gods and demons record unfolded before my eyes. I quickly skimmed through it and locked in my target divine beast Xuanwu, 5-star rank, qualification 17, possesses extremely strong defense ability, summoning requires 100 years of life. Without the slightest hesitation, I directly made my move to summon. The summoning spell rose, and a large aquamarine blue egg emerged. I then cut open my finger and blood dripped onto the eggshell, cracks quickly spread and the eggshell shattered. A Xuanwu appeared in front of me, clad in an earth-colored tortoise shell, with a snake's tail swinging behind it. I can't wait to check out Xuanwu's attributes. Grade, 5-star chief qualification, 17 skills, rage-breaking berserk, back to heaven purification, Xuanwu domain, Xuanwu defense. Looking at Xuanwu's attributes and skills, a smirk appeared on my face. Xuanwu was worthy of being a divine beast known for its defense. It was simply a mobile fortress. I immediately chose the skill Xuanwu Guardian. A Xuanwu shadow covered me, and I instantly felt an unprecedented sense of security. The spectators outside snorted when they saw Xuanwu being summoned. I thought he was going to summon some powerful summon, but it turned out to be nothing more than a turtle. Haha, this guy's summons are really strange. Monkeys, cows, turtles, no dominance at all. A man scoffed recklessly. And I didn't care about the ridicule from the outside world. With the protection of Xuanwu's shadow, I continued to advance, with my mythical beast and Kuei dragons blazing the trail ahead, and soon, new demons appeared. Thunder Dragon Bird, 5-star rank, commander level, level 8. Their figures flickered with thunderous light, and thunder roared between their wing beats. I raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter a 5-star demon so soon. The Kuei Long was the first to attack, and a bolt of thunder blasted at the Thunder Dragon Bird. However, these Thunder Dragon Birds were immune to lightning attacks, and the power of thunder did almost no harm to them. However, the mythical beast quickly followed, its figure weaving like a ghostly shadow to the back of a Thunder Dragon Bird, striking it with a claw, and the splash erasure instantly spread, covering all the surrounding Thunder Dragon Birds. The corpses of the Thunder Dragon Bird fell from the air one after another, and the battle ended almost instantly. From meeting to killing, it was just a short 2 seconds. The Xuanwu's body flickered with light, rising a level. Just then, the ground in front of me began to shake, and several tall demonic creatures rushed towards me. Their bodies were entwined with the power of thunder, and they were extremely fast. Thunder Dragon Horse, 5-star grade, level 9. These dragon horses were tall and had the power of thunder wrapped around them, clearly not bad in combat. Good timing! Without hesitation, I commanded the mythical beast and Kuei dragon to meet the Thunder Dragon Horse. The Kuei Long opened its mouth and a mass of thunder would gush out, covering the area in front of it with the skill 9 Heavens Thunder Plasma. The skill 9 Heavenly Thunder Plasma covered the area in front of him, dealing 120% damage to the Thunder Dragon Horse every second for 10 seconds. Though the Thunder Dragon Horse charged into the Thunder General area without fear, just as it entered, it let out a pained neigh and slowed down significantly. The mythical beast was waiting for this moment. It quickly appeared behind a Thunder Dragon Horse and activated the skill Stored Power Slam, biting down on the Thunder Dragon Horse's neck and delivering a fatal blow with 300% of its strength. The Thunder Dragon Horses were instantly killed, and the effects of the splash wipe spread out as all the Thunder Dragon Horses fell to the ground, still killed in seconds. The audience outside the arena was dumbfounded. Before, when the Thunder Blast Pig and Wind Thunder Tiger were killed in seconds, many people still thought it was luck or a teleportation error. But this time, they finally had to admit, this summoner called Liemo was simply a monster, god blocking god, devil blocking devil. This guy is a summoner? Many spectators couldn't believe it. Is this really the weakest combat profession? Why does it feel like he's ridiculously strong? I'm going to switch to summoner next year too. On the other side, Liu Heng had just reached the area of the Thunderbird at this moment. Facing these agile and swift Thunderbirds, he appeared to be in a sorry state. He kept rolling and dodging, even falling to the ground. While my summoned beasts had long since resolved the battle within 2 seconds, the contrast made Li Yuheng look particularly comical. On the Li family side, Li Xiaoman and Yang Chunhong's faces had become extremely ugly. My performance was too outstanding, and all along they thought I was a waste, but now, the strength of this waste has made it impossible for them to continue to deny it. Li Mingde, on the other hand, looked more and more uncomfortable, and his heart ached vaguely. Was I wrong to sign the decision to sever my relationship in the first place? Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. I've heard that summoners have a skill called Talent Trap that allows them to sacrifice their talents in exchange for powerful summoned beasts. Li Xiaoman's eyes lit up and immediately agreed. Yes, that must be it. For the sake of being in the limelight, he cut off his future. How stupid! Li Mingde snorted coldly. I knew that this punk would not be able to accomplish anything. Surprisingly, he exchanged such a short-sighted way for a moment of power. Meanwhile, in the deeper depths of the Thunder Abyss, which I had already penetrated, thunderbolts blasted down around me from time to time, and new magical creatures emerged. The Thunder Cavalry, rank Commander, 4 stars, level 6. These cavalrymen were completely condensed from Thunder and were huge in number, and although their individual combat power was not as good as that of the Thunder Dragon Horse, the power of the cluster impact was even more terrifying. Rumbling, the Thunder Cavalry launched an attack, charging directly at me. I quickly recalled the mythical beast and the Kui dragon, leaving Xuanwu at the forefront. Kui Long, behind Xianwu, once again opened his mouth and sprayed. The 9 Heavens Thunder Plasma once again covered the front. The Thunder Cavalry fearlessly charged through the Thunder General's area, the power of thunder on their bodies slightly weakening, but not stopping. I made a split-second decision and maneuvered the Kui Long to unleash Thunderclap, spreading the attack to more enemies. The mythical beast, on the other hand, quickly appeared at the back of the Thunder Cavalry, the force claws in his hands taking away the life of a Thunder Cavalry with each swing. The animal weaved between several Thunder Cavalry, triggering the spreading effect of Splash Wipe, which spread to the surrounding enemies, and the Thunder Cavalry was cleaned up in just a few seconds. The rest of the cavalry could not escape and were all eventually exterminated. After the battle, Xuanwu's body flickered with light, rising 5 levels in a row, while Mythical Beast and Kui Long were also raised to level 10. Right at this moment, the illusory mountain and sea gods and demons record unfolded once again, and a line of writing emerged. 2 divine beasts have been raised to level 10, and have been granted a preferential summoning opportunity. Preferential summoning costs 50 years of lifespan and allows you to summon a random divine artifact. I raised an eyebrow and was ecstatic in my heart. One should know that summoning artifacts usually required at least 500 years of life, while this special summoning only required 50 years of life. I checked, and after killing these Thunder Troopers, the magic lifespan has reached 65 years. Without hesitation, I immediately chose Special Offer Summoning. Several artifacts in the shadow rotated rapidly, finally stopping on a black Scythe Shadow Underworld Soul Scythe, Great Artifact, Level 1, Effect. Gathering the Underworld. Able to increase the summoners and summon beasts' attack power by 30%, with an additional 20% soul damage. The effect is Gathering the Underworld. Looking at the pitch-black scythe, joy surfaced on my face. This artifact would drastically increase the combat power of me and my summoned beasts. However, I didn't choose to take out the spectral soul scythe immediately, but left it in the summoning space. After all, there was something more important speeding up the passage. With Xuanwu by my side, I was much bolder and sat directly on Xuanwu's back, commanding the mythical beast and 2 dragons to open the way. Soon, another batch of Thunder Devils appeared in front of us. All of them were 4-star Thunder Devils with levels between 6 and 8, and there were a large number of them. I didn't stop and continued to push forward horizontally. The Kui Long and mythical beasts struck one after another, and large swathes of Thunder Devils were cut down. Xuanwu's pace was as steady as a rock, and his speed didn't diminish in the slightest. And I also noticed that after summoning the divine artifact Spectral Soul Scythe, soul fragments gradually accumulated in front of my eyes as I beheaded demonic creatures. When the soul fragments reached 100, they could coalesce into soul crystals, enhancing the power of the Spectral Soul Scythe. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the arena looking at the light screen had been completely unable to remain calm. The spectators were filled with astonishment and murmured in disbelief. Is this still a nightmare-level difficulty? "This Liemo guy is too fierce," a man said. "Outrageous. Simply outrageous. You dare to say that this is the weakest combat profession summoner? Then look at Liu Hing, he's still a hidden profession, and he's only just past the Thundering Snake region now," another man said. On the Li family side, Li Xiaoman and Yang Chunhong's complexions were also unusually ugly. After severing their relationship, I had become so powerful, this was simply a huge shock to their usual perceptions. While in the Thunder Abyss, I continued to push flat out, and soon the soul fragments accumulated to 100, and I chose to fuse without hesitation. Soon, a ghostly colored soul crystal appeared in my summoning space. At the same time, a large number of level 10 Thunder Cavalry and Thunder Commanders appeared in front of me, and a huge oppressive force greeted me. "It seems that this is already the last level of the Thunder Abyss," I said in my heart. Without hesitation, I directly summoned the Spectral Soul Scythe, and the moment I held this divine weapon, a soul-penetrating power flowed throughout my body. After using the soul crystals, a touch of ethereal light spread out from the scythe, covering me and the summoned beasts, and my aura instantly skyrocketed. Facing the surging Thunder Cavalry and the commander, Kui Long immediately unleashed thunderous thunder, and a huge thunderous force slashed at the Thunder Cavalry in the center. The animal also quickly rushed into the enemy line, and several Thunder Commanders tried to block the animal's way. I quickly commanded the Kui Long to cast Kui Long Thunder Shadow. 5 Kui Long shadows quickly appeared and rammed the enemy, dealing 200% damage and having a 50% chance to paralyze the enemy. The Thunder Commanders were instantly paralyzed, and the mythical beast took the opportunity to cross over them and charge into the group of Thunder Cavalry, killing them with a single claw strike. However, the effect of the mythical beast's splash wipe spread out, but these Thunder Cavalrymen had a higher physique and were not all killed in seconds. Even so, the mythical beast's soul concealment skill allowed it to enter a state of immunity after killing an enemy, and withstand enemy attacks without any pressure. In only half a minute, the mythical beast cleared all the Thunder Cavalry, and I quickly recalled it to my side, leaving the remaining Thunder Commanders to be handled by the Kui Long. The Kui Long, with its immunity to thunder spells, faced the Thunder Lords almost harmlessly, and quickly killed them one by one. Despite using the Phantom Soul Scythe, it still took me 2 minutes to get through this level. Even so, I continued on and finally came to the deepest part of the Thunder Abyss. A huge cavern glittering with the power of thunder appeared in front of me, and along with my approach, a loud and clear dragon's roar came out from the cavern. A huge figure covered in flickering thunder rushed out, and it was clearly a thunder dragon silhouette with the rank of a 6-star monarch-level demonic creature. It was unbelievable that it would appear in nightmare-level difficulty. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that it was only the shadow of a thunder dragon, not the main body. Even so, this thunder dragon shadow should not be underestimated. My gaze was slightly condensed. There were still 2 minutes left in the effect of the Underworld Soul Scythe, so I couldn't waste any time. So, I quickly summoned my mythical beast and had it charge at the Thunder Dragon Shadow, while the Kui Long was at the forefront and the Xian Wu stayed by my side in defense. The Thunder Dragon Shadow tumbled in the air, releasing the power of thunder as the Thunder Spear descended from the sky. The mythical beast easily dodged away, and the Thunder Dragon's silhouette rose up in the air and drew taller, trying to evade the mythical beast's attack. Right at this moment, Kui Long's thunderclap accurately bombarded the Thunder Dragon's silhouette. The Thunder Dragon's figure froze and let out an angry dragon roar, but it still didn't attack the Kui Long, instead locking its gaze on me. Sure enough, this Thunder Dragon shadow has some intelligence. My heart tightened. Xuanwu immediately blocked in front of me. The Water Dragon quickly coalesced and met the Thunder Dragon shadow's attack. The Water Dragon crashed and shattered, but formed a water current shield that firmly protected me. The Thunder Dragon shadow charged again. Xuanwu withstood its attack, and despite the strong defense, cracks still appeared on Xuanwu's turtle shell. I hurriedly told my animal to launch a counterattack, and my animal's stored power slam managed to break the Thunder Dragon shadow's thunder shield, directly attacking its physical body. The Thunder Dragon silhouette let out a painful dragon roar, its body shaking, obviously suffering a heavy blow. However, the Thunder Dragon shadow was not willing to do so, and it once again lifted its wings and swooped down towards me, attempting to kill me in one fell swoop. I hid behind Xuanwu, the active effect of Xuanwu Guardian turned on, and the Xuanwu shadow covered my entire body. The Thunder Dragon's sharp claws fell, but they were blocked by the Xuanwu, and a huge tooth fell off in response, leaving several deep marks on the Xuanwu's turtle shell, but it remained steady as a rock. Seeing the opportunity, I swung my Underworld Soul Scythe and viciously chopped at the heart of the Thunder Dragon's shadow. The Underworld Soul Scythe broke through the Thunder Dragon Shadow's defenses and chopped directly at its heart. Instantly, the Thunder Dragon Shadow let out a mournful dragon roar as it attempted to break free and escape. Want to escape? I laughed coldly as the Kui Long let out a low roar and a shadow instantly slammed into the Thunder Dragon's shadow, causing it to stiffen. The mythical beast then pounced on him, striking a claw through the heart of the Thunder Dragon's shadow, which collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, completely losing its life. The Thunder Dragon shadow was killed, and I breathed a sigh of relief, my tense nerves finally relaxing as I retrieved the Underworld Soul Scythe in my hand back into the summoning space. A light door slowly opens in front of me, and as soon as I go through it, I can teleport back to the gym. Right at this moment, a line of writing surfaced next to the light door. Candidate Li Mo, passed successfully. Passing difficulty, nightmare level, passing time, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. The audience outside the arena was silent as everyone held their breath before a shocked clamor erupted. Am I reading this right? 15 minutes and 21 seconds to clear nightmare difficulty. Geez! Is this the summoner? No, this is Senior Li Mo's summoner, a boy said. Senior Li Mo is so handsome. I want to marry you, a girl said excitedly. Some of the teachers were also excited. This clearance speed breaks the previous record. The previous fastest time to clear the nightmare level was 30 minutes, right? I'm afraid Li Mo's performance will at least make it into the top 10 in the country. When I stepped out of the light door and my figure appeared in the center of the gymnasium, everyone's eyes gathered on me. Accompanied by a shout, the atmosphere of the entire gymnasium suddenly erupted as everyone began to shout in unison. Li Mo! Li Mo! I smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. I walked in the direction of my school, calm, as if everything was under control. The audience, while still watching the other matches on the light screen, looked a bit bored and seemed to have lost interest in the other candidates. About half an hour later, another figure was teleported out. It was Li Yuhan. He looked very wretched, his body covered in wounds, his armor dyed red with blood, and he was gasping for breath. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, and it was clear that the battle just now had nearly cost him his life at the hands of the Thunder Dragon Shadow. However, looking at the record on the past light screen, a smug smile surfaced at the corner of Li Yuheng's mouth. Candidate Li Yuheng's status, passed successfully. Passing difficulty, nightmare level. Passing time, 35 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 minutes faster than expected. Li Yuheng thought confidently, slowly closing his eyes and slightly opening his arms in preparation for the moment of glory that belonged to him. He thought that this time, he would definitely be able to let everyone witness how he stepped on Li Mo's head and left Li Mo completely behind. From now on, his parents and sister would only have him in their eyes, and the glory of the Li family would belong entirely to him. However, a few seconds passed without the cheers he was expecting from the gym. Li Yuheng opened his eyes in confusion, only to find that the audience around him did not congratulate him, but instead, there were quite a few people whispering and pointing, with sneering smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a joke. Chapter 27, The Outrageous Li Yuheng. Li Yuheng was a bit confused. Even if there are some people who are jealous of his accomplishments, it's not like everyone should be left untouched, right? At that moment, the chatter around him began to reach his ears. This Li Yuheng is a fool, isn't he? What does he want to do with his arms open? Fly free? Laughing my ass off, he doesn't think he's handsome, does he? It's normal, I guess I thought my grades were dope and wanted to play hard to get. A frog at the bottom of a well, over 30 minutes, not even breaking the record. I don't know what I'm pretending to be. That's right, people Li Mo's speed is twice as fast as him, and he hasn't been seen to be so arrogant. This guy is really a jumper. Li Yuheng froze. What do you mean 30 minutes more minutes? Even the record is not broken to pretend what? That's a record that's been set for years. It's not normal to break it yourself, is it? How is that a well? And what's the deal with Reimer? Twice as fast as him. How is that possible? Besides, Liemo he could only choose easy difficulty, right? Isn't it normal to be a little faster than him even if you're lucky? Is the audience this low? Can't you even understand that? But then Li Yuheng realized that something was wrong. Even if the audience doesn't understand, their parents and sisters should know, right? They should be cheering the loudest, right? How come I didn't hear anything? Li Yuheng's gaze looked over towards the location of the Li family's crowd, and he soon saw that the Li family's crowd was staring intently at a light screen in front of them. Li Yuheng was somewhat puzzled as he shifted along with the gazes of a few people, and when he saw the handwriting on the light screen, he directly froze. Nightmare level difficulty. The pass was only 15 minutes and 21 seconds. How is that possible? How can it be so fast? Then, Li Yuheng saw the name at the top. Lemur? Li Yuheng's eyes snapped shut, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Liemo, he's a punk summoner, how could he possibly achieve such a result? Cheating! This guy must have cheated. How else could he have gotten such a good score? No kidding, a summoner can clear nightmare level difficulty and be that fast? Examiner! I'm reporting someone for cheating and his grade can't be counted. After a short period of stiffness, Li Yuheng was shouting with an excited expression. If it was someone else, even with such a good result, Li Yuheng would not have lost his temper so much. Even if you express your disbelief, it would be milder. But Lemur's name irritated him deeply. I thought I was going to stomp him hard, but when I looked up, he was on his head. This kind of discrepancy made Li Yuheng a little unacceptable, and he directly made a scene. There was a lot of chatter and snickering around them, a little louder. The examiner frowned, and then he waved his hand to have Li Yuheng brought down. It was only at this time that Li Yuheng was able to react, stabilizing his mind and heading towards the location of the Li family's crowd with a gloomy face. When he almost came to the Li family's crowd, Li Yuheng adjusted his emotions and a touch of guilt appeared on his face. Yuheng! You've lost your temper! As soon as he approached, Li Mingda's voice came out, obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Li Yuheng's performance just now. Li Yuheng slightly lowered his head and made an appearance of regret. Father, I was wrong. Just now I was just a bit incredulous to see a summoner being able to pass so quickly, so I was a bit excited. It was good to see that it was my brother, and I reacted. I've been saying for a long time now that my brother must have his reasons for choosing a summoner. It seems that my brother is very talented in the profession of a summoner. Hearing Li Yuheng's words, Li Xiaoman said disdainfully. What talent could he have? But he just used the forbidden art of talent sacrifice to summon 2 powerful summons. Yang Chunhong also snorted coldly. Not to take the right path, to help him Spirit Chef pave the way are not chosen, have to use these side roads, now is the scenery, later have him cry. Li Yuheng's heart fluttered, just now he couldn't figure out how Liemo, a summoner, could have cleared the level so quickly in nightmare level difficulty. It turned out that the forbidden art of talent sacrifice had been used. He had heard of this forbidden technique. Once it was used, the summoner would be wasted in the future. His talent was sacrificed, and he would never be able to summon any decent summoned beasts again. But even so, Li Yuheng's heart was still gnashing his teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for Liemo, he himself would be the one getting all the attention. Even if Liemo he was ruined in the future, the current scenery was not what Li Yuheng wanted to see. Li Yuheng did not show the emotions in his heart. Instead, he said with a worried face. How did he think of using this forbidden technique? Then won't he be ruined in the future? Li Xiaoman laughed. It was originally a waste, ruined. If you asked me, this choice of his may not be wrong. Anyway, now it is possible to first scenery. Li Yuheng shook his head. Too bad, originally I thought it was because my brother was too strong in summoner talent. If brother hadn't used the forbidden art of talent sacrifice, his future achievements would have been unlimited, and he would have come back to inherit the Li family to take it farther. Yang Chunhong sniffed directly. Just him? Still want to take the Li family farther? If he inherits the Li family, he'll be thankful if he doesn't take the Li family into the ditch. Li Mingda also said in a cold voice. Doing things in a radical manner without any consequences, how can such a person inherit the Li family? I think it's because I was too gentle with him in the past, making him not change those bad habits from the orphanage. Seeing that one sentence had attracted hatred to Liemo, Li Yuheng also stopped talking and sat back down, his eyes fixed on Li Mo's light screen replay. He wanted to see what kind of extraordinary summoned beast this Li Mo had summoned with the forbidden art of talent sacrifice. Li Mengxian, who was on the side, couldn't hold back any longer as she listened to the words of the several people and spoke directly. Mom, Dad, and Xiaoman, can you not be so hostile towards Li Mo? He is at least our family. Li Xiaoman sniffed in dissatisfaction. Who is family with him? Does he deserve it? He should just be an orphan in an orphanage. Yang Chunhong also spoke up. It's not that we're that hostile towards him, it's really that Li Mo, he's too angry, look at what he does, which one of his things is a human being? Didn't he cut ties with us? He was the one who took the initiative to not be family with us. Li Mingda snorted coldly. Li Menghan sniffed with an anxious face, and was just about to say something when Li Yuheng's softly eeping voice suddenly came from her side. Huh! How come this bull-like demonic creature of Brother's lightning system power is so strong? By the way, Tianlan says, the Thunder Dragon Life Core that Dad was going to give you as a birthday gift before is a Thunder System treasure. I heard that summoned beast can gain strong Thunder System power after taking it. I also don't know if this demonic creature of my brother is also taking Thunder-type treasures like the Thunder Dragon Life Core to have such a powerful Thunder-type power. Chapter 28, Link to the Divine Beasts. When Li Yuheng's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Li Mingda's face was gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Tianlan also froze for a moment, completely not expecting Li Yuheng to say this. Li Xiaoman, on the other hand, came to a sudden realization and said, So that's how it is, I told you, how could this Li Mo be so strong? It's definitely because he stole the Thunder Dragon Life Core that Father was going to give to his big sister and fed it to that demonic creature of his. Otherwise, how could that demonic creature of his have such strong thunder power? I said, why did he want to get out of the Li family so badly? It turns out that he stole something for fear of being caught and found a reason to go out first. Li Yuheng looked as if he had said the wrong thing as he spoke. Third sister, it's me who said the wrong thing. I'm just a little strange. I definitely didn't mean to say that my brother stole the Thunder Dragon Life Core. This should just be a coincidence. That summoned beast of my brother's is probably a stronger summoned beast of the Thunder System itself. Yang Chahong snorted coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner, Humph! That summoned beast is almost as good as a cow. How could it have anything to do with a lightning summoned beast? I told you, generally speaking, talent sacrifice is a one-time thing, and it's good enough to be able to summon a stronger summoned beast. How could he have two? So one was summoned with a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice, and the other was stolen and fed from a Thunder Dragon Life Core. Look at this, Li Mingda, this is your good son. Li Mingda's face grew more and more gloomy as he said in a deep voice. I will find out about this matter, and if the Thunder Dragon Life Core was really stolen by him, I won't spare him. A flash of stealing joy appeared under Li Yuheng's eyes, then his gaze fell on Li Mo's light screen and he clenched his palms. Just wait, I won't let you get away with it. I'll pay you back twice as much for stealing my thunder this time. Li Yuheng's heart surged with dark currents as he began to think of actions to take against Li Mo. At this time, Li Mo's side, back to the school observatory side, was warmly welcomed. After a long time, he returned to his position. Li Mo slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for the end of the entrance examination. This examination is not only a college entrance examination, but also a promotion examination, and after completing it, you will be able to break through the grade and continue to be promoted according to the examination. And depending on the performance of the assessment, those who complete the assessment will acquire new abilities. Li Mo was looking forward to what kind of abilities he would obtain after the examination. After all, he had the mountain and sea divine and demonic record, which wasn't the same as an ordinary summoner. Soon, after another hour had passed, all the candidates were all teleported out, and this examination was officially over. The moment it ended, a ray of light shot out from that secret mirror and quickly shot towards all the candidates who passed the test, wrapping around their bodies. It was clear in Li Mo's mind that this was the settlement of the end of the examination, and all of their candidates who had passed the examination would obtain brand new abilities. Along with the light fusing itself, the first thing Li Mo felt was the change in his body. All 4 basic attributes were enhanced by a lot. The light dissipated, and the mountain and sea god and demon records slowly opened in front of Li Mo, and a line of writing surfaced. In light of your excellent performance in the Ascension test, you have obtained a new ability, Divine Beast Link. Beast Link. Grade Immortal. Effects: you can choose any one of the Divine Beasts to link. After linking, you will gain all the skills and attributes of this Divine Beast, and you will get synchronized enhancement when this Divine Beast is upgraded. Note: after selecting a linked beast, it cannot be disconnected for change. Note: linking a Divine Beast does not have any negative effects on that Divine Beast. Note: you can only link one God Beast per 10 levels. Linking multiple God Beasts can be chosen to synchronize the acquisition of all linked God Beast skills and attributes. Looking at the handwriting floating in front of him, Liemo directly froze. Then his body trembled a little in excitement. He knew that his performance in this Ascension examination was very powerful, and the ability he acquired should not be bad, but he did not expect that he would be the one to obtain such a heaven-defying ability. Divine Beast Link. Choose any Divine Beast, and after linking it, you can gain all of its skills and attributes. This is just sick. It's the same as turning yourself into a humanoid God Beast. The most important thing is not only to be able to link a Divine Beast, but to be able to link a Divine Beast every 10 levels. Liemo could envision how powerful he would become as he continued to level up and gather several Divine Beast skills and attributes in one. At that time, if someone still treated him as a summoner for a decapitation operation, he would die a very ugly death. Liemo quickly was thinking about the first Divine Beast to connect with. Kuei dragons were the first to be excluded. The first thing that Liemo considered was his own safety. Although the Kuei Long's abilities were powerful, it didn't have much mobility, and its defense wasn't very strong, so it wasn't the biggest boost to his safety. After thinking about it, Liemo decided to connect the animal. Although Xuanwu's defense was extremely high, its attack power was also the weakest of the three Divine Beasts. And with a Genjutsu guard of his own, he doesn't quite need to connect to the Genjutsu. The mythical beast had strong mobility and high attack, which was most needed for the current Liemo. After all, there are times when running is the best defense. Even if Xuanwu's defense was high, it couldn't withstand a sustained high-intensity attack. Once he had made a decision, Liemo did not hesitate and directly chose to connect the mythical beast. In the summoning space, the mythical beast roared, and then a shadow emerged from its body and quickly disappeared into Liemo's body. In an instant, Liemo was feeling that his power was rapidly increasing. This boost is several times higher than the boost from upgrades, literally exponentially higher. Soon, this feeling disappeared and Liemo clenched his fist, feeling that his current self was fully capable of blasting that thunder cavalry to death with a single punch. Liemo somewhat impatiently checked his attributes. Name: Liemo. Occupation: Mountain and Sea God and Demon Summoner. Rank 10. Summons: Zhu Wei, Mythical Gaby, Kuei Long, Xian Wu. Basic attribute: Strength, 732, Physique, 700, Agility, 738, Mental Power, 725. Life expectancy, 10 years. Lifespan of magical creatures, 21 years. Skills: Stored Power Slam, Splash Wipe. Looking at his attributes, the smile on Liemo's face could no longer be contained. The 4 basic attributes of the level 10 mythical beast were added to his own 4 basic attributes, allowing his 4 bases to now directly break through 700. Even if it was a hidden profession of 20, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as high as his current 4 basic attributes. Besides, he had all the skills of the mythical beast. The current Liemo was equivalent to having 2 professions, summoner and top assassin. And it was also a top assassin with 4 basic attributes bursting at the seams. It was at this time that the examiner also began to erect a brand new curtain of light in the center below. Above the light screen was the ranking situation of this college entrance examination and ascension examination. The first place at the top of the list was, naturally, Liemo. And below him was Li Yuheng, who had also chosen the nightmare level difficulty. Liemo's total points were 18,000. Li Yuheng, on the other hand, only had a total of 8,500 points. The difference between the two is more than double. Chapter 29, Shi Yuhan's Accident. Looking at the final rankings, everyone was shocked. I knew that Liemo's grades were good, but I didn't think that it would be so exaggerated as 18,000. One should know that the previous highest record was only just barely over 10,000 points. However, thinking about Li Mo's previous performance in the secret realm, it seemed that 18,000 points was not too much. 18,000 points, this Li Mo is surely the number one in Tianan City. I guess there won't be any higher than him in several other cities in Jiangnan Province. We've got a provincial scholar here. Be confident, I reckon that with this score of Li Mo's, there's nothing wrong with being number one in the country. The first Li Mo and the second Li Yuheng are both from the Li family. It seems that the Li family is full of talent and is going to take off once again. Ranking first and second were Li Mo and Li Yuheng, which naturally sparked a lot of conversation. After all, both of them were from the powerful Li family. Especially since one is a lost and recovered biological son and the other was raised to look like one, the level of conversation between the two is still pulled full circle. Already there were quite a few tidbits of information still circulating among the crowd. It was foreseeable that within the next period of time, Li Mo and the Li family would be on the front page of every major news. On the side of the Li family's crowd, many of the cognizant Li family's friends began to come over to express their congratulations to Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong, praising their Li family for producing two tigers in one family. Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong's faces were both a bit off. After all, Li Mo, who was the most praised in their mouths, had already severed his relationship with them. But how can this kind of family scandal be publicized? Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong could only keep perfuming the crowd. And the more Li Yuheng, who was on the side, listened to the crowd praising Li Mo, the more irritated he became in his heart. All of this should have been an honor that belonged to him, but now it was taken away by Li Mo. As Li Mo looked at the rankings in the field, he also let out a slight sigh of relief. Whether it is to enhance strength or by weapons and equipment, money and resources are needed, and the college entrance examination is an opportunity to obtain resources. The higher the ranking, the more rewards you will get. For the next period of time, Li Mo wouldn't even have to worry about resources. And with your grades, you should be able to get into colleges and universities, which is the best path forward. After the college entrance exam was over, Li Mo returned to his rental house. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan also rushed over to express their congratulations to Li Mo. Both of them also have good grades, although it is said that they are not that dazzling, but it should not be too much of a problem to enter colleges and universities. The three of them had a meal together, and Li Mo and Zhang Wei had some small drinks. When he returned to the rental house, Li Mo fell asleep. Today's day consumed quite a lot of mental and physical strength, coupled with drinking some wine. This sleep Li Mo slept very deeply. The next day Li Mo was shaken awake by Zhang Wei. It was only when he opened his eyes that Li Mo realized that it was already afternoon. Li Mo! Hurry up and wake up, something happened to Yuhan! Hearing Zhang Wei's anxious words, Li Mo instantly sobered up and sat up directly from the bed. What's the situation? What happened to Yuhan? Li Mo looked at Zhang Wei and asked. Zhang Wei anxiously said, I don't know yet. Just now the people from the City Patrol Division informed me that a seriously injured woman was found outside the city, suspecting it to be Yuhan, and asked me to go over and recognize her. Seriously hurt? Li Mo directly got up and quickly headed towards the outside of the city with Zhang Wei. When they arrived outside the eastern part of the city, Li Mo and Zhang Wei quickly found Shi Yuhan. A team of city rangers had already surrounded the area, and the priest in the squad was healing Shi Yuhan. Looking at Shi Yuhan on the ground, Li Mo's eyes snapped shut. At this moment, Shi Yuhan's body was covered in a trail of blood, and her injuries were so severe that she directly fell unconscious. It was clearly not a demonic wound, but from a human. What the hell is going on here? How did she get like this? Li Mo and Zhang Wei looked at Shi Yuhan's injuries and were incomparably angry. A city inspector came over and said, This woman was attacked outside of the city's protection, but because she was attacked on the edge of the city, another squad has gone to explore. You guys are her acquaintances, right? Her injuries are quite serious. Our squad's priest can only maintain her vital signs and she needs to be transferred to the city's medical clinic for treatment. With her injuries, it's estimated to be costly, so you guys discuss whether or not you want to continue the treatment. This city inspector's voice was flat. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Medical clinics can cost a lot of money, and the other guy doesn't look like he's rich, so the chances of giving up are high. Continue the treatment and ask for the best medical clinic. Liemo did not hesitate. With his accomplishments, the rewards he would receive would definitely be a lot, and could completely pay for Shi Yuhan's medical expenses. The city inspector beside him was surprised for a moment, but then he nodded. Pay the 100,000 deposit first. Liemo sniffed and spoke. Can I owe it first? I can make it up in the next few days. The rewards of the college entrance examination need a certain amount of time to be issued, even if it is the fastest school rewards. It also needs to be determined after 2 days after the national grade ranking to get it in hand. And now where is Liemo going to find $100,000 to come? The city inspector frowned. If we don't have the money, they won't treat us even if we send them to the medical clinic. Just at this time, a voice came from the front. Take her to the medical clinic first, I'll pay for it. Liemo raised an eyebrow and looked up to see Li Menghan heading this way with her squad. The squad that went exploring didn't expect it to be Li Menghan's squad. Liemo looked at Li Menghan and frowned slightly. Li Menghan looked at Liemo and said, This is your friend, right? Saving people is important, just pay me back the money later. She was now considered to have a certain understanding of Liemo, and knew that Liemo definitely didn't want to owe the Li family any favors, so she took the lead in opening her mouth. Liemo looked at Shi Yuhan and said towards Li Menghan, Thank you. Although he didn't want to get involved with the Li family in his heart, he still had to remember this favor. A smile surfaced on Li Menghan's face. Her heart was very happy. During this period of time, she had been surrounded by guilt towards Liemo, and now that she was able to help Liemo a little, she was still very happy in her heart. Shi Yuhan was quickly sent away. Liemo was a little worried in his heart. This time she was hurt so badly. I don't know how long it would take for her to recover. At the same time, a touch of anger welled up in Liemo's heart. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan were his only 2 friends, and even more so, they were regarded as the existence of his family. And now that they had become like this, how could he not be angry? Did you find any clues? Who were the people who did this to her? Liemo looked at Li Menghan and asked, his tone easing up a lot. Li Menghan naturally heard the change in Liemo's tone, and the smile on her face grew stronger. However, Li Menghan then collected the smile on her face and looked at Liemo, her expression becoming grave. Reimer, I was just about to talk to you about this. I'll do my best to help with your friend's treatment, and according to her injuries, she should be able to recover in half a month. As for the murderer, I advise you to stop digging deeper, it won't do you any good. Chapter 30. The price is increased. Hearing Li Menghan's words, Liemo's brows furrowed and a touch of anger surfaced on his face. My friend gets hurt like this and now you're telling me to let it go? Li Menghan sniffed and hurriedly said, I'm doing this for your own good, the other party is too dangerous, it's not worth the risk. Liemo sniffed and said directly, I'm telling you, Li Menghan, Shi Yuhan is my family to me, no matter what kind of person made a move on her, I'm going to make him pay for it. Hearing Liemo's words, Li Menghan's heart shook. Loved ones. It turned out that the other party was someone so dear to Liemo. It was a pity that she was related to Liemo by blood and had less of a relationship with him than an outsider. But who can blame them? They have only themselves to blame. It's true that Inspector Li is not obligated to tell me either, but I'm sure that the city's intelligence agency, Shun Tian Hearing, will be able to give me the results I'm looking for as well. Liemo calmed down and decided to go to Shun Tian Listen. Shun Tian Hearing was the largest intelligence agency, with distribution in every city, and as long as enough price was given, one could ask for almost any information they wanted. Li Menghan was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then she spoke. We tracked down some traces that were left behind by the mighty Tiger Regiment. I heard that Yan Shuo, the leader of the fierce Tiger Regiment, led a team out of the city to hunt today, and the murderer should be them. Things outside the city are not under jurisdiction, so there is nothing we can do about it at the City Patrol Division. You should be clear that the mighty Tiger Regiment is one of the main regiments of the first major guild in Tianan City, Star Iron, and Yang Xiao, who is even a level 30 warrior with high combat power, it's not something you'll be able to deal with. Even if you want to avenge your friend, you'll have to wait until you're level 30. Zhang Wei, who was at the side, sniffed angrily and said, So it's just going to be over? The way Yuhan looks like she is, if she wasn't found in time, I'm afraid she would have died straight away. a city inspector sniffed. After leaving the city, you are responsible for everything yourself. You should be clear about that, not to mention the fact that it is only speculated that the murderer is the mighty Tiger Regiment now. There is no conclusive evidence. What more do you want? Jiang Wei wanted to say something else, but was directly stopped by Liu Mo. Looking at Li Menghan, Liu Mo directly opened his mouth. Can you lend me some money? You should also know about my college entrance exam results. When the college entrance exam rewards come down, I'll return it to you the first time. Although he didn't want to have too much dealings with Li Menghan, he could only borrow money from her now. Li Menghan looked a little worried, but looking at Li Mo's firm expression, she still nodded. Okay, here are 3 million, you take it first and use it, just find me again if it's not enough. This money is enough for your friend's treatment. As for the matter of the mighty Tiger Corps, it's better to wait until later, you mustn't be impulsive. With your high school grades, the top 10 colleges are at your disposal, so don't jeopardize your future. Liu Mo didn't say anything, and after saying thank you, he took the card handed over by Li Menghan. Afterward, Liu Mo was heading towards the city with Jiang Wei. After returning to the city, Jiang Wei also calmed down and looked at Liu Mo and said, Just now, the city inspector was right, we can't be impulsive. If it's the mighty Tiger Regiment, there's not much we can do at the moment. It's better to think long and hard about this, don't let impulsiveness affect you. Liu Mo nodded towards Jiang Wei. Don't worry, I understand in my heart. First go to the medical center to check on Yuhan's condition. However, Liu Mo already had a decision in his heart, and there was no way that this matter would end just like that. After the two rushed to the medical clinic, Shi Yuhan's condition was already stabilized. It would only take a few more days for Shi Yuhan to wake up. Looking at Shi Yuhan on the hospital bed with her eyes tightly closed, her brows locked and her face in pain, Liu Mo felt the anger in his heart surging up. Shi Yuhan needed to recuperate, so Liu Mo and Jiang Wei could only leave the medical clinic quickly. After letting Jiang Wei go back to rest first, Liu Mo headed directly towards the Shun Tian Hall. Liu Mo didn't have any idea that it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. If he could, a second would be too late for him. Although the other party was the fierce Tiger Regiment under the Star Iron Guild, and the leader Yan Shuo who was a level 30 warrior, but for the current Liu Mo, he could still touch it. After all, now that he had linked the mythical beast, his combat power could be said to have soared extremely. Together with the mythical beast and Kui dragons, a level 30 warrior wasn't impossible to deal with. Moreover, with Xuanwu's defense and the speed after linking the mythical beast, even if he was defeated, retreating safely would be no problem at all. In that case, there's no reason not to do it. Shun Tian Listening was located in a secluded alley in the west of the city. After Liu Mo found the place, he quickly walked in. The attendant inside did not say anything and directly brought Liu Mo into a room. Inside, there was an old man who was organizing all kinds of intelligence information. Seeing Liu Mo come in, the old man smiled and invited Liu Mo to sit down, then spoke. I wonder what information your guest wishes to inquire about. Liu Mo opened the door and said, I want to know about a wounding incident that happened in the east of the city this morning. The person who was wounded was called Shi Yuhan, and I want the murderer to be who he is. The old man smiled at his words and said, Your honored guest will wait a moment. With that, he quickly wrote a note and put it into a hidden compartment on the side. Soon, a sound came from the dark compartment, and the old man opened it and took out a new piece of paper. Opening it, the old man was speaking. Your Honor, the note message is worth 3,000. I wonder if your Honor is willing to pay. Liu Mo nodded, and the old man was straightforward. The person who injured the victim is Yan Shuo, the leader of the Star Iron Guild's mighty Tiger Regiment. Today Yan Shuo who went out of the city as if he was looking for a secret treasure, and this Shi Yuhan appeared on his route, Yang Shuo who got horny, but when this Shi Yuhan didn't comply, he lost interest and cleaned it up as he went along. Cleaned it up as I went along. Liu Mo clenched his fists, just 2 short sentences. Liu Mo was able to think of the scene that Shi Yuhan encountered at that time. Does your guest require anything else? If not, you may go out and pay your fee. Listening to the old man's words, Liu Mo came back to his senses and looked at the old man and said, I also want information on the fierce Tiger Regiment, especially this Yang Shuo who, his strength, where he lives, and where he will be tonight. I want to know all of it. The old man sniffed and spoke. Your honored guest will wait a moment. He then wrote a paper again and put it into the secret compartment. This time the wait was even longer, and by the time the old man opened the secret compartment again, there were 3 or 4 extra slips of paper inside. The old man picked it up and checked it, then he was looking at Liemo and said, "The information of the mighty Tiger Regiment is not considered too important, so I can sell it to you at the price just now. But this Yan Shuo is considered an important member of the Star Iron Guild, and his information, especially where he'll be tonight, is considered confidential information. So, it's got to be extra." Chapter 31 Rincewind Suit. 10 minutes later, after paying $800,000, Liemo walked out of Shun Tian Listen. Based on the information he received, Liemo knew the various abilities of Yang Xiuhu. Of course, it's all that he's ever shown, so if he's hiding something, it's not on top of the message. The rest is news about some of the people around Yang Xiuhu. Of course, the most important of these is the location of Yan Shuo tonight, which is also one of the most expensive pieces of information. Tonight Yan Shuo will head to a dilapidated villa in the eastern suburbs of the city. Several of his lovers lived there, and it was the place where Yang Xiuhu had his fun. This place is very secluded and very few people know about it, so Yang Xiuhu is very relieved, and I don't know what means Shun Tian hearing used to learn about this news. Moreover, the old man had revealed all the defense and security loopholes of the entire villa to Liemo. After walking out of Shun Tian Listen, Liemo was heading towards Tiannan City's largest exchange, Tianlan Exchange. Since he was going to make a move on Yang Xiuhu, he naturally needed a set of equipment, and in the meantime, he would see if there was anything else he needed. The opponent was a level 30 warrior after all, so it was natural to prepare everything if you could. The Skyland Exchange is located in the center of the city and covers a large area. As soon as Liemo entered, he was greeted by a guide with a smile. "This honored guest, do you know what you need? We, Tianlan Exchange, have all kinds of items such as weapons and equipment, spell formation potions, and all kinds of items, so we can guarantee your satisfaction." Liemo nodded, then spoke. "Let's take a look at the weapons and equipment first, preferably of gold grade. Equipment props are also divided into grades, from white plate, bronze, silver, platinum, diamond, etc. to sword. The higher the grade, represents the better quality. Of course, the corresponding price is higher." Liemo now had 2.2 million left, and at most, he could purchase gold-grade equipment. The guide sniffed and said directly, "I wonder if your guest has any special needs for the equipment? For example, focusing on defense or increasing movement speed or mental strength." Liemo thought for a moment and said, "Weapons are not needed for the time being. Let's have a set of defense equipment, focusing mainly on movement speed and secondly on defense." He had the divine artifact Spectral Soul Scythe, which could completely serve as his weapon. Defense, with the basilisk, isn't really needed. So the main boost direction is movement speed. Liemo now linked the mythical beast, and the increase in movement speed was a high combat boost. And movement speed is also crucial if you have to escape if you are not defeated. "No problem, sir, please follow me." After hearing Liemo's words, the guide directly led Liemo towards the location of the defense equipment. Soon, Liemo was taken to a large area of defense equipment, each of which was in a display case, with specific information about the equipment displayed underneath. "Sir, here is all the equipment that meets your requirements, you pick first." Liemo nodded, then his eyes picked around. After half a day, Liemo's gaze finally landed on top of a suit. Spirit Wind Armor. Grade Gold. Equipped with Physique plus 18, Agility plus 22. Description: Armor blessed by wind spirits, characterized by lightness. Spirit Wind Helmet. Grade Gold. Equipment Strength plus 12, Agility plus 21. Description: A helmet blessed by a wind spirit, characterized by its lightness. Rincewind Wrist Guard. Grade Gold. Equipment Mental Strength plus 15, Agility plus 24. Description: Wrist guards blessed by wind spirits, characterized by lightness. Spirit Wind Boots. Grade Gold. Equipment Mental Strength plus 12, Agility plus 33. Description: Boots blessed by wind spirits, characterized by lightness. 4 parts. The added attributes are good, especially the agility added is higher. It only looks like a 10 or 20 attribute increase, but it's not bad. After all, the 4 bases are only 20 or 30 for a 10th level now. Even for someone at level 30, with the bonus after the Ascension trial, most of the 4 bases were only 200 or 300. Liemo was linked to the Divine Beast mythical beast to have the exceptionally high 4 basic attributes. The most important reason why Liemo had fallen for this Spirit Wind armor was that this Spirit Wind armor had a set effect. Set effect, Spiritual Wind. After using it, you can condense the spiritual wind and gain explosive speed for a short period of time. The amount of speed gained is related to the time of condensation, at least double the explosive speed gained, and the maximum gained is 5 times the explosive speed gained. This Spirit Wind Surge effect was extremely useful, whether it was used for a surprise attack or a quick evacuation. Without hesitation, Liemo directly spent money to buy this Spirit Wind set for a total of $1.5 million. Show me the special props. Liemo spoke directly after a moment of contemplation. He now had $700,000 left, so naturally he had to spend it all to be fully prepared. Soon, Liemo was brought to the special props area. Most of the props here are disposable and have a variety of special effects. Soon after, Liemo landed his eyes on a talisman seal. Invisibility charm. Grade Gold. Effects. After using it, it can hide its body and prevent creatures with mental power lower than 300 from detecting it, lasts for half an hour, and expires after launching an attack. This invisibility charm was a good prop. Although it only lasted for half an hour, it was able to be used whether it was for infiltration or escape. Looking at the price, $200,000, Liemo took it directly. Finally, Liemo purchased another storage ring. This thing was the work of a space mage and formation mage, and it was very expensive. A storage ring with only 10 cubic meters of space had spent all of Liemo's remaining $500,000. After leaving the Tianlan exchange, Liemo used the little money he had left to buy an evil ghost mask, and then he quickly returned to his rental house. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and a light rain had begun to fall from the sky. Reimer lay on his bed with his eyes closed. When the sky was completely dark, Liemo slowly opened his eyes. Taking out the Spirit Wind suit from his storage ring, Liemo quickly put it on himself. Afterwards, Liemo put on his evil ghost mask, opened the window, and directly leaped out. By now the rain in the sky was getting heavier and there were no more people above the streets. Liemo quickly left the area of the rented room and then quickly headed in a direction. After linking the Divine Beast mythical beast, Liemo's movement speed had soared to over 700. Now with the bonus to movement speed from the Spirit Wind set, Liemo's movement speed at this point was already over 800. Under the rapid movement, Liemo was like a ghost in the rain, quickly crossing one street after another, his figure disappearing in the dense rain curtain. And the direction in which he was rapidly moving forward was the east of the city. The eastern suburb of the city where Yan Shuo's dilapidated villa is located. Chapter 32 Yan Shuo's Fear. A dilapidated villa on the eastern outskirts of the city was brightly lit, and the sounds of songs and dances continued to emanate from it. This is one of Yan Shuo's recreational areas, and he will definitely take a day out every month to come here to relax and enjoy himself. Today is the day of Yan Shuo's pastime. As one of the leaders under the Star Iron Guild, and also the leader of the main regiment, Yan Shuo, whose days could be said to have been prosperous. In Tianan City, Yan Shuo, who is also considered a number one. But even for him, some years ago, his main financial resources had to be put on improving his strength. And that's not enough. It wasn't until 2 years ago, after Yan Shuo, who suffered a serious injury and his strength enhancement became even more resource-intensive, that he simply swung for the fences. This place is where he spends his weekdays having fun. Tonight, along with his lovers, plus just brought women, a total of 8 or 9, are partying on the 3rd floor. What Yan Shuo didn't know at that moment was that a figure was rapidly approaching this way while the rain was falling. Not far from arriving at the villa, Liemo stopped in his tracks. The night coupled with the rain made it so that even if he stood not far from the villa, he would still be undetected. Without any hesitation, Liemo directly headed towards the villa. There was a dead end in the villa's defense inside the intelligence, but this rain didn't need to be so troublesome. Liemo directly utilized the invisibility talisman, and his figure disappeared into the rain. Outside the villa, there was a simple security booth. It's guarded by 3 members of the Tigers. This Yan Shuo who is still very alert, and the 3 guards who stayed behind are all good at being alert. Liemo took advantage of a man opening the door to use the restroom and slipped right in. When the man returned, Liemo instantly made his move. Who? The 3 of them were also very vigilant, and they reacted the moment Liemo made his move, but it was already too late. A few cold light appeared, several blood marks emerged from the body of the 3 people, and then they all collapsed on the ground without a sound. Liemo held the underworld soul scythe and appeared in this security booth with the mythical beast. The Kuei Long was moving too much, so Liemo just summoned the mythical beast. Pushing aside the security booth, Liemo and mythical beast flashed through a residual shadow and quickly rushed into the villa in front of them. The biggest guard in the whole villa is the security booth outside. Although the first floor inside was also guarded by a number of people, they were basically already drunk. After such a long time without incident, they had long since lost their initial vigilance. Besides, this was the city, and even though it was a suburb, there was basically no danger, so gradually they let their guard down. Anyway, there's a guard out there. After Liemo and mythical beasts rushed in, they directly increased their movement speed to the fastest, and several cold lights appeared, directly cutting down several people on the first floor quickly. They didn't even react, and they were lost in their drunkenness. Liemo and mythical beast quickly rushed up to the second floor. The people here than below too will be vigilant quite a lot, although a lot of alcohol, but all remained sober. Who are you guys? Seeing Liemo and the animal, the people on the second floor had not yet reacted. Liemo didn't say anything and directly rushed out with my animal. The spectral soul scythe in his hand continuously swung out, quickly harvesting the lives on the second floor. After linking the mythical beast, Liemo himself was equivalent to a humanoid divine beast with extremely high combat power. Most of these people on the second floor were around level 20, and many of the ascension trials were not very difficult to pass, so although their level was higher than Liemo's, their combat power was far different. Just a few miserable screams were emitted, and the second floor was quickly cleared out by Liemo and the mythical beast. The deafening sounds of singing and dancing came from above the third floor, muffling all these screams. Without stopping, Liemo and the mythical beast quickly headed towards the third floor. Just as soon as they reached the third floor, the ear-piercing sound of an alarm came out, instantly overpowering the sound of singing and dancing on the third floor. Liemo's brows furrowed as he looked to the side at a circular spell formation that was glowing with crimson light. This Yan Shuo who was really vigilant, and had set up a warning formation here. The singing and dancing on the third floor came to an abrupt halt with the sound of an alarm. Liemo no longer hesitated and directly headed towards the main room on the third floor. Inside the news that Shun Tian heard, the villa's remodeling and the main room that Yan Shuo who likes to be in were told to Liemo. In the main room, Yan Shuo who was hugging a woman on the bed, also got up violently and pushed all the women around him away. As the leader of the Tiger Regiment, Yan Shuo whose awareness of dealing with danger was still there. Grabbing the huge axe at the head of the bed, Yan Shuo who was heading towards the armor on the side. A few screams came from outside, and then the door of the room was directly broken open, and 2 figures directly rushed towards Yan Shuo who. Yan Shuo who was shocked in his heart, not expecting the other party to be the one who came so quickly. There was no time to hesitate, and under the crisis, Yan Shuo who exploded his body's potential. With a furious cry, Yan Shuo whose body instantly surfaced a blood mist that quickly wrapped around his body. Clutching the huge axe in his hand, Yan Shuo who directly chopped down towards the 2 figures that rushed over. This was Yan Shuo whose desperate move, and after using it, it would damage the body's origin. Previously, Yan Shuo who was injured and left with after effects, that is, he used this trick too many times. But now that he was faced with a life and death crisis, he already couldn't care less about that. Liemo raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand and directly met it towards the giant axe. Accompanied by a crunching sound, Yan Shuo whose wrist ached, and the huge axe in his hand was directly shaken out. A huge force came from him, causing Yan Shuo whose body to instantly fall back a few steps. Yan Shuo whose heart was shocked, looking at another figure that came quickly towards him, directly grabbed the 2 women on the bed and threw them over, and then his body quickly retreated backwards. 2 cold lights flashed, and the two women who were thrown out by Yan Shuo, who were instantly split into several pieces. Yan Shuo didn't hesitate, and went directly towards the window, ready to escape from here. With just one contact, he knew that he was completely no match for either of the two figures. However, in the next moment, Yan Shuo only felt a blur before his eyes, and a lion-like summon appeared in front of the window, blocking his way. Yan Shuo's eyes shrunk and he turned around, looking at the rapidly approaching Liemo, and hurriedly spoke, "Master. This master. Let's have a word. I don't know how the little man has provoked you." "No matter how you have been provoked, master, you say a statute. I will do as I am told." Liemo didn't talk nonsense with him. The underworld soul scythe in his hand quickly chopped out, directly chopping off one of Yan Shuo's arms. Yan Shuo, still wanted to resist. Liemo once again raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand and chopped off Yan Shuo's other arm. Until this time, the kind of pain on the soul of the underworld soul scythe came, causing Yan Shuo's body to shrink violently and instantly paralyze on the ground. A cold light arrived instantly. Liemo was holding the underworld soul scythe directly against Yan Shuo's neck. Chapter 33: Facing Li Yuheng. In less than a minute, Liemo had resolved the battle. It couldn't be said that Yan Shuo was too weak, but rather, Liemo's combat power at this time was simply too strong. Linking the mythical beast and obtaining all of the beast's attributes and skills allowed Liemo's 4 basic attributes to directly crush Yan Shuo. Of course, the most important thing is that Liemo is a surprise attack, coupled with the speed is extremely fast. Yan Shuo did not react at all. Some of the means of desperation have not been used, is a direct defeat. Pfft. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Yan Shuo's mouth, and his expression instantly withered. Looking at the demonic mask on Liemo's face, Yan Shuo let out a miserable smile and said, "I didn't expect that I, Yan Shuo, could get if an expert to assassinate me. It's also considered that I, Yan Shuo, have died a good death. But I'd like to be the one to understand. I wonder why this gentleman wants to kill me?" Liemo said in a cold voice. "This morning, outside the city, you injured a girl." Yan Shuo froze for a moment, and then a complex mixture of shock, disbelief, and remorse passed across his face. Afterwards, Yan Shuo was agitated. "Master! This is a misunderstanding. Early this morning someone told me that there was a secret treasure outside the city. I went and found nothing, and then I ran into that girl thing. I suspect that someone wanted to kill me by your hand. That's why they made such a mess. It's a misunderstanding, don't fall for it. Master! If you let me go, I promise to uncover this grandson, and I'll give you everything I have, master." Yan Shuo wanted to say something else, but the underworld soul scythe in Liemo's hand directly severed his neck. Behind Yan Shuo, he had an extra talisman seal in his hand at an unknown time and was preparing to use it. Liemo directly took that talisman seal over. Blood transportation charm. Effect: after use, consume 1/5 of your own blood, enter a weakened state, and vanish out of 1,000 meters range. This guy, with his mouth begging for mercy, is trying to use this to escape. Liemo then took down a storage ring from Yan Shuo's hand. This blood recluse talisman was taken from inside. The storage ring is forbidden and needs to be opened in person. However, the Skylon Exchange recycled this kind of storage ring, and they had a way to open it. Reimer cleaned all the places and cleared away all the weapons and equipment. It was just a pity that none of them had storage rings except Yan Shuo. After ensuring that not a single living soul was left behind, Liemo recalled the mythical beast back to the summoning space, and then he quickly left the villa and disappeared into the rain. Liemo quickly headed towards the rental house while pondering Yan Shuo's words. Originally, Liemo thought that this was an accident, but from Yan Shuo's words, there were other circumstances behind this matter. Li Yuheng's figure instantly appeared in Liemo's mind. In his previous life, Liemo had not rarely been framed by Li Yuheng, and his methods were very similar to this matter. Tightening his fists, Liemo's eyes glowed with a touch of coldness. He hadn't left the Li family in his previous life and had constantly suffered from being framed by Li Yuheng, and now that he had left the Li family, had Li Yuheng begun to lay hands on the people around him? After returning to the rental house, Liemo simply washed up, and then he was lying on the bed to rest. Early the next morning, Liemo was heading to the medical clinic. Sure, Yuhan's situation had eased up a lot, but she still hadn't woken up yet. After looking after him for a while, Liu Mo asked Zhang Wei to keep watch, and left the medical clinic, heading towards the Tianlan exchange. After selling all of last night's harvests, Liu Mo took $700,000 and entered the Shun Tian hearing. 20 minutes later, Liu Mo walked out with the remaining $200,000. This thing the other party did was very covert, so Shun Tian listened to charge a very high price. However, Liu Mo had already determined that the mastermind behind this matter was Li Yuheng. This made Reimer furious. It was even if Li Yuheng targeted himself, but now he was putting his hands on the people around him. This touched Lemur's bottom line. Li Mo's gaze flickered, and then he was heading directly towards the Li family mansion. For the next 2 days, Liu Mo had been wandering around the Li family mansion, waiting for Li Yuheng to come out. However, he didn't know if Li Yuheng knew that things had leaked out and had never ventured out. 2 days later, Li Yuheng finally walked out from the Li family mansion. Liu Mo hid his figure and followed silently. Li Yuheng turned around in the city, and soon came to a remote alley in the south of the city near the suburbs. After entering, Li Yuheng then turned around and looked at the empty alleyway entrance, a smile appearing on his face. "Come out, my dear brother, you've followed me all the way." Liu Mo didn't hide it, and walked out directly. One biological child, one adopted. The two nominal brothers stood opposite each other in the alley. Looking at Liu Mo in front of him, the smile on Li Yuheng's face grew stronger, and then he couldn't help but laugh and clap his hands. "Ha ha ha, wonderful, really didn't expect, you punk brain is still useful enough, so quickly checked Yan Shuo who, and then found me. Let me guess, you should have gotten the news from Shun Tian, right? Otherwise, with your IQ, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought that there was me behind the maneuvering." Looking at Li Yuheng as if he had everything under control, Li Mo's brows furrowed. "It's really you." "Of course it's me, you should say who else but me?" The smile on Li Yuheng's face grew stronger and more rampant. "I have to say, you're really out of my league. I originally thought that you would either hold back or be killed by Yan Xiaohu, but I didn't expect Yan Xiaohu to be killed by you. I was still a bit in disbelief when I learned of Yan Xiaohu's death. I have to say, the summoned beasts you summoned with your talent sacrifices are indeed very strong." Liu Mo frowned. "Talent sacrifice? Can't believe you can summon a powerful summoner and come up with a reason for yourself? It's ridiculous. You will pay for what you have done." Liu Mo looked at Li Yuheng and said in a deep voice. Li Yuheng directly laughed out loud at his words, bending over with a look of tears coming out of his eyes. "I just can't help it, you're just so funny, why didn't I notice your humor cells before? I purposely dangled you, but I didn't think you'd have the guts to follow me here, huh? What? Want to get revenge with your summoned beast? Please take a look at your surroundings, this can still be an urban area. If your summoned beast is summoned, you'll make a big commotion, and then the city patrol division will directly want you. You're the only one who can do it on your own in this alley without making so much noise." With that, Li Yuheng took out a long sword from his storage ring. Looking at Liu Mo in front of him, Li Yuheng seemed to smile. "So, are you prepared to summon out a summoned beast and be wanted, or are you prepared to fight me with your weak summoner body?" As the words fell, Li Yuheng held his long sword and charged directly towards Liu Mo. Chapter 34 The Jade Pendant is Broken. Li Yuheng rushed towards Liu Mo, the long sword in his hand haunted a wild wind, coming up with a killing move. Regarding Liu Mo, Li Yuheng's heart was incomparably indignant. After the college entrance exam, Li Yuheng couldn't wait to deal with Liu Mo. When he found out about Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, he directly set up a trap against Shi Yuhan. He was going to screw all the people around Liu Mo and slowly torture him. It was just that Li Yuheng didn't expect that Liu Mo would find out about him so quickly. This caused Li Yuheng to be surprised, but he also gave up the idea of slowly torturing Liu Mo. It's better to make this eyesore disappear as soon as possible. He knew that Liu Mo had been looking for him, and he didn't think that he would actually dare to follow him here. As expected, stupid is as stupid does, even after summoning two powerful summoned beasts with the forbidden art of talent sacrifice, they still don't have a brain. Do you really think you can walk around with two summoned beasts? He deliberately picked this place just to push Liu Mo to the brink. It's still in the city, and there's the city watch patrolling right next to it. If Liu Mo chose to use a summoned beast, he would just push out and act out a scene of being chased by Liu Mo. It was a big no-no to kill someone with his hands in the middle of the city, and Li Mo would be wanted by then, and could only survive in the cracks. Most importantly in that case, Li Mo would no longer be a threat to him inheriting the Li family. A wanted son, knowing his parents as he did, would not be able to wait to get rid of any relationship with him. As for Li Mo not using his summoned beasts, it was even simpler. It was secluded, so all he needed to do was quickly kill him and evacuate. A summoner without a summoned beast isn't killing him still as simple as killing a chicken. However, Liu Heng had already prepared for the fact that Li Mo would use his summoned beasts. After all, compared to being killed, he would definitely choose to use his summoned beasts. Subsequently, Liu Heng was able to see an additional scythe as black as ink in Li Mo's hand. Liu Heng froze for a moment, then a flash of ecstasy appeared on his face. This Li Mo, he's really stupid to the point of wanting to take matters into his own hands in order to not be wanted. I see, this guy is trying to hold out until the Inspector General comes over and frames me for doing it and making me wanted. It's a game breaker, but it's just a little too ridiculous. How much combat power can a summoner without a summoned beast have? This guy is still trying to resist. Fine, then don't blame me, my dear brother, I'll send you to report to hell first. Don't worry, those friends of yours I'll send them to be with you soon. Of course, your parents and sister, I'll send them down one by one to be with you when the time comes, so you can have a family reunion. The smile on Liu Heng's face grew stronger, as if he had already seen his bright future. The long sword in his hand was swung out, and the harsh gusts of wind that coalesced on top of the sword body flew towards Li Mo in front of him. Blast sword! This was Liu Heng's highest attacking skill, and the harsh gusts of wind were able to instantly chop Li Mo in front of him into several halves. Die! Liu Heng's face became hideous, wanting to directly decimate Li Mo. However, the next moment the expression on Liu Heng's face was a violent freeze. In front of where Li Mo was, there was a flash of light and shadow. The gale swept across the front, but it only left several sword marks on top of the surrounding walls. Liu Heng's eyes snapped shut, then he raised a long sword in his hand and headed behind him. Bang! A crunching sound came from Liu Heng, and Liu Heng only felt as if the long sword in his hand had chopped on top of a very hard object. In the next moment, a massive force instantly came and landed on his body through the long sword in his hand, causing Liu Heng's body to instantly fly backwards. Liu Heng was horrified in his heart. What the hell is going on here? Li Mo clearly didn't summon any summoned beasts out. Also, how did he disappear in place? Could it be that he used some kind of light-preserving prop? Before Liu Heng could think about it, Li Mo's figure appeared directly behind Liu Heng, who was flying backwards in midair. At this time, Li Mo was already wearing that evil ghost mask, and the underworld soul scythe in his hand swung out without hesitation, chopping towards Liu Heng. Liu Heng only had time to see Li Mo's demonic mask, and then a cold light came directly to his face. Liu Heng couldn't think too much in time. A white light flashed out from his body and wrapped around his body. Bang! Under the wrapping of that white light, Liu Heng's body instantly flew backwards, smashing on top of the wall next to him with a muffled sound. The white light shattered. Liu Heng quickly took a defensive stance, and a jade pendant at his waist was covered in cracks, and then directly shattered. As the adopted son of the Li family, Liu Heng had been poured all the love of the Li family over the years, and naturally had life-preserving items on him. Watching his jade pendant shatter, a hint of flesh pain flashed through Liu Heng's eyes. It was a precious prop given to him by his mother to save his life. However, now is not the time for fleshly pain. In the next moment, Li Mo's evil ghost mask was once again reflected in Liu Heng's eyes. Liu Heng's veins rippled on his forehead. He was completely unclear as to why Li Mo suddenly had such a strong power, and was only able to is waving the long sword in his hand to resist. It's okay, as long as it lasts for a while, the inspectors should be able to come over. When the time comes, as long as you look at the right time to make a show of being hunted, he, Li Mo, will have to be equally wanted. Liu Heng originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Li Mo, but he didn't expect the attack and defense to change shape so quickly. However, he had still underestimated Li Mo's power right now. Skill, stored power slam, gather strength, quickly rush out and deliver a fatal blow, dealing 300% of your own damage. Liu Mo directly utilized the skill-stored power slam obtained from Link Mythical Beast, and the underworld soul scythe in his hand ruthlessly landed on top of the long sword in Liu Heng's hand. Ka! A crack instantly surfaced on top of the long sword in Liu Heng's hand, as if it was unable to carry such a powerful force. In the next moment, the long sword in Liu Heng's hand violently shattered. A massive force reverberated onto Liu Heng's body, causing him to fly backwards directly towards his back. Pfft! In midair, Liu Heng sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his expression instantly withered. From just now when Liu Mo suddenly disappeared, Liu Heng realized that something was wrong. But how could he not have thought that Liu Mo's current fighting strength would be so strong? Impossible! How is this possible? He's just a summoner, using a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice to summon just 2 powerful summon beasts. What is he without those 2 summon beasts? How could he possibly be that powerful? Liu Heng's body heavily staggered down on top of the floor of the alleyway. However, compared to the physical pain, Liu Heng's heart was more painful. How could he not understand how things had turned out the way they were? How could Liu Mo be so strong? In the next moment, Liu Mo appeared by Liu Heng's side, and the underworld soul scythe in his hand was directly against Liu Heng's neck. Chapter 35: The Top Student in the Exams. Cold sweat broke out on Liu Heng's forehead. From the time he made the move, only less than a minute had passed, and he had directly lost. If it was Liu Mo who had utilized his 2 summon beasts, Liu Heng would still have some balance in his heart. But this guy moved himself. A summoner, without using his own summon beast, had easily fucked himself over. If anyone else knew that, I'm afraid the first reaction would be that he was a complete and utter waste. After all, without a summoner without a summoning beast, an ordinary professional would be able to fight 10 of them alone. If you can't even defeat a summoner without a summon beast, what is it if you're not a complete and utter waste? Thoughts rushed through Liu Heng's mind, then he looked at Liu Mo, who was wearing an evil ghost mask, and hurriedly said, "You can't kill me! I'm the adopted son of the Li family. If I die, Mom, Dad and Sister will absolutely investigate thoroughly, and you won't be able to run away then either." Now was not the time to act like why Liu Mo was so strong, but to think about how to save his life first. Liu Mo looked at Liu Heng on the ground with an icy expression. "Don't worry, I won't kill you that easily. The hurt you brought to Shi Yuhan, I will double it back to you." Liu Mo did not want to kill Liu Heng so easily, it would be too cheap for him. Besides, what Liu Heng said was also good. If he killed him here himself, the Li family would definitely search for the murderer with all their might. Other than that, that Shun Tian hearing might have the means to know what's going on here. This was the reason why Liu Mo put on the mask. It would be too much of a loss if he was wanted because he killed Liu Heng. If you want to kill him, you'll have plenty of chances later. However, Liu Mo wouldn't let him off so easily. The underworld soul scythe in his hand was raised, and Liu Mo directly chopped on top of Liu Heng's right arm. Ow! The pain that penetrated deep into his soul came, causing Liu Heng to instantly let out a pig-killing scream. Liu Mo controlled the strength, and physically did not cause much damage to Liu Heng, but the soul damage was able to cause Liu Heng to feel extreme pain. Raising the underworld soul scythe in his hand once again, Liu Mo directly landed it on top of Liu Heng's right leg. The intense pain caused Liu Heng's body to convulse, and he even rolled his eyes. As the adopted son of the Li family, Liu Heng had grown up in fine clothes. Where had he ever suffered this kind of pain? This was soul damage, and the pain it brought was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Remember! If you want to find trouble, come directly at me, and then lay hands on those around me. I will definitely cut off your head. As Liu Mo watched Liu Heng finish, the underworld soul scythe in his hand once again fell and landed on Liu Heng's other arm. The soul damage and pain caused Liu Heng's body to convulse once again, and saliva flowed out from the corners of his mouth. At this time, a footstep came from not far away. Liu Mo knew that it was the City Patrol Division that had come. Without any hesitation, Liu Mo put away the underworld soul scythe and his body quickly disappeared into this alleyway. Soon enough, a squad from the City Patrol Division arrived and found Liu Heng, who was already unconscious. For the next 2 days, Liu Mo basically looked after Shi Yuhan. In the past 2 days, Liu Mo had been waiting for Liu Heng to bring the Li family crowd over to question him about his actions against Liu Heng, but he had not waited. It seemed that Li Yuheng had not revealed himself. Is he afraid of losing face, or is he brewing revenge against himself? Liu Mo didn't think about it. The soldiers came to cover the earth and water came to block his. And Shi Yuhan recovered well, waking up after 3 days in a coma. The first thing she did when she woke up, Shi Yuhan told Liu Mo and Zhang Wei that it was imperative to find out who had moved against her, not to mention revenge. Shi Yuhan knew in her heart that the other party was the Star Iron Guild's mighty Tiger Legion. They couldn't afford to mess with them. Liu Mo didn't say anything to the two of them about Yan Shuo who having been killed by him, but only instructed Shi Yuhan to recuperate. Soon, on the 4th day after the college entrance exam, it was time for the results to be announced. When Liu Mo arrived at the medical clinic, he was seeing Shi Yuhan and Zhang Wei with excited faces. "What? Did you two get good grades?" Liu Mo asked with a smile. Shi Yuhan looked at Liu Mo with a smile on her face and said with an excited expression, "Liu Mo, you haven't checked your grades yet, right? The results of the college entrance exam are out, and you're number 1. Number 1 in the city. Number 1 in the province. Or number 1 in the country." Zhang Wei also spoke up. "Yeah, not only that, you also broke the record for the total score of the college entrance exam, and now the total score is also the first in history." Reimer froze for a moment as well. He knew that his college entrance examination results must be good. The first in the province is very likely, but he did not expect that the first in the country is also himself. "How are you two doing with your grades?" Liu Mo asked as he looked at the two men and opened his mouth. Shi Yuhan laughed. "It's not bad, although it's nowhere near as good as you, but it should be enough for the two of us to get on the high school score." Zhang Wei patted Li Mo's shoulder. "This is a big happy event, you have to treat yourself to dinner." Liu Mo nodded his head. "That's for sure, when Yuhan can get out of bed, I'll take you guys to the first floor of Tianan for a good rub." And at this time, the news of Liu Mo becoming the number 1 in the country was also spreading in Tianan City. The entire Tianan City was instantly abuzz with excitement. After all, there was a national scholar. Everyone was feeling honored. "It's so awesome! I didn't expect that our Tianan City could still produce a Gaokao scholar, and it's also the first Gaokao scholar in history in terms of total score. The most exaggerated thing is that this Liu Mo is still a summoner, and a summoner becoming a top student in the college entrance exam is considered history-making, and even more of a miracle. See? I've long said that our Tianan has the appearance of a dragon this year, and there's definitely going to be a big shot. You all said that I, Blind Lu, am truly blind. Now should you believe that I'm a celestial eye, right?" All the major newspapers, all the front-page headlines are publishing the news that Liu Mo has become the top student of the college entrance examination. Almost hate that the whole board is all about Liu Mo. There was no way around it. The topic of a summoner becoming a high school student was just too explosive. For a while, the entire Tianan City was almost entirely about Liu Mo's discussion. "Hey, you guys are saying that summoners can all become high school seniors. Does this mean that the conclusion that summoners are the weakest combat profession is wrong? Wrong my ass! Use your brain and think about it. Is the strong one a summoner? The strong one is Liu Mo. It's widely recognized that summoners are the weakest. There was even a summoner who summoned a dragon before, but that's all. Not bad. How many years has it been before there was a Liu Mo? It's undeniable that summoners are weak, it's just Liu Mo who is strong." Although Liu Mo had become the top student in the college entrance exam, it still didn't change the conclusion that summoner was the weakest combat profession. There's no way around it, it's a fact that has been corroborated by the lifetime development of too many summoners. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were convinced that Liu Mo had utilized the forbidden art of talent sacrifice, and that his future achievements would be just like that. However, this couldn't affect the fact that Liu Mo was the top student of the college entrance examination and was in the spotlight of millions of people. Liu Mo also quickly received a call from the principal, telling him to hurry to the school. There was an interview with an official reporter. And just at this time, a large number of reporters also gathered at the Li family mansion, directly surrounding the Li family mansion. Chapter 36, Journalist Siege. Outside the Li family mansion, many reporters were blocked outside, looking at the tightly closed Li family mansion and talking about it. "This Li family is really something, out of a college entrance examination scholar, not to mention that adopted son's grades are also good, the second in Tianan City and the top 10 in the country." "That's right, It's really enviable, in a moment when I can go and I must ask the Li family head how he teaches his children. Hey, I heard that this Li Mo was lost before, was living in an orphanage, and was only picked up in the past few years. This is a big topic to ask questions around. Inside the Li family mansion, the Li family members looked at the reporters outside through the windows with different expressions. Yang Chunhong's face was very ugly. How could she not have thought that Li Mo was the one to become a national top student? Now that Li Mo was not in the Li family, if these reporters learned of Li Mo's immediate departure and severance of ties, there was no telling how they would report on them. Definitely can't let these reporters know that Li Mo ran away from home and severed ties with us, or else if it's reported, where else can I put my face? Li Mingda said in a deep voice. Doesn't the fact that the top student of the college entrance exam left home and severed his relationship show that they, the Li family, don't know what they're talking about? Yang Chunhong coldly snorted and said, But it's just using that forbidden art of talent sacrifice in exchange for it. What kind of senior high school scholar? I don't know how much water there is. Li Xiaoman also spoke up. That's right, if it wasn't for those two summoned beasts, this Li Mo wouldn't even be sure if he could pass the college entrance exam. Li Tianlan's gaze flickered for a moment before he spoke. It's not certain if Li Mo used the talent offering or not. Besides, even if he did, the top student of the college entrance exam is the top student of the college entrance exam. What's the water? He's the one who broke the historical record. In the past few days, Li Tianlan had also asked Li Menghan some things about Li Mo, and had changed his opinion of Li Mo a lot. She also did not expect that this own brother, whom she had not been paying attention to, would be having such a hard time in the Li family. $500 a month to live on. No wonder he ran away from home and cut ties with his family. Li Menghan also nodded her head and said, Big sister is right, this college entrance exam scholar is Li Mo's honor, no one can take it away. I've been saying for a long time now that I should get Li Mo back as soon as possible. What's it become when the Li family's own son is suffering outside? Li Xiaoman sniffed with dissatisfaction. Suffering? What can he suffer? If you want to say he's suffering, it's Yuheng who's suffering, he's been in bed for 2 days. Saying that, Li Xiaoman's gaze fell on Li Menghan. Second sister, haven't we found the murderer yet? Li Menghan shook her head. No, the traces of the fight at the scene were not heavy, and the Yuheng never opened his mouth to see clearly if the other party looked like him. This matter Li Menghan is also a little strange. Li Yuheng is after all the hidden profession blast swordsman, who can seriously injure him so quickly? Unless it was an expert of more than 30 levels, or even more than 40 levels, who could manage to seriously injure Li Yuheng in such a short time, allowing the Inspector General next to him to not even have the time to react. But how could Li Yuheng provoke such a character? Yang Chunhong said with a heartbroken face. Yuheng was probably scared and probably didn't see who it was. This matter must be investigated strictly to the end. If the murderer is found out, I'll make him pay for it. Li Mingda frowned and said, All right, let's talk about how to solve these reporters outside. We can't just keep being blocked at home, right? The reporters outside made Li Mingda very distracted. He valued his face the most. If this time let these reporters know about Li Mo's leaving home and severing his relationship, he might not know how to report it. Li Tianlan sniffed and spoke. You can start by saying that Li Mo is not at home and find a reason to muddle through first. As Li Menghan listened to the words of several people, her eyes flickered as she said, I agree with Big Sister's words to muddle through first, but I think we can pick Li Mo back up. It's not a thing to leave him outside like this. Li Menghan had wanted to take Li Mo over and make it up to him before, but she never had the chance. This is just a good opportunity, and it would be good to use this to pick up Reimer. Yang Chunhong jumped straight to her feet. Bring him back? What for? You guys still think he's mad at your mom? Li Tianlan also spoke up. I also think that we should bring Li Mo back. No matter what, he is also the biological bloodline of the Li family. Li Mingda looked at the reporters outside the window, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Let's do it. Let's muddle through these reporters outside first, and then bring Li Mo back afterward. For the sake of the Li family's honor, Li Mo must not be outside, at least not for a while. At this time, in Li Yuheng's room, wrapped in bandages, Li Yuheng lay on the bed, looking out the window at the reporter, gripping the bed sheets around him, looking very indignant. If there was no Li Mo, and he himself was the top scholar of Tianan City and Jiangnan Province, then these reporters outside should have come over to interview him. Instead of the way it is now, where one is just a sidekick and no one even cares. Li Mo! You wait for me, I will make you pay! Just as the Li family members were fretting about the reporter, Li Mo was already heading to the 8th high school. At this time the 8th high school is also surrounded by reporters. After all, this is Li Mo's alma mater, the attention is also extremely high. And in the principal's office, Yang Feng, the principal of the 8th high school, was interviewed by the official media with a glowing face. Reporters inside the school couldn't get into the principal's office, so they simply interviewed the students and teachers inside the school. Li Mo became the top student of the college entrance examination. May I ask what you guys usually know about Li Mo? Senior Li Mo? I just thought that Senior Li Mo was quite low-key. I didn't even recognize him before, but I didn't expect a direct hit. Come to interview me, I know Senior Li Mo. He is usually very low-key and humble, and diligent and hardworking, has always been my idol. Not, what do you mean like reading lines This is all from my heart, okay. Well, my impression of Senior Li Mo is that he is handsome. I watched the video of him passing the entrance exam for 3 days and 3 nights. It's just too handsome. I want to have children with him. Scram, what are you doing here as a guy? Senior Li Mo is mine. I'm the school flower of our school, Senior Li Mo. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Along with these interviews, a variety of counterintuitive headlines have sprung up from some media outlets in an effort to compete for topicality. Shocked. The high school student was coveted by his male classmates. This is a moral degeneration or a distortion of human nature. Let's look at the report. School flowers compete to become the girlfriend of the senior high school student. I do not know which type of senior high school student Li Mo likes, with pictures. Chapter 37, School Rewards. Li Mo naturally does not know this. At this time he is already to the school, looking at so many reporters outside, sensible to wear a mask, came to the principal's office in front. Of course, it's not that evil ghost mask that's being worn. After entering the principal's office, the official media reporters inside directly left the principal behind and quickly gathered around Li Mo. For half an hour, in the end it was Yang Feng who could see that Li Mo was a bit dissatisfied, and only then did he take the opportunity to send these reporters out. Looking at Li Mo in front of him, Yang Feng was full of smiles. Li Mo, your performance this time is really great. It's not in vain that I think highly of you. Li Mo rolled his eyes in his mind. Usually he hadn't even seen Yang Feng, let alone any regard. Of course, Li Mo knew that this was polite, and it was also Yang Feng who made a few polite remarks. Afterward, Yang Feng coughed lightly and spoke. Li Mo, what about letting you come over this time? Firstly, it's for the matter of the official media interview, and secondly, it's the matter of the reward. You became the top student of the college entrance exam. The school naturally has rewards. Not only the school, the city and the province will have your rewards distributed. But the city and provincial rewards will take a few days to go through the formalities, and the school rewards you can take away today. Li Mo's eyes lit up. He had come over today for this very thing. There should be a lot of rewards for high school seniors. Yang Feng was also aware of some of Li Mo's situation, and without saying anything more, he directly took out a card. There's $5 million in here, a cash reward for you from the school, and on top of that, there's a B-rank resource reward. But this B-rank resource is a generalized resource, not a summoner-oriented resource. As you know, our school hasn't been doing too well over the years, and we don't have a lot of resources, so I've increased the original $3 million cash award to $5 million for you. Reimer nodded. There was no excuse for that. The so-called universal resources were the ones that basically all professions could use, while the resources towards summoners, most of which were resources to enhance the summon beasts. After all, for summoners, the summon beasts were the essence. It wouldn't make a world of difference to Li Mo. After all, he had linked the mythical beast, and it was fine to boost himself. With this $5 million, it is possible to pay back Li Minghan's money. Although he didn't have much distaste for Li Minghan Li Mo, he didn't want to get too involved with the Li family either. After receiving all the rewards, Li Mo was ready to go back first. And at this moment, in the alleyway outside Li Mo's rental house, Li Tianlan looked at his surroundings and frowned. Li Mo has been living here since he got out of the house? The environment here was really too bad. How could Li Tianlan have never thought that his own brother would be living in such a place? Li Minghan nodded. Liemo, he doesn't have much money, and he didn't bring any money with him from home, so he was only able to live in this kind of place. Li Menghan had a smile on her face, as she would soon be able to pick Liemo back up, which made her very happy. This time it was just her and her big sister who came over. Neither of her parents came over, even though they promised to take Liemo back. Although they said it was to deal with those reporters, Li Menghan knew in her heart that they just couldn't pull the trigger to come over and let Liemo go back. It doesn't matter, let's pick up Liemo first, then ease their conflict, and then make it up to Liemo. This is what Li Menghan had in mind. As Li Tianlan listened to Li Menghan's confirmation, his heart felt a little bad. Previously, she had always just felt that Liemo was a little transparent, plus she was very busy, so she had never paid attention to him, not realizing that his life over the years had been so difficult. At this time, Li Tianlan thought of the diary Li Menghan had given her. It was Reimer's diary, and it had something about her in it as well. When Liemo first went back, he revered her. After all, she was the #1 warrior in Tianan. But what about yourself? Instead of being lovingly indifferent to his offerings, he was feeling a little bored. He had a conflict with Yu Heng once in the back, and she herself sided with Yu Heng without even asking. After all, Yu Heng had grown up in her home since she was a child, and her feelings for Li Yu Heng were still a bit deeper. But according to Li Mo's diary, it was Yu Heng who was wrong about that incident. After that incident, Liemo was no longer attentive to her and basically avoided her. But she didn't realize it. Instead, she was feeling much clearer. As soon as he thought of this, Li Tianlan was somewhat embarrassed and scratched his palms. In Li Tianlan's world, she only identifies with people who have value. Therefore, at the very beginning when she learned that Liemo had left the Li family, she did not take it to heart. But now that Liemo had become the top student of the college entrance examination, and was already proving his worth, Li Tianlan felt that he should take Liemo back. The things that happened before should be compensated to Liemo accordingly. Just as he was thinking, a sound of footsteps came from the front, and Li Mo's figure appeared at the entrance of the alleyway in front of him. Li Menghan looked at Liemo, a touch of joy surfaced on her face, and she and Li Tianlan quickly greeted him. Liemo, congratulations, becoming the top student of the college entrance exam is a great joy. Liemo frowned slightly as he looked at Li Menghan and Li Tianlan in front of him. However, when he thought of the money Li Menghan had lent him at that time, a smile still appeared on Li Mo's face. Thanks, and by the way, here's the money to pay you back, and thanks again for lending me the money at the time. Liemo pulled out the school reward card and handed it to Li Menghan. Looking at the bank card in front of her, the smile on Li Menghan's face stiffened for a moment. Afterward, she hurriedly said, Liemo, you don't have to give it back to me, I'm your sister, it's only right to give you some money. I didn't come over here to ask you to pay back the money, I came to pick you up and take you back to the Li family. Li Tianlan also spoke up at this time. Yes, Liemo, I didn't realize that you've been living in this kind of place lately. Come back with us, Mom and Dad have also agreed to let you go back. The smile on Li Mo's face instantly disappeared as he sniffed. Shoving the card in his hand directly into Li Menghan's hand, Liemo said expressionlessly, I don't like to owe others things, let alone such a large sum of money. I have returned the money to you, so if there is nothing else, please leave. Li Menghan froze, not expecting Li Mo's demeanor to change so quickly. She hurriedly explained, Liemo, I really didn't come over to ask you for money, I really came to pick you up and take you home, go back with us, okay, we were wrong before, after we go back, I'll make it up to you. A sneer surfaced on Li Mo's face, and his tone was completely cold. Take me back? I've already severed my relationship with the Li family, it was clearly written in black and white at the time. I don't think you guys are here to take me back, you want to take the name of the high school student back, right? Chapter 38, Abyssal Essence Tonic. Li Menghan froze, not expecting things to turn out this way. Looking at Liemo, Li Menghan's eyes were slightly red. Liemo, I know you have a grudge in your heart, and before that, it was also my sister who was sorry for you, so you just... Before Li Menghan could finish, Liemo directly interrupted her. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any resentment in my heart, and I don't need to say anything like sorry, anyway, your Li family already has a son, or a son who has been together since childhood and has a deep bond, so there's no need for me to go back. I am grateful in my heart that you can lend me money, the card given to you has $5 million in it. The extra money is considered a thank you. I don't want to have any contact with the Li family." Li Tianlan on the side frowned at his words. "Liemo, how can you talk like that? We came over here with good intentions." Liemo looked at Li Tianlan and said in a cold voice, "What? Does the eldest Miss Li family still want to control how I speak? What should I say? Shouldn't I be grateful and kneel on the ground to thank you for taking me back to the Li family? You guys don't have amnesia, do you? Forgetting how you guys treated me when I was in the Li family?" Li Tianlan was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke. "Come back with me, no matter what. You have the blood of the Li family flowing in your body, and after we return, we'll make it up to you." Liemo directly laughed and looked at Li Tianlan and said disdainfully, "The blood of the Li family? I am ashamed of this. I no longer have any relationship with the Li family. Please don't disgust me by saying that." "And compensate? How can you compensate me for the one thing your Li family has done? How can you compensate me? Did you think you could get rid of me by giving me some money? That you could just have all of the previous things erased? I'm telling you, I remember all of what happened before yet, and these things don't go away so easily." Li Menghan sniffed, and a tear streak appeared on her face, looking at Liemo and choking. "Liemo, I know you suffered a lot in the past. Come back with us. I promise I won't let you suffer any more wrongs in the future." "You guarantee?" Liemo snorted, then he missed them and headed towards his rented house. "Liemo," Li Tianlan said in a deep voice, "don't get carried away. With your current achievements and with the Li family's assistance, you'll be able to soar right away. Even if you used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice, I still have a way to help you with the aftermath. Come back with us." Liemo didn't even return and waved his hand. "You guys remember, Liemo, was an orphan before. I'm an orphan now, and I'll be an orphan in the future, and I don't have half a relationship with your Li family. Whether I live or die, whether I use any forbidden techniques or not, whether there are any after effects or not, it doesn't have anything to do with you guys. Go back and pretend we never met." Watching Liemo disappear into the alleyway ahead, Li Minghan's body shook and her face instantly turned pale. She naively thought that as long as she picked up Liemo back, and then talked to her mom and dad properly to ease their relationship, and then made amends to Liemo, she would be able to accomplish the redemption in her heart. But now it seemed that Liemo's hatred for the Li family was hard to dispel. Now it wasn't a matter of whether mom and dad were willing to let Liemo go back or not, it was a matter of Liemo not even wanting to go back. Li Tianlan also fell silent, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Returning to the car, Li Tianlan spoke after a long period of silence. "I really didn't expect that Liemo would be so resentful towards his family." She didn't have a lot of impression of Liemo. She only remembered that when Liemo first came back to the Li family, he was full of smiles and courted her, and after that incident later on, he avoided himself, and coupled with the fact that she was very busy, she rarely saw him. Li Minghan's voice was a bit hoarse as she said, "We're still thinking too simply. What happened to Liemo is nothing more than just words in a diary for us, but for Liemo, it's a personal experience from a few years ago. Come on, go back first." After going back, Li Tianlan talked about what had just happened. Yang Chunhong sniffed angrily. "This Liemo, did he give him face? You two told him to come back, he dared not to come back." Li Xiaoman also spoke up. "I think this guy can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. He really thinks that he's powerful if he becomes a top student of some college entrance exam, right? I don't think we should call him back and leave him out there to fend for himself." Li Mingde said in a deep voice. "Asshole! Let him be outside, maybe those media will report it. You guys don't want face, but this old face of mine still wants it. Go! I'll call him back myself." Yang Chunhong also directly got up and said, "Right. Let's all go. I just don't believe it anymore. This Liemo is so insensitive." Li Menghan looked at the several people and opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she opened her mouth but nothing came out. She suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Obviously, they were the ones who forced Liemo out, and now calling Liemo back into their mouths had instead become a favor to them. That's why Lemur doesn't want to come back, I guess. "I'll pass, I'm a little tired, I'll rest first." Li Menghan directly got up and headed upstairs. She was really feeling a bit mentally tired. Li Mingde, a few people did not care. A few people simply pack up is directly move. At this time, Li Mo was resting inside the rental house, taking stock of the rewards issued by the school. 10 bottles of Abyssal Essence Tonic, 10 physique enhancement pills, and 3 materials of the gold grade. That's all the items in a single copy of a B-rated resource. One of them, the Abyssal Essence Tonic, was made from spiritual materials from the Abyss, and after taking it, it could freely increase 2 points of 4 basic attributes. 10 bottles of Essence Tonic is a 20-point increase in 4 basic attributes. The enhancement Dan, however, was not as good as the Abyssal Essence Tonic, which was refined from inferior spiritual materials, and taking it was only able to increase the 4 basic attributes by 1 point, and it was specific. For example, this physique enhancement Dan was only able to increase the physique attribute of the 4 basic attributes after taking it. As for the 3 gold grade materials that Li Mo couldn't use right now, Li Mo was ready to directly exchange them for money. After resting for a while, Li Mo was getting up and preparing to go to the medical center to check on Shi Yuhan. Just a short distance out, Li Mo saw 2 familiar vehicles appear at the entrance of the alley in front of him. It's the Li family car. Soon, Li Mo was able to see the 4 people, Li Mingde, Yang Chunhong, Li Xiaoman and Li Tianlan, walking down from the car. Several bodyguards then came down as well, looking around with a wary expression. Li Mo! Yang Chunhong shouted towards Li Mo. Li Mo glanced at it, ignoring it, and was heading towards another road. Yang Chunhong instantly became furious, pointing at Li Mo and cursing. Good! You guys are getting more and more lawless, shouting at you without even responding, against the heavens you! Stop right there! Chapter 39, A Crisp Slap. Hearing Yang Chunhong's furious voice, Li Mo didn't even turn his head back and continued to walk towards the other side. Yang Chunhong was trembling with anger. Fine. Pretend you can't hear me, right? Xiao Wang, stop this guy for me! A bodyguard sniffed and instantly appeared in front of Li Mo, stopping him. To be able to become the bodyguards of the Li family, these guys were all at least level 20 or above professionals. Li Mo slowly turned around and looked at Yang Chunhong and the others. His brows furrowed and his heart grew more and more fed up. Afterward, Li Mo's gaze landed on Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan, you brought them here? Li Tianlan froze for a moment, not expecting Li Mo to talk to her like this. Li Xiaoman sniffed and pointed directly at Li Mo and scolded. Good, Li Mo, did I give you face? Now you even dare to call big sister by her name. Who gave you the guts? If I don't teach you a good lesson today, you really think you're good, don't you? With that, Li Xiaoman was directly heading towards Li Mo, raising her hand and preparing to slap him. The city was not allowed to use professional power to fight, so Li Xiaoman was just about ready to give Li Mo a slap in the face. Li Mo's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at the palm that was falling down towards him and directly raised his hand to block it. Afterward, Li Mo directly threw a slap over, landing hard on Li Xiaoman's face. Pa! Accompanied by a crunching sound, Li Xiaoman directly flew out backwards and smashed down on top of the ground behind her. After linking the mythical beast, Li Mo's power was great. Li Xiaoman slumped to the ground and froze outright. Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Li Xiaoman then reacted. She was actually slapped by Li Mo. This guy, how dare he? Reimer! What are you doing? The 3 of them, Li Mingde, were also shocked, and Yang Chunhong helped Li Xiaoman up. At this time, Li Xiaoman's face already had a slap mark, which showed how deep Li Mo's force was. Li Mo! You're crazy! Dare to hit your 3rd sister! Yang Chunhong looked at the slap marks on Li Xiaoman's face and turned toward Li Mo and roared. Li Mo looked calm and said, She tried to make a move on me. I was just defending myself. Justifiable defense? You still have the face to call it self-defense? I think you're really going to be lawless. Yang Chunhong pointed at Li Mo, shaking with anger. Li Xiaoman reacted at this time and directly took out a staff and aimed it at Li Mo. Li Mo! This punk dares to slap my face. I will make you pay. Li Xiaoman looked at Li Mo and gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Li Mo directly took out the underworld soul scythe from the summoning space and looked at Li Xiaoman and said in a cold voice, If you want to do it, then feel free to come and see who can kill who. 3rd sister. Calm down. You can't use professional power in the city. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Tianlan, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth. Yang Chunhong also hurriedly stopped Li Xiaoman when she heard this. Xiaoman, don't be impulsive. No matter what the outcome is, if you make the first move, it will be your responsibility in the end. With that, Yang Chunhong headed towards Li Mo. I'd like to see if I can teach this guy a lesson and he dares to make a move on me. Li Mo did not hesitate. The underworld soul scythe in his hand was raised and aimed directly at Yang Chunhong, his expression indifferent. You can try. Yang Chunhong looked at Li Mo and said angrily, Li Mo, are you crazy? What do you want to do? I'm your mom. Li Mo said disdainfully. My mom? How can you be worthy of that? What have you ever done as my mom? I don't want to waste time with you here. Hurry up and get lost, all of you. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Yang Chunhong said angrily. Li Mo, do you know what you're talking about? What did you learn in the orphanage? Have you forgotten all the propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame you were told to have? Where's your upbringing? Li Mo said disdainfully. Upbringing? You're worthy to say that to me. I'm an orphan, I grew up with no one to teach me. What kind of upbringing can I have? Ms. Yang, don't forget, we don't have anything to do with each other. Don't stop here and pretend to be my mother. Li Mingde, who was on the side, was directly enraged at the words and pointed at Li Mo. How do you talk to your mom? Who gave you the courage? Li Mo directly said. Didn't I tell you? I'm an orphan, fatherless and motherless. Saying that, Li Mo directly took out that severance agreement. Look carefully, this is written clearly in black and white. We don't have any relationship anymore. From the moment you sign, we are strangers, don't climb up the ladder. Yang Chunhong was furious and said, You rebellious son, do you have to be angry with me to be happy? Li Mo looked at Yang Chunhong and said in a cold voice, You'd better not be pissed off. I'm still waiting to settle the score with you guys. It's best to wait until I'm done settling the score with you guys before you die. Li Tianlan's body shook, not expecting Li Mo's resentment to be so deep. Li Mingde was also shocked in his heart. For this son, he had always had the impression that the other party was careful and constantly pleasing the family. When had he ever seen Li Mo like this? At this moment, it was hard for Li Mingde to connect the person in front of him, who was holding a weapon and confronting them in a cold voice, with the Li Mo who had been coy and obedient in the Li family before. I remembered that when he was in the Li family before, even when he was punished by his sister for not being allowed to eat, he was all docile. Now that Li Mo was like this, it really caused Li Mingde to be shocked and angry. Yang Chunhong on the side was left with nothing but anger. She only felt that Li Mo in front of her was provoking her majesty, was testing her bottom line. If we let him go back to the Li family like this, won't he still have to go to heaven? After her chest rose and fell a few times, Yang Chunhong looked at Li Mo and said, Do you know what you're saying? I'm telling you, Li Mo, we're giving you a chance by coming over to find you back. Li Mo laughed outright at his words. Give me a chance? Are you feeling noble right now? Does it feel like taking pity on me? Tell you what, just that broken home. Who wants to go back? Who goes back? Really think it's some kind of meat and potatoes, ah? And apologizing and admitting fault. Tell you guys. It's you who should apologize and admit your faults, of course. I don't care about you apologizing and admitting your faults, so get the hell out of here and don't let me see you again. Li Mingde couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Li Mo. You rebellious son, you can say anything, right? Did I give you face? With that, Li Mingdetsi directly stepped forward and raised his hand towards Li Mo's face. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mo raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand directly, and chopped towards Li Mingde's falling arm. This time, Li Mo directly used his full strength. Chapter 40, An exasperated Yang Chunhong. Li Mingde's heart was shocked, and his body quickly stepped back. Although Li Mingde wasn't very strong, he was still an assassin of level 30 or so and was still very fast. Looking at Li Mo's falling underworld soul scythe, Li Mingde's heart was horrified, but a strong anger also rose. This Li Mo, he really dared to make a move on himself. Li Mo! Are you crazy? I'm your father, don't you dare make a move on me! Li Mo looked at Li Mingde with cold eyes. What? Do you want me to repeat what I just said? She's not my mom anymore, so you're my dad? You didn't sign the severance agreement? Li Mingde was the more he heard the more angry, directly to the angry laugh. Li Mo! Do you think that you've stiffened your wings now that you're the top student in the college entrance exam? Let me tell you, away from the Li family, you are nothing. Li Mo laughed coldly. Leaving the Li family? Making it seem like I've relied on the Li family before, what? When I was in the Li family before, did you guys give me any resources? Did it help me take off? Yo, I forgot, you guys still give me $500 a month, that's really generous. I can't even afford to eat at Li's house, and I have to take odd jobs to be able to pay for my meals in January. I don't know if I'm anything apart from the Li family, but I at least know that apart from the Li family, I can at least eat. Li Mingda's body stiffened and his face became embarrassed. He also knew about Li Mo's living expenses of only $500 a month in the Li family, and that the living expenses had always been managed by Yang Chunhong, who had been unaware of it before. $500 for living expenses is indeed a bit too little, especially in the Li family. Li Yuheng's pocket money is hundreds of times more than Li Mo's living expenses. Looking at Li Mo in front of him, Li Mingda spoke. As long as you go back with me now, I promise to make it up to you. Naturally, Li Mingda was not having a clear conscience, but was looking out for his own face. What will those reporters report if Li Mo doesn't go back? Let's get this thing down first. Li Mo sniffed and looked at Li Mingda. Compensation? I don't need any compensation from you guys, I couldn't wait for me to leave before, but now that I'm allowed to go back, I think it's for the sake of letting the high school student go back. You guys go away, just don't have anything to do with me ever again and I'll thank God. Yang Chunhong on the side said angrily. You rebellious son! I don't even listen to what your father and I say, what do you really want? Li Mo said indifferently. I've already said everything that needs to be said, don't play deaf and dumb here. Yang Chunhong still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Tianlan. Let's go, Li Mo. He does seem to not want to go back. Li Tianlan felt that he had still underestimated Li Mo's hatred towards the Li family, and that forcing it any further would not result in anything other than increasing Li Mo's hatred towards the Li family in vain. Li Mo glanced at Li Tianlan and directly turned around to leave. Back at Li's house, Yang Chunhong was so angry that she directly slammed her bag on the table. It really pisses me off, Li Mo, this rebellious son, really wants to turn against the sky. Li Mingda's expression was also very ugly. He did not expect that Li Mo would be the one who dared to directly move weapons with him. This made Li Mingda, who had always been good at saving face, feel disgraced. Yang Chunhong had nowhere to vent her anger, she could only say to Li Mingda. Take a good look, this is your good son, still pro-life. I think it's just one who came to claim his life. It's not even if he didn't learn to be good in the orphanage, now he's become a white-eyed wolf. I'm telling you, in the future, our family should never give him a penny. I'd like to see how well he can live away from the Li family. Li Tianlan, who was on the side, frowned as he sniffed. Mom, there's a reason why Li Mo doesn't want to come back. You don't pay him. What do you think $500 a month will do to Li Mo? Besides, Li Mo is now the top student in the college entrance exam. Do you think he'll still lack money? Yang Chunhong was speechless when she heard this, and then directly lashed out at Li Tianlan. You're still speaking for that rebellious son? I'm telling you, none of you are allowed to contact this Li Mo again in the future. I'd like to see what he can be godly about out there all by himself. Li Xiaoman also said in a conspiratorial manner. That's right, I really don't know what he's being so godly about. Isn't he just a top student in the college entrance exam? He ate and drank from us before, and now he wants to cut ties with us. Let's see, that Thunder Dragon life core you lost before Big Sister was stolen by him, fed it to that summoned beast of his to eat before he took this high school entrance exam, and now he's flipping out. Yang Chunhong sniffed directly and said, I think so, this rebellious son doesn't learn to be good, but he hasn't forgotten his ability to sneak around orphans. Check. Check what has been lost in the house, and when the time comes, send him directly to the inspection department, and see how he can still be godly. Li Tianlan's frown deepened at his words. Mom, what are you talking about? That Thunder Dragon life core isn't necessarily taken by Li Mo yet. Besides, even if he took it, he can't send it directly to the inspection department. Isn't this ruining him? Yang Chunhong said angrily. Destroy him? You're still thinking about him at this time? Think about what he did to us just now. He dared to make a direct move against us. Can he be spared so easily? Li Mingda snorted coldly and spoke at this time. What inspectorates are you handing over? Don't you want to lose enough face? Yang Chunhong spoke up. Even if we don't hand it over to the inspection division, We still have to treat this Li Mo properly, or else he'll really be lawless. Li Xiaoman, who was on the side, also spoke up. That's right, Dad, look at this slap mark on my face, we definitely can't easily spare this Li Mo. First, gather evidence of this Li Mo's guilt for him, then pin him down and make him kowtow and apologize to me, or else send him to the inspection department. Right. Let's do it like this. Zhao Fu, I asked you to look for incriminating evidence of Li Mo. It's been a few days now. How's the surveillance check going? Yang Chunhong nodded, then opened her mouth towards Zhao Fu, who was not far away, and asked. Zhao Fu quickly came over and looked at Yang Chunhong and hesitantly said, Ma'am, I've looked at all the surveillance and didn't find young Master Li Mo stealing anything. Li Xiaoman said in dissatisfaction. Impossible! Who else could have stolen that Thunder Dragon life core if not him? Li Mo, hasn't he ever been near Father's study? Yang Chunhong also nodded and said, Right. You must look carefully, Li Mo, he doesn't have any suspicious signs. Zhao Fu shook his head. Ma'am, young Master Li Mo doesn't have any suspicious signs, he just sneaks into the kitchen sometimes at night to get some food. Yang Chunhong sniffed as if she had grabbed Li Mo's slap and jumped straight up and said, Look, I told you that he had unclean hands and went to the kitchen to steal something to eat. Zhao Fu, you bring the video back to me. I want to see if he has stolen anything else. If I catch him in the act, let's see how I'll fix him. Chapter 41, Star Iron Guild. Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment as he listened to Yang Chunhong's words, and then quickly brought over one of the videos under Yang Chunhong's urging. Turning on the video, the Li family members were able to see Li Mo covering his stomach at night, with a pale face, heading towards the kitchen location. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman directly said, Look, I told you that this Li Mo's hands are not clean. The fact that he can go to the kitchen and steal is enough to prove that he is a recidivist, and that Thunder Dragon Fate Core was definitely stolen by him. Yang Chunhong sniffed and chimed in. Not bad, Zhao Fu, come and tell all of us, what exactly did this Li Mo steal in the kitchen that day? Zhao Fu sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Madam, young Master Li Mo didn't steal anything, he was just hungry and ate 2 steamed buns inside. That day young Master Li Mo had a fever and didn't come out to eat, but you, ma'am, said he wasn't ready to go to the table and punish young Master Li Mo for not being able to eat. Young Master Li Mo was probably also starving before he went to the kitchen to eat something. Listening to Zhao Fu's words, Yang Chunhong's face was cloudy. What fever? This guy was pretending to be sick at that time, wasn't he alive and well the next day? He even pretended to be pitiful. Fine. Keep looking for me. I don't believe it, this guy can't reveal anything at all. At this time, Li Mo was already rushing to the medical clinic. Shi Yuhan was recovering well and was talking to Zhang Wei. Seeing Li Mo come over, Shi Yuhan laughed. I was just talking about you, and you came over. Looking at Shi Yuhan and Zhang Wei, a smile appeared on Li Mo's face as well. These 2 people in front of him were his Li Mo's relatives. Reimer smiled. Say what about me? Zhang Wei spoke up. It's still not about you being the top student in the college entrance exam? Li Mo, you're famous now, the top student in the country. Ah, what a fight for face. Reimer smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, Li Mo, do you have an intended college yet? Shi Yuhan, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened her mouth and asked. Now that the GCSE results are out, the next step is to choose a GCSE. With Reimer's grades, all of the nation's high school exams are available for selection. Li Mo pondered for a moment, then spoke. For now, my intention is Qingbei University. Zhang Wei nodded. What I just told Yuhan was also Qingbei University. This is after all the top-ranked university in the country. It's still more suitable for you, Li Mo. With your grades, getting into Qingbei is no problem. Li Mo looked at the 2 and asked. What about you guys? What school do you want to go to? Shi Yuhan spoke up. Zhang Wei and I have about the same grades, in the middle to upper middle range. There's no problem getting into colleges and universities, but there isn't a lot of room to pick from. Li Mo nodded, he was aware of this, then Li Mo directly said. Why don't you guys go to the capital as well? We can take care of each other when the time comes. Zhang Wei laughed. We also have this plan. After all, the number of colleges and universities in the capital is also the largest. When the time comes, with you as the top student of the college entrance exams to take care of it, it's better than us being in other places. The three of them had been friends since childhood, and at this time, they naturally wouldn't be pretentious about anything. Right, Liemo, we're discussing going out of the city for hunting tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Zhang Wei looked at Liemo and said. Liemo froze for a moment. So diligent? It's just after the college entrance exam. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. Do you think everyone is like you, the top student in the college entrance exam? How can you improve yourself if you don't go out of town to hunt? Tell you, enter the college is just a beginning. I heard that just started the college and the freshman competition ranking the more forward, get the reward is will be more rich. This time you have to prepare in advance. I can tell you, even though you're a high school senior, you can't slack off. Liemo laughed. Okay, I'll go tomorrow too. Yuhan, how is your situation? Can you go tomorrow? Zhang Wei said. Yes, the medical doctor said that you will be able to get out of bed tonight. Besides, when the time comes, with you around, how else can we use Yuhan to fight for her life? Reimer smiled and nodded, a happy smile on his face. He had been a little worried that there would be some kind of disconnect between the three of them after he became a high school senior, but now it seemed that he was overthinking it. Early the next morning, the three of them, Liemo, were heading towards the outside of the city to start hunting for demons. The Gao Gao test was also an ascension test, and after ascending, both Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan's combat power had increased by a lot. Of course, Lemur got even more of a boost. The magical creatures on the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest were now basically no threat to Liemo and the others. With just the animal's hand, all the demons encountered were almost killed in seconds. Seeing this, Zhang Wei flirted. I told you, with Liemo around, there's no chance for us to make a move at all. Shi Yuhan was a bit embarrassed. We don't do anything and still share the upgrade experience. It's like we're getting something for nothing. Zhang Wei sniffed. Harm, just as a landlord, the senior high school student, we can still make a few days. Immediately after entering colleges and universities, I don't know when we can meet again. Speaking of this, Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan were both a bit sad. After all, when you enter a college or university, the tasks are also more demanding. Even if they were both in the capital, it was impossible to see each other every day. Liemo went back to the Li family they have not seen a few times. Now it is not easy to be in one piece, but not even a few days, they will be separated again. Seeing this, Liemo spoke up. Don't engage in these no-nos. How come we can't see each other? Even if we enter colleges and universities and are busy again, in the future we will have to see each other in January. Fine, as long as you, the top student of the college entrance exam, don't mind. Zhang Wei laughed. Reimer shook his head. You're making fun of me again. After hunting for a whole day, Xuanwu's level was finally raised to level 10, while Li Mo's level was also raised by 2 levels to level 12. The mythical beast and the Kuei dragon had also each risen 1 level to 11. As for Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, they directly rose 3 levels in a row. It was worth mentioning that Li Mo's current 4 basic attributes linking the mythical beast were the 4 basic attributes of the mythical beast's 11th level plus Li Mo's own 4 basic attributes of the 12th level. So, how much of Li Mo's 4 bases were related to the level of the mythical beast? After collecting all the materials from all the magical creatures, Li Mo's trio was ready to return to the city. And just at this time, a vibrating sound suddenly came from the Black Mist Forest ahead. Subsequently, the 3 of them, Liemo, were able to see numerous people riding demonic mounts coming out of it, and quickly heading in the direction of Tian'an City. Looking at the flag on it, this should be a team. And when Liemo saw the seal on the flag, his brows furrowed slightly. It's the Star Iron Guild. This team apparently also discovered Li Mo's trio and directly separated into 2 lanes, quickly surrounding Li Mo's trio. It was as if they were deliberately looking for Liemo and the others. Chapter 42, The Star of Wishes. Looking at the group gathered around him, Li Mo's brows furrowed. Yang Suho's affairs have come to a head? It wasn't impossible. After all, the Star Iron Guild was very strong, and it wasn't impossible to find out so quickly. Besides, Li Yuheng could surmise that he had done it, and would probably leak it to the Star Iron Guild as well. Liemo knew Li Yuheng too well, and this kind of backstabbing and shading was his strong suit. Shi Yuhan also saw their flag at this time, and her face turned pale. She knew that Yan Shuo, the leader of the fierce tiger regiment who had seriously injured herself last time, was from the Star Iron Guild, so it was really a narrow road. Just at this time, the group of Star Iron Guild in front of them parted, and a person riding a fiery red lion quickly crossed out. Red Fire Berserker. This was a 5-star grade mount with a qualification of 15, very rare in number and highly valuable. Riding on the red flame berserk lion was a woman with a well-proportioned body, sword brows and starry eyes, looking very valiant. Wish the Star Pupil. President of the Star Iron Guild. Previously, when he was in Shuntian listening to inquire about the mighty Tiger Regiment, some of the Star Iron Guild's information was bought by Liemo. Liemo didn't hesitate and directly summoned the mythical beasts, Kui Dragon, and Xuanwu to stand by. The message said that Zhu Xingxu was a level 45 warrior, and it seemed that he was also a hidden profession berserker with extremely high combat power. But even so, Liemo was confident that he had the capital to put up a fight. If they really wanted to fight for their lives, not to mention anything else, at least half of these people from the Star Iron Guild around them would have to die. What Liemo was worried about now was Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan. And just at this time, Zhu Xingxin pupil rode on the red fire berserker lion and looked Liemo up and down. "You're that college entrance exam scholar, Liemo?" Zhu Xingxin pupil opened her mouth. Her voice was crisp, like a jade pearl falling on top of an iron plate. Zhang Wei hurriedly spoke. "You guys are from the Star Iron Guild, right? Liemo is the top student of the college entrance exam, so you guys should consider the consequences of making a move on him. If a person with the status of a senior high school student was killed, not to mention the Star Iron Guild, even if it was the #1 ranked guild in the country, it would be directly exterminated without any room for maneuver." Zhu Xingxi naturally knew this, and listening to Zhang Wei's words, she said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm more aware of this than you are." Afterward, Zhu Xingxin pupil dropped her gaze to the mythical beast and Kui dragon that Liemo had summoned. Apparently, she was more interested in Liemo's summoned beasts, and looked back and forth several times. "Your summoned beast is quite something. Even if it's me facing it, it's still under some pressure." A flash of appreciation passed through Zhu Xingxin pupil's eyes. Although she had seen the video and knew that Liemo's summoned beast was very strong, Zhu Xingxin did not expect it to give even her a sense of oppression. No wonder he was able to kill Yan Shuo. Afterward, Zhu Xingxin looked at Liemo's stern look and spoke. "There's no need to be so nervous. I don't want to do anything to you. I've already understood what happened. Yan Shuo struck out at your friend, and you helped your friend to avenge his death. There's nothing wrong with that in my opinion. But after all, Yan Shuo is a member of my regiment and still my leader, so I have to do something. When you're at level 20, I'll go find you, and at that time I'll fight you with my suppressed power to level 20, and no matter who loses or wins in the end, this matter will be considered in the past." After saying that, Zhu Xingxin pupil pulled the reins, and the red flame frenzy lion instantly leaped out, quickly heading towards Tian'an City. The people from the Star Iron Guild behind them followed suit, and quickly left the area. It wasn't until they left that Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Liemo and said, "You killed the people from the Star Iron Guild?" Zhang Wei didn't expect that the people from the Star Iron Guild were blocking them because Liemo had killed someone. Or the Star Iron Guild. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Liemo directly nodded his head and said, "The one who seriously injured Shi Yuhan was Yan Shuo, the leader of the Star Iron Guild's mighty Tiger Regiment." Zhang Wei froze for a moment. Shi Yuhan did not say who the person who seriously injured her was for fear of connecting them. After reacting, Zhang Wei directly said, "Good kill. I thought how I offended the Star Iron Guild, since it's the person who seriously injured Yuhan. There's nothing to say about this, Liemo, you did a good job." Shi Yuhan also didn't expect Liemo to kill Yang Xiu, she couldn't help but worry. "Liemo, you're too impulsive. Yang Xiu is after all a member of the Star Iron Guild. This is too much of a loss now that you've offended the Star Iron Guild." Liemo laughed. "Don't worry, didn't Zhang Wei say just now that I'm the top student of the college entrance exam? The Star Iron Guild won't do anything to me. I didn't realize that high school student had become my talisman." Liemo was clear in his heart, just now that Zhu Xingxu said that although the words are more reasonable, but the main role, let her do not do the main reason is still his own become the top student of the college entrance examination. Liemo did not take this matter seriously, and after going back and giving all the materials to Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, he went back to rest. Early the next morning, before Liemo woke up, he was directly woken up by the cell phone next to his bed. Cell phones are still available in this world, but they only have a signal in the city, and you have to rely on special means of transmission in the wild. Picking up his cell phone, it was the principal's call. "Hey, principal, what's up?" Reimer yawned. He didn't sleep too well last night. Principal Yang Feng's voice that couldn't hide his laughter came over. "Liemo, are you free now? If you're free, hurry over to the school and let me tell you, the enrollment teachers from all the major colleges and universities have already come over, all to look for you." Liemo froze for a moment, and then said doubtfully, "So fast, isn't it still necessary to wait for 2 days for the enrollment work of the major colleges and universities to be unfolded?" Yang Feng laughed. "That's for ordinary students. You are the top student of the college entrance examination. The major colleges and universities, in order to grab you, can't they act in advance? Let me tell you, these college admissions teachers can all come over by teleportation spells that are not willing to delay seeing you for a moment." Liemo thought about it. After all, it is the top student of the college entrance examination. The treatment is different. But writing a teleportation spell was also a bit of a stretch. Between the major cities were wilderness with tons of magical creatures and demons, and the teleportation spells between the cities were the safest means of movement. However, the cost of writing a teleportation spell was not low, and Liemo had previously thought that the enrollment teacher was coming over on a flying mount. "Since the admissions teachers are already here, I'll go over there." Liemo spoke directly. Even though he was a high school student, he couldn't put on a show, could he? Quickly putting on his clothes, Liemo directly opened the door to his room and prepared to head towards the school. And just after walking out a short distance to the entrance of the alleyway, Liemo saw a silhouette being in front of him. It's Li Mongham. Chapter 43, How to Apologize. Liemo frowned slightly, but he didn't expect Li Menghan to find her again. Li Menghan looked at Liemo in front of her and tightened her palms. Last night, Li Tianlan told Li Menghan what had happened when he returned. Li Menghan also didn't expect that Liemo would make a direct move and also use a weapon on her parents. If it was in the past, Li Menghan would have felt that Liemo was unbelievable, and was still like this to her parents. But now, after understanding Liemo, Li Menghan only had heartache for Liemo left in her heart. What kind of life has Liemo lived in the Li family all these years? How much pain must he have in his heart to hate the Li family so much? Lemur. Li Menghan walked forward and looked at Liemo, her eyes full of heartache. Lemur raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask, "Something wrong?" The Li Menghan in front of him had helped him after all, so Liemo couldn't afford to lose his temper with her. Li Menghan rubbed her hands together and said somewhat nervously, "Liemo, I know what Mom and Dad are looking for you for." Upon hearing this, Liemo directly interrupted her. "If it's about anything to go back to the Li family, you shouldn't look for me. I've already made it very clear that I don't have any relationship with the Li family anymore." Li Menghan sniffed and said anxiously, "Liemo, you misunderstood. I didn't come over here to let you go home. There's a set of B-grade resources in here and 3 million. It's kind of sis celebrating you becoming the top student of the college entrance exam." Saying that, Li Menghan handed out a storage ring in her hand. Li Yuhan only took a second in the province, the whole family on all kinds of gifts to send, the money alone gave 30 million. Li Menghan also wanted to celebrate Liemo. Looking at the space ring in Li Menghan's hand, Liemo frowned slightly. "I don't want it." Liemo spoke directly, his tone very firm. Seeing this, Li Menghan opened her mouth and said, "Liemo, just take it. This is also a piece of my sister's heart. You're about to go to a college. All kinds of resources are definitely lacking, and my sister is also trying to help you." Liemo said in a cold tone. "I've said no, I don't need it. I don't have any relationship with the Li family anymore. I don't want anything from the Li family." Li Menghan hurriedly said, "Liemo, I know that you are angry with the Li family. Before in the Li family, it was indeed our fault. Sister, I failed your good intentions towards my sister before. Sister now already knows that she is wrong. After you enter the college, you'll be facing the freshman competition soon. Getting a good ranking is very important to you, so just listen to your sister and take these things." Liemo didn't budge at all when he heard this and directly waved his hand. Li Menghan, I'm very thankful that you were able to lend me money before, but I've already severed my relationship with the Li family, so you don't need to curry favor with me as an outsider like this. Li Yuheng, he entered the college. There will be a freshman competition. You'd better give it to him. Li Menghan's eyes were red all of a sudden. Looking at Li Mo, she said, Li Yuheng, he has his mom and dad, he doesn't lack things. Li Mo, you'd better accept it, as if it's my sister apologizing to you for the things she did in the past. Li Mo directly said, No need, in the past, let's say I was blind and didn't see your Li family clearly. You don't need to apologize to me. I'm not blessed to receive such an expensive gift from you. Li Menghan instantly panicked in her heart. She came over this time because she wanted to ease her relationship with Li Mo. Since reading Li Mo's diary, Li Menghan was the one who felt how bad she had treated Li Mo before. Reimer had just returned to the Li family, eager for closeness, desperately close to himself, licking his chops even, so to speak. But what about yourself? Just found Reimer a bit annoying and dismissed him to keep him away from himself. I remembered that when he had just entered the city patrol division, Li Mo had even bought himself a gift to give to himself, with a face of excitement, wanting to visit the place where he worked. But what does one do? Thinking that the things he sent were shabby and disgraced her, she directly threw them away, not to mention letting people blow him out. Li Mo is her own brother. Now she knew she was wrong before, but it seemed like the distance between her and Li Mo was getting further and further away. Thinking about the matter of the inspection division, Li Menghan panicked and said, Li Mo, haven't you always wanted to go to the city inspection division to take a look around? Sister will take you there, okay? Then sister will take you to the Tianlan exchange to buy some things. Li Mo's expression turned cold when he heard this. The city inspection division? Li Menghan, do you want to humiliate me severely in front of your fellow inspectors like you did last time, and then have me thrown out? Tears instantly flowed from Li Menghan's eyes as she looked at Li Mo and said, Li Mo, you misunderstood me. Before it was my sister who was wrong. My sister apologizes to you. That incident was my sister's fault. Li Mo glanced at Li Menghan and didn't say anything, then he crossed over to her with an expressionless face and headed towards the school. Although Li Menghan had lent him money before, he could never forget what happened that day. The gifts that he had saved up for months to buy were simply thrown away by Li Menghan as if they were trash. From that moment on, Reimer closed himself off. She lent herself the money, and she could double for it, but Li Mo definitely didn't forget the scars in his heart just because of that. Li Mo always reminded himself in his mind that since he had already left the Li family, he should just live his own. As for what the Li family said, he didn't care and didn't want to care. Watching Li Mo leave directly, Li Menghan could no longer hold back her tears. The car door opened and Li Tianlan stepped down from the back seat, gently holding Li Menghan's shoulders. Li Menghan looked at Li Tianlan and said, Elder sister, I just want to care about Li Mo. He became the top student of the college entrance exam. He will soon be going to college. I want to congratulate him. It was my fault before. I didn't think that the person I was before would break his heart so much. Li Tianlan sighed. Yes, who could have thought that things would turn out like this? Li Menghan wiped the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes and looked at Li Tianlan. Big sister, why don't you apologize to Li Mo as well? I believe that as long as it's done with sincerity, it's definitely possible to get Li Mo back. She had read Li Mo's diary, and there were quite a few records about her big sister in it, so naturally she knew that Li Tianlan had also done excessive things to Li Mo. It was on Li Tianlan's birthday. At that time Li Tianlan was very strict and couldn't rub sand in his eyes. Li Mo did something bad with good intentions and was given a direct beating by Li Tianlan. Most importantly, at that time, Li Yuheng had likewise done something wrong, but Li Tianlan had only verbally warned him. Li Tianlan naturally was also clear about this matter, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Naturally, she knew that she had done wrong in that case. However, Li Menghan had contacted Li Mo before, and had even borrowed money from him, and Li Mo didn't even have the slightest bit of softness. She went to apologize? How do you apologize? Could Rimmer possibly forgive her? Chapter 44. Suspicion of the Lost Thunder Dragon's Life Nucleus. Li Tianlan knew in his heart that Li Mo had a great hatred for the Li family now. Even if they wanted to make up with Li Mo wouldn't agree. Li Tianlan comforted Li Menghan for a while, and then he drove home first. As soon as they returned home, they saw their mother, Yang Chunhong, circling around Li Yuheng, whose body was wrapped in bandages. Yuheng! This is a sashimi made from the top-grade spirit material deep-sea dragonfish, and it can boost the agility attribute after eating it. There's also this, a soup made from a 100-year-old white jade mushroom coupled with the meat of the demonic red flame earth dragon. It's very helpful for your body's recovery. By the way, this is the spirit-embracing rice that I specifically instructed the spirit chef to make for you. Eating it can enhance your body's underlying strength. It's a good thing. Hurry up and eat it. Li Menghan and Li Tianlan looked at each other, and there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. In itself, her mother Yang Chunhong was quite doting on her younger brother Li Yuheng, and after Li Yuheng's injury, it became even more serious. Every day is all kinds of great tonic and all kinds of hush-hush. If it was before, Li Meihan and Li Tianlan wouldn't have felt anything. After all, the Li family had enough financial resources to support this. But now, seeing this scene, Li Menghan and Li Tianlan couldn't help but think of Li Mo. What kind of life is he having out there, Li Mo? Can he eat any of the same things that Li Yuheng is eating right now? This was still outside, and at that time, when Li Mo was in the Li family, he hadn't eaten these things either. The video that Fubuki brought out was recorded instead of Reimer going to the kitchen to eat leftovers when he was starving. The mother, Yang Chunhong, was so hush-hush with Li Yuheng, but had she ever thought that she had another son? The biological son. Big sister, second sister, you guys are back. When Li Yuheng saw Li Tianlan and Li Menghan, a warm smile appeared on his face. Yang Chunhong also turned her head, seeing Li Tianlan and Li Menghan. She put down the dishes in her hands and said, I was just saying, Yuheng is going to go to a college soon. You two sisters have to tell him about colleges and universities, so that he can be prepared. That's right, Tianlan, if you have time, teach Yuheng more. Yuheng's blasted wind swordsman is also considered to be a warrior's hidden profession. You, the #1 warrior in Tiannan, can hand over all of your experience to Yuheng without reservation. Li Yuheng also said with a well-behaved face. Mom, don't worry, I'll ask big sister for advice. Yang Chunhong nodded, then looked at Li Menghan and said, Menghan, Yuheng just said that he wants to go to Qingbei University. His grades are enough. You are also from Qingbei University. By then you will be in the same school. You haven't fully graduated yet. By then when you go to the capital you have to take good care of your younger brother, do you hear me? Li Yuheng laughed. Mom, this doesn't even need to be said by you. How can my sister not take care of me? Right. Sister Menghan. Li Menghan didn't say anything. Looking at this scene, her mind remembered Li Mo again. Her eyes reddened slightly. She didn't say anything and turned around to go upstairs. She felt her heart clogging up. Hey, what's up with this dream, Han? Why did she change like this after going out for a while? Yang Chunhong said with a strange face. Li Tianlan said perfunctorily. It's probably because there's something in the city patrol division that's not too happy. I'll go take a look. Saying that, Li Tianlan also followed Li Menghan. For some reason, looking at Yang Chunhong and Li Yuheng with a motherly and filial look, Li Tianlan felt a little twisted in his heart. When he came upstairs, Li Tianlan was seeing Li Menghan wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Watching Li Tianlan follow, Li Menghan raised her red eyes and asked, Eldest sister, just now my heart was clogged with panic. Look at the way my mother treats Li Yuheng, and think about Li Mo's encounters in the family. Tell me, Li Mo, is he really his own flesh and blood? Li Tianlan's words stuttered as she heard Li Menghan's meaning. Li Yuheng was just an adopted son, but he was favored by his mother in this way. But what about Li Mo? He was the biological son of the Li family, but what kind of treatment did he suffer at home? Big sister, look at the things Mom made just now. We've all eaten them, but has Li Mo, he's eaten them? Don't say it's made by Mother herself. Even if it's made by the spiritual chef of the house, has Li Mo he ever eaten it? Every time there's demon meat and other spiritual materials, they're all tightly packed for us to eat, and Li Mo can only eat ordinary food, and even on that it's still not enough to eat. And Mother's living expenses for Li Mo are surprisingly only $500 a month. What can $500 do? This is living expenses, not pocket money, big sister. Our pocket money is at least hundreds of thousands or millions a month, right? Li Tianlan opened his mouth, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. From the time Li Mo came back, Mother just didn't like him, and always felt that Li Mo grew up in the orphanage, and that his body wasn't clean, as well as feeling that he would have any bad habits he learned in the orphanage. Yu Heng was raised by mom since she was a child, so naturally she likes it very much. Li Menghan sniffed. Even if Yu Heng was raised from a young age, but Li Mo he is his mother's own flesh and blood, she shouldn't treat him so differently, right? This isn't even favoritism anymore, this is simply not treating Li Mo as a human being. Saying that, Li Menghan's eyes were once again moist with tears. Big sister, at first when Li Mo treated me that way, I still had some resentment in my heart, but now I finally know why Li Mo is treating us like this. He's getting desperate for us. Big sister, put yourself in your shoes. If it was us who encountered what happened to Li Mo, I'm afraid we would hate the Li family even more than the current Li Mo, right? Li Tianlan's face was also very ugly, and he felt that what Li Menghan said was very reasonable. If it was himself, according to his own nature, I'm afraid he would have left the Li family the first time he was given a hard time, right? But what about Limo? It was hard to hold on to for years. Why did Reimer last so long? Li Tianlan had read Li Mo's diary and naturally knew the answer in his heart. That's kinship. Li Mo is an orphan who has managed to return home and values the hard-won affection even more. So even though he suffered injustice, even though he suffered hardship, even though he was not treated well, he still said nothing. Even smiled at them all the time. However, they did not cherish it in the slightest, and broke Li Mo's heart over and over again, ultimately resulting in the current situation. Do you blame Lemur for the way he treats them? It's their own fault. At this time, Li Menghan wiped the tear tracks on her face and looked at Li Tianlan and spoke. Elder sister, do you know about the Thunder Dragon Life Core? Li Tianlan nodded and said hesitantly. I know, originally that was a birthday gift that Dad was going to give me, but it was lost. Xiaoman and Mom, ever since they watched Li Mo's college entrance exams, thought that Li Mo had stolen that Thunder Dragon Life Core and fed it to his summoned beasts, and that's why he got such a good college entrance exam score. Li Menghan shook her head. Big sister, listen to me, it's not like that. The loss of the Thunder Dragon Life Core, I suspect it was Xiaoman's doing. Chapter 45. Is Li Mo a biological child? Xiaoman? Li Tianlan froze for a moment, completely not expecting Li Menghan to say that. No way! Why would Xiaoman steal a Thunder Dragon Life Core? If she wanted it, wouldn't she have just said so? Li Tianlan was a bit strange. Li Xiaoman usually had quite a lot of pocket money. There was no need to steal this Thunder Dragon Life Core, right? Li Menghan spoke up. Sister, you don't know, since Li Mo came back, Xiaoman has been looking at Li Mo in a bad light, and has tried to kick him out several times. As you know, Xiaoman and Yu Heng are similar in age and have the best relationship. Xiaoman, she has always felt that Li Mo coming back will take away our love for Yu Heng, so she is very upset with Li Mo, and there have been several times that she has tried to get me to join her in fixing Li Mo. It's just as well you're not home, or Xiaoman would probably be looking for you too. Listening to Li Menghan's words, Li Tianlan also thought of the previous third sister Xiaoman, who was indeed disgusted with Li Mo, not having much of a good face, let alone any kind words. Li Tianlan then remembered a time when his third sister Li Xiaoman was sick with a fever, and after Li Mo realized it, he hurriedly carried her to the medical clinic. But what about Li Xiaoman? When she woke up, she cursed at Li Mo, saying that Li Mo had soiled her by carrying her, and that her fever was caused by Li Mo's unclean body. Li Tianlan still remembers Li Mo's look at that time, very embarrassed, and not knowing what to say, he could only hold on to the corner of his coat. Xiaoman has always had a problem with Li Mo, I know this. Are you saying that Xiaoman stole the Thunder Dragon Life Core in order to frame Li Mo? Listening to Li Tianlan's words, Li Menghan nodded. Earlier in the day, Xiaoman tried to pull me into framing Li Mo, and I didn't agree. Think about it, Li Mo, he normally wouldn't even go to his father's lair. How could he possibly steal the Thunder Dragon Life Core? Besides, Li Mo didn't even know about the matter of the Thunder Dragon Life Core being in father's study, and father only told me and Xiaoman and Yu Heng. Listening to Li Menghan's analysis, Li Tianlan also nodded. When you say it like that, it does seem to be the case. No, I have to make this matter clear. I can't wrongly accuse Li Mo. Li Menghan shook her head with a helpless face. Do you think that Dad and Mom will believe it if we say it? They have a strong opinion of Li Mo first. There's no way they'll believe it, unless we can have proof. Li Tianlan was stunned and nodded somewhat helplessly. Just at this time, Yang Chunhong came upstairs, Seeing Li Tianlan and Li Menghan, she said with a smile on her face. Tianlan, Menghan, just now the school called over, saying that the teacher from the college enrollment office had arrived at the school, so Yu Heng was told to hurry over there. Although these college admissions office teachers came for Li Mo, Li Yuheng was at least the second in the province, so they invited Li Yuheng over by the way, so as not to have to make another trip. Li Menghan spoke. Then let Yuheng hurry over. Yang Chunhong glared at Li Menghan. How can you let Yuheng go alone for such a big event? I've already talked to get your dad to rush to the school, so we'll go there together and help your brother analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the major colleges when the time comes. Though it is said that Yu Heng's inclination is for Qinbei University, but what if something changes? Li Menghan's eyes flashed a dark color when she heard this. Li Yuheng went to college and his mother cared so much that she took full care of him every step of the way. But what about Li Mo? He's become a high school senior, but he's got nothing. Thinking of this, Li Menghan looked at young Chunhong and couldn't help but say, Mom, how could you just give Li Mo $500 of living expenses before? What can $500 do? Yang Chunhong sniffed and rolled her eyes. What's wrong with $500? He just picked him up from the orphanage. $500 is already a lot. When he was in the orphanage, he didn't even have $500 a month to live on. Humph. I wasn't afraid he'd get into some bad habit at the orphanage and thought I'd keep him from being a big spender. Besides, look at what he's become now. He dared to take a stab at me and your dad for $500. But if you gave him more money at that time, would he still want to go to heaven? Saying this, Yang Chunhong reacted and looked at Li Menghan and asked, Did you go looking for Li Mo? Li Menghan nodded. Mom, you don't know, right now Li Mo he has a big opinion of us. Yang Chunhong slapped Li Menghan. My silly daughter, what are you doing going to him? Don't you know what he's doing to us all? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to find him to go anymore, just let him fend for himself out there. I'd like to see how long he can be godly. Li Menghan hurriedly said. Mom, but that's because we were too unconcerned about Li Mo before, and now that Li Mo has become the top student in the college entrance exams, which is enough to prove his excellence, I think we should apologize to Li Mo. Yang Chunhong's face changed, directly interrupting Li Menghan. I'm telling you, no more talking about this in the future, me apologizing to him? Dream on. What happened to the high school senior? How did he come to be the top student of the college entrance exam? Wasn't it still a sacrifice with a forbidden talent? What good can he be in the future? Tell you guys, no matter what, Li Mo he is inferior to Yu Heng. In the future Yu Heng is your brother, got it? Li Tianlan was a bit hard of hearing from the side and spoke. Mom, how can you say that? Could it be that Li Mo isn't your biological child? Yang Chunhong froze for a moment at his words, then spoke. At that time, I also felt that Li Mo wasn't my biological child. With that appearance of his, how could he be my biological child? But your father and I had a paternity test done at the time, and several other times, and it showed that he was biological. What kind of sins do you guys think your father and I have created? To have given birth to such a son? Seeing this, Li Menghan said, Mom, since Li Mo is biological, what's there to get over? Why don't we just pick Li Mo back up? Yang Chunhong sniffed with some anger and looked at Li Menghan. Didn't I tell you? Don't mention the matter of picking Li Mo back in the future, he's not worthy. Humph. How come he didn't think he was our own when he was holding a weapon on me and your dad? Such a rebellious son should never have been brought back in the first place. I'm warning you all, don't come into contact with this Li Mo in the future, just treat him as if he doesn't have anything to do with us. I just don't believe it. After leaving the Li family, he can still go to heaven. Okay, I won't talk to you guys so much. Hurry up and pack up. Immediately meet with Yu Heng to see the teacher from the college admissions office. This is the big deal. Saying that, Yang Chunhong turned around and left, heading towards the Yu Heng downstairs. Looking at Yang Chunhong's back, Li Menghan felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Lime him. Is it really pro-life? Chapter 46. High School Scramble. At this moment, inside the hospitality hall of the 8th High School, all the teachers from the top 20 ranked colleges and universities' admissions offices had converged here. The high school seniors are up for grabs, and none of the lower-ranked colleges are eligible to come. Qibei University, Magic City University, Chuanan University, Jinling Academy. If there wasn't a rule that students could not be contacted individually and privately, they would have already gone to find Li Mo directly. This is also to ensure that the candidate's interests are maximized, and this many admissions office teachers together will offer the best possible terms. Hey, I've heard that this Li Mo is a summoner. Everyone knows in their hearts that summoners are the weakest combat profession. Our school is here because we have a famous summoner teacher. Let's give way to our Chuanan High School. Listening to the words of the teacher of the admissions office of Chuanan University, the teachers of the admissions office of the other universities were disdainful. They naturally say whatever they can in order to recruit high school seniors to their schools. Summoners were indeed the weakest combat profession, but Li Mo was a special case. Just like the summoner who had summoned the dragon, they were both special cases and naturally could not be generalized. It was even precisely because summoners were the weakest combat profession, and Li Mo's performance was so good that it attracted colleges even more. Maybe in the future he could forge a path as a summoner? The admissions office teacher of Magic City University also spoke up. Everyone, I've inquired about a piece of news, and seeing as we're all from the admissions office, I'll share it. I've heard that the reason why this Li Mo got such good grades in the college entrance exams was because of the use of the forbidden art of talent sacrifice. Everyone must be well aware that after using a talent offering, it's almost like draining the potential, and there's not much of an upgrade in the future. Our Magic City University has a solution to the aftermath of this forbidden art, so everyone just let us have it. It's useless for you guys to go over there. The other enrollment office teachers mused. They must have inquired about Li Mo in the first place as well. This rumor is something they've heard as well. Needless to say, the news does have credibility. After all, Li Mo's power didn't rely on a large number of summoned beasts, but one or two powerful ones. This fits the profile of the forbidden art of summoner's gift sacrifice. But it wasn't a big impact, after all, not to mention anything else, just the name of a high school student was worth grabbing for them. Besides, they didn't quite believe that a person who could be the top student of the college entrance examination would cut off his own future like this. All of the admissions office teachers were having a conversation, and words were exchanged in various ways. Either that or they were talking about Li Mo's shortcomings to discourage others from grabbing Li Mo. Either that or they are saying how many resources their school is prepared to give to this high school student, and trying to discourage others. Of course, this was just foreplay. What mattered was when Li Mo came over. Yang Feng served tea and water, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. These could be people from colleges and universities, each rank at least 40, not something that he, a high school principal, could mess with. Especially the teachers of the admissions offices of the top 3 universities, Jinbei, Mordor, and Jinling. And just at this time, Li Mo also came outside the reception hall and directly pushed the door in. Seeing Li Mo's figure, all the teachers of the admission office instantly stopped chatting, and all their gazes instantly fell on Li Mo's body. Li Mo was relatively thin and weak before, but after the boost in the past few days, especially after linking the mythical beast, the 4 basic attributes had been boosted, making Li Mo's stature fit as well. Numerous college admissions office teachers looked at Li Mo's calm demeanor and nodded slightly. Not panicking on such an occasion proved that this Li Mo was in a good state of mind. The enrollment office teacher of the Jinling Academy was a cool woman around 30 years old, looked Li Mo up and down for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very spirited and quite a little handsome. No wonder there's news that many schoolgirls want to be his girlfriend. By the time he reaches the university, I'm afraid that no matter if it's the high school entrance exam or his looks, he'll attract a group of schoolmates to chase after him. I don't know if it's the female teacher, but she's a little less focused. When Yang Feng saw Li Mo coming over, a smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly led Li Mo to make introductions with these teachers around him. A smile also appeared on Li Mo's face as he greeted them one by one. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to move on to pulling relief. The teacher of Lingbei University's admission office was the first to speak. Student Li Mo, I'm a person who likes to speak quickly, so I won't talk nonsense with you here. Our Lingbei University is very optimistic about you, Li Mo, so, as long as you come to our Lingbei University, we'll directly give you $30 million, plus a copy of A-rank resources. Li Mo was silent for a moment as he sniffed. Honestly speaking, this condition could be for an ordinary student, it was indeed extremely high. But for high school seniors, it's only moderate. Other college admissions office teachers see the situation, is also unable to sit down, directly get up around Li Mo began to have to open their mouths. Li Mo, I'm from the admissions office of Castle Peak University, this way, if you come to our Castle Peak University, even though we can only give you B-grade resources, we can give you $80 million plus a diamond-grade summoner skill book. Li Mo, I'm a teacher from the admission office of Beihai University. Our Beihai University is very important to you. As long as you come, all kinds of summoner senses are free to you, of course. $80 million plus one copy of A-class resources is also directly offered. Student Li Mo, I think it's still better for you to be here with us, like this. We'll directly give you a 5-star 15 qualification contracted object as your pet, and as a summoner you're also well aware of what a 5-star 15 qualification contracted object means. Don't listen to him. A person can only have one contract item. This should be done carefully. I suggest you choose your contract item after level 20. You come to our Zhongshan High School, we will give you a set of S-rank resources directly. The surrounding teachers from the admissions office opened their mouths, trying to get Li Mo to choose the school behind them. After all, this is a senior high school student, which school got, not only the reputation of the problem, the state to give more educational resources subsidies. And just at this time, 3 luxury automobiles pulled up in front of the 8th high school. Although some mounts are now much faster than cars, most cities still don't allow mounts in the city. After all, in case they get out of control, they can cause a lot of casualties. That's why cars are still the main mode of transportation in cities. Several figures descended from the car, and it was none other than the Li family's crowd. Chapter 47 The Disgruntled Yang Chunhong. Yang Chunhong looked at the 8th high school in front of her and frowned slightly. What bad luck, those teachers from the college admissions office don't know what's going on. Why did they choose such a meeting place? Yang Chunhong here is Li Mo's school, so he feels very bad luck. Li Menghan, who was on the side, sniffed. Mom, have you forgotten? Li Mo is the top student of the college entrance exam. Those teachers from the college admissions office will definitely want to rope in Li Mo first, so naturally, they will come to Li Mo's school. Hearing Li Menghan's words, Yang Chunhong's face became more and more ugly. In that case, wouldn't that Li Mo be in there? Li Tianlan shook his head. Not necessarily, maybe Li Mo had already been here a long time ago, and it was Li Yuheng's turn to come afterward. Li Yuheng tightened his own palms as he sniffed, his face becoming extremely ugly. Li Mo stole all the limelight from him. It was all supposed to be his. Li Xiaoman said disdainfully. Che, those admissions office teachers don't know how Li Mo's high school entrance exams came to be. If they were given to know, I'm afraid that these admissions office teachers wouldn't be in such a hurry to find Li Mo. Li Menghan frowned. Third sister, how are you talking? Didn't Li Mo, the top student of the college entrance exam, get it with his own skills? Can you not be so resentful towards Li Mo? I have a grudge against him? Does he deserve it? Li Xiaoman looked unconvinced and opened her mouth to say. It's not like you guys don't know that this Li Mo must have used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice to be able to have such a strong summoned beast to help him pass the college entrance exam trial. There's also that Thunder Dragon life core that Dad was going to give to Big Sister. Don't forget how powerful Li Mo's bull-like summoned beast is with the power of thunder. It's a safe bet that he stole the Thunder Dragon life core and fed it to that summoned beast of his. Mom, tell me, what's so great about a high school senior who just got it like that that's worth colleges competing for? Yang Chunhong nodded her head as she sniffed. That's right, a summoner can take the college entrance exam, don't kid yourself. If you asked me, this Li Mo's results shouldn't count. What's the difference between using a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice and cheating? The provincial scholar of Jiangnan province should be our Yuheng. When Li Menghan heard this, she was furious and said, How are you guys talking? What do you mean that Li Mo's top grade in the college entrance exam was earned by cheating? That was the result of Li Mo's hard work. Also, what do you mean that the Jiangnan provincial scholar should be our family's Yuheng? Isn't Li Mo from our family? He's the national top scholar. Hearing Li Menghan's words, Yang Chunhong's face instantly pulled down. Didn't I tell you guys? Li Mo is no longer considered a member of our family. Can't you see how he treats us? I'll tell you all, whoever mentions this rebellious son of Li Mo in the future, don't blame me for being rude to her as well. At this time, Li Yuheng spoke up at the right time. Mom, don't be angry, second sister is right. Brother did take the top prize in the college entrance examination. This is something that should be worth rejoicing over. Yang Chunhong blankly glanced at Li Menghan, then looked at Li Yuheng heartily and said, Yuheng ah, it's still you who is the most kind-hearted. You're still speaking for this Li Mo at this time. Mom told you that this Li Mo is not a good person. He even held a weapon on me and your dad before. Stay away from him in the future. This matter Yang Chunhong did not tell Li Yuheng, but Li Xiaoman had told Li Yuheng a long time ago. But Li Yuheng still revealed a look of surprise at this time, looking at Yang Chunhong. Ah? There is still such a thing? Then this thing that brother did was really wrong. Even if mom and dad are no longer doing anything, it's still for his brother's good. How can he do this to you guys, mom and dad? No, this is something I need to find time to talk to my brother about. Yang Chunhong immediately smiled on her face as she heard this. I knew our family Yuheng was the best, but you should still not get in touch with this Li Mo. He's just a mad dog. Li Mingde coughed some dissatisfaction. Speak properly, a moment, but also to see so many college admissions teachers do not bite a mad dog. Saying that, Li Mingde took the lead towards the location of the reception hall. Yang Chunhong muttered, then followed with the rest of the few people. And at this time in the 8th high school reception hall inside, each college admissions office teacher is already arguing a little red in the face. The only people who can still sit still are teachers in the admissions offices of the top 3 ranked colleges and universities. Waiting until the teachers of the admissions office of other colleges and universities had pretty much said their piece, Wang Mingyu, the teacher of the admissions office of Qingbei University, was slowly getting up. Looking at Li Mo, a gentle smile appeared on Wang Mingyu's face. Student Li Mo, I am Wang Mingyu, a teacher from the admission office of Qingbei University. I think you should be aware of the gold content of Qingbei University. We Qingbei University perennially ranked first in colleges and universities. It's not bragging. No matter whether it's resource tilting or faculty strength, or some other places, our Qingbei University is the top. Of course, our Qingbei University is also very sincere. As long as you come to Qingbei University, a copy of A-grade cultivation resources, plus $60 million, and a diamond-grade summoner skill book. Trust me, Mr. Li Mo, Qingbei University is the best choice for you. Wang Mingyu's attitude was still relatively sincere, but his words revealed a kind of self-confidence, in which there was also a hint of unobvious condescension when listened to carefully. Li Mo didn't care about the tone and listened to Wang Mingyu's words with slight contemplation. Frankly speaking, before Li Mo was inclined to choose Qingbei University. After all, this is the number 1 ranked college. And now the conditions offered by Qingbei University were not bad, so that Li Mo was still relatively moved. The Magic City University admissions office teacher sniffed, directly skimmed his mouth, and said disdainfully, Che, not that I'm saying, you Qingbei University is so little sincerity, ah? Student Li Mo, if you come directly to our Magic City University, we will directly give you $100 million plus a copy of the S-rank resources. Outside the reception hall, the Li family's crowd had also arrived at the door at this time. Hearing the sound coming from inside, Yang Chunhong's face was anxious, and she wanted to go in. Seeing this, Li Menghan hurriedly stopped her. Mom, what are you doing? Didn't you hear that Li Mo is inside right now? What are you doing in there now? The enrollment office teacher is grabbing for Li Mo. Yang Chunhong slapped his thigh and said, It's because of this that I have to rush in. I have to talk to the teachers of the admission office inside, and definitely can't let them be dumbfounded by this Li Mo. A guy like that doesn't even deserve to be admitted to these colleges. Saying that, Yang Chunhong directly pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 48. Are you worthy? The teacher of the admissions office of Magic City University frowned slightly as he listened to the sound of the door opening. He still has weights that he hasn't taken out to finish it, so if he directly finishes the conditions, he might be able to directly make Li Mo's hard move. After all, compared to the financial strength, they really hadn't been afraid of anyone at Mordor University. But I didn't expect this time to be interrupted. After Yang Chunhong came in, she looked at the many teachers from the college admissions office and first had a smile on her face. All the teachers are here. I'm Li Yuheng's mother, the second in the province. We were notified to come over. I was just listening to all the teachers talk about Li Mo's enrollment, and I couldn't help but say a few words first. This Li Mo, but he used this forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to take the top spot in the college entrance exam. He wouldn't have any potential left, and he wouldn't have any value behind him, so don't you guys be fooled. All the college admissions office teachers frowned, not expecting such a turn of events. Some college admissions teachers are ready to see what's going on. After all, people are coming and there's no rush. Yang Feng was anxious at the sight and spoke directly. What are you saying? What do you mean that Liemo has no potential or value? I'm telling you, Liemo is the top student of the college entrance exam. You can't be slandered like this. What proof do you have that Liemo has used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice? Yang Chunhong snorted coldly. Slander? I'm his mom and I still don't know. Let me tell you, if any of you recruit Liemo over there, just wait and regret it. There was an uproar all around, and all the college admissions office teachers were not expecting that the woman in front of them was Liemo's mother. Liuheng Liemo, why didn't I think they were a family? This Li family has produced a college entrance exam scholar in one family, and a second in the province. Didn't do a good job of investigating, did you? They are a family in their own right, but I did hear that Liemo has left the Li family, otherwise what kind of mother would tear down her son? You say so also, listen to the appearance. This Liemo's mother has a lot of grievances against Liemo, come up to break Liemo's future. Hey, with his mom testifying, it's still more likely that Liemo will use a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice, so don't you guys fight with me and give Liemo to us at Castle Peak University. Teachers from the college admissions office have discussed, Liemo's matter can be said to be a household name in Tian'an City, but these teachers from the admissions office in the provinces don't know. After all, most admissions office teachers come in a hurry. Of course, although Yang Chunhong's words had some impact on these enrollment office teachers, the impact was not great. After all, even if Liemo had used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice, there was still no problem. Just the name of a senior high school student is enough for them to fight over. The teacher of the Magic City University's admissions office also didn't rush to open his mouth when he saw this. The high school student competition is definitely a fight, but if he can pay less because of this, he is also happy. Li Xiaoman, who followed her in, also spoke up. My mom is right, Liemo. He used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice to get the top spot in the college entrance exam. Moreover, it's very likely that Liemo stole the family's Thunder Dragon life core and fed it to his summoned beasts, causing their strength to skyrocket, and I remember that this kind of behavior wasn't allowed before the college entrance exams, so he's cheating. Li Menghan sniffed and hurriedly said, Xiaoman, what are you talking about? How is that Thunder Dragon life core taken by Liemo? Do you have proof? Li Xiaoman rolled her eyes. If I had proof, I wouldn't say it's possible. Besides him, who else could steal from our house? Yang Feng was enraged and directly said, Don't talk nonsense without evidence. I know this kid Liemo. How could he possibly do this kind of sneaky thing? Liemo got up and came to Yang Feng's side. Everyone's eyes fell on Liemo, all wanting to see how he was going to respond. Liemo directly took out the certificate of severed relationship and slowly spoke. Ms. Yang, you've already signed this confirmation of severed relationship. We don't have any relationship now. You're not my mother. Don't put gold on your face. What? You want to use the name of the high school student's mom? Do you deserve it? Yang Chunhong sniffed angrily. Blah blah blah. Who wants you to be my son? Tell you what, do I need to use your name? Liemo didn't pay any attention to her and continued. The matter of the talent sacrifice has always been rumored. It's almost become a rumor. I know that many people are not able to accept it when a summoner takes the high school entrance exam, but I can assure you that I definitely did not use a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice. As for what I steal, is even more false things. There is any evidence I go directly to jail, never 2 words. Although it is said that Liemo does not care to explain these things, but after all, the matter is about their own upper college. Naturally, they cannot just be Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman's slander. Listening to Liemo's words, the teachers of the surrounding college admissions offices nodded their heads, and they still had a very good impression of Liemo. As for Liemo's mother, although she didn't know what had happened between the two of them, the mere fact that Liemo had taken out the piece of paper severing their relationship was enough to show that her words couldn't be taken lightly. Yang Feng also spoke. As far as I know, Liemo was an orphan before, and it was only in the past few years that he was just found back by you guys, and now it seems that Liemo being able to take out this paper proves that he didn't have a good time in the Li family inside. Born but not raised, and such people have the face to call themselves parents? It's really disgraceful. Yang Chunhong was also anxious and spoke directly. When did it come to your turn to meddle in our family affairs? Humph. Liamo, if you say you didn't use the talent offering, then you didn't, huh? Do you have proof that you didn't use it? Che, I don't know what you're thinking anymore. It's nothing more than wanting to conceal the fact that you're entering the college first, or at least getting the reward. Why don't you prove you didn't use a talent sacrifice if you can? Liamo looked at Yang Chunhong and said in a cold voice. What if I can prove that I didn't use my talent to make a sacrifice? Yang Chunhong said disdainfully. If you can prove it, I'll give you $10 million. Liamo sneered. Then it's a deal. Listening to Liamo's words, the others were also very curious. After all, if it could be proved that Liamo had not utilized the talent offering, then the gold content of him as the top student of the college entrance examination would be elevated need to compete even more vigorously to be able to do so. Liamo spoke up. I remember that colleges have talent test stones. If I've already used the talent sacrifice, naturally I don't have any talent, so won't I know if I test it with the talent test? Listening to Liamo's words, the surrounding college admissions office teachers nodded their heads. Every year, the enrollment will use the talent test stone to test the talent of the candidates to be enrolled, and then our schools will determine the resources to be given. Why did I forget about this? After all, it's the top student of the college entrance exam, so I didn't think of using the talent test stone. I remember that the talent test stone is at Wang Mingyu's, right? We've come by way of other provinces. The top 100 ranked candidates have all been tested except for Liamo and Liu Heng. I remember the highest is purple, right? It seems like there are just 3 of them, 3 provincial top candidates respectively. Talent test stones are capable of testing talent potential, and will appear in different colors depending on talent potential. Gray, yellow, white, silver, cyan, green, blue, purple. The colors are sorted in order from lowest to highest, with the higher sorted colors representing higher talent potential. The talent test stone was also an extremely valuable treasure, and they only had one shared by the admission office teacher, in the hands of Wang Mingyu, the admission office teacher of the top-ranked Qinbei University. Seeing this, Wang Mingyu did not hesitate and directly took out a stone. It's exactly the test talent stone. Chapter 49, Liu Heng's Talent. The entire talent test stone appeared in a translucent state, with a total of 9 corners that flickered with different colors. Just by placing your hand on this talent test stone, you will be able to measure the corresponding talent potential. Wang Mingyu slowly introduced the talent test stone, then dropped his gaze to Liamo. Liamo nodded and was just about to go up to the test, but was interrupted by Yang Chunhong. Slow! Let our family Yu Heng test first, teachers of the enrollment office. I'll introduce you to some of them. This is our son Li Yuheng, the second in Jiangnan province. Of course, if it's proven that this guy Liamo used a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice, I think it's only right that our Yu Heng is treated as the provincial scholar. Yang Chunhong quickly stepped forward and directly snatched the talent test stone and handed it to Li Yuheng. How can you let Liamo be the first to do something like this out of the limelight? Yu Heng is a hidden profession blast swordsman. The talent potential is certainly extremely high. When the time comes to test out the talent potential, directly blind these college admissions office teachers' eyes, and Liamo what matter? Yang Chunhong hadn't forgotten that this time she had come over, mainly for the matter of Li Yuheng's entry into the college. Although entering a college with Li Yuheng's grades was a nail in the coffin, and they didn't care about any rewards for entering the college, it was not just a reward, it was an honor. Especially with Reimer present, it had to be contested. To make this rebellious son understand what a true genius is. Li Yuheng looked at the talent test stone that was handed to him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. As soon as he came in, everyone's eyes were on Liamo, which made Li Yuheng very jealous in his heart. Now there was finally a chance to turn the crowd's attention away. Humph! Liamo, you're a summoner who used talent sacrifice, and you still dare to compete with my hidden profession, blast swordsman, in terms of talent potential? It's ridiculous. Li Yuheng directly reached out and placed his hand on top of the talent test stone. Buzz! The talent test stone vibrated for a moment, and then the calmly flickering colors fluctuated violently and began to switch constantly. Soon, there was only one color left on the entire talent test stone. Purple. Purple color! This is the highest talent tested so far. There are only 3 in the whole country, and this Liu Heng is the fourth. I really didn't expect that Li Mo is the top student of the college entrance exam, and Liu Heng's talent potential is also so high. The Li family is really lucky. Look, the purple color is still becoming intense. This Liu Heng's talent potential is very high. The gazes of all the teachers of the college admissions office fell on the talent test stone, watching the purple light in it become brighter and letting out a burst of admiration. The color represents the level of talent potential, and for the same color, the brighter the light, the higher the talent potential. The purple light in the talent test stone under Liu Heng's hand continued to increase, eventually reaching a level of half a meter outward. Outgoing half a meter! This is already a record breaker. I remember that the previous highest one, Lu Yanhua from Mordor, was only 30 centimeters of purple outward release. Yes, although talent potential does not represent future achievements, but the higher the talent potential, the higher the possibility of being stronger in the future. This Liu Heng is not bad. Although Liu Heng he's not the top student of the college entrance exam, but if we talk about talent potential alone, he's already the highest among this class of candidates. The surrounding teachers from the college admissions office were talking in tongues, having been completely captivated by Liu Heng's talent test. After all, Liu Heng's talent potential could already be said to be the number one in the country in this term. Yang Chunhong listened to the murmurings of these teachers from the university's admission office. Her chin lifted and a look of pride appeared on her face. Did you hear that? I told you that Liu Heng's talent potential is so high that it's breaking records. Li Xiaoman was also full of excitement as she chimed in. Yeah, I knew that my brother's talent potential was definitely high. After all, he is the hidden profession blast swordsman. According to this, Liu Heng is the high school student above the talent powerhouse. Yang Chunhong also said with a smug face. Aya, our Liu Heng is tested out, the real talent potential college entrance examination top student, not like a certain college entrance examination top student. There are too many doubtful places. Now it's time for a certain senior high school student. If someone is checked out as not having much talent potential, I wonder if they still have the face to occupy the title of senior high school student. The gazes of some of the enrollment office teachers flickered slightly as they came to Liu Heng's side. Liu Heng, right? Come to our Castle Peak University, we'll give you a resource, plus $50 million. Come to us in Chuanan, we're a top 10 ranked college, just come over and we'll definitely give you top treatment. Many college admissions office teachers began to recruit Liu Heng. After all, Liu Mo was the top student of the college entrance examination. They could not necessarily grab it, so they just grabbed Liu Heng first. Talent potential represents future achievements, and to some extent, it is more important than a college entrance examination scholar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the talent test stones for enrollment. A smile appeared on Liu Heng's face. This feeling of being in the limelight was just too good. Afterward, Liu Heng dropped his gaze to Wang Mingya. Mr. Wang, I've been admiring Qingbei University for a long time, and I've aspired to enter it before. Oh yeah, my eldest sister graduated from Qingbei University, and my second sister is also a student at Qingbei University now, and will soon graduate. Listening to Liu Heng's words, Wang Mingya's expression moved slightly as he looked at Liu Heng with a smile appearing on his face. So that's how it is, Liu Heng, if you come to our Qingbei, I'll directly give you a share of A-rank resources plus $30 million, how about that? A candidate with such a high talent potential was naturally something to pull for. This is a delivery of performance that must be taken. Liu Heng's face revealed a well-timed look of excitement. Really? That's really great, I've been waiting for one day for too long. He then gave Li Xiaoman a cryptic gesture. Li Xiaoman immediately understood and said, Mr. Wang, Qingbei University, as the number 1 ranked university, surely wants strong students. If someone is found out to have no more talent potential, I think Qingbei University surely won't want them, right? Liu Heng and Li Xiaoman were both aware that Liu Mo was also longing for Qingbei University, and at this time, they definitely wanted to discuss Liu Mo. Wang Mingyu frowned and glanced at Liu Mo, then looked at the purple glow on the talent test stone and spoke. This is something we will naturally consider. Liu Mo glanced at Wang Mingyu, slightly disappointed in his heart. Originally he had a filter on Qingbei University, but now that filter is gone. Afterward, Liu Mo took a step forward and directly placed his hand on top of the talent test stone. A flash of light quickly blossomed from the talent test stone. Chapter 50, The Golden Light. Everyone's eyes shifted over, and they also wanted to see Li Mo's performance on the talent test stone. A light reflected in everyone's eyes, causing them to freeze. Yellow glow. The talent potential of this color could only be described as garbage, second to last. I'm afraid it's not even as good as an ordinary candidate. Pfft. Li Xiaoman directly laughed out, pointing at the talent test stone and mocking. Ha ha ha, what did I say? Li Mo must have sacrificed with his talent, and now the talent test won't work. Yang Chunhong also snorted, laughing me to death, and also said himself that he could prove that he didn't use talent sacrifice. This directly slaps his face. Afterwards, Yang Chunhong directly said to Wang Mingyu, Mr. Wang, you teachers in the enrollment office should keep your eyes peeled, don't be fooled by certain people. Use talent sacrifice to take a senior high school student and then swindle you. This kind of student is wasted, no talent potential left. What's the use of your college wanting it? Many college admissions office teachers' eyes flickered. A high school senior with no talent potential is not so valuable. While robbing is definitely the way to go, the resources paid accordingly can be reduced a bit. After all, if there wasn't a way to resolve the aftermath of the talent sacrifice, then Liemo would be wasted back there. And just at this time, Shinshio-chan's voice suddenly sounded. No, it's not a yellow glow. The others froze for a moment, not expecting Shinshio-chan to suddenly speak. Not yellow? What color is that? Are they colorblind? The crowd's gazes once again landed on the talent test stone in Limo's hand, and they also realized that something was wrong. It does seem to be less yellow and a little deeper. It's like a gold color. An admissions office teacher saw the difference and exclaimed, Gold? Everyone was stunned, then they looked carefully at the talent test stone in Limo's hand and realized that it was still true. Just now it was the talent test stone that emitted a yellow light, but along with the passage of time, this yellow light became more and more dense and took on a golden color. No way! I'm actually seeing a golden talent in my lifetime. I remember that golden talent is above purple talent, and it hasn't appeared for almost 100 years, right? Yeah, the last time a golden talent appeared was 100 years ago, and that person who tested for a golden talent ended up becoming the strongest in the world, directly breaking several abyssal worlds with his own strength. I also remember that if it wasn't for that powerful person, I'm afraid that we humans would be in a much more difficult situation right now. No wonder Liemo was able to become the top student in the college entrance exam with his profession as a summoner. His talent potential is just too high. Admissions office teachers at colleges and universities let out exclamations of surprise and excitement. If the appearance of purple color in the talent test stone represented a genius, then the appearance of a golden glow in the talent test stone represented the emergence of a supreme genius. It's not over yet. This golden color is getting thicker and thicker. Another voice came out, causing everyone's eyes to fall onto the talent test stone in Li Mo's hand once again. After that golden light appeared, it became more and more cohesive, and its color became even deeper. Eventually, the center of this golden glow all deepened into a kind of black. The more intense the color, the higher the potential of the talent. This deep color. The eyes of all the enrollment office teachers were straightened at once, and their gazes became fiery. This kind of talent potential, even if it wasn't the top student of the college entrance examination, it was absolutely necessary to compete for it, let alone the other party was still the top student of the college entrance examination. However, in the next moment, the golden light violently blazed out, enveloping the entire reception hall. Externalization! How many meters is this outgoing? Exaggeration! The color of gold! Such an outward appearance! It's even more exaggerated than that genius back then! The gazes of all the enrollment office teachers instantly landed on Li Mo's body with a longing look on their faces. With that look, it was as if those who didn't know wanted to eat Liemo. Liemo! Come to our school and I'll directly give you the resources of an S-class grade. 200 million! Liemo, our school will give you $200 million directly. Che, so stingy, Liemo, come to our Magic City University, $500 million. Give you $500 million directly. All of the teachers in the admissions office spoke up, and the desire to compete for Liemo at this moment had never been so strong. Yang Chunhong's face became more and more ugly, completely not expecting things to develop like this. Li Yuheng also had a very ugly face. Looking at the star-studded Li Mo, his heart grew more and more indignant. Li Tianlan and Li Menghan were both surprised for a moment, not realizing that Li Mo's talent potential would be so high. Just at this time, Li Xiaoman pointedly said, "It's not right! It's not right! This must be Li Mo cheating in some way. The golden color talent may be there, but how can it be deep into black? Also, the radiance outward is only a meter at most, right? How can it wrap around the entire room like that? No wonder you had to use the talent test stone, Li Mo, so it turns out that you had already prepared for it." Yang Chunhong froze for a moment, then hastily agreed. "Xiaoman is right. How can there be a golden deep into black talent potential?" "Humph. Li Mo, you're really used to cheating. You can even tamper with the talent test stones." The brows of the surrounding admissions office teachers were furrowed. Although the words of these two mothers and daughters sounded as if they were being disruptive, they didn't seem to be unreasonable. Golden color talents existed, but deep into black was unheard of. And the range of this light outward was just too exaggerated. The geniuses were too rebellious and perverse. Instead, it made them suspicious in their hearts. Li Mo looked at Yang Chunhong and sneered. "You really don't see a coffin without tears." Yang Chunhong skimmed her mouth. "Don't bark at me here. You can fool others, but can you still fool me? I still don't know what kind of person you Li Mo is." Li Mo looked calm and said, "Good. I'll let you be convinced." Saying that, Li Mo's gaze fell onto the surrounding enrollment office teachers and slowly opened his mouth. "The summoner's talent sacrifice must be known to all of you, so I would like to ask all of you, after using the talent sacrifice, how many powerful summoning beasts can the summoner summon?" Xin Qiuchan, a teacher from the admissions office of the Golden Academy, spoke. "Generally speaking, a summoner who has used their talent offering can only summon one more powerful summon beast, and even those with higher talents can only summon 2 powerful summon beasts at most. This talent sacrifice is not about exchanging talents equally for powerful summon beasts, but rather forcibly summoning powerful summon beasts in a way that 1 out of 10 does not exist, which is one of the major reasons why it is classified as a forbidden art." Li Mo nodded, then waved his hand and summoned the mythical beast, Kuei Dragon, and Xuanwu all. "Then let's all take a look at some of the powerful summon beasts I have." Chapter 51, The Divine Beast, the Green Dragon. Looking at the summoned beast that had suddenly appeared, the crowd all looked different. Those college admissions office teachers' gazes fell on the mythical beasts in them. They naturally knew about Li Mo's summoned beasts. After all, they had all seen the video of Li Mo's college entrance exam. But it's one thing to see it, it's another thing to feel it for yourself, naturally. Xin Qiuchan's eyes lit up, and the corner of her mouth smiled as she said, "Student Li Mo deserves to be the top student in the college entrance exams just for being a summoner, and these 3 summoned beasts, their grades are not low." When they watched the video of the Gao Gao before, almost everyone's eyes were attracted to the mythical beast, and the Kuei Dragon, Xianwu, after all, was the main defense, and didn't look too eye-catching. But now personally they are naturally also feel the extraordinary Xuanwu. 3 such powerful summon beasts were naturally enough to break the rumor that Li Mo was using a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice. 3 summon beasts with such a strong aura, it seems like Li Mo really didn't utilize a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice. That's right, a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice represents no future after using it. Even a summoner with poor talent wouldn't be able to use it, let alone Li Mo, who can become the top student of the college entrance exam. In this case, it seems that this Li Mo's mother is completely framing Li Mo, tsk. It seems that the relationship between this mother and son isn't generally bad. Didn't you hear the principal just now? This Li Mo was an orphan before, so I guess he wasn't treated well after being retrieved by the Li family. It is estimated that when the career choice was chosen, the summoner was disliked. After all, it is the weakest combat profession. Who would have thought that Li Mo he could become the top student in the college entrance examination with the summoner? The surrounding college admissions office teachers are talking and things are guessing. After all, this kind of thing is not something too new. Listening to the chatter around her, Yang Chunhong's face went red and white. Afterward, she pointed at Li Mo's 3 summoned beasts and said, "Isn't this just right? Just now, this teacher all said that talent sacrifice is capable of summoning 2 powerful summon beasts. This lion and turtle-like summon beast is what Li Mo he summoned with his talent sacrifice, And this bull-like summoned beast is what Li Mo stole the Thunder Dragon life core and fed it. Everyone froze for a moment, not expecting Yang Chunhong to be the one to say this. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman also spoke up. My mom was right, Li Mo, his 3 powerful summoned beasts came from this, so it seems that the Thunder Dragon life core must have been stolen by him. The surrounding college admissions office teachers were all slightly contemplative, most of them still believed in Li Mo. But what Reimer's mother said was not out of the realm of possibility. Li Menghan couldn't help but say, Mom, Xiaoman, what are you talking about? I've said it all, Li Mo, there's no way he could have stolen the Thunder Dragon life core. Yang Chunhong was annoyed. Li Menghan, what are you talking about? Tearing down your mom, aren't you? How do you know Li Mo didn't steal it? Do you have proof that he didn't steal it? Li Menghan was furious and stomped her feet. Aren't you trying to add to the problem? Li Mo sneered. I've just said that I'm said to be stealing. As long as you can come up with evidence, I'm going straight to jail here. Willing to bet, Ms. Yang, take the money. Yang Chunhong said disdainfully. I've already said that your 3 summoned beasts were obtained by virtue of the talent sacrifices and the stolen Thunder Dragon life cores, so what did I lose? Li Mo laughed angrily and said, Good. Then what if I summon another powerful summoning beast? Yang Chunhong said disdainfully. Just by you. If you summon another powerful summoning beast right now, I'll directly add another $40 million and give you $50 million directly. Li Mo didn't say anything and directly opened the Mountain and Sea God and Demon record. The illusory Mountain and Sea God and Demon record unfolded in front of him, and Li Mo's gaze fell on top of his attributes. Name, Li Mo. Occupation, Mountain and Sea God and Demon Summoner. Rank 10. Summons, Zhu Wei, Mythical Gaby, Kui Long, Xian Wu. Basic attribute strength, 732, physique, 700, agility, 738, mental power, 725. Life expectancy, 10 years. Lifespan of magical creatures, 111 years. Skills, stored power slam, splash wipe. After the college entrance exam, Li Mo had hunted a few times on his own, plus with Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, he was already saving up enough for 100 years of magical life. At the time before, Li Mo was still hesitant about what summoning beast to summon, but now it was just the right time to make sure. Looking at the Mountain and Sea God and Demon record in front of him, Li Mo quickly browsed through the Summoned Beasts page and soon landed his eyes on one of the Summoned Beasts illustrations. Divine Beast, Green Dragon. Grade 5 star. Qualification 17. Summoning requirements, 100 years of life. Introduction. One of the 4 spirits of heaven, master of the life of Greenwood, specializing in the ability of Yang Chun to transform life. Li Mo's current 3 divine beasts, Xuanwu's main defense, Kui Long's main ranged attack, and Mythical Beast's main assassination, were more lacking in recovery ability. And the divine beast Qinglong, the Lord of Greenwood, is not a true nurse, but it does have the ability to recover. To top it all off, the Green Dragon also has a ranged attack. Kui Long doesn't have a lot of ranged attack tools, and it just so happens that Green Dragon can make up for it. With this in mind, Li Mo no longer hesitated and directly chose to summon the Green Dragon. The summoning spell formation rose, and a flash of light rose from it, followed by a greenish wood-colored summon beast egg appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Li Mo actually did summon another summon beast. This is enough to clear the rumors that he used his talent sacrifice, right? Don't be anxious, what if this summon beast is trashier? That just proves that Li Mo is the one who utilized the talent sacrifice and has no more potential. In any case, to be able to summon so many summon beasts at this level, even if it's by using a talent sacrifice, Li Mo's summoner talent is able to be proven. Yang Chunhong's face also changed when she looked at the summoned beast egg that surfaced in front of her, but then she stiffened her mouth and said, Che, what's the point of pretending? It's just an egg. I see that you're lifting a stone and stoning yourself at this point, directly exposing yourself. If you hadn't utilized your talent sacrifice, how could you have summoned just one egg? Li Xiaoman also sneered. That's right, I haven't heard of any powerful summon beasts being an egg yet. Li Mo didn't pay any attention to them and directly cut open his palm, dropping a drop of blood on top of the green dragon egg in front of him. The blood was instantly absorbed by the green dragon egg, and then a crack instantly surfaced on the green dragon egg. Everyone's gazes fell on this green dragon egg, all of them wanting to see what kind of summoned beasts were able to come out from inside this egg. Soon, the entire green dragon egg was covered with cracks, and then with a crunching sound, the entire green dragon egg instantly shattered. A small green dragon with a green body that looked like a small snake drilled out from within the broken eggshell. Chapter 52, Reputational Guarantees. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on the little green dragon with different expressions. Yang Chunhong just glanced at it, and couldn't wait to laugh. Ha ha ha, I thought I had summoned some powerful summoning beast, but it turned out to be nothing more than a small green snake. What? Li Mo's summoner talent has been drained after you used your talent sacrifice? You can only summon this kind of rotten fish and shrimp? Li Xiaoman also chimed in. Everyone take a good look, is this the consequence of utilizing a talent offering? Only a small green snake can be summoned. Li Mo, how else are you going to deny it now? The green dragon had just hatched and still had no open appearance, and with its green body, it did look like a small green color. When the surrounding enrollment office teachers saw this, a look of disappointment also appeared in their eyes. I was expecting quite a lot, but I didn't expect this result. However, these admissions office teachers were all strong, and they soon realized that something was wrong. Hee this. The aura on this little green snake is so rich, and there is a faint pressure, so strange. Yeah, I felt it too, it's the first time I've seen such a pressure just after summoning it. This little green snake is not simple, feel it carefully, this pressure is hidden, it's like facing a super strong demonic boss. The surrounding teachers from the admissions office murmured, sensing the extraordinary nature of this little green dragon. Instead of explaining anything first, Li Mo checked the attributes of the green dragon first. Green dragon. Grade 5-star Chief. Qualification 17. Rank 1. Basic attribute strength 180, physique 200, agility 220, mental power 300. Skill: dragon flying in the sky. Fly 2 enemies with your body, dealing 142% damage and attaching a bleeding status, losing 1% life per second for 20 seconds. This skill comes with a 20% blood-sucking effect. Skill: Dragon's Breath of the 9 Heavens. Play the Dragon's Breath, inflicting 92% damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius, with a 15% additional stun effect. Leveling up improves the skill's range and stun chance. Skill: Green Dragon's Power. Each attack has a chance to attach a layer of Green Dragon's power to itself. Each layer of Green Dragon's power boosts damage by 2%, up to a maximum of 10 additional layers. Skill: Dragon's Wrath. Blood volume reduced to 50% can be activated, instantly removes all negative statuses and boosts 4 basic attributes 3 times. Attack with suppression effect, lasts for 10 minutes, enters into a 2-hour weak state after use. Skill: Green Dragon Field. After unfolding, it covers a radius of 1,000 meters, attaching the power of green wood to all friendlies within the range, and friendlies with the power of green would gain a 20% blood-sucking effect. Description: one of the 4 spirits of heaven, master of the life of the green wood, specializing in the ability of Yang Chun to transform life. Looking at Qinglong's attributes and abilities, a smile appeared on Li Mo's face. The summoning of the green dragon perfectly complemented Li Mo's current team's shortcoming of lacking recovery. Once the green dragon domain was opened, all of his summoned beasts would gain a 20% blood-drawing effect. Just this one skill was able to emphasize the power of the divine beast. Although dragon flying in the sky attacks 2 enemies, it can be counted as a single attack that deals less damage than mythical beast's sword slam, but it is able to attach the bleeding status. Losing 1% life per second for 20 seconds is 20% life. When encountering that kind of enemy with a particularly high life value, Qinglong's this skill can play an unexpected effect. And the Dragon's 9 Heavens was even more satisfying to Li Mo. Although the Kuei Long could be said to be a summoned beast with ranged means of attack, the number of enemies that could be attacked by either the 9 Heavens Thunder Plasma or the Thunderclap wasn't very large. After all, there were only 6 Thunderclap targets, and the 9 Heavenly Thunder Plasma enemies were able to dodge them. However, Qinglong's Dragon's 9 Heavens was an instantaneous ability, and all enemies within a 100-meter range would be damaged. That's a true ranged attack. The range is a bit small, but leveling up improves the range. Moreover, Dragon's 9 Heavens also comes with a stun chance, combining ranged attack and control in one powerful skill. Dragon power is nothing to sneeze at, being able to continually boost damage abilities in battle. The Wrath of the Divine Dragon is a guarantee, instantly removes all negative statuses and boosts 3 times the 4 bases. Using it well can directly turn the situation around. As a whole, the Green Dragon is a completely all-encompassing summoning beast. Attack, recovery, control, Jedi Strike. There should be everything. And just at this time, not far away, Shinshio-chan stepped forward. Her gaze fell on the little green dragon, and opened her mouth to ask Liam-o, "Can I touch it and feel its grade and qualifications?" Liam-o sniffed and glanced at Shinshio-chan, then he nodded. He needed someone to prove how powerful the green dragon was. Shinshio-chan also did not hesitate, directly stepped forward, lightly tapped the little green dragon with his right hand, and slowly closed his eyes. In the middle of the day, Shinshio-chan snapped his eyes open, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "This summoned beast, it's a 5-star grade, right? If it's qualified, it has 17, right?" Hearing Shinshio-chan's words, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. A 5-star grade summoned beast. 17 qualifications? The summoner who had summoned a giant dragon before had summoned a giant dragon that was only of the 6-star rank. Of course, most people focused on the summoned beast grade, but these enrollment office teachers knew in their hearts that the most important thing about summoned beasts was their qualifications. Levels can be raised by devouring other summoned beasts. However, the qualification was fixed, unless it was some extremely rare items that could raise the summoned beast's qualification. A 5-star summoned beast with 13 qualifications is already very good, and with 15 qualifications, it can be called an excellent product. 17 qualifications. What's that? Top, epic, and legendary don't even begin to describe it. I'm afraid that only the word divine beast could be worthy of a 17 qualification summoned beast. Everyone who thought of this was silenced and filled with shock. Liam-o smiled and nodded. Mr. Shin really has a good eye. Looking at the shocked looks of the people around her, Yang Chunhong looked at Shinshio-chan and said in dissatisfaction, "Are you feeling wrong? How can such a small green snake be a 5-star summoning beast? The qualification is still 17. I don't think 10 qualifications are even possible, right?" Shinshio-chan glanced at Yang Chunhong, then said in a calm tone, "To introduce myself, I am Shinshio-chan, the admissions office teacher of the Jinling Academy, and also a level 50 magician. You should be well aware that what magicians specialize in the most is spiritual power. Even if I perceive your gender wrongly, I won't be able to perceive this summoned beast's rank and qualification wrongly. The grade of this summoned beast is definitely 5-star. As for the qualification, I don't feel it accurately, but it's also 90% sure that it's a 17 qualification. I'll vouch for it with my Shinshio-chan's credibility." Chapter 53. This is the evidence. Listening to Shinshio-chan's words, the others around him nodded their heads. Yang Chunhong didn't know who Shinshio-chan was, but they did. A level 50 magician was absolutely top-notch in terms of perception. It was like what Shinshio-chan had said, even if he perceived the wrong gender, he wouldn't be able to perceive the wrong grade and qualification of this summoned beast. In that case, Li Mo's newly summoned summoning beast must have 5-star 17 qualifications. That's for sure. I said, why is Li Mo so confident? It seems like he really didn't use a forbidden technique like talent sacrifice. Simply exaggerated. Summoning so many powerful summoned beasts in a row, this Li Mo's talent as a summoner is simply astounding. I'm afraid that there will only be one like him in 1,000 years. No, I have to get in touch with the school again. Such a top student of the college entrance examination must be increased. Even if I have to pay double the resources again, I have to pull him into my school. The surrounding admissions office teachers look different. Some are already starting to move back, using various means to contact the school, ready to increase the bargaining chip. There was no way around it. The potential that Liam-o had shown was simply too unbelievable. Whether it was the talent test stone or this divine beast he had just summoned, it was enough to prove the gold content of him as the top student of the college entrance exam. It would be pure fury for such a person not to fight for it. Yang Chunhong listened to Shinshio-chan's words. Her face was red and white for a while, but she didn't dare to say anything to Shinshio-chan. The corner of Li Mo's mouth curled into a smile, then he dropped his gaze onto Yang Chunhong. Ms. Yang, willing to bet you won't renege on your debt, right? Yang Chunhong reddened her face, her eyes staring at Li Mo, clenched her teeth, but in the end, she threw out a card and threw it directly onto the ground. Consider it fed to the dogs. Li Mo didn't care and just picked up the card. He didn't want a penny of the money Li Menghan gave him, but he had to have the money he won from the bet. Li Mo, come to our school, I'll give you an A-grade resource on top of the conditions I just gave you, and after you join the school, you'll be taught directly by a famous teacher. Don't listen to him, Li Mo, come to our school, and don't give you any more a direct share of S-rank resources, and in order to open the summoner department, all-round service for you. Their school can't do it, you must be careful, come to our school, directly give you an S-grade resource plus an A-grade resource, and then apply for 2 schoolmates for you to accompany you, take your pick. Roll! Shameless, the beauty trick is used, Li Mo, you come to our school, we'll be accompanied by a direct beauty teacher. After a short period of asking for instructions, the teachers of the admissions office were rounding up Li Mo, increasing their bargaining chips and trying to get Li Mo to join their school. The Magic City admission office teacher slapped his thighs with a face of remorse. Just now, if he had said all the chips in one breath, he might have taken this Li Mo directly. I blame these guys for interrupting him. Li Yuheng, who was not far away, watched this scene with gloomy eyes, tightened his own palms, and looked at Li Mo with a color of resentment in his gaze. This should have been a moment of splendor that belonged to him, but now it was all taken away by Li Mo. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuheng calmed himself, then put on a harmless look on his face. After that, he landed his eyes on Wang Mingyu, a teacher at the admissions office of Qinbei University. Mr. Wang, I've been paying attention to Qinbei University before and admire it, it's my honor to join it this time. Wang Mingyu was originally prepared to be trying to tell Li Mo about the increased conditions, but that side was now surrounded. Suddenly hearing Li Yuheng's words, he turned around with a slight frown. He was still satisfied with accepting Li Yuheng to Qinbei University. After all, Li Yuheng was a hidden profession blast swordsman, and his grades were good, top 10 in the country and second in Jiangnan province. If he were in any other province, he'd be a provincial scholar. But alas, it's a province with rhymer. Coupled with their performance just now, the two were not comparable at all. He also wondered if his own words just now would leave a lump in Li Mo's heart. However, as the person had opened his mouth, Wang Mingyu could only nod slightly towards him. Li Yuheng continued without slowing down. I know a lot about Qinbei University, and have learned that its school spirit is to be virtuous. Mr. Wang, I'm here to ask, is there a requirement above character for students entering Qinbei University? Wang Mingyu's frown deepened, not knowing what Li Yuheng was asking for. But Wang Mingyu still spoke. This is naturally a requirement. The students enrolled in the school must not have any major flaws in their character before they can do so. Li Yuheng nodded, then continued. Then may I ask Teacher Wang, if a person strikes in the city for no reason and seriously injures another person, is that considered a flawed character? Wang Mingyu's expression became serious as he spoke. That's natural. Striking in the middle of the city is against the iron laws of the inspection division, so naturally it's considered a failure of character. The other college admissions office teachers naturally heard Li Yuheng's words and their brows furrowed. They were also aware of the relationship between Li Yuheng and Li Mo, and now that they suddenly heard Li Yuheng say such words, they all had speculations in their hearts. After Li Yuheng heard Wang Mingyu's words, his face revealed a tangle of emotions, and then it was as if he had made up his mind with great difficulty. In that case, I will expose my brother, Li Mo. He struck in the middle of the city and seriously injured the others. Listening to Li Yuheng's words, the surrounding enrollment office teachers were in an uproar, not expecting Li Yuheng to say such words. Wang Mingyu's expression also became serious as he looked at Wang Mingyu and said, These words can't be said indiscriminately. This kind of thing of striking in the middle of the city was neither big nor small, but if it was really serious, it could really be labeled as a failure to follow the law and a failure of character. Li Yuheng took a deep breath, as if to cheer himself up, and spoke. Originally, I had no intention of talking about this matter. After all, it sounds as if I'm jealous of my brother and deliberately tripping him up. But brother, you just humiliated mother like that, I just can't watch it anymore. Seeing this, Yang Feng hurriedly said, Don't spit blood, you said that Liu Mo was in the city, do you have any evidence? Liu Heng slowly spoke. I naturally have proof, because the one that my brother seriously injured was me. These days, Mom and Dad have been asking me who the person who seriously injured me is, but I've kept it to myself because I'm afraid it will affect my brother. But I couldn't care less about getting on so much right now, and it's so disappointing to me that you're doing this to your mother, brother. Mom, Dad, and sister, the one who made a move on me at the time and seriously injured me was my brother, Liu Mo. As for proof, here's the proof. Saying that, Liu Heng directly removed the straps from his body. The hideous wounds were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Chapter 54, Image Stones. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on Liu Heng's body, and their brows furrowed slightly as they looked at the hideous wounds on Liu Heng's body. The wound had been treated, but it still looked gruesome. Just by seeing this wound, it was enough to imagine how much damage Liu Heng had suffered at that time. When Yang Chunhong saw this, a look of heartache immediately appeared on her face. Yu Heng! Why did you tear this down? You're not fully healed yet, this will aggravate your injuries. Afterward, Yang Chunhong looked at Liu Mo with an angry expression. Liu Mo! You beast! It's fine to be disrespectful to me and your father, but you're heartless enough to make a move on Yu Heng. He's your brother! Li Xiaoman also pointed at Liu Mo and pointedly said, After Yu Heng was injured, we have been asking him who the murderer is. Yu Heng has never said anything. I didn't realize that it was you, Liu Mo, who did this. You really are so cruel. Li Mingda's face also turned ugly as he looked at Liu Mo and said, Rebellious son! I didn't expect that you would even think of making a move against Yu Heng. If you have a grudge against the Li family, then come at me. What kind of skill is it to make a move against Yu Heng? Li Tianlan, who was on the side, frowned tightly and looked at Liu Mo with a somewhat hesitant expression. Liu Mo, did you really move this? Li Menghan anxiously said. Big sister, how is this possible? How could Liu Mo make a move against Liu Heng? This is simply impossible. If Liu Mo is really pressed with a hand-to-hand crime, then it is expected that no colleges and universities will admit Liu Mo again. After all, in the face of the abyss, the purpose of humanity was to help each other. It would be fine if it was outside the city, but inside the city, or against his own brother, the colleges were people they would never cultivate. Hearing Liu Heng's words, he let out a miserable laugh. Second sister, do you think I would joke about such a thing? Are you trying to say that I'm lying about this when you say it's impossible for my brother to do anything to me? Why do you think I've been dead set against telling who the murderer is all these days if my brother didn't do it? I thought about how this incident was a family scandal after all, and how it was probably because my brother felt that I had taken away the love that was rightfully his, and that's why he acted impulsively, and I understood him. I didn't want to talk about it, just bury it in the deepest recesses of my heart, and never speak of it, but my brother, he was just too much. It's okay for him to lay hands on me, it's okay for him to seriously injure me, I can keep it all to myself, but he can't respect his mother. When Liu Mo looked at Liu Heng, he couldn't help but want to applaud him. Wonderful! It is really wonderful. Even though he was very disgusted with Liu Heng in his heart, Liu Mo had to say that Liu Heng's acting skills had already reached the peak. This aggrieved but don't say it, but in the end he had to say it for his own mother's sake. Look was portrayed by him. Anyone who looks at it thinks that this is an image of a person who preferred to keep his serious injuries to himself for the sake of his brother, and was finally compelled to tell the truth about the murderer being his brother for the sake of his mother. Wang Mingya's brows furrowed. This was not something that could be fooled around with. If he rashly recruited someone into the school who had a bad character, and also violated the law, he would be held responsible. Thinking of this, Wang Mingya looked at Liu Mo and asked, Liu Mo, do you have any explanation? The gazes of all the college admissions office teachers also fell on Liu Mo, waiting for Liu Mo's answer. Liu Mo glanced at Wang Mingya, and in his heart, he was even more disappointed in Qibei University. Afterward, Liu Mo directly spoke. Everyone, what is my profession? Summoner. And what is Liu Heng? Hidden profession Blizzard Swordsman. If we do it in the city, how could I be his opponent? Li Xiaoman directly interrupted Liu Mo. Of course you can't beat Yu Heng yourself. Does that even need to be said? You must have used summon beasts. Although Yu Heng is a hidden profession blast swordsman, it's difficult to cope with so many of your summoned beasts. The corner of Li Mo's mouth hooked up into a smile. Summon beasts? If I use a summon beast, the battle process will definitely be very intense and the Inspector General's department will arrive very quickly. Why wasn't I caught by the Inspector General's department? Listening to Li Mo's words, the surrounding college admissions teachers nodded their heads. Indeed, this is the reasoning. With the size and destructive power of the summon beasts, it was impossible to strike in the city without being detected by the inspection division. Li Mo's gaze landed on Li Xiaoman and continued. Or do you think that Li Yuheng's fighting strength is just too weak, and that he was seriously injured by my summon beast in one go, leaving the inspection division with no time to react? You! Li Xiaoman was a bit furious for a moment. If she admitted it, wouldn't she be saying that Yu Heng was weak? Also, when summon beasts fight, they definitely leave traces. Were there any traces left by the summon beasts at the place where Li Yuheng was injured at that time? Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman's faces reddened, unable to speak. After Li Yuheng was seriously injured, they naturally investigated to the best of their ability, and if they had found traces of the summon beast's hands, they would have definitely suspected Li Mo a long time ago. Wang Mingyu's gaze fell on Li Yuheng. Li Yuheng, do you have anything else to say? Or do you have any evidence? If you falsely accuse Li Mo, you will be severely punished. Li Yuheng bit his lip and made a very tangled appearance. Subsequently, Li Yuheng sighed and said somewhat helplessly, That's just it, since you have to press on step by step, brother, then I'll have to tell you what happened. That day, I was preparing to head outside the city to hunt, and when I passed by a remote alleyway on the outskirts of the city, I met brother Li Mo. I was originally very happy, thinking to say hello to my brother, but I didn't realize that my brother didn't say a word, and when he came in front of me, he just pulled out his weapon and took action. It's true that he didn't use his summon beasts, but I didn't expect my brother to make a move on me either, and under my lack of defense, I was directly seriously injured on the ground by my brother. Brother, he was still trying to kill me at that time. If brother had summoned a summon beast at that time, I'm afraid I would have already died. Hearing Li Yuheng's words, Yang Chunhong was directly enraged and cursed directly at Li Mo's nose. Listen to this beast of yours. It's not enough to seriously injure Yu Heng, you even want to put Yu Heng to death. You have a cruel heart. Li Xiaoman also spoke up. I've long seen that you're a wolf, Li Mo. Isn't it because you feel that Yu Heng has taken away the love that should have belonged to you? I'm telling you, you don't deserve our love at all. Our love will only be given to Yu Heng, not to you, a clothed beast. A sneer appeared on Li Mo's face. First of all, it's not that I don't deserve your love, but that you don't deserve to love me at all. Secondly, this is nothing more than Li Yuheng's side of the story, since when can one's human words be used as evidence? Li Yuheng directly pulled out a gray stone and placed it in front of everyone. This is the image stone, recording the image data of the neighborhood on that day. This is the proof. Chapter 55, The Guessing Stone. An image stone? Everyone's eyes fell on the stone in Li Yuheng's hand. An image stone is a special stone that records images. After the abyss descended, thermal weapons and camera equipment were all disabled, and this image stone was considered one of the few things that could record images. Even the videos of the high school exams and such were recorded on image stones. Without hesitation, Li Yuheng directly twisted on the image stone, and a curtain of light was instantly released from it. Above the light screen was the very sight of Li Mo entering an alleyway. Then after that, there was the scene where Li Mo and Li Yuheng were fighting. Just as Li Yuheng had said, after the two met, Li Yuheng greeted Li Mo with a smile on his face and said something under his breath. But soon after the two of them got close, Li Mo was directly taking out a weapon and stabbing Li Yuheng. After that, it was just like what Li Yuheng said, and after seriously injuring Li Yuheng, Li Mo quickly fled. Looking at the scene in the light screen, Li Mo froze for a moment. He had really thought that Li Yuheng had really left an image stone inside that alley, but he did not expect to see such a scene. The scene before entering the alleyway is real, but what comes after is all fake. Other than that, he was wearing a mask when he did it himself. No wonder the matter of his own action against Li Yuheng did not ferment in the past few days, so it turned out that he was waiting for himself here. I guess this fake image record consumed a lot of Li Yuheng's time. Yang Chunhong looked at the projection of the image stone and instantly became furious. Good, Li Mo. Sure enough, it was you who injured Li Yuheng. I told you why he didn't say anything when I kept asking Yu Heng. Look at the difference between the two of you. Yu Heng, how kind-hearted he is. He didn't say anything in order to protect you. How can you be so cruel as to lay hands on Yu Heng? Li Xiaoman also said angrily. Li Mo, you have nothing to say now, do you? Laying hands on your own brother, what else can't you do? What qualifications does someone with this kind of character have to enter a college or university? On what basis can he become a senior high school student? I suggest that Li Mo's college entrance examination results be nullified, and he should never be allowed to enter colleges and universities to plague others. Yang Chunhong chimed in. Voiding his high school grades is considered cheap. Send him to prison. I'll make sure he pays for making a move on Yu Heng. The surrounding college admissions office teachers saw this and talked about it. If it was true that Li Mo had made a move against his own brother, and it was still within the city, this matter was really not easy to deal with. At least they absolutely can't recruit into the school anymore, or else they won't be able to eat anything if the school's reputation is dragged down with them. Li Mo was just about to open his mouth, but Xin Qiuchan suddenly came in front of that image stone. Looking at the image stone in front of him, Xin Qiuchan had a smirk on his face. This image stone, are you sure it can be evidence? Xin Qiuchan's gaze fell on Li Yuheng and opened his mouth to ask. Before Li Yuheng could answer, Li Xiaoman said arrogantly, What do you mean? What do you mean, this image stone can be evidence? Can't such obvious evidence prove it? You're not trying to recruit Li Mo into your school and deliberately favoring him, are you? Xin Qiuchan let out a light laugh, then spoke. If it's a real image stone, then naturally it can be used as evidence. But what if it's not an image stone? Can it still be used as evidence? Hearing Xin Qiuchan's words, Yang Chunhong was directly enraged. Mr. Xin, I respect you as a college teacher, but you can't be so casual about it, can you? This is clearly the image stone. What makes you say it isn't? Xin Qiuchan laughed. Image stones are stones that can imprint images and play them back, and are widely used everywhere, such as the college entrance exam video. Li Xiaoman said in dissatisfaction. Teacher Shen, are you popularizing us? I'm afraid this kind of news doesn't need you to explain it. Which one of us doesn't know? Xin Qiuchan nodded. This is naturally something everyone knows, but I don't know if you know that there is another kind of stone called the conjecture stone. Conjecture stones and image stones are similar in appearance, and cannot be distinguished by the naked eye at all, but their effects are completely different. The conjecture stone is capable of generating images to be saved based on the scenarios sketched out in the user's mind, which can be played back later. The scenarios put out in the hypochondriac stone are completely outlined by the user, not what happened in reality. Conjecture stones are much rarer in number compared to image stones, and their value has increased several times. I'm afraid it's not easy for you to find a conjecture stone, Li Yuheng? Hearing Xin Qiuchan's words, the surroundings were in an uproar. If it was really as Xin Qiuchan had said, that this was not an image stone but a conjecture stone, then Li Yuheng was falsely accusing Li Mo. It's no small thing to falsely accuse a high school student. Li Yuheng's face changed violently, then his eyes rolled slightly and he quickly stabilized his demeanor. After that, a look of bewilderment appeared on Li Yuheng's face. Conjecture stone? This is the first time I've heard of this name. Mr. Shin, when you say that this is not an image stone, but a conjecture stone, do you have any evidence? Xin Qiuchan laughed. Isn't that simple? Saying that, Xin Qiuchan directly went forward and grabbed the stone. A moment later, Xin Qiuchan slowly spread out his palm, and the stone released a recording. In the recording, it was Li Yuheng who had seriously injured Xin Qiuchan with the sword. Xin Qiuchan was a 50th level powerhouse. How could he be seriously injured by Li Yuheng? Besides, the two had never even met each other. Xin Qiuchan proved with practical actions that this was not an image stone, but a conjecture stone. It's really a conjecture stone. I've only heard of conjecture stones before, but I didn't expect to see one this time. Humph! Framing the top student of the college entrance exam with a conjecture stone, this Li Yuheng is really bold. In that case, Li Mo seriously injuring Li Yuheng would have been a falsehood. The surrounding college admission office teachers spoke up, some expressing disdain for Li Yuheng, but more people's gazes fell on Li Mo. With such a high summoner talent, Li Mo might be able to come out with a different path on the summoner journey. He must be recruited into his school. Li Mo also did not expect Xin Qiuchan to directly say that this is the hypothesis stone. Li Mo is still the first time to hear about the hypothesis stone. However, it was natural that Liu Mo would not let go of this opportunity. Looking at Liu Heng, Liu Mo sneered. I remember a certain person said just now that people with questionable character don't deserve to enter colleges and universities. I wonder if using a conjecture stone to frame one's older brother is considered questionable character? Liu Heng, do you think you're worthy of entering a college? Chapter 56, Xin Xiuchan's Attraction. Hearing Li Mo's words, Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman both had a look of anxiety on their faces. Liu Heng's face also revealed a flustered look, making an innocent appearance as he spoke. How could I frame you, brother? This matter is also somewhat confusing to me. That's the first time I knew it was a hypochondriac stone. It was given to me by an inspector from the inspectorate, and there was this video of it at the time, and I thought it was an image stone. Liu Mo pressed on step by step. Then how do you explain your claim that you saw that it was me who seriously injured you? Liu Heng quickly replied. What I saw at that time was indeed you, brother, but in retrospect, the situation was a bit bizarre. Brother, you're obviously a summoner, but at that time, you had an extremely powerful force that directly injured me severely. You know, I'm the hidden profession blast swordsman after all. Even if I'm out of touch, I shouldn't be seriously injured straight away by a summoner without a summoned beast. Liu Heng's brows tightened, then he made a look of sudden realization. I know, it must be that someone is jealous seeing that our Li family has produced a college entrance examination scholar, and the second in the province all at once, so they purposely use this method to make us brothers fight each other. Speaking of this, Liu Heng's face revealed a timely expression of anger. This person is truly detestable. To think of such an evil way to deal with our Li family. Liu Mo shook his head. He had to say that this Liu Heng's acting skills were just too good, and his head turned fast. In such a short time, he had thought of an excuse for himself. Although this reasoning sounds flawed. Just as Liu Mo was about to say something else, Liu Heng continued. I know this may sound like it's a bit ridiculous, but it is indeed what I have seen and heard. Teacher Shin, you said that you are a level 50 mage and are best at the mental power aspect. If you don't believe me, you can directly conduct a soul search on me to see my memories from that day, whether or not what I saw was the exact same person as my brother who seriously injured me. Liu Mo raised an eyebrow, not expecting Liu Heng to have this hand. At that time, Liu Heng had indeed seen himself, and this could not be faked in his memory. Xin Xiuchan frowned tightly. Her intuition told her that this Liu Heng in front of her was falsely accusing Liu Mo. But he looks a little emboldened now. And just at this time, Liu Mo stepped forward and came to Liu Heng's side. I naturally believe you, brother. I just thought it was because you felt upset in your heart that I became the top student of the college entrance exam and deliberately framed me, but now it seems that someone is behind this. However, in the future, you should think carefully about this kind of thing before you say it, and don't ever be taken for a ride again. Here, let brother see if you're hurt badly. With that, Liu Mo reached out and grabbed Liu Heng's arm, his palm slightly exerting force. Liu Heng had wanted to let someone else search his soul, so this matter naturally could not be investigated any further. Otherwise, if the soul search comes out of the scene on that day, Liu Mo will be finished with it. However, that didn't mean that Liu Mo just let it go. In the eyes of others, Liu Mo was concerned about Liu Heng's injuries at this moment, but Liu Mo's power was extremely high after linking the mythical beast. With just a slight force, Liu Heng's face turned iron blue. But now in this situation, Liu Heng could only endure it, gritting his teeth and looking at Liu Mo. Thank you for your brother's concern. A few people from the Li family were still a bit uncomfortable as they looked at this brotherly and friendly scene in front of them. Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman also shut up directly at this time. After all, it was involved in whether Liu Heng had falsely accused Liu Mo or not. It was better for them not to open their mouths. The surrounding college admissions office teachers didn't get to the bottom of it. After all, they came over to enroll students. Soon, Liu Mo was once again surrounded. And Xin Xiuchan's gaze also fell on Liu Mo's body and slowly spoke. Student Liu Mo, so many teachers from the admissions offices of colleges and universities have already stated their conditions. And our condition for the Golden Academy is 1 copy of the S-Class resources, plus $50 million. Although the rewards given by our Jinling Academy are not particularly generous, believe me, the Jinling Academy is definitely the most suitable college for you. Liu Mo raised his eyebrows, not expecting Xin Xiuchan to say this. Looking at Xin Xiuchan, Liu Mo opened his mouth and asked, Teacher Shin, you said that the Jinling Academy is the most suitable college for me? Is there any reason for that? With regard to colleges and universities, Liemo didn't know much about them. Just know the ranking of colleges and universities, because Qingbei University is the first place in the ranking of colleges and universities, so Liemo before is to look the other way. But now listening to Shin Qiuchan's words, it seems that there is a difference between colleges and universities. Or rather, the Jinling Academy was different from other colleges and universities, or else Shin Qiuchan wouldn't have been so confident to say such words. Shin Qiuchan smiled and said, Student Liemo, there are some situations that you probably don't really understand. Let me briefly tell you that the most important thing about colleges and universities is the allocation of resources. After all, joining colleges and universities for the skewed educational resources. And in terms of the allocation of those resources, most other colleges and universities have a mentor allocation system. That is to say, these resources will be distributed to the instructors first, who will then distribute them to the students in their own classes. Your own performance, and then the mentor's evaluation, ultimately determines how much of the number of resources you'll be able to access. Speaking here, Shin Qiuchan paused for a moment and looked at Liemo and said, Student Liemo must know that this approach has both advantages and disadvantages, and the advantageous aspect is that it is able to comprehensively assess the students and allocate resources. But the downside is that mentors have a tremendous amount of say, so it can lead to some shady things happening. For example, this younger brother of yours, Li Yuheng, Mr. Liemo, whose sister graduated from Qingbei University, is able to enjoy certain care. And you, who looks like you don't have a good relationship with the Li family, might get your shoes worn when you enter Qingbei University. Wang Mingyu, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Shin Qiuchan, what are you talking about? How could our Qingbei University possibly give Liemo small shoes? Student Liemo, don't listen to her nonsense. Shin Qiuchan laughed. Mr. Wang, don't be anxious, I'm just saying it's not possible. I didn't say it's a certainty, it's just a possibility. Afterward, Shin Qiuchan's gaze landed on Liemo, and his expression became serious. This is also why I said that you, Liemo's student, are more suitable for our Jinling Academy. What we, the Golden Academy, have adopted is to distribute resources entirely according to the strength of the students. Fairness and equity are absolutely guaranteed. With student Liemo's strength, by coming to our Jinling Academy, you will definitely be able to get enough resources tilted in your favor to help you quickly improve your strength. Chapter 57, Shin Qiuchan's Gift. Listening to Shin Qiuchan's words, Liemo pondered slightly. He was already a little shaken in his mind. After all, Li Yuheng had chosen Qingbei University, and if he himself also chose Qingbei University, there was no guarantee that he would engage in some tricks behind the scenes. But it's important to be careful with things like college choices. Teacher Shin, I wonder if you can tell us in detail about the Golden School's access to resources? Shin Qiuchan nodded. That's natural. In the Jinling Academy, there are only two ways to obtain resources, and those are school points and rankings. In the Jinling Academy, various tasks will be issued, and there will be various point rewards, and obtaining points can be exchanged for any resources in the school's treasury. And inside the school, there are quite a few lists, so as long as you have enough rankings on the list, whether it's A-ranked resources or S-ranked resources, will offer rewards. Student Liemo, you don't have any power behind you, and there's no way to go through the relationship to befriend a tutor, so of course our Jinling Academy is the most suitable for you. I'm sure you know that our Golden Academy was only established for a short 10 years before it squeezed into the top 3 of the nation's colleges and universities for this very reason. Liemo nodded. The Jinling Academy was in Jiangnan Province, but not in Tianan City, but in Linan City. Because of the close proximity, Liemo was also aware of some of the circumstances of the Jinling Academy. The Golden Academy was not a traditionally established college, but was formed by a group of powerful people. Although it was established in a time period that did not have the heritage of other colleges and universities, the Golden Academy formed an atmosphere in which strength was honored, and became one of the top 3 colleges and universities in the country in just 3 years. The teachers of the other colleges on the side also spoke up to discourage them when they saw this. Student Liemo, our school also has list rankings and the same rewards. Liemo student, you come to our college, I will directly introduce you to the tutor cognizance, to ensure that your resources to obtain quite a few difficult things. Shinchio-chan bristled at the words and said disdainfully, "You do have the list, but what are your rewards? It's nothing more than cheap items for show, and you still have to rely on your mentors for more resources. Do you dare to say that any of the colleges and universities have a fairer access to resources than our Golden Academy?" The other college teachers opened their mouths, but nothing came out. Shinchio-han was right, they were indeed mentors who allocated more resources. But this can also increase the mentor-student relationship, and the allocation of resources is more comprehensive, not all of which is a disadvantage. Liamo fell silent. Honestly speaking, the rewards given by the major universities were all very generous. But Liamo knew in his heart that this was just a one-time thing. It is the access to resources once you are in college that is more important. And what Shinchio-chan said about the Jinling Academy's method of obtaining resources was even more attractive to Liamo. After making a decision in his heart, Liamo didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "Teachers, thank you for your love, but in the end, I decided to choose the Jinling Academy." Listening to Liamo's words, the teachers of the other college admissions offices all showed disappointment, and none of them were very regretful. If Liamo hadn't used the talent test stone, they wouldn't have had such a hard time. But how could they not be heartbroken to see such a student who made the talent test stone emit a golden glow become a student of another school just like that? However, since Liamo had already made a decision, they were not going to mess around. After exchanging greetings with Liamo, the enrollment office teachers of these colleges and universities also left. Seeing this, the Li family's crowd followed and left the place. Li Menghan looked at Liamo and wanted to say something, but looking at Shinchio-chan and Yang Feng, she could only leave first. Yang Feng's face was full of smiles. The Jinling Academy was also a top 3 ranked college, and for Liamo to be a student there, his face was also bright. Moreover, the Jinling Academy is still owned by Jiangnan Province, and with such a layer of relationship, the 8th high school will receive a little more educational resources next year. Shinchio-chan also took out a document and handed it to Liamo. "Student Liamo, since you've chosen our Jinling Academy, then sign an enrollment agreement." Shinchio-chan is still cautious, although Liamo is already a verbal promise, but this kind of thing is still safer after signing. Liamo nodded, and after reading this enrollment agreement, he directly signed his name. Watching Liamo sign his name, a smile also appeared on Shinchio-chan's face as she looked at Liamo and laughed. "Now you're even a part of our Jinling Academy. Welcome to the Jinling Academy, student Liamo." Liamo also smiled and nodded, then thought of something and looked at Shinchio-chan and asked, "Teacher Shin, am I able to ask if there are any items that can increase lifespan inside the school treasury of the Jinling Academy?" Liamo, however, had not forgotten that he only had 10 years left to live, so he had to quickly look for items that could prolong his life. He doesn't want to die young. Shinchio-chan raised an eyebrow. "Items that increase lifespan? This item is rather yet rare. Once it's available, it will basically be exchanged out. I'll check it for you." Saying that, Shinchio-chan directly took out his cell phone and checked it. Soon after, Shinchio-chan looked at Liamo and shook his head. "Not at the moment. Things that can increase lifespan are in short supply. If they appear, they are basically gone in seconds. Also, redeeming such items requires a large number of school points. If you really need it, I suggest that you enter the Jinling Academy to accumulate points first, and then have the people at the school's treasure trove keep an eye out for you, and exchange them directly when they're available." Liamo nodded. He was just inquiring about it, and didn't hold much hope. After all, things that increase longevity are extremely rare. Maybe look for it at the Skyland Exchange or some auctions. Shinchio-chan looked at Liamo and said, "By the way, student Liamo, let me tell you, you only have 3 days to prepare, and after 3 days, you will be heading to the Jinling Academy. When you get into colleges, it doesn't mean you get to lie down, it's exactly where you start. Like I said earlier, there are various lists in the school, and you have to keep working hard if you want to acquire more resources and improve yourself quickly. In addition, in a little over a month's time, there will be the freshman exchange competition, which is a competition of freshmen from all colleges and universities, and the rewards will be very rich, so you should prepare well." Liamo nodded and gave all of this a note. Just at this time, Shinchio-chan took out an item and handed it to Liamo. "Meeting each other's fate, and since you're a student of the Jinling Academy, as a teacher, I naturally want to congratulate you on becoming the top student of the college entrance exam. This is my gift to you, take it. Chapter 58, Zhu Xingxiu's Invitation. What Xingqiu-chan handed over was a light golden token. Liemo looked at it for a moment, and the information of this token surfaced. Monarch token. Effect: when carried on the body, it is able to withstand one certain death attack up to level 40. Introduction: crafted from the remains of a monarch-ranked demonic creature, it is a life-preserving weapon. Looking at the introduction of this monarch token, Liemo froze for a moment, and then he shook his head. Teacher Shin, I can't accept it, it's just too expensive. Being able to resist a certain death attack, the value of this monarch token was extremely high. Xingqiu-chan smiled. Take it, this token is itself useless to me. Listening to Xingqiu-chan's words, Liemo froze for a moment, then realized that Xingqiu-chan was already level 50, and this monarch token that resisted certain death attacks below level 40 was indeed of little use to her. With this in mind, Liemo nodded and took this monarch token away. Thanks, Mr. Shin. Xingqiu-chan smiled. No need to thank you. You can come to the Jinling Academy is also considered to have done me a favor. In the future we will have many more opportunities to deal with each other. Alright, I'm not going to say anything more to you. Get ready, in the next 2 days someone will pick you up and take you to the Golden Academy at that time. After saying that, Xingqiu-chan was directly leaving the place. I'm afraid that only the top students of the college entrance examination can have this treatment. What Liemo didn't know was that even the top students of the college entrance examination didn't have such treatment. It was because of Liemo's performance on the talent test stone that he was treated this way. After all, high school seniors are rare, but there is one every year. But there was only one college entrance exam scholar in 100 years who could make the talent test stone light up with a golden glow. After Liemo and Headmaster Yang Feng talked a few more times, they left the school directly. After leaving the school gate, Liemo didn't hesitate and went straight to the Tianlan exchange, wanting to see if there was anything in there that would increase his lifespan. With only 10 years left to live, it was still rather anxious for Liemo. Soon, Liemo was coming out of the Tianlan exchange. The Tianlan exchange didn't sell anything that increased lifespan because such things were too precious. But Liemo also learned a piece of news from the Tianlan exchange. That is, although the ones sold in the Skylan exchange are not available, there may be items that increase lifespan auction at the Skylan auction. But this kind of auction isn't something that just anyone can get into. Also, it's not just a matter of needing a lot of money in order to auction off items that increase your lifespan. Generally speaking, such extreme items that increased longevity were also mostly bartered at auctions. If you want to take it down, you have to need the corresponding precious items to do so. But anyway, it's kind of a direction. After returning to his rented house, Liemo simply rested for a while, and then he found Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan and told the two of them about his choice of the Jinling Academy. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan were still surprised. After all, they had always thought that Liemo would choose Qingbei University before. But after learning the results, the two were very happy. Because after discussing the matter, they all decided to stay in Jiangnan province to attend colleges and universities because they felt that the cost of attending college in the capital city was too high. Originally, Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan still felt some regret that they might have to separate from Liemo. I didn't realize that fate is just so amazing and the three are together again. That night, Liemo celebrated with Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan. Early the next morning, Liemo received a letter. It's an invitation from the Star Iron Guild. Zhu Xingxiu invited me to dinner? Liemo looked at the invitation in his hand with a somewhat surprised expression. After all, he had killed Star Iron Guild's Yan Xiuhu before, and although Zhu Xingxiu didn't move himself because of his identity as the top student of the college entrance exam, he did warn himself. But looking at the wording of the invitation, it was very gentle, as if it was inviting an old friend. Liemo thought about it and decided to go to the appointment. After all, Zhu Xingxiu's pupil was only 28 years old and had reached level 45. Not only was he a strong person, his potential was also very high. Although Liemo didn't fear her either, there was no need to have such an additional enemy. At noon, Liemo went directly to the appointment. The place where Zhu Xingxiu invited Liemo was in a private manor that should be under Zhu Xingxiu's banner. Entering inside the manor, Liemo was brought inside an exquisitely decorated restaurant. Soon after, Zhu Xingxu walked in. Liemo raised his head and looked at Zhu Xingxin, who walked in, and a hint of amazement flashed through his eyes. When they first met before, Zhu Xingxin's pupil was in armor and was very valiant. But now she was in a burgundy evening gown, which outlined her perfect figure and gave her body an extra flirtatious flavor. "Mr. Reimer, thank you for accepting my invitation." Saying that, Zhu Xingxin waved her hand, signaling the butler at the side to serve the food. Liemo looked at Zhu Xingxu, who was slowly sitting in front of him, and his expression moved slightly as he directly opened his mouth and asked, "President Zhu, I wonder what you're suddenly inviting me for? Didn't you say you'd find me at level 20? What? Going ahead?" Zhu Xingxi's face revealed a charming smile as she looked at Liemo and said, "Liemo's student is joking. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. I invited you over today, Liemo's student, in order to clear up this misunderstanding." Liemo froze for a moment, not expecting Zhu Xingxu to say such a thing. "Why did President Zhu say that?" Liemo took a sip of the tea on the table and looked at Zhu Xingxu and laughed. Zhu Xingxin spoke. "I'm a person who prefers to be straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush much. The change in my attitude is because of your talent, Liemo's student. I originally thought, like everyone else, that you used a talent sacrifice to obtain the top spot in the college entrance exam. So I didn't put you on my mind, and I've found out about Yan Shuo, so I'll just beat you up at level 20 and forget about it. But you, Liemo, surprised me with your performance. Making the talent test stone light up gold is something I've never heard of before." Liemo's eyes flickered for a moment as he spoke. "I didn't expect President Zhu to have so many channels of information, and I know all about my affair with the teacher from the admissions office." Liemo indeed did not expect this matter to be known to Zhu Xingxu, but there was nothing to be surprised about when he thought about it. After all, the Star Iron Guild had thick roots in Tianan City, so as long as one paid attention, this news could still be learned. "It's not like it's a secret, after all." Zhu Xingxin laughed. "It's just a news channel that's not worth mentioning." Liemo also laughed and looked at Zhu Xingxu in front of him, a smirk on his face. "So, regarding the matter of Yan Shuo, who President Zhu has changed his mind?" Chapter 59, Chapter President. Zhu Xingxi listened to Liemo's words and nodded. "I already said just now that Yan Shuo's matter is a misunderstanding. Let it pass and forget about it. You and I, classmate Liemo, are also considered to be not fighting, and it's considered to be my good fortune to be able to make the acquaintance of you, the top student of the college entrance examination." Liemo looked at Zhu Xingxia and pondered for a moment, then he opened his mouth and said directly, "I wonder what Chairman Zhu is looking for me for? It can't be just to clear up Yang Xiu's misunderstanding, right?" Zhu Xingxin laughed. "It seems that student Liemo also likes to be straightforward, so I'll be straightforward. In fact, this time I'm looking for student Liemo to come here to discuss the matter of the Star Iron chapter with you." Reimer raised an eyebrow. "Chapter?" Zhu Xingxi nodded. "Not bad. The Star Iron Guild has developed to the point where it has become one of the top big guilds in Tianan City, but accordingly, its development in Tianan City has basically come to an end. Unless I'm able to swallow the other two larger guilds, but that point is unlikely anytime soon. That's why I'm thinking of opening chapters in other cities, so that I can expand the influence of the Star Iron Guild." Listening to Zhu Xingxin's words, Liemo couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. This Zhu Xingxin pupil is really extraordinary. In his 20s he has brought the Star Iron Guild to such a level. Surprisingly, he is already thinking about the matter of the chapter. But then Liemo reacted and looked at Zhu Xingxu and asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Zhu Xingxu smiled. "Today, I asked you, Liemo's student, to come over, just to discuss with you. I can only be located the chapter in Linen City. I heard that Liemo's student is going to go to Linen City's Jinling Academy to attend the college. So how about you, Mr. Liemo, be the president of this chapter?" Hearing Zhu Xingxin's words, Liemo directly froze. Chapter president? This was equivalent to a feudal official, and if it developed later, its power would not even be weaker than Star Iron. The president of this kind of chapter usually used the person they trusted the most. How could Zhu Xingxu think of letting herself come? Liemo's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Zhu Xingxu. "You're not kidding, right?" Zhu Xingxin pupil's complexion also became serious as he directly said, "Do you think I look like I'm joking?" Li Mo's frown deepened at his words and he spoke. "What about the reason?" Zhu Xingxiu smiled. "Naturally, I'm looking at student Li Mo's strength. To be able to kill Yan Shuo who at such an age, you're worth my investment. Of course, the most important thing is your potential, Li Mo's student. It's just too amazing for me." Li Mo pondered slightly, then laughed. "President Zhu, I'm just a student now, aren't you afraid that I'll mess things up?" Zhu Xingxiu smiled. "I believe in my vision, even if things don't work out in the end, I definitely won't blame student Li Mo." Reimer nodded, then said directly, "What can I get?" "This is an opportunity, not to mention, Zhu Xingxin pupil, since it is wanting to get a chapter in Linen City, resources will certainly be quite a lot to give." He himself was able to rapidly increase his strength with this. Zhu Xingxin spoke. "Don't worry, I'll give all the resources that the chapter should give. In addition, as the chapter president, you'll have a share of your resources as well. But if resources are given, I can only give you a share first, and the resources will be given to you gradually when you sit the team up." Li Mo nodded. This was naturally what should happen. Zhu Xingxin pupil couldn't possibly give him all the resources of the chapter right now. "Deal." Li Mo looked at Zhu Xingxiu and said directly, "That kind of offer is enough to oblige." Zhu Xingxin pupil's face also revealed a smile when she heard this. "Fellow student Li Mo is indeed a refreshing person. I'll hand over the first batch of resources to you within a month." With that said, the food was also brought to the dining table, and Zhu Xingxin began to invite Li Mo to eat the food. The two were also getting acquainted quickly at the table. During this time, Li Mo was also asking towards Zhu Xingxiu about lifespan enhancement items. After all, Zhu Xingxiu was the president of a large guild, so he might have some way out. After Zhu Xingxi heard Li Mo's words, her brows were also slightly wrinkled as she spoke. "Items that increase lifespan are usually in short supply, and I haven't gotten to the point where I'm using such things, so I haven't been paying too much attention to them. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for news on this and contact you when I hear something." Li Mo nodded, and after a pleasant meal, Li Mo was leaving directly. After returning to his rental house, Li Mo saw a bunch of people in front of his rental house. "It's Mr. Li Mo, right? We're from the Provincial Bureau. We're here to hand down your reward for being the top student in the college entrance exam. All the items are here. Please check and receive." With that, the leader handed Li Mo a spatial ring. Li Mo's face showed a touch of joy. He could be said to be penniless, so naturally the more resources he had, the better. After sending the people away, Li Mo went back inside the rental house to check the rewards issued. First, there's the money. There's a card in there with $80 million. 40 essence tonic, several pieces of various demonic life cores, physical strength enhancement pills, spiritual strength enhancement pills, and a set of equipment. Looking at all the resources, a smile appeared on Li Mo's face. The most expensive of these were the essence tonic and the enhancement dan, and for that set, although it was of gold grade, it was not as good as the spirit wind set. Essence tonic and enhancement dan, Li Mo directly used all of them himself. If he hadn't linked the mythical beasts before, Li Mo would have used these resources on the mythical beasts in them. After all, the foundation of a summoner's peace of mind is the summoning beast. But now that he was able to link, Li Mo naturally prioritized improving himself. After all, the stronger one's own combat power, the better it was naturally. After using all of them, Li Mo's strength received a huge boost. The average value of the 4 basic attributes directly broke through 800, and was already close to 900. The current Li Mo's combat power was already surpassing that of the divine beast mythical beast. I believe it can be a big surprise to those who want to carry out a decapitation battle plan against him. With 2 days left, Li Mo did not choose to go hunting in the wild. It's not that Li Mo has slacked off, but there are a series of things that follow, such as interviews with official media, alma mater testimonials, and the like. On the last day, Li Mo accompanied Zhang Wei and Shu Yuhan, and finally left them $10 million. Li Mo was trying to give more, but the two were adamant that they wouldn't accept it, and the $10 million was still hardened by Li Mo. As for resources, the two were dead set against it. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, after Li Mo packed up all his things, he left the rented house and waited for someone to come over to pick him up and take him to the Jinling Academy. Soon, a car was parked directly in front of Liu Mo. Under Liu Mo's surprised gaze, a familiar figure stepped down from the car. Chapter 60, Mixed-Race Children. Mr. Shen, why you? Liu Mo looked at Shinshio-chan, who came down from the car with a surprised face. He originally thought that it was a staff member of the Jinling Academy, or a senior sister or something like that who came over to pick him up, but he didn't expect that it was Shinshio-chan who came over in person. Shinshio-chan laughed. It just so happens that I'm doing something in Tian'an, so I'll just come over directly to take you back. Get in the car. Liu Mo nodded, and then he was in the car, and the two of them quickly headed towards the outskirts of the city. Looking at the direction the vehicle was traveling, Liu Mo spoke up and asked, Teacher Shen, how are we going to get to Linen City? By flying mounts or the Tian'an Exchange's teleportation spells? There was a teleportation spell at the Skylon Exchange, but it was charged. Teleporting once can be worth a lot of money. Shinshio-chan drove while speaking. Of course it's by a teleportation spell, but it's not a teleportation spell from the Tian'an Exchange. The Skylon Exchange's teleportation spells are small and broken, and the transmission is still unstable, so let's go directly to take the military region's teleportation spells. A teleportation spell formation in the military region? Liu Mo was a bit surprised. Of all the local teleportation spell formations, the one in the military area was the most stable, but the teleportation spell formation in the military area was not open to the public. Shinshio-chan continued. Our Jinling Academy and the military region have a cooperation. As long as they are teachers of the Jinling Academy, they can ride the military region's teleportation spells for free. Students also ride the military district's teleportation spells by virtue of their points, which translates to cheaper than ordinary teleportation spells. Our Jinling Academy, but there are quite a few people who chose to join the military region after graduation. It's very convenient for you to join the military region from the Jinling Academy if you have any ideas in this regard. Liu Mo nodded, not realizing that there was still cooperation between the Jinling Academy and the military region. Soon, they arrived at the military area on the outskirts of the city. Because of the magical creatures and magical caves, each city is equipped with a military district. The location of the military district, on the other hand, was usually on the outskirts of the city, making it easy to defend against demonic onslaughts. This military area in Tian'an City was huge, and at the edge of the military area stood defense spells and defense towers. These are the masterpieces of the formation masters, and they are capable of transforming into a powerful fire cover when it comes to battle. After verifying their identities, Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan entered the military area. Soon, an officer came over and docked with Shinshio-chan, and after the two of them talked for a few moments, Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan were brought to the location of the military area's teleportation spell. The teleportation spell in the military district was huge, the size of 4 basketball courts. These teleportation spells are also capable of transferring supplies and weapons when necessary. Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan stood in the center of the teleportation spell, and then the officer directly activated the teleportation spell. Buzz! The entire teleportation spell formation instantly shook, and a light instantly rose up, wrapping Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan's bodies in it. In the next moment, the light instantly disappeared into thin air, and the figures of Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan vanished into thin air. At the same time, a light lit up the teleportation spell formation in the Linen City military region, and Liu Mo and Shinshio-chan's bodies instantly appeared in the same place. Welcome to Linen! Shinshio-chan looked at Liu Mo, and a smile appeared on his face. Liu Mo nodded, and then he was able to see a huge dragon flying by quickly in the sky, and on top of that huge dragon, a man clad in armor was standing. A dragon as a mount? Then the person on this dragon must be a strong one. Just at this time, an officer also quickly walked over, and when he saw Shinshio-chan, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Shin back? Shinshio-han nodded, and the two were obviously old acquaintances, exchanging pleasantries. Afterward, Shinshio-chan was leading Liu Mo towards the outside of the military area. Just after walking out of the military area, a golden elephant came quickly and stopped in front of Shinshio-chan and Liu Mo. A youth jumped down from above and looked at Shinshio-chan. Teacher Shin, you're back? This is schoolmate Liu Mo, right? Shinshio-chan nodded, then looked at Liu Mo and introduced. His name is Lu Feng, he graduated from our Jinling Academy and is now serving in this military region. Other than those in the military area, others cannot ride a mount within 10 kilometers of the military area, so I'll let you, Senior Lu Feng, give us a ride. Liu Mo nodded and then greeted Lu Feng, after which he was brought to the golden giant elephant by Lu Feng. The golden giant elephant hissed, and then it quickly rushed over in the direction of the Golden Academy. The Jinling Academy covered a very large area of 200 square kilometers, with all sorts of facilities, catching up to a small town. After the descent of the abyss, the earth has also expanded several times, so the masks of the colleges and universities are huge. After Lu Feng sent the two to the entrance of the Jinling Academy, he quickly returned. Liu Mo raised his head and looked at the gate of the Jinling Academy, and a sense of heaviness came directly to his face. This is something that one of the founders of the Golden Academy went deep into the abyss and found in an abyssal world, not just the gate, but also an extremely powerful defense. Liu Mo nodded, and then followed Xingqiu-chan inside the Jinling Academy. As soon as he entered, Liu Mo saw a number of students wearing equipment coming and going inside. And in midair, all sorts of flying vehicles whizzed by quickly. Xingqiu-chan led Liu Mo inside while opening her mouth to introduce. Jinling Academy doesn't allow students to take their own flying mounts. The ones in the air are the school's aerial transportation, which can be taken with credits. Of course, there are teleportation spells everywhere inside the school, so you can get to almost any part of the school. It's still faster to take a teleportation spell. Liu Mo nodded, and soon enough, he was able to see a group of students who stood out from the rest. They either have ears that are a little pointy, or a tail behind them, and some are just straight up weird. Are these the foreign hybrids? Reimer asked, pointing at the men. The so-called alien hybrids are the hybrid offspring of humans and aliens. Like elf hybrids and orc hybrids. The abyss descended, bringing with it not only demons and demonic caves, but also alien races from the various abyssal worlds. Some of these foreign races are the same as the demons, who only know how to kill and destroy, and some, such as the elves and chimera, are closer to the humans, and the two sides trade with each other. And that's when the interracial hybrids came in. Xingqiu-chan nodded at his words. That's right, these are the foreign hybrids. Compared to humans, they have higher bloodline talent in certain aspects. For example, elf hybrids are highly gifted in agility and are born as natural archers and assassins. As he was speaking, a voice revealing extreme seduction suddenly came from behind him. Auntie, you're back? Liu Mo turned around and was seeing a seductive young girl with a heart-shaped tail behind her quickly pouncing towards Xingqiu-chan. It's a chimera hybrid. Chapter 61, Student Card. Liu Mo froze for a moment, not expecting Xingqiu-chan to know a phantom demon hybrid. Xingqiu-chan looked at the young girl who had jumped into his arms, and a doting smile appeared on his face. Yerome, aren't you arriving tomorrow? Why are you here today? The young girl smiled. I'm not over here to take a look anyway. Home is not far from here, but you, and how come back so early? Xingqiu-chan smiled. It's not that things went relatively smoothly, and there was no delay. By the way, let me introduce you, this is the top student of the college entrance examination that I recruited, Liu Mo. The young girl's eyes instantly lit up as she listened to Xingqiu-chan's words, turning her gaze to fall on Liu Mo and looked him up and down. Afterward, Xingqiu-chan looked at Liu Mo and said, Liu Mo, let me introduce you, this is my niece, Xinyaring, who is also a trainee of this term of our Jinling Academy. By the way, Yayong's high school entrance exam scores are also good, ranking 32nd in the country. Xinyaring's face slightly reddened as she pouted. Auntie, what's the point of mentioning my grades in front of the top student of the college entrance exam? Even the top 10 in the country didn't make it in, it's embarrassing. Xingqiu-chan laughed. What's wrong with that? You're an assassin. This college entrance examination itself doesn't have an advantage. If we talk about your real strength, you're definitely capable of being in the top 10 in the country. Liu Mo's gaze landed on the Yaring, but he did not expect this phantom demon hybrid to be so strong. Hey, I heard that your profession is a summoner, really? Isn't summoner the weakest combat profession? By the way, I also heard that you used a talent sacrifice to summon a powerful summon beast. That's why your high school grades were so good, is that true? Xinyaring looked at Liu Mo like a curious baby. After all, in her perception, summoner had always been a sewer profession, basically in existence, that summoned beasts to explore the path. The fact that a summoner could become a senior high school student naturally aroused her great interest. Shinchio-chan spoke. You're wrong, summoners are indeed the weakest combat profession, but there are exceptions to things, like that summoner who summoned a giant dragon. Liemo is also a special case. His summoner talent is extremely high, secretly telling you that the talent test stone test. Liemo directly lit up in gold, and the color is very intense. Xinyering's face revealed a touch of marvel as she sniffed, but she knew what it meant for the talent test stone to light up in gold color. When she first tested it, it was only a rich purple color. Hello, high school student, get acquainted. Just now you heard from my aunt. My name is Xinyering, I'm an assassin. Xinyering stretched out her right hand and handed it to Liemo, saying with a smile on her face. Reimer nodded and reached out for a handshake. Reimer, summoner. A smile also appeared on Shinchio-chan's face when he saw this. You're all new students in this class, it's good to get to know each other. Yorome, I'm still quite busy on my side, since I ran into you. Take Liemo around the Jinling Academy, you've been here many times anyway. After saying that, Shinchio-chan was directly leaving the place. Shinchio-chan was clear about Liemo's potential, and at this time there was also a willingness to deepen the relationship between Xinyering and Liemo. Busy all day long. Xinyering looked at Shinchio-chan's back and beamed, then her gaze fell on Liemo. Let's go, since Auntie explained, I'll first take you around inside the Golden Academy. Liemo nodded, and then he was following behind Li Yering, heading towards the Jinling Academy. Li Yering had obviously come to the Jinling Academy many times and was very familiar with it. After all, her aunt was Shinchio-chan, so she guessed that it was common to normally enter and exit the Jinling Academy. Nah, that's the school building over there, where the classes are usually held, but there are mostly some theoretical classes, but there are also practical classes that teach some combat skills and such. This is a library with a large collection of books, and quite a few skill books as well. Regular books are free to check out and view in the library, but skill books require credits in exchange. This is the cafeteria. There are two kinds of general meals. One is ordinary meals, all free. The other is meals such as demonic flesh and blood and spiritual materials, which need to be bought with money, and meals made from rare spiritual materials even need credits to buy. This building is the Auxiliary Academy, where spirit farmers and spirit chefs study, and this is also where all kinds of auxiliary items are produced, such as the dishes made by spirit chefs that can restore vitality and mental energy. Of course, they also require credits to purchase. Liemo followed behind Xinyering and took a flying tool to browse the Jinling Academy in the air. It couldn't be helped, the Jinling Academy was really too big, and if he relied on walking, it was estimated that he wouldn't necessarily be able to finish turning around in a day. Along the way, Xinyering also asked Liemo quite a few questions. After all, for Liemo, Xinyering was still very curious. And listening to Xinyering's introduction, Liemo's gaze fell on that auxiliary academy. If he really followed Yang Chunhong's arrangement to become a spirit chef, I'm afraid that he would have to take classes here, right? Nope, Liemo smiled to himself. If he really chose the spirit chef, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know if he could get into the Jinling Academy. The people of the Li family claimed to be looking out for themselves, but in reality they were only looking out for themselves. Soon, Xinyering was taking Liemo for a stroll around the Jinling Academy. Xinyering drove the flying tool to land at a location and spoke. Let's go, I'll first take you to check in for enrollment formalities. I've already done mine in the morning. Liemo nodded and soon came to the place where the enrollment procedures were conducted. After handing the acceptance notice to the two schoolmates in charge, Liemo was able to hear the two schoolmates chattering and looking at Liemo with a very excited gaze. Obviously, they were also aware of Liemo's identity as a top student in the college entrance examination. After all, the summoner becoming the top student of the college entrance examination, this matter was too appalling, and now the whole country was afraid that there was no one who didn't know about this matter. If Xinyering wasn't beside her, it was estimated that these two schoolmates looking would have pounced on her. Senior Liemo, this is your student card. You'll need it for getting credits and stuff afterward. Make sure you put it away. If you lose your student card, you can come here to get a replacement. With that, one of the senior sisters was handing Liemo a student card. Liemo took it and picked up the student card and looked at it, only to see his basic information recorded on it. Student card, Liemo. Profession, Summoner. Serial number 2. School credit, 300. Chapter 62, The Power of Origin. Xin Yering watched Li Mo get his student card and asked somewhat impatiently, "What's your serial number?" Li Mo was a bit strange. "Number 2, what's wrong? Is there something to this?" Xin Yering had a strange look on her face and said, "Number 2? How come it's only number 2? This is the freshman serial number, representing the school's judgment of your overall strength. The higher the ranking, the more the school recognizes your overall strength. You're a high school senior. I was expecting you to be number 1. Li Mo didn't have the slightest disappointment on his face, and said with a calm expression, "There is a sky outside of people. I'm just the first in the college entrance exam, and the college entrance exam test doesn't fully reflect a person's fighting ability. You, for example, being an assassin, will not play as well as a mage in the high school." Xin Yering nodded. "That's true, I didn't expect you to have such a good heart. If I'm a senior and the freshman serial number gives me a 2, I'm going to ask for it." Li Mo smiled. This Xin Yering was still relatively lively. Just at this time, Xin Yering seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Mo and asked, "By the way, how many credits do you have in your student card?" Reimer spoke. 300. Xin Yering exaggerated. 300? The high school student is different, I'm only 180. Li Mo sniffed in confusion and asked, "Is there anything to this as well?" Xin Yering nodded her head and said, "Of course, there are only 60 credits for ordinary students to enroll in the program only, and only the top 100 ranked freshmen have more credits. There are still fewer ways to get credits in the pre-freshman period, and these 300 credits will be enough for you to use for a while." Reimer smiled and didn't say anything. Xin Yering continued to speak. "Let's go. I'll take you to your dormitory. The dormitory for the top 10 of the freshman serial number can be different from others." Listening to Xin Yering's words, a touch of interest also rose in Li Mo's heart. Different dorms? Can't a dormitory be fun? Xin Yering led Li Mo towards the teleportation spell while speaking. "By the way, I forgot to tell you that the serial number of a new student is only a judgment for enrollment. Depending on the ordering, the school does tilt its resources accordingly, like the top 10 dormitories I'm going to take you to in a moment. But soon there will be a freshman competition, and then after the competition, it will be reordered." Reimer nodded. "So that's how it is. This is fair and can also mobilize the enthusiasm of new students to participate in the freshman competition." Soon, the two of them arrived on top of the teleportation spell, and after paying the credits, a light instantly wrapped around the two of them, causing their figures to instantly disappear in place. Appearing again, Li Mo realized that they were already at a small lake. The use of the teleportation spells inside the school required points, but Li Mo realized that the cost wasn't very much. Only 0.1 credits at a time. However, it was also true that if too many credits were needed, it was expected that no one would choose the teleportation spells even if they were convenient. Afterward, Li Mo's gaze fell onto the small lake in front of him. This small lake is a man-made lake surrounded by greenery. And in the middle of the small lake, there was a small mountain. The mountain wasn't very high, but it was lush and lingered with white mist, and it looked very fairy-like. And on top of the hill, there were 10 houses staggered on top of the mountain, sorted from top to bottom. Xin Yering pointed ahead to the hill in the center of the small lake and spoke. "See that? That's the dormitory for the top 10 freshman serial numbers. From top to bottom, there are 10 people and 10 rooms. AI, it's a pity that I'm not in the top 10, or else I'd be able to live here." Li Mo raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Is there anything special about this room? It makes you yearn for it so much?" Xin Yering said with an excited face. "What do you know? This mountain was brought back from the Abyssal world by the headmaster, and is itself capable of emanating a strong special power. And the principal even had the school's formation masters jointly set up a gathering formation on this, capable of condensing this power. Living in the dormitory here, one does not need to do anything, that is, one is able to continuously improve one's power. You're the one who earns the most, summoning your own summons, each of which constantly increases in power. By the way, the concentration of special power on this mountain goes from top to bottom, and the room at the top has the highest concentration. You'll be in the second room, and if you keep staying there, you'll probably be able to move up a level in a month's time. For you, the boost is even greater. After all, your summoned beasts can also enjoy this benefit. Listening to Xingyang's words, Li Mo's face also revealed a flash of surprise. A dormitory that was able to constantly raise its power? It really was a good place. No wonder Xingyang was so eager. While it's true that the second room is only a level up for a month, it's a lot of nothing. Alright, my task is done. There's a new student ceremony the day after tomorrow, and classes will be divided then, so don't forget. After saying that, Xingyang and Li Mo added a contact information. They directly left the place. Li Mo watched Xingyang leave and was heading towards the artificial lake and the mountain in front of him. Student card verification is required to enter the hill from the man-made lake. After Li Mo verified it, he entered the small mountain in front of him. As soon as he entered, Li Mo felt a surge of power pouring into his body. Subsequently, this feeling that the body was growing stronger appeared, and although this feeling was weak, it was real. That would be that special power. Li Mo went all the way up and soon came to room 2. It could be clearly felt that this place was much denser than that particular power down below. After swiping the door lock, Li Mo entered the room in front of him. After entering inside the room, the feeling of that special power intensified, making Li Mo feel refreshed. Even his own mind seemed to have become much quicker. And just at this time, the illusory mountain and sea god and demon record suddenly chopped open in front of Li Mo, and a line of small words showed up on it. An absorption of origin power. Absorbing enough origin power will open a new function. Li Mo froze for a moment, and only then was he able to realize that this particular power was the power of origin. A new feature of Shanhai Shimu? This is something that Li Mo is looking forward to very much. But it looked like it needed to absorb a certain amount of origin power to open it. Li Mo first took the luggage out of the space ring and set up the room. When the setup was complete, a new prompt appeared on top of the mountain and see Divine Demon Record. Absorption of the power of the origin is complete. A brand new function is being opened. Congratulations on the successful opening and obtaining the Summon Beast Upgrade, Star Upgrade, function. Chapter 63, $500 million. Summon Beast Upgrade. Li Mo looked at the newly appeared features of the mountain and sea god and demon record, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. As we all know, a summoner's summon beast qualification is fixed, but the grade can be upgraded. And if a summoner wanted to raise the level of his summon beast, he needed to let his summon beast devour a summon beast or magical creature of the same level. For example, if a 5-star summoning beast wanted to be upgraded to a 6-star summoning beast, it would require the 5-star summoning beast to devour 3 5-star summoning beasts or magical creatures. Moreover, this kind of rank advancement was risky, and once it failed, a 5-star summon beast might be discounted. Even if the boost is successful, there are all sorts of risks such as loss of control and chaos. And after Li Mo opened the mountain and sea god and demon record, the summoned beast could only rely on the mountain and sea god and demon record to ascend. At the time before, Li Mo thought that the summoned beast summoned from the mountain and sea god and demon record could not be upgraded, but now, it seemed that it was only because the upgrading function hadn't been turned on before. Li Mo's eyes landed on the ascension function on the mountain and sea god and demon record and began to browse through it. Summon Beast Upgrade. Introduction. It can make the summon beast grades increase, and satisfy the conditions of 100% successful advancement, without any after effects. Looking at this introduction, Li Mo's face grew more and more joyful. 100% of the advancement was successful, and there wouldn't be any after effects. If other summoners knew about this, they didn't know how envious they would be. Afterwards, Li Mo checked the conditions for the mythical beast to ascend. Mythical Guide Beast. Requirements for leveling up: 1 mythical beast, 3 summoned beasts of any qualification. Looking at the mythical beast ascension conditions, Li Mo frowned slightly. Compared to an ordinary summoner ascending a summoned beast, this was clearly a much more difficult task for him. But after all, it was a divine beast ascending in rank, so it was normal. Besides, it's still 100% successful with no after effects. Li Mo looked at it, and saw that the 5-star minimum qualification summoning beasts also required 50 years of magical life to summon. Adding a new mythical animal to the mix equates to 250 years of magical life to upgrade a 5-star mythical animal to the 6th rank. But even if he needed so much magical lifespan, Liemo was ready to ascend next. After all, the 4 divine beasts were now forming an all-encompassing squad, and ascending in rank was able to boost their origin power and increase their potential and depth. After understanding the summoned beast ascension, Liemo simply rested for a while and went out, preparing himself to stroll around inside the school. The first thing Liemo went to, naturally, was the school treasury. The purpose was naturally to see if there were any items that increased longevity. However, the result was the same as what Shinshio-chan had said: the school treasury didn't have items that increased lifespan. Reimer made a rank, and the school treasury would notify Reimer if an item that increased his lifespan appeared. This is something that Liemo felt that the Jinling Academy was still doing in a more humane way. After strolling around, Liemo had a simple meal inside the cafeteria and then returned to the dormitory. Although the teleportation spell was relatively fast, it was still a burden on the mental energy, so Liemo was prepared to take a break first. Shortly after returning, there was a sudden knock at the door. Liemo frowned. Those who were able to enter here were all ranked in the top 10 of the freshmen. After thinking about it, Reimer opened the door to his room. 2 boys appeared in front of Reimer. One of them looked arrogant and domineering, while the other looked a bit coy, and when he saw Liemo come out, he showed an awkward smile towards him. That arrogant and bossy person just wanted to speak, but was given a direct preempt by another person who looked at Liemo and said, "This student, how are you? I'm Yang Wenqing, the student in room number 6. There is something I want to discuss with you. This is my cousin Yan Yin. This time I came over to ask you, classmate, if you can let out room number 2? Don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer. You make a price, we guarantee you'll be satisfied." Liemo raised an eyebrow at his words, not realizing that these 2 had come over to buy his dormitory. "Does the school allow such things?" Reimer asked, opening his mouth. Yang Wenqing nodded. "It's fine, as long as both parties volunteer. There's still a month to go before the freshman competition, which means that you'll only be staying here for a month. You won't be able to raise your strength much, so why don't you let my cousin have it? He's a person who is more good-faced." Reimer mused slightly. That wouldn't be out of the question. After all, the freshman competition was still going to be redistributed. It's only a month or so. Of course, the premise was that the other party's conditions would only be satisfactory to him. And just at this time, Yan Yin, who was beside Yang Wenqing, said with a look of impatience, "Wenqing, what are you bothering to say to him? Liemo, right? I looked up your information and you're the top student in the college entrance exam, right? I know you're an orphan, and although you were retrieved by your family, you don't fit back into the break, and you're still an orphan. Tell you what, I'll go with $10 million and move out of here in a hurry. It's a handout I'm giving you for being an orphan, so hurry up and take the money and go." Liemo's brows furrowed, but he didn't expect that the other party had investigated his information. Listening to the other party's tone, Liemo said with a calm demeanor, "Sorry, I'm not for sale." Originally, the price of $10 million was acceptable to Liemo, but the other party's tone was just too disgusting. Yang Wenqing saw this and directly said, "Forget it then, sorry for disturbing you, student Liemo." With that, Yang Wenqing wanted to pull Yan Yin away. Yan Yin directly shook off Yang Wenqing and pointed at Liemo. "Not you an orphan, what are you pretending? It's only for a month, giving you $10 million is already giving you face, don't give face." Yang Wenqing said with an anxious look on his face. "Cousin, didn't you say you'd just come over and ask? What are you doing?" Yan Yin waved his hand. "All right, this matter has nothing to do with you anymore." Saying that, Yan Yin looked at Liemo and arrogantly said, "I'll ask you again, are you selling or not?" Liemo smiled and looked at Yan Yin. "Selling is fine, but not at this price." Yan Yin looked disdainful. "Che, isn't it just about money? Orphans are orphans, they're used to being poor, and they want to make a big fortune on everything. Okay, I'm not going to bother with you, so tell me, how much do you want?" $10 million is high enough, but I can give you another 10. Without speaking, Liemo raised 5 fingers. Yan Yin's face instantly grimaced. $50 million? Kid, you're also a bit too greedy, you should know clearly that it's not worth this price at all. I'd advise you to honestly take the $20 million and get the hell out of here." The smile on Limeau's face grew stronger as he looked at Yan Yin and shook his head. You're mistaken. I'm not talking about $50 million, I'm talking about $500 million. Chapter 64, by Meow. Hearing Limeau's words, Yan Yin's face instantly clouded over as he looked at Limeau and said, You're fucking with me? Limeau nodded. Surprisingly, you've seen it, you're some bit smarter than I thought. Yan Yin reached out with his big hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Limeau raised an eyebrow, a smile on his face. Yo, I just complimented you for being a bit smart, and you're not happy about it. Making a move in school? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Yang Wenqing, who was on the side, also changed his face violently and pressed a long sword in Yang Yin's hand. Cousin, are you crazy? Do it at school and you'll get expelled straight away. Yan Yin naturally knew this and forced down the anger in his heart as he looked at Limeau and said, Kid, since you don't give face, let's have a fair match in a direct. If you lose, you'll let me have this room number 2. Limeau looked at Yang Yin and shook his head. I realize that you really have some brain problems. Why would I want to compete with you? Yan Yin gritted his teeth and said, If I lose, I'll give you $10 million. Limeau shook his head. It's too little, not enough for my appearance fee. Yan Yin gritted his teeth and said, Limeau, don't go too far. Limeau laughed. You come to my place and suddenly say you want me to let you have the room, and now you're calling me excessive? You can really flip the Big Dipper upside down. Yang Wenqing said with an anxious face. Cousin, let's forget about it if people don't want to sell, it's just for a month anyway, won't it be fine to wait for the freshman competition? Yan Yin waved his hand. I said you don't have to care about this matter, there's no more business for you here. Limeau, $20 million. If I lose, I'll give you $20 million. This is the highest price I can offer. Limeau looked at Yan Yin in front of him and was silent for a moment before speaking. Must we fight? Yan Yin snorted coldly. Unless you promise to give up your room. Limeau sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Fine, let's have a match then. I can't help it if you have to give away money. Just counting the mythical beast and Xuanwu was enough to deal with this Yan Yin in front of him, not to mention that Limeau also had Xuanwu, and he had linked the mythical beast himself. To say that the other side is sending money over is to say that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Okay. Come with me now to the school notary to get it notarized. Limeau nodded and without hesitation, directly went to the school notary office with Yang Yin and Yang Wenqing. Along the way, Yang Wenqing and Yang Yin kept conversing, and Yang Wenqing kept persuading Yang Yin. In front of them, there was a constant and occasional message. Cousin, I think it's better to forget about it, don't compare. Around only a month, what's your hurry? If you can't, I'll switch with you. Shut up, he is in my face, I want to teach him a lesson, otherwise I'll think we Jiangdong Yang family is a wimpet. Do not say you say again is to look down on me. And other voices. Limeau shook his head. This Yang Yin looks like he should be a rich kid, usually arrogant and used to it, likes to use money to open the way. Let him learn a lesson today. Soon, the three of them were at the school notary's office. The Jinling Academy prohibited all private fights, at least not inside the school, and once discovered, they would be expelled outright without any room for maneuver. That's why the school umpire was created, so that both sides, if they had a fight, could choose to settle it in the ring by mutual consent. After going in, Limeau and Yang Yin's bout was quickly notarized, and both sides' bets were recorded. However, because of time, the match between the two was scheduled for 3 days later. After coming out from the notary office, Yang Yin looked at Limeau with an arrogant face and said, Limeau, don't think that you're too bullish just because you've taken a college entrance exam. The enhancement of strength also relies on a huge amount of resources. How much has your strength increased after the college entrance exam? I'm going to make a splash at the freshman competition. You're no match for me, so you'd better pack up your room earlier. But don't worry, I'm a person who won't bully you either. When the time comes, even if you lose, I'll give you $5 million, just as if the house was bought by me. Limeau did not say anything and returned directly to the dormitory. After such a mess, Limeau at this time is not much sleep, thought about it, gave Xingyering a phone call. Because of the high school students, the other party must know their own information, but they have no knowledge of the other party. Although you are confident in your own strength, it's still a good idea to know something about your opponent. Xingyering might know something about this Yang Yiren. After Xingyering got on the line and learned of Li Mo's needs, her voice obviously raised a few points. What? That guy Yang Yiren went to trouble you. You know him? Don't mention it, a crazy guy. Just met me and asked me to be his girlfriend. If I don't agree, he takes money, sick in the head. I checked his information. This Yang Yiren is from the Yang family in Jiangdong, considered a powerful family. His family is not generally rich. His profession seems to be the hidden profession Ice Dragon Mage. His combat power is still quite strong, and he's the second in Mindong province. By the way, the number one in their province is his cousin Yang Wenqing, and his strength is not bad. You're going to fight him? Then I'll be there to see it, and teach this guy a good lesson for me. Hanging up the phone, Reimer mused for a moment. Hidden profession? No wonder it's so arrogant. Shaking his head, Reimer sat down in front of the room's equipped computer and opened the school forum. I'd say the easiest place to gather intel would be the school forums. There are boards for all, whether it's for small talk, trading, or asking for help, and there's a lot of activity here. There's even a variety of field guide information in here, and some of the better experiences shared require payment of credits to view. Liemo opened the school forum, naturally wanting to look inside to see if there was any news about lifespan growth items. Entering the first board is the gossip board, which has all kinds of news. If you want to know about the current affairs of the Golden Academy, choose this board will be correct. Liemo briefly glanced at it, and his eyes instantly landed on top of a post. Freshman serial number ordering is freshly released. Freshman serial number? Liemo himself was number 2, and in his heart he was quite curious about this number 1. Opening it up to a glance, the entry was serial number 10, with a brief description of the information and a photo attached at the bottom. Liemo slid down, and soon saw Yang Wenqing in number 6. Further down, Liemo was seeing himself. Pulled to the bottom, Liemo soon saw the first of the new student serial numbers. New student serial number 1. Occupation Warrior. Name by Miao. Chapter 65, Entrance Ceremony. River White? It sounds like a girl's name. Liemo slid down and a picture appeared, and sure enough, it was a girl. With short hair and a very delicate face, she gave off a very cute vibe. It's hard to associate her with a warrior. However, Li Tianlan, who was equally beautiful, was the number 1 warrior in Tiannan. Liemo came back to his senses, then closed the thread and directly started searching for threads about items that increase longevity. To Liemo's surprise, there were quite a few posts that appeared. Most of it was long enough ago to be out of date though, and when Lime checked, the most recent post was an informational one. Inside the post claimed to know the location of a secret treasure that could increase longevity. The other party claimed that they could buy it with money or trade items for this information. Liemo was silent for a moment, but it was possible to buy this information. It's better than being a fly on the wall right now. Afterwards, Liemo searched for threads about summoners and found quite a few experienced threads. Inside, click in and look around. Although it was said that Liemo had the mountain and sea divine and demonic record, which was different from ordinary summoners, some of the skillful use of summoned beasts were still similar, and Liemo had learned quite a bit of summoner knowledge from it. Shutting down the computer, Liemo rubbed his head and took a shower before resting. The day that followed was also a day for Liemo to wander around the school and familiarize himself more. By the time the next day rolled around, the freshman ceremony was about to begin. Liemo got up early and quickly headed towards the northwest playground. There are 4 playgrounds in the Golden Schoolhouse, spread out in the 4 corners. With so many new students, it's only natural to have a freshman ceremony on the playground. When he arrived at the northwest playground, Liemo saw many students inside the playground. The new students were all rather excited and gathered together to chatter with a flourish of voices. But what Liemo did not expect was that most of the voices that came over were not focused on mutual strength, instead they were mainly on looks. Look, there's a handsome guy there, not bad looking, I wonder if there's a chance to develop a little. This beauty is nice, white skin and long legs, my favorite type. Hey, I say, don't take this one from me sisters, I like this little wolf dog type. Listening to the voices coming from around him, Liemo shook his head. Everyone is in puberty, and it's relatively normal to focus on that. The moment Liemo came in, he also attracted a great deal of attention. After all, Liemo was the top student of the college entrance examination, and everyone had seen the photo. Look, Liemo is here. It's really as handsome as in the picture. Don't you set aside your feelings here, the senior high school student is for all of us. It's the first time that a summoner has become the top student of the college entrance exam. Do you guys think there's any water in this top student of the college entrance exam of his? There must be moisture, otherwise, how could he be number 2 in the serial number given by the school? I feel that if it wasn't for the sake of taking care of his face as the top student of the college entrance exam, the sorting might have to go backward. The crowd was surprised that the summoner had become a high school student until now. The school's sorting even gave them no small space for reverie, thinking that Li Mo's fighting strength wasn't too strong, it was just that the college entrance examination was more suitable for him to play. Liemo didn't say anything and stood quietly in a position, waiting for the new student ceremony to begin. And just at that moment, there was a commotion up ahead. Bai Miao! It's Bai Miao coming over! Crap, she's much prettier than in the picture. Yeah, looking at the picture it looks like a sweetie. I didn't realize that in real life she's a royal lady. She's number 1 in the sequence, higher than even Liemo. I wonder what's so special about her. Yeah, looking at her introduction, her occupation is just an ordinary warrior. How could she be number 1 in the serial number? The surrounding students were talking about it, still curious about Bai Miao. After all, Li Mo's first in the college entrance examination was only the second in the freshman serial number, but she was the first in the freshman serial number, giving people a sense of mystery. Li Mo's gaze also shifted to see Bai Miao. Bai Miao's looks are very sweet, but her temperament is cool and her body is tall, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. The two temperaments of sweetness and royalty are blended into one, giving a sense of contrast. Soon, 10 o'clock arrived and the school leaders came quickly. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. Behind him, followed by several teachers, Liemo realized that Xingqiu-chan was also among them. The middle-aged man with an elegant temperament came to the high platform and looked at the many students below with a warm smile on his face. Hello everyone, I'm the school's vice principal, Han Yi. Today the principal was supposed to be here in person, but he was out temporarily again, so on behalf of the principal, and on behalf of all the teachers and students of the Jinling Academy, I'd like to welcome all the new students. After a burst of applause, Han Yi's voice sounded again. Next I'm going to give you all the things you need to be aware of, and kind of help you start your school life better. The first thing? It's the student sorting mechanism. Listening to Han Yi's words, all the students all held their breath and listened carefully. Han Yi continued. For each academic level of our Jinling Academy, there is a student sorting, and depending on your strength, there will be a corresponding tilt in resources. Students in the top 100 of the sort will have a higher degree of resource tilt, which is also to incentivize everyone to continuously improve their strength. And students in the top 100 of the sorting, with a grade of 10, will have a significant tilted boost in resources, and those in the top 10 of the sorting will have access to the best resources. Of course, the top-ranked student will receive the best treatment of all the students. Speaking here, Han Yi looked at the students below and continued. I'm sure everyone is already aware of their new student serial numbers. This ranking is assessed by our teachers based on the video of your high school battle, and it may not be too accurate. But this sorting only lasts for a month. There will be a freshman competition next month, and at that time all the freshmen sorting will be disrupted again. Hearing this, some students spoke up. Principal Han, but there's still a month until the freshman competition, isn't that too long? Yeah, isn't this letting others eat resources for a month for nothing? I think the freshman competition should start earlier. Which of the students who came here is not the pride of heaven? Naturally, they are not willing to be subordinate to others. They all feel that they are better than others, so the resources in front of them should be taken by themselves. Han Yi frowned, then spoke. After all, you guys are new students, and there's basically no resources allocated for this month, so you don't have to worry about anything. Of course, if you guys have to be more serious, you can also compete through the school's notary public and bet on each other's resources. This point, as long as it's a mutual resource, the school will not interfere. Just for example, didn't students Liemo and Yan Yin engage in a fair preparation ring betting match? It's not a problem. Chapter 66, The Ringside. Hearing Han Yi's words, all the students froze for a moment, not realizing that someone was going to engage in a betting match just after the start of the school year. And one of the people in the betting fight is also a high school senior. The students below were talking and began to inquire about the matter. Liemo frowned slightly, but Hani was the vice principal, so it was normal for him to know about this matter. Hani continued, "Quiet for a moment, next I'll tell you about school credits. I'm sure all of you already know that school credit is very important to you. In our Golden Academy, credits are much more precious than money. 200 credits can be exchanged for a D-ranked resource, and 600 credits can be exchanged for a C-ranked resource. Credits can be traded, but vicious trading is never allowed, and there will be rules and regulations on this for everyone to understand. As for the acquisition of credits, there are also multiple ways, such as the tasks issued by the school, which have credits for completion. The annual assessment will also have credits, and the rank lists are likewise rewarded with credits." Speaking here, Hani paused for a moment before continuing. "Here I'm going to focus on mentioning the list in the school to everyone. There are a total of 2 lists in the Jinling Academy, divided into the Heavenly List and the Earthly List. Among them, the Earth ranking can only be participated in the rankings by students below the 20th level, while the Heaven ranking is for all students in the entire school. The ranking rewards of the Heavenly ranking are much more generous than the rewards of the Earthly ranking. If you freshmen are new, the main thing you'll be competing for is the Earth ranking, but I'm guessing it'll be a month or 2 before any of you will be on the Earth ranking." Hearing Han Yi's words, the looks of the students below also became excited. After all, such a thing as being on the list was something that everyone hoped to be on. Among them, there were also quite a number of people who dropped their eyes to the students around them. Just now, Principal Han could have said that it was possible to have a competition to bet on resources. This made a lot of people who were very confident in their own strength stupid. Next, Hani said some more things about the Jinling Academy, and then it was announced that this new student enrollment ceremony was officially over. Li Mo's gaze flickered for a moment. The entrance ceremony of the Jinling Academy was quite simple. After the ceremony, Liemo was ready to go to the school's secret place to have a look around. The so-called school's secret realm is the place that has the same as the secret realm of the college entrance examination. There, it was possible to enter the secret realm of the high school as if you were entering the secret realm of the high school, and enter the secret realm to hunt demons and improve your strength. Compared to the wilderness, the secret realm was naturally safer. After all, if you encountered danger, you could be teleported out. And compared to the wilderness, there are rewards after passing the school's secret, including not only resources, but also credit rewards. Of course, the school's secret realm needed to consume credits to enter, and there were no refunds if you couldn't pass it, so if they didn't have the strength to pass it, most students would still choose to hunt in the wilderness. Just after leaving the playground, Liemo ran into Xinyering. When Xinyering saw Liemo, she also greeted him with a smile. "How is it? Doesn't it feel like the entrance ceremony of the Jinling Academy is a bit too simple, without any sense of ceremony?" Reimer shook his head. "Simpler would be best, so as not to waste time." Xinyering sniffed strangely. "Time? What are you going for in such a hurry?" Liemo didn't hide it, and told Xinyering about his desire to go to the secret realm to take a look. Xinyering laughed after hearing this. "Did you not read the enrollment manual? The school's secret realm is only open to official students. We only had the entrance ceremony today, and we can only go in the secret realm tomorrow." Liemo scratched his head. That enrollment manual was too long, he hadn't really read it. "Let's leave it for tomorrow, then." Xinyering nodded. "It's just as well that I'm going to watch your fight with Yan Yin tomorrow. Let's go together then." Liemo nodded, and then he went back first. It just so happened that the school's rewards were also handed out. Liemo simply organized them, and the Abyssal Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan were fed directly to the mythical beast. Previously, it was Liemo who had thought wrongly, thinking that he had linked the mythical beast, and that the Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan were a bit better to use to enhance himself. The ability to double the effect of Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan. Reimer tried it first, and it worked. After feeding the animal a system enhancement Dan, the animal increased its physique by a little bit, and Limeo's enhancement increased by a little bit as well. Since it was effective, Liemo gave all the Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan to the mythical beast, since he could similarly enhance himself anyway. Early the next morning, Liemo ate an early breakfast and was quickly heading towards the school notary office. Hurry up and finish fighting with Yan Yin, then it's time to go to the school's secret realm quickly. Although the past few days were met with Abyssal Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan to boost his strength, not killing demons without a demonic lifespan to acquire still made it more difficult for Liamo. When he came to the school notary office, next to the arena, led by the notary, Liamo went directly to the arena next to him. Once inside, it was already full of people. Yan Yin and Yang Wenqing were already there, and Xinyaring was also beside them. Looking at Liamo coming over, Xinyaring also greeted him. Fight well, beat up Yan Yin ruthlessly. Listening to Xinyaring's words, Liamo was somewhat helpless. Yan Yin offended Xinyaring, and together she asked herself to help her out. But this guy does talk in an off-putting way. What's with all the people? Liamo looked at Xinyaring and said somewhat strangely. Xinyaring laughed. You're a big name in the school. The top student of the college entrance examination is going to get into the ring with someone. Naturally, it's caused a lot of sensation. Just wait, there will be more people coming in a while. Liamo shook his head. Let there be more people, anyway, just end the battle faster in a while. Soon, it was time for Liamo and Yan Yin's ring match, and the two of them went straight to the stage. The crowd under the stage was also in an uproar when they saw this, and they talked about it. Crap, it's really going to be a fight. I thought it was a rumor. One is the top high school student and the second in the province. Who do you think will win? Needless to say, it must be Liamo. After all, he is the top student in the college entrance exam. That's not necessarily true. Even though it's said that Liamo is the top student of the college entrance exam, his fighting ability isn't necessarily better than Yan Yin. This I agree. The college entrance examination is the college entrance examination. Strength is strength. If the strength of the college entrance examination is the highest, then why isn't he the first in the freshman sort? That's right. Moreover, there can be a period of time before the college entrance exam now. Yan Yin is a member of the Yan family in Jiandong. With countless resources, the promotion is definitely much higher than Liamo. Accompanied by the crowd's comments, Liamo and Yan Yin arrived at the top of the ring and stood facing each other. A light blue staff surfaced in Yan Yin's hand, and a sense and cold aura revealed itself from above the staff and filled the air. Chapter 67: The Ice Crystal Dragon. Looking at Liamo in front of him, Yan Yin's expression became grave. Although he said that he felt that he was stronger than Liamo, he was still more serious about fighting. Besides, the other party was also the top student of the college entrance examination anyhow. Yan Yin was not so stupid that he would think that the other party was a person for him to pin down. So for this fight, he must be going all out. He had seen those two summoned beasts of Liamo's that fought very strongly, so he definitely wouldn't slack off either. However, he also already had a way to deal with it. He was an ice dragon mage, the most skilled at control, which just so happened to restrain Liamo's assassin-like summoned beast. As for that other lightning summoning beast, Yan Yin thought that he was also able to deal with it. Of course, it was best to strike directly at Liamo if you had the chance. The summoner's greatest fear is decapitation. And this ring was such a big place, Yan Yin felt that he was occupying extremely favorable terrain. In this situation, Yan Yin felt that he would have no problem winning against Liamo. The referee saw the two men on the field, and after reading the rules, he directly opened the defense shield. In this way, the people fighting above the ring will not affect the people below the stage, and the people in the ring can be directly teleported out if they are in danger. Liamo, summon your summoned beast. Yan Yin was dressed in gold equipment, and the staff in his hand that emitted a chilling aura pointed at Liamo. Liamo's eyes flickered for a moment. Both of them were wearing gold equipment, so there was no need to change their ring-specific equipment. With a wave of his palm, Liamo was able to summon out the mythical beast and Xianwu. Against Yan Yin, the mythical beast and Xuanwu were enough. If he hadn't let the matter of linking the mythical beast to himself be exposed, Liamo would have felt that the mythical beast alone would have been enough. Looking at the two summoned beasts that came out in front of them, the crowd under the stage talked. This is Liamo's summoned beast. It's different from what we saw in the video. It looks unimpressive, but its combat power is extremely strong. What that's because you guys don't know how to look at it. You guys see, although Liamo's summoned beast looks as if it doesn't have anything outstanding, that aura on its body isn't something that an ordinary summoned beast can have. No, doesn't Liamo have 3 summoned beasts? How come he just summoned 2? Looking down on Yan Yin? Yan Yin looked at Liamo in front of him, who had only summoned 2 summoned beasts, and his face instantly became ugly. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd under the stage, Yan Yin's face became more and more gloomy. Rhymer! What do you mean? Looking down on me? Summon that thunder-type summoning beast of yours as well. Looking at Yan Yin in front of him, Liamo laughed. Isn't the ring a free-for-all? What? I have to listen to your command even how I fight? Yan Yin gritted his teeth and said, Good. I will make you pay for your arrogance, looking down on me. You deserve it? Yan Yin directly raised the staff in his hand, and an ice cream was instantly shot out, and the mythical beast quickly went. That turtle-like summoned beast was obviously a defensive one. Deal with this lion first. With a glance from Liamo, the mythical beast instantly rushed out and pounced towards Yan Yin in front of him. The ice cream in front of him was just Yan Yin's small skill, and the mythical beast didn't even bother to dodge it, directly crashing through it. When those ice creams fell onto the mythical beast, they directly shattered and fell to the ground. Although the mythical beast was good at quick surprise attacks and was considered an assassin-type summoned beast, its physique was not low, and its defense was extremely high. Yan Yin's face changed. He knew that Liamo's summoned beast was very strong, but he didn't think that it was actually capable of being this strong. Without hesitation, Yan Yin raised the staff in his hand once again, and a large amount of cold air instantly surged out, forming a storm that directly covered the entire ring. In the area of the mythical beast, the storm was even more cohesive. The storm surging in the sky, coupled with the cold air, soon formed an ice storm, causing the speed of the mythical beast that was deeply trapped in it to instantly drop. Yan Yin then violently stomped his foot, and several ice claws emerged underneath the speed-weakened mythical beast, directly grabbing its body. It's done! Yan Yin's face appeared a touch of joy. Waving his staff again, several ice cones coalesced in front of him, and then quickly shot towards all parts of the animal's body. As long as this strike was successful, this summoned beast, would definitely have to be injured, and by that time, its speed would drop again, so it could slowly consume it. Although Yan Yin was wild in his mouth, he was still fighting steadily, using the most peaceful flow of attrition to fight. However, the next moment the joy on Yan Yin's face disappeared. Click, click, click! With a sound of grinding teeth, a crack appeared on the ice claw that bound the mythical beast, before it violently shattered. The animal's speed increased violently, and it directly disappeared into the storm. How could this summoned beast be so fast? Yan Yin was incredulous, yet before he could be shocked, the next moment, the mythical beast's figure appeared behind Yan Yin. Yan Yin's heart snapped, and the dense cold air above the staff in his hand instantly wrapped around his entire body, quickly freezing him and forming an ice crystal. Bang! The mythical beast's slap landed on top of the ice crystal that wrapped around Yan Yin, directly sending the ice crystal flying. In midair, a crack surfaced on the ice crystal, which violently broke open in an instant. Yan Yin stabilized his stance, and his face became a bit ugly. This was a skill that one used to save one's life, and it was impossible to use it a second time in a short period of time. Yan Yin did not expect that Liamo's summoned beast would be this strong. It was hard to experience this extreme sense of oppression without facing Liamo's summoned beasts. Looking at the mythical beast that was once again charging towards him, thoughts rushed through Yan Yin's mind. It was still possible to unleash a powerful attack now, but I was afraid that it would be difficult to receive results against this lion-like summoned beast. Looking at Liamo in the distance, Yan Yin quickly made up his mind. The staff waved in his hand, and the center of the storm quickly headed towards Liamo's position. At the same time, an ice claw appeared from above the ground, blocking the animal's figure. Afterwards, Yan Yin waved the staff in his hand and began to chant incantations in his mouth. The cold air around him became denser and denser, and Liamo felt as if his body was about to condense into ice around him. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly came out from the storm in front of him, and then a huge ice crystal dragon with a huge body emerged from that storm, and its eyes were directly fixed on Liamo. Boom! That ice crystal dragon directly rushed out of the storm and charged straight toward Liamo. This was Yan Yin's strongest attack ability so far. Ice Dragon Impact. Liamo looked at the ice crystal dragon that was coming towards him, and his expression moved slightly. He was able to dodge the blow. After all, His current movement speed was higher than the mythical beast. But Liemo did not move. Now was not the time to expose the linking mythical beast. Xuanwu moved, directly rising and lazily blocking Liemo's body. Chapter 68: The Generalissimos Society. Crap! Ice Crystal Giant Dragon! This is Yang Yiren's strongest attack, right? Yeah, I didn't expect to push Yang Yiren to this extent so quickly. This Liemo's summoned beast is indeed very strong. Who says it isn't? That's just one summoned beast. If that thunder summoned beast comes out again, I'm afraid Yan Yiren basically has no room for resistance. Now the result cannot come out yet. This Liemo is a little bit of trust, did not use the full force. Yan Yiren also understand, directly choose to attack Liemo, this time to see Liemo how to resist this blow. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, the ice crystal dragon fell with a loud bang, and a large amount of cold air instantly filled the entire ring, and the location where Liemo was directly wrapped completely in cold air. Yan Yiren let out a slight sigh of relief. Even if Liemo had a defensive summon beast, he would not be able to block this move. However, the next moment Yan Yiren's eyes were violently shrunk. The mythical beast figure appeared behind him and directly slapped a claw towards him. Yan Yiren only had time to put a layer of ice crystals on his body, and his body was directly sent flying out. The ice crystals on his body instantly shattered, and a huge force came from him, causing Yan Yiren to directly spray out a mouthful of blood. He looked shocked and somewhat unresponsive. Liemo was a summoner. If he suffered a great attack and couldn't withstand it, he would have been directly teleported out of the ring, and this lion-like summoned beast would have directly disappeared into thin air. Does it say? Yan Yiren quickly turned his head and was seeing that the cold air dissipated not far away, and Liemo and the turtle-like summoned beast were appearing intact. Reimer patted the ice on his body. It had to be said that this Yan Yiren's attack was still quite strong. But unfortunately, he had already linked the mythical beast, and his defense was extremely high, and with Xuanwu's place, some of the aftershocks couldn't do much damage to Liemo at all. Liemo didn't even use the active effect of Xuanwu Guardian. How is this possible? Yan Yiren looked at the intact Liemo with a look of disbelief. Even if Liemo was able to block this blow, he would have to suffer at least some injuries, right? Though Yan Yiren's gaze fell on Xuanwu's body. He didn't know about Liemo linking the mythical beast, so naturally he counted the blocking of the attack on Xianwu. This turtle-like summoned beast's defense was definitely not simple. Among the previous battle videos, most of them were attracted by the mythical beast and Kuei dragon, and none of them paid much attention to Xuanwu. This summoned beast was also a top summoned beast, only it was good at the defense aspect. With such a summoned beast by his side, no wonder this Liemo looked like he had no fear. Just as Yan Yiren thought of this, the mythical beast figure reappeared in front of him, directly biting down towards his neck. A white light instantly shot out from above the protective light shield, quickly wrapping around Yan Yiren's body and teleporting him out. It also meant that the ring thought that Yan Yiren would die under this blow, so it teleported him out. Only Liemo was left in the ring, and naturally this ring match was won by Liemo. All of the people below were astonished. It's just over? That was too soon, wasn't it? No, what happened just now? Yan Yiren's so powerful strike, but Liemo didn't have the slightest thing happen to him? Can't even read this? That summoned beast by Liemo's side has extremely strong defense and directly blocked all the attacks. Hiss! I was attracted to Liemo's other two summoned beasts earlier, but I didn't expect the defense of this summoned beast beside Liemo to be so strong. As expected of a high school senior, winning so cleanly. Yeah, I did think that Yan Yiren would lose, but I didn't think that Yan Yiren would lose so cleanly. It's simply fast and somewhat unbelievable. Xingyang looked at the situation on the stage and was also shocked. She knew that Liemo was the top student in the college entrance exam, but like everyone else, she felt that Liemo's performance in battle would not be any better than his performance in the college entrance exam. After all, this wasn't facing a demon. Besides, the school's evaluation also ranked Liemo second. But after seeing Liemo fight, Xingyang realized that Liemo was really strong. Xingyang asked herself, if she let herself face this Yan Yiren, even if she could win, she was afraid that she would win very badly. It was completely impossible to do what Liemo did with such a leisurely pace. Yan Wenqing quickly came to Yan Yiren's side and helped him up. Cousin, are you okay? I told you not to fight, you had to come harm. Yan Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a stiff upper lip. Losing is losing, I'm willing to gamble and accept losing is all. Saying that, Yan Yin shook off Yang Wenqing and came in front of Li Mo. There's $20 million in here, it's our bet, I'm not going to cheat. Li Mo took the card handed over by Yang Yin and laughed. We've notarized it at the school notary, do you think it's useful even if you're cheating? Yang Yin's face changed as he looked at Li Mo and said, Li Mo! Don't be godly, I only lost this time because I wasn't well prepared, just wait, I will challenge you again later, I hope that you can win over me again by then. After saying that, Yan Yin directly raised his chin and lifted his steps to leave the place. Li Mo shook his head, this Yan Yin, his mouth was really hard. At this time, Yang Wenqing came to Li Mo's body and looked at Li Mo with an apologetic face and said, I'm sorry, student Li Mo, I didn't expect that things would turn out like this, and I've caused you trouble. After saying that, Yang Wenqing quickly chased after him towards Yang Yin. Li Mo looked at Yang Wenqing's back and smiled, these two brothers, they were really interesting. Turning around, Li Mo was looking at Xin Yering. Congratulations, although in my heart I was thinking that you could win, I didn't expect you to be able to win so easily. Listening to Xin Yering's words, Li Mo smiled. The ring is still a bit of a constraint for Yan Yin, after all, the space is too small, and if it's in the wilderness, he won't lose so quickly. Xin Yering sniffed and skimmed her lips. It won't go down so fast? In that case, Yan Yin will have to lose. That's pretty confident. However, Xin Yering was also clear that Li Mo had the strength to possess such confidence. Let's go to the school's secret realm together. Li Mo looked at Xin Yering and said. Turning around, Li Mo just wanted to leave with Xin Yering, when several people were in front of Li Mo and the two of them, blocking their way. At the head of the group was a young man who looked like he had a formidable breath, but at this moment, he had a gentle smile on his face. Senior Li Mo, how are you? Introduce yourself. I'm Wang Jinghua, a junior from the Jinling Academy, and also the vice president of our school's Shogun Club. I saw the ring just now. Student Li Mo deserves to be the top student of the college entrance exams, and he won beautifully. I'm sorry to delay you a little bit. I just want to ask Li Mo, are you interested in joining our General's Club? Chapter 69, The Secret World of Schools. Society? Li Mo froze for a moment, not expecting the society's people to come looking for him so quickly. The so-called clubs are sort of a guild organization in the school, only a bit more diffuse compared to the guilds. When you enter a club, you can receive a monthly subsidy, and the members of the club will bring in new members from the old. In short, there are a lot of conveniences that come with joining a club. After the surrounding students heard this, all of their faces showed envy. This is the Shogun Club, one of the most famous among the clubs of the Jinling Academy. I heard that there are 7 of the top 10 on the Jinling Academy's heavenly ranking, among the generals' associations. As long as one enters the Shogun Club, the monthly subsidy is the most among all the clubs, not to mention that the old bringing in the new inside the Shogun Club is also extremely favorable. After all, there are more powerful students inside the club. Generally speaking, when a club absorbs new members, especially a club like Shogun, it's only after observing you for a period of time and thinking that you have a lot of potential that you'll be absorbed. Like Li Mo, who had only just enrolled in school and was able to join a top school club, the crowd was very envious. But yes, they had all seen Li Mo's fight just now. Clean! Even they had to admit that Li Mo, the top student of the college entrance examination, had no water. Wang Jinghua looked at Li Mo in front of him, and an expectant look appeared on his face. As the deputy head of the General Society, Wang Jinghua was still relatively well informed. He knew in his heart what it meant for Li Mo to be able to become the top student of the college entrance exam with his summoner. This proved that Li Mo, like that summoner who summoned a giant dragon, was definitely a special case among summoners. Moreover, he had just seen the ring match just now, and Wang Jinghua recognized Li Mo's fighting strength even more. Li Mo frowned slightly. Honestly, Reimer had thought about the club before. After all, Zhu Xingxin pupil had previously spoken to him about opening a branch guild. Li Mo thought about it. He could start from the aspect of school clubs, establish a school club first, and then slowly develop the constituent guilds. After thinking about it, Li Mo looked at Wang Jinghua and said, I'm sorry, senior, I don't have any thoughts of joining a club for now. Wang Jinghua froze for a moment. There were many students in the Jinling Academy who wanted to join the Generals Association, and it could be said that they were all trying to squeeze their heads into it. Usually it was other people who begged to come to the door, but now that he personally came over to invite him, he didn't expect Li Mo to refuse. But Wang Jinghua didn't say anything more. He knew in his heart that he couldn't remember such things. No more than that, it's a good impression to fall back on. Okay, since Li Mo's school brother hasn't thought about it yet, then think about it more. This is my contact information. If Li Mo's school brother has thought about it clearly, then contact me at any time. The door of Wolfei's society will always be open for you. Li Mo nodded and took the contact information Wang Jinghua handed over. The two of them chatted a few more times, and then Wang Jinghua left the place. Hey, I say, the Generals Club is the top club in Jiling Academy. There are a lot of benefits for joining it. Why don't you go? Xinyaring watched Wang Jinghua leave and couldn't help but look at Li Mo and ask. Li Mo laughed. Isn't it true that I haven't thought about it yet? Only just enrolled in school, there's no rush. Let's go check out the school's secret place. Soon, Li Mo and Xinyaring arrived at the school's secret realm. This was a very large hall, and inside the hall was the gate entrance to a secret realm, and one could enter it by selecting the corresponding secret realm. Of course, one has to pay the credits to get in. Li Mo's gaze was soon attracted to a large screen in the center of the hall. Ranking of the speed of passage through the major secret places. Ranking of the number of demons killed in each secret place. Below the two lists are the top 100 rankings, followed by the rewards for the rankings. Li Mo and Xinyaring inquired and finally learned some of the rules here. Xinyaring lamented. The school is really generous. Entering the secret realm requires 20 credits, but as long as you pass the secret realm, you can get 30 credits, which is equivalent to entering the secret realm for nothing, knowing that outside, entering a secret realm is still less than $100,000. Li Mo nodded. There's also this leaderboard, 2 lists. As long as you enter the top 100 you'll be rewarded. The first 100 are rewarded with E-grade resources and 100 credits. Xinyaring laughed. This is how the Jinling Academy incentivizes its students to constantly improve their strength. Li Mo's gaze fell on the top of the list, and he pondered slightly. Xinyaring looked at Li Mo's appearance and laughed. What? What's the idea of playing the list? Let me tell you, this list is not that good. Although the junior and senior lists are counted separately, the freshman and sophomore lists are counted together. If you look at the top of the freshman and sophomore lists, they're all wrapped up with sophomores. Li Mo nodded, then looked at Xinyaring and said, You said if I can help others pass the level, can I get them to give me the credits? Xinyaring froze for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, This will certainly work. Other than that, most of the new students who have just enrolled in school now are unlikely to pass through this secret realm. Even if the reward for clearing the secret realm is given to you, the available 20 credits in exchange for the battle experience of clearing the secret realm is still extremely cost-effective. A smile appeared on Li Mo's face as he sniffed. In the Golden Academy, credits are very important, and they are indispensable for all kinds of things. For example, if one was looking for items to increase one's lifespan, there were none in the school's treasury right now, and even if there were, I'm afraid that one wouldn't be able to redeem them without a massive amount of credits. So Li Mo thought about it. This secret realm might be a place to earn credits. Xinyaring looked at the smile on Li Mo's face and reacted. Don't tell me you want to do the business of leading a team through customs. Reimer spoke up. No, Xinyaring said. Of course it's okay, but most of them are sophomore veterans with freshmen, although you are the top student in the college entrance exam. But this secret realm is not the secret realm of the college entrance exam. It's not that easy to pass. You should know that one person entering the secret realm is 1 difficulty. 2 people entering the secret realm can be double the difficulty. If you find all reliable teammates, still say, take 2 or 3 weak teammates, that can be 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, or exponentially more difficult. This method Li Mo thought of was not a hidden thing at all. Others had thought of it long ago. However, the secret world is very difficult, so mostly sophomores take freshmen through the secret world. But by sophomore year, there are so many ways to earn credits that there's no need for this approach. Besides, fighting demons is very physically demanding. How many times a day can you take someone through? Listening to Xinyaring's words, Li Mo smiled. I don't know about other people, but don't forget that I have a natural advantage when it comes to clearing secret realms. The secret realm of the entrance examination, the records can all be broken by me. Chapter 70, Bringing People Through. Listening to Li Mo's words, Xinyaring slapped her forehead. I forgot, you're a summoner, just let the summoned beasts fight, don't worry about stamina. However, it's not like you've tried the difficulty of this secret realm, are you sure you'll be able to bring others through? Li Mo smiled. If you can't pass, don't take any credits, and I'll reimburse you for all the credit tickets you paid. Xinyaring laughed. If you're so confident, then I'll give it a try first, anyway, I reckon it's quite hard for me to pass this secret realm by myself. Li Mo nodded his head and said, Okay, then let's try the water first, I won't charge you for the credits, we're considered friends now. Xinyaring waved her hand. Don't, friends are friends, I have to give what I should give you. With that, Xinyaring was ready to go forward to pay the credits, but was stopped by Li Mo. Don't worry, bring another one, just the two of us are too few. Xinyaring froze for a moment. Bringing another one could be triple the difficulty, are you sure? Don't worry. Reimer smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Xinyaring directly spoke. Alright, then release a recruitment message. This is where there is a dedicated LAN in which all kinds of recruiting information can be posted. It's kind of a feature of the school's secret place. Soon, Li Mo was under Xinyaring's guidance to register for the LAN, bind his student card, and directly post a message. Soon, there was a backlash below, but mostly not in a good way. Yo, someone brought the secret realm today, Harm, how is a freshman This person is so amusing, he's only just entered our Jinling Academy, and he's already thinking of taking people to earn credits. That's right, do you really confuse the school's secret realm with the college entrance exam's secret realm? The secret realm of the college entrance exam is just an entry-level secret realm. Which one who can come to our Golden Academy is not high-minded at first? We were the same at that time, touching the wall a few times he just knew the sky was high. A freshman taking someone down to the secret realm, naturally, no one would be willing to come. Even if Li Mo is the top student in the college entrance exam. Li Mo looked at the message below, and was just about to give up and try the water with Xinyaring first when a familiar voice came from the side. Li Mo students, you want to bring the school's secret realm? Is it true that you spend all the expenses without passing? Li Mo turned around at his words and was seeing Yang Wenqing. Yang Wenqing persuaded Yan Yin a few times, that is, he also came here, ready to look at the school's secret realm. I did not expect that just after registering for the LAN, I saw the message sent by Li Mo. It was very difficult for a new student to pass the secret mirror, even though Yang Wenqing's strength was not weak, he might not be able to pass it by himself. The best thing to do would be to spend a month or two boosting your strength before coming back, that way it's a bit more robust. But a month later was the freshman competition, and it was definitely necessary to quickly improve his strength during this period of time. And clearing the secret realm is a shortcut to quickly upgrade and increase your strength. Compared to the wilderness, the magic creatures in the secret realm were more concentrated, but there were more magic creatures to kill in the same amount of time than in the wilderness. Moreover, the school mystery realm had a bonus effect, and the battle experience gained from killing magic creatures in here was quite a bit higher than in the wild. So when he saw the message sent by Li Mo, Yang Wenqing was moved. Anyway, Li Mo had said that if he couldn't get through, he would bear all the costs. Li Mo looked at Yang Wenqing in front of him, and gently nodded. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. If you don't believe me, we can go to a notary public. Yang Wenqing hurriedly said. Don't, classmate Li Mo, I believe in you. As long as you lead me through this secret realm, I'll give you all the credit rewards after you pass. Li Mo nodded, and then he was leading Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing to use credits to buy tickets to enter the secret realm. The secret areas here are progressive, from low to high, and only after clearing the lowest difficulty level can you move on to the next difficulty level. Therefore, Li Mo's trio entered as one of the secret realms of initiation. But even so, the difficulty of this secret realm was still a few notches higher than the secret realm of the college entrance exam. Of course, it was only relative to the difficulty of the secret realm of the high school. The nightmare difficulty of the Gaucho's secrets is still gold. Standing in front of the gate leading to the secret realm, 3 rays of light wrapped around Li Mo's 3 bodies, and the 3 instantly disappeared. As they watched Li Mo's trio disappear into thin air, the students around them murmured. That Liamo really brought 2 freshmen to pass the secret mirror? 3 people can be triple the difficulty, can they pass successfully? Can a fart? Even among sophomores, it has to be a top student to be able to lead a freshman through the secret mirror, and for that matter, it's still a band of 1, and they're 3 freshmen, so they can pass shit. That's right, this Liamo doesn't think he's so godly just because he got a top student in the college entrance exam, right? Are there fewer top students in the entrance exams of the Jinling Academy? This person is just out of his depth. Just wait, I have a feeling it won't be 5 minutes before they can't hold out and have to be teleported out. At this time, the 3 of them, Liamo, were already teleported into the secret realm. As soon as they entered, the 3 of them felt a cold wind coming down, causing all 3 of them to shiver. The environment of this secret realm was a world of cold ice. Fortunately, they had browsed through the school forum after entering the Jinling Academy, and there were quite a few living items stored in their space rings. After all, these can come in handy if there is bad weather in the field. Skillfully pulling out their thick clothes, all 3 of them quickly put them on. Yang Wenqing also took out a set of armor and prepared to wear it on his body. Liamo waved his hand and looked at Yang Wenqing. No need, I'll lead you, just watch from the side. Yang Wenqing froze for a moment, then laughed. Fellow student Liamo, even though I say you're the one who led me, I can't help but contribute. Don't worry, in the secret realm, the experience we gain is shared equally, and this is not considered experience robbery on my part. Moreover, this secret passage has a time limit. This secret passage can't be passed in an hour, but it can be considered a failure. The 3 of us will do it together, there's strength in numbers, and we'll also be able to improve our chances of clearing the level. On the side, Xinjiang also spoke up. Yes, Yang Wenqing is right, 3 people doing it together will pass the barrier a bit faster. Liamo shook his head. There's no need for you guys to make a move. When I say I'm bringing you. Letting you guys make a move, what kind of bringing is that? After I charge you credits, you're considered my customers, so I have to give you the experience you deserve. Saying that, Liamo waved his hand, and the mythical beasts, Kui Dragon, Xuanwu, Green Dragon, and the 2 vermilion loths were all summoned out. A huge oppressive force came from the mythical beasts, instantly filling the surrounding area. Chapter 71. I'll grill you some skewers. Looking at so many summoned beasts, Xinjiang and Yang Wenqing all froze. Xinjiang was surprised. Liamo, I knew you had many summoned beasts, but I didn't expect there to be so many. A full 6 heads. I'm afraid that other summoners at your level would be lucky to summon a second summoned beast. Yang Wenqing was also in awe. Yes, student Liamo, I've seen your video before. I only knew that you had 3 powerful summoned beasts. I didn't realize that you actually had 6. Xinjiang spoke. I also know about these 2 white giant apes, but what is this one? A green snake? This doesn't look like it either. I haven't seen this summoned beast before. You just summoned it, Liamo, right? I have to say, your talent as a summoner is truly amazing. Liamo smiled. This world has no ancient myths, only know about the giant dragon, not the divine dragon. It is normal not to recognize the green dragon. As he was talking, a crack appeared on top of the ice field in front of him, and then, several ice giant wolves jumped out directly from under the ice layer. Berserk Ice Wolf. Rank, Commander. Rank 10. Attributes, Strength, 200, Physique, 120, Agility, 180, Mental Power, 100. Skill 1 Ice Bite. Skill 2 Ice Strike. After the appearance of several ice-cold giant wolves, they let out a long whine to the sky, and then quickly rushed over towards Li Mo's 3 people. Yang Wenqing instantly took a fighting stance. This Berserk Ice Wolf's attributes were not low. Yang Wenqing estimated that he would have to spend a lot of energy to kill them. And right at this moment, Liamo snapped his fingers, and the mythical beast by his side instantly rushed out. In an instant, the mythical beast's silhouette appeared beside an ice-cold giant wolf. Its claws instantly fell, and the ice-cold giant wolf whimpered, and it directly lost its voice. The fluctuations from the splash erasure also instantly spread out, covering the surrounding area and instantly decimating all of the other cold ice giant wolves. In less than a second, all the ice giant wolves were directly wiped out. Crap! Yang Wenqing, who had always been more civilized, couldn't help but let out a gasp as he watched the scene. Although he knew that Li Mo's summoned beast was perverted, seeing it with his own eyes still shook people's hearts. What was that ability of this summoned beast? After killing a demon, all the surrounding demons were instantly killed in seconds. This time Yang Wenqing directly put down the weapon in his hand. With Li Mo's summoned beasts, there really wasn't much use for him. Rushing up might still add to Li Mo's summoned beasts. We'll just watch from the sidelines, just leave the fighting and killing to these summoned beasts of mine. With that, Li Mo waved his hand, and Kui Long and Qing Long followed. The green dragon had just been summoned, and battles would enable it to upgrade faster. As for Xuanwu and the two-headed Zhu Yao were left behind by Li Mo. Xuanwu was naturally reserved in case of any danger. As for the two Zhu Yao, Li Mo naturally has a use for them. Taking out a few wooden boards from the ring, Li Mo quickly pieced together a not-so-small wooden frame. Afterward, Li Mo let Xin Yering and Yan Wenqing come to the top of the wooden frame. The two Zhu Yao directly lifted the wooden frame, forming a wooden sedan chair without a roof. Standing on the wooden frame, Yan Wenqing watched Zhu Yao carry them and follow behind the mythical beast and the others, and froze directly. It is? Li Mo smiled. Being my customer, one has to experience it accordingly. Come, sit. With that, Li Mo took out 3 chairs, placed them on the wooden frame, and sat on one himself. Xin Yering didn't have the courtesy to sit directly on one, looking at Li Mo with a surprised face. Li Mo, this is the first time I've seen the passing secret mirror being passed in this way. You've made it look like an excursion. Li Mo smiled. I have to make you guys feel like you're getting your money's worth out of this credit. How about it? Want a drink or coffee? Saying that, Li Mo directly took out a few tea bottles, opened the lids, and hot air directly emerged from them. Yang Wenqing's eyes immediately straightened. This you have prepared? Li Mo nodded and said, It's a cold day, so I can't freeze my customers. Saying that, Li Mo poured a cup of hot tea for both of them. Yang Wenqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was piping hot, and then he glanced at the icy sky and snow next to him and the demons that had appeared, making him feel that everything in front of him was a bit magical. Is there such a thing as a secret passage? This Li Mo is also considered the first person in the ancient world. The surrounding cold ice continuously surfaced ice magic creatures, starting with the berserk ice wolf, followed by the cold ice giant bear. However, these demonic creatures were basically all seconded by the mythical beast, and the Kui Long didn't even have a chance to make a move. Qin Long did attack over from time to time, and strong mythical beast's head. After all, the green dragon had just been summoned, and in the midst of battle, it was also able to continue its proficiency in its own abilities. Not long after, a bright light rose from the green dragon's body, directly upgrading it. Watching the green dragon quickly rushing out, and directly flinging a cold ice giant bear to death with its tail, Yan Wenqing's cup holding the hot tea shook for a moment, and the tea was almost not flung out. No, wasn't this green snake-like summoned beast just summoned by you? Is it also fierce? Before Li Mo could say anything, Xin Yering spoke up. That's not true. I can see that besides these 2 white great apes being used as sedan chair carriers by Li Mo, all of his other summoned beasts are not simple. A summoned beast that was just summoned is this strong. How can you let other summoners live if you let them see it? Yan Wenqing took a big gulp of tea to suppress his shock and looked at Li Mo. Your summoned beast is just too strong. We shouldn't just push all the way across and kill all the demonic creatures in seconds and just pass this secret realm, right? Li Mo sniffed and waved his hand. What are you thinking? How can it be that simple? This is the secret realm of the Jiling Academy. This is just the beginning. The demons in the back are definitely going to be stronger. As soon as Li Mo's words fell, a piece of cold ice collapsed in front of him, and several 3-meter-tall white giant apes appeared in front of him, blocking the way. These white giant apes were different from Zhu Yao. Their bodies were snow-white, like snow, and exuded a cold aura. The mythical beast quickly rushed out and came directly behind a white giant ape, and the claw in his hand fell and landed directly on the neck of the white giant ape. A claw mark appeared, causing the white giant ape to let out a cry of pain, and then his palm quickly grabbed towards the mythical beast. Seeing this, Li Mo spoke up. See, don't we have a hard time here? In the next moment, the mythical beast dodged the white giant ape's attack and bit down on the white giant ape's neck. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the white giant ape's head was directly bitten off. Yang Wenqing was speechless. Gotta, that's a tough one. There were indeed no seconds this time. Attacked a little more. Just at this time, Liemo once again took out a grill and looked at Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing and smiled. Hungry? I'll grill you some skewers for dinner. Chapter 72, Bringing People Through the Secret Realm. A strange image appeared in the cold ice mysterious realm. The two summoned beasts were constantly cutting down the cold demonic creatures in the front, while the two white giant apes were carrying a huge wooden frame smoothly forward. Next to the white giant ape, a turtle-headed, snake-tailed summoned beast followed nonchalantly, yawning continuously. And above that wooden rack, 3 silhouettes were sitting on chairs around a barbecue grill, pleasurably barbecuing. Nah, these skewers are grilled, you guys eat first. Saying that, Liemo handed the several grilled skewers to Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing. Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing looked at each other, then silently took the skewers handed over by Liemo. Liemo also picked up a kebab and directly jerked it. A bite of skewer and a sip of hot tea is something else in this freezing weather. Yang Wenqing looked at Liemo's appearance and spoke. Is it really good for us to be like this? We're here to pass the secret mirror, isn't this a bit too disrespectful? Xinyaring had already begun to follow and start jerking off, mumbling as she ate a meat skewer in her mouth. What's so disrespectful about it? We're also in the passing secret realm right now. Or do you feel that you don't have much respect for these demons? Why don't you go and slay these demons yourself and honor and respect them? Yang Wenqing sniffed in silence for a moment, then silently took the skewer in his hand and ate it directly. Are you kidding me? If you can pass the secret realm so easily, why do you have to fight to the death yourself? After eating for a while, Yang Wenqing looked at all this and slowly spoke. I still feel that some of it is not quite real. I do really want to think that the passing secret mirror can still be like this. Xinyaring adapted quickly and spoke. Come a few more times and you'll get used to it. How good is this? Eat and drink and pass the secret mirror. Yang Wenqing sighed with emotion. This is what it takes to bring someone through the secret mirror. Before I had a deep-rooted impression of summoned beasts being weak and didn't think that my cousin could lose, but Liemo completely broke this inherent impression I had. Xinyaring waved her hand and said, Hey, this I can remind you, don't ever change this impression. The summoner weakness itself is real, the strong one is just Liemo. Yang Wenqing nodded his head with a face of recognition. You're right, Liemo is indeed special among summoners. This waving her hand, Xinyaring thought of something and said to Yang Wenqing. In a moment you take a picture of me, a scene like this, I'll have to post it on the school forum to show off. Saying that, Xinyaring looked at Liemo and said, You don't mind if I post it on the school forum, do you? Reimer laughed. Of course I don't mind, it's just the right thing to give me some publicity. Xinyaring, listening to Liemo's words, picked up a cup of tea on the side and drank it in one go, looking at Liemo with an excited expression. Liemo, do you really intend to develop this into a business that earns credits? Previously, when Liemo said that he would lead people through the secret realm, Xinyaring was still a little less sure that Liemo would be able to succeed. After all, passing through the secret realm by yourself and taking someone through the secret realm are not even the same concept at all. But now, Xinyaring had completely lost any disbelief in this. Moreover, Liemo's lead pass was so easy compared to others. If it could be publicized, there would definitely be a lot of freshmen who would choose to let Liemo bring it. Especially at a time like the freshman competition, which was a month later, some people would definitely choose to enhance their strength through the secret realm. But when one's own strength was insufficient, one would choose to let someone bring them, and Liemo's way of bringing them was definitely the most popular. As for the remaining ones who had thought of waiting for their strength to increase before passing through the secret realm, seeing these people who passed through the secret realm, they would definitely choose to have someone bring them through the secret realm for the sake of the freshman competition as well. Xinyaring could foresee that Liemo might be able to start a wave of passing through the secret realm. It's a big deal. Reimer nodded. I do have such thoughts. For Reimer, this is indeed a good way to earn credits. And this has to be fast. It would have to be used while the freshmen are not strong enough to pass the secret mirror now, and after another month or two, or even after a half a month, the number of people who want people with secret mirrors would have a much smaller chance. Xinyaring sniffed and spoke. How about I help you pull people in and you share some credits with me? After seeing Liemo's strength, Xinyaring's heart was also up in arms. After all, freshmen are really short on credits. Without hesitation, Liemo directly nodded and said, Pull in one person and I'll give you 5 credits. Bringing people through the secret realm once, he was able to earn 30 credits. Giving Xinyering 5 credits was already considered high. Xinyering shook her head. 5 credits is too much. I can't take advantage of this. In that case, let me ask you, how many people can you bring through the secret realm at most at one time? Liemo pondered for a moment, then said, The secret realm can only have a maximum of 4 people. It's still completely fine for me to bring 3 with me. Xinyering nodded. Okay, then how about I bring you 3 people, that is, you bring a wave of people, and you give me 10 credits? 10 credits for 3 people, and Reimer sniffed and nodded directly. Yang Wenqing, who was on the side, saw this and said weakly, Can I participate? It was definitely a good way to earn credits, and Yang Wenqing was trying to get involved. Liemo looked at Yang Wenqing, then said, Seeing is believing, you and Xinyering are the same, pulling in 3 people is also 10 credits. With Xinyering and Yang Wenqing, Liemo wouldn't have to bother with pulling people in, he could just focus on bringing people through the secret realm, so naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Yang Wenqing sniffed with a touch of joy on his face. Although he and Yang Yiren were both from the Yang family, and were still cousins, he was not a direct member of the Yang family, and did not obtain many resources in the Yang family. Being able to obtain more credits in exchange for resources was also an excellent thing for Yang Wenqing. Xinyering poured another cup of water, then looked at Liemo and said, By the way, how many waves can you bring in a day? Although you don't have to do it, the summoned beasts will also use up their stamina. Liemo laughed. Don't worry about that. As you can see, this cold ice mystery pass is still relatively simple. I'll take this cold ice mystery pass. When the time comes, I'll split the summoned beasts into 2 waves, and while one wave carries the people, the other wave will just recover their stamina in the summoning space, basically making it possible to do it without rest. Liemo's heart was already filled with the idea that the animal itself would be able to pass through this cold ice mystery realm. Then Kui Lung and Qing Lung are on one team, and the 2 teams rotate, making it completely endless. Xinyering nodded, then looked at Liemo and said, By the way, there's one thing to be reminded of, each secret realm in the school can obtain up to 10 experience boosts. That is to say, after 10 times, if you take someone through the secret realm again, you won't have any profit for yourself. This was a restriction made by the Jinling Academy, lest the students become addicted to using the secret realm to enhance their strength. After all, the secret realm is not as dangerous and uncertain as the wilderness, which is not conducive to the students' combat experience and resilience when dealing with danger. Liemo nodded. I know this. I'll lead people for 5 days at most, just earn some credits, and then I'll go to the wilderness to level up. As he was talking, the ice layer in front of him suddenly appeared to move, and a large number of cold ice giant wolves and cold ice giant apes appeared in sight. It was densely packed and numbered in the hundreds. Chapter 73, Fast Track. Looking at the large number of ice demons that appeared in front of them, Yang Wenqing and Xinyering both had a grave expression on their faces. I didn't expect that by the time we got here there would be so many demonic creatures. No wonder not many freshmen were able to pass the barrier successfully. Generally speaking, when the secret realm reached the back, either the number of demons would increase or the intensity of the demons would increase. For freshmen, obviously the latter would be better. After all, even if the intensity increased a bit, the freshmen would still be able to handle it. But the increase in the number of magical creatures was more difficult for most freshmen to accept. After all, freshmen are lower leveled and have access to relatively few skills, and even fewer ranged skills. That's why most freshmen would rather face an increase in the intensity of the demons than an increase in the number of demons. This was also a deliberate move by the Golden Academy to increase the difficulty of the secret passage and to exercise the new students. But for Liemo, it was as comfortable as a sleepy pillow. Whether it was the mythical beast and Kui dragon or the green dragon, all of them had the ability to attack at range. The mythical beast in particular was definitely capable of exerting unexpected effects in the face of such a concentrated demonic creature. Don't be nervous, it's just a higher number of demons, it's not a problem. As Liemo said, the mythical beast had already rushed over, and with its sharp claws waving out, several ice giant wolves fell to the ground. A splash erase damage spread out, covering the other demons in the surroundings, causing the surrounding demons to quickly fall to a crop. The Kui Long also made a move, and several thunderbolts blasted down, directly electrocuting several demonic creatures. Subsequently, large swathes of thunder plasma were spat out from the Kuei Long's mouth and covered the ground, causing the demonic creatures that waded into it to constantly suffer from lightning injuries, and they also quickly collapsed to the ground. The green dragon also rushed over, its body sweeping down, directly carrying several demons to midair, then dropping them down, also quickly killing several demons. In less than half a minute, the demonic creatures in front of them had already been cleared. Yan Wucheng looked at this scene dumbfounded. This is also a bit too fast, isn't it? If it was myself, I guess I wouldn't be able to break out without 10 minutes. That's still for the past breakout out. If we want to kill all of these demons, it's estimated that it'll take at least half an hour. Xinyaring didn't have any strangeness on her face as she spoke. That's why Liu Mo was able to bring people through, while we couldn't. 2 rays of light rose up on the body of the green dragon in front of them. Killing these demonic creatures allowed the green dragon to rise 2 levels in a row. And a light rose from Xinyaring's body. I've upgraded. It's true that it's still faster to upgrade in the secret realm. Xinyaring lamented as she felt the increase in power after the upgrade. Yan Wucheng also spoke up. I also feel like I'm about to upgrade. I guess I'll be able to upgrade 1 level once I pass the level and complete it. Liu Mo felt himself and wondered if it was because of the summoned beasts sharing their experience, or because he was a mountain and sea god and demon summoner, and still needed a lot of upgrading experience to improve. Liu Mo ordered the mythical beast and the Kuei dragon to continue to open the way, and Zhu Yao carried them to follow behind, continuing to go deeper inside. Soon, after clearing out some scattered demons, a large number of ice-type demons surfaced once again. Xinyaring and Yan Wucheng were leaning back in their chairs, looking ahead while jerking off their skewers, taking a sip of tea from time to time, without any worry on their faces. I've read the past manual for this cold ice mystic realm, and this is the penultimate wave of demonic attacks. After decapitating this batch of demons, you will face the final boss of the cold ice mystery realm, and after killing the final boss, you will be able to pass this cold ice mystery realm. Listening to Xinyaring's words, Yan Wucheng looked at the time and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This has only passed less than 10 minutes. According to this speed, it is estimated that the clearance is only about 15 minutes, this clearance speed, but it can be on the ranking list, and directly able to enter the top 10. Although the shock that Liu Mo brought to him today was already a lot, at this time, Yan Wucheng still couldn't help but marvel in his heart. After all, above that list of rankings, those who were able to enter the top 10 were basically the top sophomore seniors playing. On top of that, that's all single-player passes. And Liu Mo, but he's got both of them with him. With triple the difficulty and the 2 of them not having any help yet, Liu Mo was able to make it into the top 10 on the leaderboard. What if it's Reimer himself who comes through? Estimated to make the top 3. No! Maybe Liu Mo he can take first place, setting a new record in the rankings. Just like he did in the middle of the high school exams. Xinyaring, who was listening to Yan Wucheng's words, looked at Liu Mo and said, This is something that I forgot. If I can enter the leaderboard by bringing someone through, but I have to let them add money. After all, there are rewards for being on the leaderboard. Liu Mo's eyes flickered and he quickly spoke. This is something I hadn't considered. What do you guys say? How about if I say I'm going to take all the rewards on the list after I make it? Xinyaring frowned slightly, then shook her head and said, Then I guess not many people will agree. After all, if you can't get the rewards for being on the list as well as not being on the list, why be on the list? To save face? To be a conspicuous ghost? Reimer nodded. That was indeed the reasoning. Of course, there is no shortage of them who want this face, but after all, they are very few. Then collect half of the reward for being on the list. Liu Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. Just now, it was indeed that he was greedy. After all, after they made it onto the list, they left a record behind, and in the future, they would have to break through that record in order to get a new list reward. The Limer people helped them get on the list, which was like helping them get the list rewards in advance, so it was still appropriate to take half of it. Xinyaring also nodded, and then spoke. Half of them will definitely agree. With your strength, you can even manipulate the list, jamming the timing, and even constantly letting people refresh the list rankings. Even if you only take half of the list rewards, you're still going to make mad money. A smile also appeared on Liu Mo's face before he frowned. I just don't know if the school will put a stop to this kind of behavior. Xinyaring smiled and said, You don't know this, do you? The Jinling Academy won't directly stop you, nor will it confiscate your previous gains, but it's very likely that it will soon formulate the rules of the secret realm that target you, but by that time, you'll already be able to make a profit. Liemo smiled. If that was the case, then naturally it would be the best. Looking at Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing in front of him, Liemo took out his cell phone and said, Let's create a group chat, so we can be notified in the group when something happens. Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing both nodded and directly chose to add. After the addition, Xinyaring looked at Liemo and said with a smile, Liemo, when you were invited by the General Phase Society before, you were unwilling to go, so you're not planning to create a society on your own, are you? Chapter 74, Setting New Records. When Yang Wenqing heard Xinyaring's words, he directly shook his head and said, How is it possible? Creating a club is not that simple. It needs to be recognized and supported by the school. It's simply impossible for new students to do it. Liemo also nodded his head and said, As Yang Wenqing said, it can't be done, it's just a contact. But Liemo did have this idea in mind. But there's no need to rush, there's plenty of time for that later. Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing in front of them were among the top ranked in terms of strength among the freshmen, so they could slowly bring the two of them together. As if Xinyaring had read Liemo's mind, she looked at Liemo and said half-jokingly, Give us a name for our group chat, so that in the future, if we do set up a club, it will be considered to have a name. Liemo glanced at Xinyaring, then spoke. How's the cloud? After talking to Zhu Xingxin about the chapter, Liemo was thinking about establishing an organization. The name Cloudy was also thought up in the last few days. Xinyaring nodded. Above the clouds, overlooking all living beings, it's a name that seems domineering in its softness, not bad. Seeing this, Liemo also directly changed the name of the group chat to Cloud. And just at this time, the second wave of demonic creatures in front of them were also quickly cleared away by the mythical beasts. Soon, Liemo and the others arrived at the deepest part of this cold ice mysterious realm. Roar! Accompanied by a loud and clear roar, a cold ice giant wolf king 3 times taller than the cold ice giant wolf in front of them leapt out from under the ice, his gaze instantly locking onto the mythical beasts in front of them. And just at this time, a dense cold storm quickly came, followed by a huge white giant ape that was 3 times taller than the white giant ape in front of it stepping out from within that cold storm. 2 final bosses! Yang Wenqing sucked in a breath of cool air at the sight. Although the single difficulty of a 2-headed final boss was definitely not as difficult as a secret realm with 1 final boss, facing 2 final bosses was definitely very tough for new students. Yang Wenqing hurriedly lowered his head and took a bite of the kebab to suppress his shock. The mythical beast quickly rushed out, and its attack landed on the ice giant wolf king, leaving a white mark on the other party's body, but its body was then knocked out by the ice giant wolf king. Kui Long made a direct move, and the power of thunder fell, blasting down to make that cold ice giant wolf king's body stiffen. The animal's body reappeared behind the cold ice giant wolf king and launched a fierce attack. The attack just now was not a big deal to the mythical beast. Although it was an assassin-type summon beast, its own 4 basic attributes were too high, and the cold ice giant wolf king's attack simply couldn't break the defense. The green dragon, on the other hand, was pestering that white giant ape king. 3 minutes later, the ice-cold giant wolf king fell under the joint attack of the mythical beast and the Kui Long. The remaining put the white giant ape king only lasted for a minute under the siege of the 3 summoned beasts. The pass was successful. A door of light appeared ahead. And at that moment, above that light door, a ranking surfaced. Secret Ice Realm. Successful clearance. Passing time, 15 minutes and 36 seconds. Pass ranking 9th. Customs officers, Liemo, Xinyaring, Yang Wenqing. After Liemo and his team finished clearing the level, at the same time, the ranking information in the hall outside was also refreshed. Some of the students who were paying attention to the rankings froze instantly as they watched the change in the rankings. No! The 9th place in the Cold Ice Mystic Realm has been refreshed. Who rushed such a high ranking? The name has 3 people. This is a group pass. It seems that these 3 are quite strong. I don't know which 3 seniors and sisters. It's really enviable. The ranking reward for the 9th place, in addition to resources, There's also a 150 credits reward for each person. The students in the middle of the secret hall were all talking, and then, the gazes of the crowd fell to the bottom above the names of the passers. Liamo? Why is this name so familiar? So familiar. What sounds familiar? Isn't that the freshman that's the top student in the high school? The freshman refreshed the rankings? Really? Crap! It's really that freshman high school student. Look at the information, you guys. It's freshman Liamo. The moment they saw the name, the entire secret hall directly exploded. Everyone was not expecting that the one who refreshed the ranking would be a new student. In the past, the appearance of freshmen who were able to pass the secret mirror would have to be at least half a month later, let alone freshmen who refreshed their rankings. It doesn't take 6 months for a freshman's name to basically not appear on the leaderboards. Is this freshman class so fierce? I remember, just now, didn't this Liamo talk about taking someone through the secret mirror? There were 3 people who cleared it. Could it be that Liamo took 2 people through the secret mirror and refreshed the rankings? A voice suddenly came out, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then this new student, Liamo, was simply terrifying as hell. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Freshmen clearing the secret mirror and refreshing the rankings is exaggerated. I wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't presented by the secret mirror hall, let alone bringing someone through. That's just it, those 2 must have been in on it, I'll bet. Definitely, you guys see, one is Yang Wenqing, the 6th in the freshman ranking, the other Xinyaring. The freshman ranking seems to be in the teens. Both are the best among the freshmen. They must have teamed up to pass the barrier. But even this is very exaggerated. Which freshman can do this? The older students in the hall were silent. Yeah, even if the 3 of them teamed up, that would be enough to go down in school history. Some of the new students were also amazed and uncertain when they saw this situation, completely not expecting Liamo and the others to be able to do this. And just at this time, the 3 of them, Liamo, packed up their ovens and such, and also walked out of the light door and returned to the secret hall. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on the 3 of them, with different expressions. Seeing this, Xinyaring's eyes turned around and then spoke directly. Everyone, just now, Liamo has already taken Yan Wenqing and I through the cold ice mysterious realm, so I'm sure everyone has already seen the results. Now that Liamo is leading people through the cold ice mystery realm, if the passage is successful, you only need to give the passage reward credits to Liamo. Of course, in order to enter the leaderboard rewards need to be split in half to Liamo. This is an unattainable opportunity. Freshmen who want to pass through the cold ice mystic realm shouldn't miss it. This is a rare opportunity that can't be missed. Listening to Xinyaring's words, the surrounding students talked. Bringing someone through? This is really Liamo leading the 2 of them through customs? No way! You're listening to her nonsense. They must have passed together and wanted to earn credits, so they said that on purpose. That's right, a freshman who just enrolled in the school taking 2 people through and refreshing the ranking to the 9th. This is absolutely impossible. It's definitely the 3 of them doing their best together to do it. As Xinyaring listened to the surrounding chatter, a smile appeared on her face. Gentlemen, if it doesn't take you through to success, Lemmer promises to pay out the full amount of ticket credits. And everyone, look at what this is. This is the proof that Liamo brought us through the secret realm. Saying that, Xinyaring raised her cell phone and lit up the photos she had just taken in the middle of the cold ice mystery realm. Chapter 75, The Unknown Cave. What is this? Crap, being carried by 2 summoned beasts, burnt and roasted, drinking tea, and just clearing the cold ice mystery realm? No? You're really bringing people, aren't you? And like this? Unheard of, simply unimaginable, a secret realm of 3 times the intensity, but it's still so easy to bring people. Eating kebabs and drinking tea to pass the secret world? It's not just about the credits after passing. Take me. The surrounding students were in an uproar. All of them hadn't thought that they could still eat skewers and drink tea when they passed the secret realm. Even if you're being led, you have to contribute, right? Are you really just going to slump into that chair and wait to be taken? Soon, 3 freshmen were looking for them, and they expressed their desire to be taken. Liamo also didn't hesitate and started straight away. After telling them the specific precautions, Liamo was directly leading the 3 into the secret realm. And Xinyaring and Yan Wenqing did not stay here, but went straight back and began to publicize among the forums. As for passing through the secret realm again, they were prepared to stabilize their current ascension before doing so. The enhancement of the secret realm itself was not as solid as hunting magic creatures in the wild, and now that they were taken, the secret realm was not even out of the way, so it was better to stabilize it before saying anything about passing the secret realm again. Li Mo also followed the previous arrangement, first letting the mythical beast lead the passage alone. Zhu Yao was still carrying the wooden rack, barbecue and tea supplied. The 3 people who were taken were so amazed that they took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. Crap! This is the first time I've ever experienced being taken like this. It's just too good to be true, isn't it? I'm in the secret world and I'm jerking off, so guess how long it will take me to get through the secret world? This is the passage secret realm? An outing isn't even this comfortable, is it? No, I have to tell my brother. After the 3 of them took pictures, they also sent them to others, and one of them posted them on the forum, with a faintly pusillanimous flavor between the words. Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing's posts were sent out first, but most of the replies below were cynical regarding the two's posts. After all, a freshman wanting to lead someone through the secret realm was simply a fool's errand. And when the 3 people brought by Li Mo also posted the pictures in the forum, the crowd was finally convinced. There's really a freshman with a pass through the secret mystery realm, huh? It's really too much. Li Mo? I remember he was the top student in the college entrance exam, right? Originally, I thought that the freshman's serial number ranked as the second, and that the combat power might not live up to its name, but now it seems that it's the teacher who evaluated the serial number who is a bit blind. The payoff is only as long as the credit rewards after the pass, and an experience like this. Love, love, love it. I'm signing up. If I can pass through the secret realm, my strength will increase faster. As the saying goes, one step faster, one step faster. I have to hurry up and sign up as well. The forum was directly set off by the uproar. Many students have been talking about it, and there are already quite a few new students who have begun to enroll. Xinyaring and Yang Wenqing also did not expect this matter to ferment so quickly, and began to count the enrolled students, and then arrange the order in which they were taken by Li Mo. 5 days later, Li Mo walked out from the middle of the secret hall and yawned. During these 5 days, Li Mo basically stayed in the middle of the secret hall, frantically bringing in people. Most of the new students came over and just asked Li Mo to take them through the secret realm. There were also some freshmen who wanted to rush the rankings. Although they could only take half of the rewards, it was better than nothing. And because of Li Mo's tart operation, the Cold Ice Mystic Realm leaderboard list was also constantly changing in these 5 days. The list of ground names, in addition to the top 10, is almost fast changing at times. The school had also finally reacted to this matter, and in response to Li Mo's behavior, 2 new rules were added to the school's secret world rules. The first rule is to take someone through the secret world, up to 10 times. Each person is rewarded with 10 passes through the secret world. After that, there are no rewards for passing through the secret world. This rule also means that after you can't claim the past secret reward, you can't take anyone else. And the second one is to take someone through the secret world, and the person being taken will not enter the leaderboard. With these 2 stipulations, Li Mo was no longer able to bring people through the secret realm. Still, it was a very productive 5 days. The first thing is school points. Li Mo's school points came directly to over 6,000. It can be very scary. Some sophomores don't always earn that many credits in a year. Secondly, several of Li Mo's summon beasts had also leveled up quite a bit. The green dragon level came directly to level 11, and its combat power was greatly increased. Mythical Gaby and Kui Long were elevated to level 14, and the Xian Wu rank came to level 13. Li Mo's own level, on the other hand, was raised to level 15. With Li Mo's current rate of leveling up, he was definitely far ahead of the other freshmen. Of course, what Li Mo valued most was the increase in the lifespan of the magical creatures. In the secret realm, the lifespan of a demon gained from killing a demon is much reduced. Passing through the secret realm so many times, Li Mo's current magical lifespan had only come to 182 years. To raise one of the divine beasts to the 6th order, it would still require 68 years of magical life. Reimer is ready to go hunting in the wilderness. Although it was said that the rate of enhancement of wild hunting was far less than the secret realm, Liemo felt that it was completely fine to level up to level 20 before the freshman competition. By then, through the Ascension trial, one's strength would have increased even more. This way, you can face the freshman competition with more confidence. And it was at this time that Liemo learned a piece of news. A message about increasing lifespan items. You mean that the Jinling Academy and Qibei University have jointly discovered a new magic cave and want to jointly explore it? Liemo looked at Xinyaring in front of him and asked. Xinyaring nodded. Preparedly speaking, it was the joint discovery of the Shen family from the Jinling Academy and the Wang family from Qibei University. Reimer raised an eyebrow and spoke. What's the difference? Xinyaring laughed. The Shen family and the Wang family are both lineages dependent on the university, and although most of them listen to the university, they also have a certain degree of autonomy. For example, for this newly discovered demon cave, the two sides discussed sending a team into it, while both the Shen and Wang families were able to arrange for one of their descendants to enter it each. We can have 3 people from the freshmen of the Jinling Academy to go with the team. It's considered to enhance our eyesight and experience, and it's definitely set that it's you and by Miao and me. It was only at this time that Liemo was reacting and looked at Xinyaring. You're the Shen family? Xinyaring nodded. Otherwise, the one who went would probably be Lu Yu, who was the 3rd in the serial number. Liemo nodded, then said with a serious expression, Are you sure that there are items to increase lifespan inside this newly discovered magic cave? Xinyaring laughed. Of course, this is what my aunt told me. How can it be false? By the way, this time, the team from our Golden Academy is led by my aunt. Oh. Chapter 76. Goodbye to Li Yuhan. Listening to Xinyaring's words, Liemo nodded. Okay, in that case I'll go. Originally, Liemo did not intend to go. After all, although the new Devil's Cave had opportunities, it also represented danger. Besides, how much of the resources he would be able to gain from 2 teams going in and exploring? Might as well go hunting in the wild to boost your strength. But with items in it that increase longevity, that's a different story. Liemo now only had 10 years of life left, and was still more attached to the lifespan enhancement. So this matter was naturally agreed upon. Exploring the newly discovered secret realm is considered a special event, and word doesn't get out that only those who are going there have the right to know. For this exploration operation, Liemo had also made ample preparations. The first thing was to enter the middle of the school treasury and exchange 50 Abyssal Essence Tonic and 50 Physique Enhancement Pills. The Abyssal Essence Tonic and the Enhancement Elixir can boost the base attributes, and are both very rare resources. Although it is said to be able to be mass-produced now, the number is still relatively small when distributed in various places. Although the Jinling Academy School Treasury was able to use credits to exchange Abyssal Essence Tonic and Physique Enhancement Dan, each student could only exchange 50 of each per month. Instead of being able to redeem 50 of each type of Enhancement Dan, all Enhancement Dawn can only be redeemed for 50. For example, if Liemo exchanged 50 Physique Enhancement Pills, he could not exchange any other enhancement pills. All of the Essence Tonic and Physique Enhancement Dan Liemo fed them all to the animal. After all, when the mythical beast elevated, Liemo himself would follow suit. Liemo discovered a hidden ability of the mountain and sea god and demon summoner at this time. That is, summon beasts absorb resources extremely quickly. Things such as Abyssal Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan, although they were able to increase their attributes, after using a certain amount in a short period of time, resistance would appear and it would take time to digest them before they could be used again. So some even with a large amount of Abyssal Economy or Enhancement Dan can't boost too many of the 4 base attributes in a short period of time. Liemo, on the other hand, didn't have this affliction, and the summoned beasts were able to absorb it quickly and would not be resistant to it. Even Liemo himself didn't encounter a bottleneck when he used the Abyssal Essence Tonic and Enhancement Dan at that time. Liemo then bought some more escape props, such as escape talismans. No matter what, saving your life is still of utmost importance. Liemo wasn't arrogant enough to rest on his laurels with Xian Wu's protection. His level was too low, and even though he had a powerful divine beast as a summoned beast, it was still a bit difficult to fight against a top-tier demonic creature. Especially with this kind of unknown magic cave exploration, no one could say what they would encounter. In this case, the means to save your life should still be on hand. After spending a lot of money, Li Mo's credits were down to just over 2,000. After getting ready, the next day, Li Mo was directly leaving the Jinling Academy and rendezvoused with the exploration team outside the school. This time, for the exploration of the Devil's Cave, the side of the Jinling Academy was led by Shin Xiu-chan, and there was also a teacher who was a level 50 warrior. There is also one senior, 5 juniors and 3 sophomores. All that was left was the 3 Li Mos. Li Mo came at a stuck point, and other than Shin Xiu-chan, everyone else had already arrived. This way. Xin Yering waved her hand towards Li Mo, who quickly walked over. Bai Miao looked at Li Mo and greeted him with a smile as well. Li Mo also nodded towards Bai Miao, not realizing that the cool temperament of her was not as unapproachable as she thought. The rest of the older siblings also looked at Li Mo for a few moments, but did not pay too much attention. Although Li Mo was sort of making waves in the school because of the school's secret realm, it was only a slight concern for them. What with growth potential and all that stuff, that's what schools need to focus on. All they are concerned with is the power of the present. And in their perceptions, although Li Mo's power was very strong and was definitely a top-notch existence amongst the freshmen, it had not reached the level of excessive concern in front of them. Soon, Shin Xiu-chan also rushed over. She came in a huge luan bird. That luan sparrow had a 7-colored light emanating from its body. Its body was huge, and its appearance had some similarities with the phoenix in Li Mo's impression. Coming down from above that luan sparrow, Shin Xiu-chan looked at the crowd and said, "Sorry, there was a delay. Everyone has already arrived. About what it is that we are going to do this time, I think everyone's mind is already clear. One thing I'll remind you again, we are cooperating with Qinbei University this time, so don't have any conflicts during the exploration at that time. Of course, if the other side does anything out of the ordinary, you can just do it." Although it was said that we were all colleges and universities, but each other itself was a competitive relationship, and facing the unknown Devil's Cave, if they came across anything good, maybe the students would make a move between themselves. It wasn't as if this situation hadn't occurred before, so Shin Xiu-chan reminded. Of course, this fight would only be at the student level, and their teachers would not step in. After all, if teachers get physical with each other, that's the kind of thing that can escalate right into a big deal between schools. "Alright, there's nothing else to say, let's go, I'll take you to that unknown Devil's Cave," said Shin Xiu-chan let the crowd on her luan bird. This luan sparrow had a large body, and there was a space formation on it that was completely capable of holding everyone. After waiting for everyone to come up, Shin Xiu-chan maneuvered the luan sparrow and quickly headed towards the military area on the outskirts of the city. After arriving at the military district, they directly entered the military district teleportation spell. With a flash of light, Li Mo and their figures instantly disappeared. Appearing again, Li Mo and the others were already in the middle of a teleportation spell formation in the military district of Hujiang City. Hujiang is also in the middle of Jiangnan Province, near Tiannan City, which out of the unknown Devil's Den is deep in the wilderness around the Rouge. After arriving here, Shin Xiu-chan asked the people in the military region, and then he asked the crowd to wait for a while. The team from Sibei University hasn't arrived yet. After Li Mo and the others waited for an estimated 10 minutes, a light lit up from within the teleportation spell, and then several figures appeared in the teleportation spell. The team from Sibei University has arrived. Just like the Jinling Academy side, the Qinbei University side was also led by 2 teachers and followed by 12 students. As soon as the other party appeared, several gazes swept over, quickly sizing up Li Mo and the others. The gazes of Li Mo's few people also shifted over. No matter what, let's recognize the person first. And it was at this time that Li Mo's gaze landed on one of the figures and his brows furrowed slightly. It's Li Mongham. At her side was another familiar figure. Li Yuheng. Chapter 77, Protecting the Shortcomings. Seeing Li Yuheng, Li Mo frowned slightly, not realizing that he had also come. But think about it, although the Li family is not a family dependent on Qinbei University, but it also has a place in Jiangnan, so it can certainly climb the Qinbei relationship. Of course, the most important thing was Li Tianlan. She was now the #1 warrior in Tiannan, plus she had graduated from Qinbei University, so she was definitely able to speak her mind. Coupled with the fact that Li Menghan had not yet graduated from Qinbei University, it was still simple to get a place for Li Yuheng. Of course, Li Yuheng's ranking among the freshmen of Qingbei University should not be low. Otherwise it would be useless for the Li family to talk anymore. Li Mer! When Li Menghan saw Li Mo, a look of excitement appeared on her face. Ever since the last time she learned that Li Mo had gone to Jilin University, Li Menghan had been wanting to talk to Li Mo and apologize. When she was in the Li family before, she did some things that hurt Li Mo a lot. However, because of Li Mo's attitude before, Li Menghan also hesitated for 2 days. By the time she went to look for Li Mo again, Li Mo had already left for the Jinling Academy. Li Menghan had wanted to go to the Jinling Academy to look for Li Mo, but she had also started school. Li Menghan is a junior and had a summer internship of sorts with the patrol division, and now she still needs to go back to school for her senior year. I thought it would be a while before I could see Li Mo again, but I didn't expect to see him at this time. Li Mo glanced at Li Menghan and didn't say anything. Li Menghan was stunned for a moment, then a look of hesitation appeared on her face. When Li Yuheng saw Li Mo, his face changed several times before revealing a flash of surprise. "Brother, I didn't expect to meet you here." Hearing Li Yuheng's words, the gazes of the students over at Qingbei University shifted over. Li Yuheng knew the art of speaking well, and even though it was just a little bit of time to catch up on the road, it made the crowd very comfortable. They didn't have much of a reaction just now when Li Menghan and Li Mo spoke, but now when Li Yuheng shouted brother, their gazes shifted over. "Brother? He's that Li Mo? The so-called top student of the college entrance exam? Humph! To lay hands on one's own brother and seriously injure him, how does such a person deserve to be called a high school student? Just a guy with talent but no virtue. So what? I heard that in the Jinling Academy, his freshman serial number is only ranked second. It seems that in the Jinling Academy's view, Li Mo, the top scholar of the college entrance examination, is also a virtue that does not deserve the position." The students of Qingbei University opened their mouths, especially the 2 from the freshman year, who expressed their extreme disgust towards Li Mo. Li Mo gave Li Yuheng a look that made him want to applaud him. This guy, I really don't know how he compelled these people, in such a short period of time, to get his abomination deep into their hearts. Li Mo had no intention of ignoring these guys. In Li Mo's eyes, these people were nothing more than rocks on the side of the road. There was no need to pay attention to them. But Xinjiang couldn't hold back. After getting along these few days, Xinjiang still had more favorable feelings towards Li Mo. What kind of virtue is not worthy of the position? Can't get the high school student acid out? Didn't your teachers teach you not to chew the cud? Bunch of uneducated things. Bai Miao's gaze flickered slightly, then he also spoke. Li Mo's college entrance examination is recognized. Although my freshman serial number is number 1, I think I'm inferior to Li Mo, and the freshman sorting might just be a mistake by the school. Li Mo froze for a moment. Xinjiang opened her mouth, although it made him a little surprised, but he could still think of it. But Bai Miao opening his mouth for him made Li Mo a little unexpected. When the students from Qingbei University heard Xinjiang's words, their faces sank and they just wanted to speak, but they were stopped by the anxious Li Yuheng. "Fellow seniors, you've got it all wrong. Those are just some rumors. My brother and I are on good terms. The injuries I sustained weren't caused by my brother at all." Li Yuheng had a face that defended Li Mo, and his words revealed the sentiment that although this injury was caused by Li Mo, but I won't say anything about it. "Humph. See, this is the gap. Li Yuheng, what are you bothering to defend such a guy for? Seeing your own family members who greet you, those who don't know think that you guys owe him a lot of money." A Qi-based student beside Li Yuheng looked at Li Mo with disdain. Boom! Just as the man's words fell, a thick sword she landed directly in front of him, cutting a huge gash in the ground. A strong voice came from beside Li Mo. "If you want to fight, just say so. What's the point of babbling there?" Li Mo raised an eyebrow, and his gaze fell on a 1-meter-8 strong man beside him. His name was Zhao Hanwu, the senior from the Jinling Academy who came this time. If Bai Miao speaking up for him hadn't occurred to Li Mo, it was even less expected that Zhao Hanwu would stand up for him. The student beside Li Yuheng had a burst of red and white on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He was aware of Zhao Hanwu. Among the senior students of the Jinling Academy, the fighting strength could be ranked in the top 3, and one hand was enough to deal with him. At this time, teachers from both sides also intervened and stabilized the order. But it's just as simple as shutting up students on both sides. Jinling Academy and Qibei University are both ranked in the top 3 colleges and universities, and there are usually all sorts of competition, so teachers from both sides won't say much about it. Everything is based on strength. To put it bluntly, in the process of exploring that unknown Devil's Cave in a while, if they encountered any extreme spiritual materials, both sides would still have to fight. Of course, this will be set at a limit. At least not in a way that endangers the other person's life. Thank you, senpai. Liemo looked at Zhao Hanwu and thanked him. Whether you need it or not, people are kind of speaking up for themselves and deserve a little thanks. Zhao Hanwu nodded towards Liemo with a smile. I heard about what you did in the school's secret realm. To be able to make the school add 2 new regulations for you, you kid is really good. Don't bother with these guys. If they bark again, just hit them in the mouth. Reimer nodded. At this time, after a brief consultation between the 2 teachers, they led their teams towards the outside of the city. Liemo and Bai Miao and Xinyaring were at the back of the group. Bai Miao looked at Liemo and whispered, Liemo, you know Senior Zhao? Reimer shook his head. Xinyaring said on the side with a smile on her face, Bai Miao, this is the academic style of our Jinling Academy. If Liemo were to be replaced by you, Senior Zhao Hanwu would also stand up for you. Bai Miao raised an eyebrow and looked at Xinyaring and asked, What school style? She originally thought that Liemo and Zhao Hanwu knew each other and wanted to get to know Zhao Hanwu through Liemo, but now it seemed that Liemo didn't know Zhao Hanwu. Listening to Bai Miao's words, the smile on Xinyaring's face grew stronger. The academic style of our Jinling Academy is to protect our shortcomings. Let me tell you, it's passed down from our principal. Chapter 78. Entering the Devil's Cave. Liemo and Bai Miao both froze for a moment, not realizing that the style of learning in Xinyaring's mouth was to protect the shortcomings. What does it mean that it came down from the principal? Bai Miao looked at Xinyaring and asked. Xinyaring spoke. I heard that it seems like one of the teachers in our school clashed with a teacher from Mordor University before, and then our principal directly beat up all the teachers from one of Mordor University's colleges. Liemo nodded. According to what Xinyaring said, their school principal was really protective. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the wilderness and began to quickly head deeper into the wilderness. Before coming, the location of this newly discovered Devil's Cave was already known to the crowd, deep in the wilds of Hujiang City. After entering the wilderness, you begin to encounter magical creatures. The 4 teachers opened the way in front, the seniors and older sisters escorted the sides, and Liemo and their freshman year students were protected inside. Having just entered the wilderness, the intensity of the demons here was not very high, and they were directly cleared out by the teachers and older siblings, without any hope of getting close to Liemo and the others. Pushing their way across, the team soon left the outer area of the wilderness and entered the depths of the wilderness. The intensity of the demons here had obviously been raised quite a bit, but facing these teachers and older siblings around them, there was still no room for resistance. Soon, the team arrived at the location where that Devil's Cave was located. After passing through a jungle, a huge canyon appeared in front of the crowd. The group stopped here, and Shinchio-chan looked at the canyon ahead and said, That newly discovered Devil's Cave is inside this canyon. Most of the demonic creatures in this canyon are around level 20, so from this, the demonic creatures inside that newly discovered demonic cave should also be around level 20. Zhang Rui, another leading teacher of the Jinling Academy, spoke up. Not bad, but the demons in the Devil's Cave are normally of a higher level than those outside, so everyone should still be careful. The caution in his mouth was naturally not their teacher being careful, but to the students around him. Dong Hongyu, a leading teacher from Qibei University, looked at the canyon below and frowned. There are quite a number of demons inside this canyon. Should we first remove all the demons on the path to the Devil's Cave? Generally speaking, a safer way to explore a brand new magic cave is to remove the demons around the demonic creature first, lest you suffer a siege from the demons outside the cave in the process of exploring the magic cave. Yuan Li, another leading teacher of Qingbei University, shook her head and said, That would be too much of a waste of time. Based on the information from the previous exploration, this Devil's Cave is very large, so don't waste time on the demons in the periphery. Just enter and explore directly. Shinchio-chan nodded and said, With our strength, Even if the demons outside the demon cave swarmed in, we would be able to deal with them easily. Then go straight to it. After the 4 teachers conferred, the 2 school teachers then each summoned their flying mounts and flew directly towards the canyon below. Liemo and the others stood on top of Xinqiu-chan's Luan Sparrow, overlooking the canyon below, seeing the large number of demonic creatures in the canyon below. These magical creatures were not very densely distributed, and most of their scents were not very strong. Only a very few of the demons had a very strong aura, and they were all boss-level demons. As they flew over these demonic creatures, they raised their heads, apparently able to sense the aura above them. However, these demons then dispersed in a flurry. Most of the level 20+ boss-level demons possessed intelligence, and knew that those who could be messed with and those who couldn't be messed with. Feeling the flight speed of the Luan Sparrow, Liemo pondered slightly. Among his summoned beasts, although the Kueilong was a dragon, it did not possess the ability to fly, and only the green dragon had the ability to fly in the air. When it first hatched, the green dragon's body was still relatively small, looking like a green snake. But now that the green dragon had leveled up to a dozen or so levels and had a much larger body, it was at least able to carry Liemo in flight. If he encountered any danger, Liemo also sort of had flying summoned beasts that could quickly escape from here. Just as he was thinking, the Luan Sparrow underneath him quickly swooped down towards the bottom, directly stopping at the center position of the canyon. There was something special about this place. The number of magical creatures around was very sparse. On the right side of the canyon, a huge cave appeared, and there was no telling what was in the dark opening. "This is the entrance to the newly discovered Devil's Cave." The crowd stepped off their flying mounts and looked at the cave entrance in front of them with grave expressions. Newly discovered magic caves represented opportunities, but they also contained unknown risks. Several of the teachers were so strong that most of the demons were able to walk sideways, but that didn't mean they could. Especially Liemo, a freshman, had to be careful. Even Liemo, with his mythical beasts, still had to be very careful when entering it. Alright, the entrance to the Devil's Cave has arrived, so let's talk about exploring the secret realm's layout next. First of all, upon entering the middle of the magic cave, our 4 teachers will take the lead and explore deeper into the magic cave. You guys follow behind. We won't remove all the demons, we'll leave a portion of them that you can handle to use to sharpen you. Likewise, we won't touch any of the items inside the demon cave, and will only go for the one thing in the deepest part of the demon cave, so the resources inside the entire demon thing are yours to discover. Xinqiu-chan looked at the students around him and slowly opened his mouth, saying the precautions for exploring this magic cave. Listening to Xinqiu-chan's words, the surrounding students' expressions all became excited. They originally thought that they would come over just to follow the teacher to see the world, grow their insights, and then follow behind and drink the soup. I didn't realize that the teacher only wanted one thing from the deepest part of the magic cave, and the rest was theirs to explore and discover. It wouldn't be soup, it would be meat. If one was a bit lucky and there were a lot of resources inside this demonic creature, one could even make a fortune. Afterward, the students of the Jinling Academy and Qibei University suddenly looked at each other for a few moments, and a faint hostility rose up. Just because a teacher won't grab it doesn't mean others won't, especially from the other school, who certainly won't let go of resources when they see them. Now with the teacher in place, there will be no conflict between the two sides, but what about after the teacher enters the magic cave and goes deeper? No one can say for sure. Okay, none of you have anything you want to say, so let's just go right in. A few teachers said a word, and then they were the first to step into the Devil's Cave in front of them. As soon as he entered, Xinqiu-chan took out a staff in his hand and quickly waved it. A single spell pattern was outlined, quickly forming a large net that covered the entire cave entrance. Let's go, this is capable of resisting the entry of demonic creatures below level 30, so you guys don't have to worry about a back-channel attack. If you run into danger, remember to tear open this talisman seal, and we'll come back quickly. Xinqiu-chan gave Liemo and the others one talisman seal each, and then he and the other 3 teachers quickly headed inside the Devil's Cave. Chapter 79, Chi Shadow. After Liemo's crowd entered the demon cave, the canyon outside the demon cave was plunged into silence. But the quiet didn't last too long. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar suddenly resounded from the depths of the canyon. Afterwards, several roars of battle rang out, accompanied by a loud scream from a demonic creature. In the depths of the canyon, a black-bodied auger dragon was grabbing a level 30 black flame leopard on the ground, quickly tearing the body of this black flame leopard to pieces. Afterward, this black-colored auger dragon extended its claws, and an orb emitting scarlet light emerged. Buzz! As soon as this orb emitting scarlet light appeared, the black flame leopard's corpse on the ground shook for a moment, and then a black flame leopard silhouette was pulled out from the black flame leopard's corpse, and it quickly disappeared into the orb. That virtual shadow was the soul of the black flame panther. Watching the scarlet light on the orb in his hand grow denser, the black auger nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, this black auger dragon did as it had done, absorbing all the souls of the other killed demons around it into the scarlet orb in its hand. Just as this black auger was about to head towards the distance and continue to kill the demonic creatures, a purple golden light instantly arrived and landed on the black auger's head. Bang! The black dragon's head was like a heavy blow, and it instantly lowered downward. Afterwards, the black auger dragon tilted its head and roared. Turning its head openly, this black auger dragon's gaze landed on a location at the back of the canyon, and then it directly rose up in the air, quickly heading towards that location. Soon, this black scaly dragon arrived at the deepest part of this canyon, and then it climbed up along the right side of the cliff wall, quickly arriving at a position halfway up the canyon. There was a cave here, with a purple-black sheen glowing outward from within its mouth. The black auger dragon was obviously familiar with this place, and roared directly towards the cave. Soon, a silhouette wrapped in a black robe walked out from inside the cave, silently looking at the black auger dragon that appeared in front of him. "Call me back for what? I'm telling you, don't go too far, we're just a partnership, I'm not a dog at your beck and call." The black auger dragon looked at the figure in front of him with dissatisfaction and let out a roar once again. The dragon's roar brought up a gust of wind, blowing the black robes on the figure in front of him. The black-robed silhouette didn't move, looking at the black auger dragon in front of him, and said indifferently, "I didn't ask you to come at your beck and call, you could have stayed away at all, it's not like I had to ask you to come." A flash of anger appeared on the black auger's face as it looked at the black-robed silhouette, and said, "Cut the crap, what did you call me back for? I'm working for you, don't you think the collection of soul power is too slow? And still adding to my mess?" The black silhouette said with a calm expression, "I called you over just to remind you that you seem to have forgotten what I told you, that area where you can't go hunting to collect soul power." The black scaly dragon sniffed with a face full of impatience and said, "I know that there is your arrangement there, isn't it that it hasn't been invoked yet? I've killed almost all of the demons around me. Where can I kill them if I don't go there?" The black-robed figure spoke. "Who told you that the arrangement hasn't been triggered? Someone has already gone in." The black auger froze for a moment, then immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Just go in and kill all the people inside, don't you need human soul power the most?" The black-robed silhouette looked at the black auger's anxious expression and shook his head without slowing down. "Not yet, there are 4 strong people going in, you can deal with 1. But I haven't regained much strength yet, so I can only deal with 2. The black auger's expression became anxious. In order to achieve the body of a divine dragon, it put down the dignity of being a scaly dragon and gave this guy to drive like a dog. It doesn't want this to last long. The black-robed silhouette sniffed. "So now you need to quickly collect enough souls for me to at least be able to stall this 4 guys. When the time comes, you'll kill the other weak humans, I'll absorb their soul power, and in the end, we'll just combine our efforts to kill those 4 human powerhouses. I can feel that as long as I kill them all and absorb all of their power, I will be able to help you achieve a divine dragon body." Listening to the black-robed silhouette's words, a glint of light flashed in the black auger's eyes. Afterwards it looked at the black-robed silhouette and said, "Chi Shadow, you'd better keep your word, or I won't be able to bypass you when the time comes." Saying that, the black auger looked at Chi Shadow and said, "But there's not much magic around now, so how can I help you collect more soul power?" Chi Shadow pointed to the area behind the canyon and spoke. "Did you forget that there is a dark elf tribe there? The dark elf soul power isn't as good as the human soul power to help me regain my strength, but it's still much stronger than a normal demonic creature. All you need to do is slaughter this dark elf tribe, and the soul power gained will be enough for me to recover to the point where I can stall those 4 human powerhouses." The black auger hesitated at his words. The location of that dark elf tribe is not far away, but there is a dark elf queen inside, and it can take at least 2 days if you want to finish slaughtering her tribe. Will your setup there be able to keep those humans for 2 days? Chi Shadow spoke. Don't worry, all the powerful demons around were lured in by me, and I also set up a lot of formations in it, not to mention 2 days, 5 days they don't come out. Listening to Qi Ying's words, the Black Augur then nodded. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, the Black Augur directly rose up into the air and quickly rushed towards the Dark Elf tribe's location. Looking at the black scaly dragon in the distance, Qi Ying withdrew his gaze and turned around to return to the cave. Arriving at the depths of the cave, Qi's shadow quickly stood on top of a spell formation that emitted colorful light. At each of the 5 corners of the spell formation, there was an orb emitting scarlet-red color, exactly the same as the one in the Black Augur's hand. Qi's shadow did not hesitate, directly invoked the spell. An illusory soul force was invoked by the spell from the orb, and then quickly crushed and refined. After removing all the impurities, this pure soul power is quickly surging into Qi's shadow's body, quickly disappeared. After a long time, the light of the spell array gradually dissipated. Qi Ying slowly opened his eyes, and the breath on his body was thicker than just now. Qi's shadow then raised his right hand and gently touched it at the heart location. Underneath the black robe, where it was empty, was a black hole. It's as if its heart had been shaved right out. Chapter 80: The Smoking Soul Beast. After entering the Devil's Cave from the cave entrance, Liemo was directly summoning Xuanwu. No matter what, safety always comes first. The entrance to the cave was not very large, extremely narrow at first, and then wide open. Xinqiu-chan and the others directly went deeper inside, and this time, they also had their own goals. And of course, along the way, the students who bring it and get a long look and some resources. Sort of an opening for Limo and the others. And this also reinforced Limo's determination to capture a good ranking in the freshman competition. After all, if he wasn't the top student in the college entrance exam and the second in the freshman serial number, I'm afraid he wouldn't be inside this team right now. Zhao Hanwu looked at the students of Qinbei University and spoke. What resources will we encounter in a while, without hurting each other? How about a 50-50 split? After the teacher left, it was Zhao Hanwu who was in charge of the Jinling Academy side. Li Menghan nodded. Good, that's what I thought. Li Menghan was a senior on the Qinbei University side, and she was now in charge on the Qinbei University side. Because Liemo was on the opposite side, Li Menghan naturally didn't want to think about any conflict. The students on both sides nodded. After all, there were still demons inside the demon cave, so naturally it was better to cooperate. Deeper inside, the Devil's Cave began to open up. Li Menghan released several fireballs, directly lighting up the surroundings. It's also extremely extravagant to use fireballs for lighting. However, Liemo remembered that Li Menghan had an extremely powerful natural ability above fire magic, with extremely high mental strength, and was known for her extremely high mana value. In her case, a few fireballs wouldn't be a waste. Along with the flames of the fireball spell, everything around them was also illuminated. It was a cave-like cavern that was very open around it, as wide as 2 basketball courts. The depths of the cavern ahead were dark, and there was no telling what was hidden within. Roar! Just at this time, the hissing sound of a number of demonic creatures came out, followed by several figures rushing out from the surrounding shadows, quickly coming towards Liemo and the others. It's a level 20 devouring beast, most specialized in stabbing, freshman beware. Zhao Hanwu frowned slightly and turned towards Liemo's 3 men. As soon as he entered, it was a level 20 demonic creature. The intensity of this demonic cave was a bit stronger than he had imagined. Liemo nodded, then directly summoned the mythical beast and Kui dragon. Green dragon's body growth is really a little too fast, just a dozen or so levels. The body is much more massive than the Kui Long. This space is too difficult to play, just don't summon it out first, keep a backhand. The surrounding seniors and siblings made their moves, various attacks heading towards these devouring beasts, quickly decapitating these devouring beasts. Liemo also directly asked the mythical beast and Kui dragon to make a move and grab the heads. After all, killing these magical creatures was not only able to gain magical experience, but also increase the lifespan of the magical creatures. And Liemo was also taking out the underworld soul side from Coming to the corpse of a Yin devouring beast, Liemo raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand and directly hooked the soul of this Yin devouring beast out and into the underworld soul scythe. Gain 2 spectral soul shards. This is the effect of the spectral soul scythe artifact, which allows you to obtain soul fragments after killing an enemy. And using the soul fragment obtained increases the artifact effect of the spectral soul scythe. Liu Heng looked at that underworld soul scythe in Li Mo's hand and frowned. He hadn't forgotten the pain the weapon had caused him at the time. The kind of pain that stems from the depths of the soul. It would be best to have the opportunity to take this weapon into your own hands if possible. Liu Heng's eyes flickered as he began to plot in his mind. Soon, the surrounding and devouring beasts were cleared away, and the team continued to go deeper inside. And just at this time, a surprised voice appeared at the front of the group. "Crap! It's the yumming grass, there's a big swath of it." Everyone's gazes instantly shifted over, and a few people quickly stepped forward, and soon they were able to see the area in front of them. Sure enough, it was the spirit-containing grass, and looking at the quantity it was half an acre. The spirit-embracing grass was an envoy's spirit grass that could store spirit power, an important spirit material for refining abyssal essence tonic, and was worth a lot of money. The person who discovered the Yunling grass was a junior at Qinbei University. Looking at the students gathered around him, a look of remorse could not help but show in his eyes. "I should have known to keep quiet. If I could have taken these Yunling grasses for myself earlier, I would have gotten rich this time." Zhao Hanwu came to the embracing spirit grass and directly spoke. According to what was just said, half on one side. Zhao Hanwu was looking at what Li Menghan said. After all, the other party was now the person in charge of Qinbei University. Li Menghan didn't hesitate and directly nodded. "Yes." Seeing this, Zhao Hanwu didn't hesitate and directly made a move to collect half of the spirit-embracing grass and loaded it into his spatial ring. It was able to be seen that Zhao Hongwu's technique of collecting the spirit-embracing grass was very skillful, and it was clearly not the first time he had done so. "When we get back, I'll give you your share of the lot." After pocketing half of the spirit-embracing grass, Zhao Hanwu looked at Liemo and the others and opened his mouth. After all, there were demons hidden around here, and his collection techniques were the fastest, so Zhao Hanwu collected these spirit-containing grasses first. The Liemo few people had no comments and nodded their heads. For Zhao Hanwu, they were still very trusting. On the other hand, on the side of Qinbei University, Li Menghan had a junior student collect the remaining Yunlin grass. It was possible to see that this student was also very skillful in his collection techniques. After the spirit-embracing grass was collected, the crowd headed towards the depths of the cave. They had sort of gotten a taste of it, and began to think about encountering the next spirit material quickly. Soon, they were attacked by the demons again. This time, it was a smoke soul beast of around 23 levels. The smoke soul beast's attack was characterized by the release of thick smoke, which were capable of causing damage to souls and were tricky to deal with. So even though they aren't very high level, most people in the wild don't want to encounter them. Moreover, inside this cave, the smoke released by the smoke soul beast was not easy to dissipate, which was equal to increasing the attack by a lot. However, in the face of these smoke soul beasts, Zhao Hanwu and Li Menghan both didn't have much of an expression on their faces. Raising the staff in her hand, Li Menghan directly released a wall of fire that pushed across, quickly burning the smoke released by the smoke soul beast. The wall of fire then covered these smoke soul beasts, causing them to let out a mournful scream. On the side of the Jinling Academy, Zhao Hanwu also swung his weapon. A heavy sword. Zhao Hongwu's heavy sword was bladeless, as if it was unopened. However, when it was swung, a thick sword, she was quickly heading towards the front, directly cutting through the smoke released by the smoke soul beast. The sword she swept across and landed on those smoke soul beasts, directly splitting them into several pieces. Liemo raised an eyebrow. Li Menghan's strength had risen a lot. Her combat power was a notch higher than when she first met her. Zhao Hanwu is even more powerful. Just now that strike, Zhao Hanwu clearly did not use too much power. However, the effect of the attack is out very strong. Just as he was thinking, a smoking soul beast quietly came behind Liemo. Opening his mouth, a thick dark-colored smoke quickly diffused towards Liemo. Chapter 81, Deep in the Devil's Cave. Look out! Zhao Hanwu was the first to notice the difference, and sent an early warning towards Liemo. Liemo quickly turned around and looked at the dark-colored smoke that had already approached his body, and subconsciously raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand and chopped over. The underworld soul scythe sliced through the dark-colored smoke, and it actually directly chopped that dark-colored smoke apart. Zhao Hanwu glanced at Liemo, and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. The smoke released by this smoke soul beast was naturally worthless to him, but it was still very tricky for a freshman. Besides, this Liemo was only a summoner. Facing the smoke from the smoke soul beast, he had surprisingly resolved the smoke just by himself. Previously, when he heard about Liemo, Zhao Hanwu had developed some interest in Liemo. Now it seemed that this schoolmate called Liemo was a bit more powerful than he had imagined. But it's a good thing. As a member of the Jinling Academy, Zhao Hanwu naturally hoped that the new students of the Jinling Academy would be as strong as possible. At this time, Liemo was holding the underworld soul scythe, looking at the dark-colored smoke that was slowly dissipating in front of him, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. With that strike just now, he was also not expecting the smoke to dissipate directly. No, it wasn't chopped apart by the spectral soul scythe, but absorbed by the spectral soul scythe. Liemo checked, and sure enough, he was able to see 2 more soul crystals absorbed by the underworld soul scythe. The underworld soul scythe was still capable of absorbing means that contained soul attacks? This was a pleasant surprise for Liemo. Afterward, Liemo did not hesitate, and directly rushed towards the smoke released by the surrounding smoke soul beasts with his underworld soul scythe in hand. The spectral soul scythe in his hand kept swinging out, and all of this smoke was absorbed by the spectral soul scythe and quickly disappeared. Zhao Hanwu raised his eyebrows, not expecting this schoolmate to be so raw. As a summoner, it was surprising that he was the one who led the charge, charging even harder than the summoned beasts. Could this be one of the summoner's means of combat? Can you boost the morale of your summoned beasts by being the first to die? But looking at Liemo's summoned beasts didn't do much all. Zhao Hanwu shook his head. Although this schoolmate had only met a few times, Zhao Hanwu felt as if there was a layer of mist on him, making him unable to see clearly. The surrounding smoke soul beasts were not very numerous, and with the attacks from the surrounding students, they were quickly decimated. This left Liemo, who was holding the underworld soul scythe, somewhat unfulfilled. It would be nice to be able to absorb some more soul crystals. I wonder if these smoke soul beast schools sell them. If so, buy some then and have them spew out smoke for you to absorb as soul crystals every day. The group continued to move forward, and soon enough, they found a spiritual material once again. It's an amethyst mine. This kind of a special ore was an important consumable for building weapons and equipment above the gold grade, and its value was even higher than that of the Yunling grass. It was just a pity that the amount of amethyst ore here wasn't very large, there were just a few sporadically. It's a pity. If it was able to form an amethyst mining hole, it would be straight up hairy. After collecting the amethyst ore and splitting it in half between the 2 sides, the team continued deeper inside. And at this time in the depths of the Devil's Cave, Shinshio-chan and the others quickly decimated the surrounding demons with higher strengths, and then quickly went deeper into the depths of the Devil's Cave. There really is that spirit material in here? That's a rare spirit material. Dong Hongyu opened his mouth and asked. Another teacher from Qingbei University, Yuanli, also spoke up. Yes, it's been a long time since I've heard of the longevity grass appearing in the world. If there's a large area of it, it'll be able to refine quite a lot of longevity pills. Zhang Rui, another teacher of the Golden Academy, frowned. The situation of the probe is like this, but the intelligence officer who probed it died inside. The situation inside is still unknown. Everyone still needs to be more careful. Shinshio-chan also chimed in. Zhang Rui is right. Extremely high-quality spiritual materials such as the everlasting grass are usually surrounded by powerful demonic creatures guarding them, so if we are not defeated, we need to hurry up and evacuate so that the school can send support. Dong Hongyu snorted coldly. Humph. It's best not to let the school support us. In that case, our pay will be much lower. You guys must be well aware of the value of the everlasting grass, even if you don't use it for yourselves. It's an excellent resource to prepare for the old people in your family or your descendants. Yuanli also nodded her head and said, Indeed, this is an opportunity for us. If we can find enough everlasting grass, although we have to hand over a portion of it, our reward will also be very substantial. Zhang Rui frowned. Although the eternal life grass is good, you can't fight to get it, just do your best. Xinqiu-chan spoke. Do your best. If your life is in danger, it's better to withdraw in time. Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li didn't say anything, but their eyes flickered as they looked at each other, an inexplicable meaning showing in their eyes. And just at this time, a large number of earth dragons suddenly emerged from the passage ahead. Rumble! The entire Devil's Cave shook. Be careful, these earth dragons are numerous and their aura is wild, as if they are driven by something. Xinqiu-chan felt the state of the earth dragon in front of him, and frowned. Dong Hongyu was a warrior, holding a long sword and charging straight ahead. The blade light instantly blossomed out, directly covering the earth dragon charging ahead. Blood instantly erupted out, and a large number of earth dragons in front of them were directly chopped apart, their corpses transformed into two sides and smashed down on top of the ground. Xinqiu-chan also raised the staff in her hand, and a blade of ice coalesced, quickly lingering in front of Xinqiu-chan before instantly blooming out. These ice blades rotated and cut, sharper than real sharp weapons, instantly decapitating a large swath of earth dragons. If Yang Yin were to see this scene, he would probably be directly ashamed of himself. Similarly, controlling the magic power of the ice system, Xinqiu-chan was too much beyond Yang Yin. The remaining two teachers didn't even make a move, and the ground dragons in front of them were all cleared away. Something's not quite right. From just now onwards, it seems like all the demonic creatures we've encountered have fallen into a berserk rage, as if someone is manipulating it all. Zhang Rui acutely realized that something was wrong and slowly opened his mouth. Yuan Li raised her eyebrows, then said, No matter what, we're here, so naturally, we can't back down. With the strength of the four of us, even if we encountered any dangers, we would still be completely able to cope with them, so keep going deeper. With that, Yuan Li was quickly heading inside. Dong Hongyu quickly followed, and Xinqiu-chan and Zhang Rui looked at each other, and also quickly followed. And just at this time, a figure silently arrived at the entrance of the canyon demon cave. The visitor's black robe hunted under the cold wind of the canyon. It was Chi's shadow. Chapter 82: Chi's shadow's arrangement. Looking at the entrance to the Devil's Cave in front of him, Qi Ying slowly stepped forward and slowly arrived at the entrance. Qi Ying's gaze fell on the arrangement left behind by Xinqiu-chan. It did not choose to destroy the arrangement left behind by Xinqiu-chan. Slowly raising his hand, a sharp blade emerged from Qi Ying's hand. Afterwards, Qi's shadow did not hesitate to use the sharp blade in his hand to slice through his palm. The wound emerged and no blood flowed out, only a drop of purple gold liquid slowly emerged from the wound. Qi's shadow used his other hand to dip into this drop of purple golden liquid, then quickly traced it on the ground. 10 seconds later, a spell formed by a purple gold liquid appeared at the entrance of the demon cave. After the entire spell formation was depicted, it instantly initiated a flash of bright light. Buzz! The entire ground seemed to vibrate instantly, and this spell formation seemed to have created some connection with a certain place in the depths of the Devil's Cave. Afterwards, Qi Ying directly stood on top of this spell formation. A ray of light quickly surfaced and appeared in front of Qi's shadow. If Liemo and the others were here, they would have been surprised to find that all of these lights and shadows were from their scenes in the demon cave. Qi Ying's gaze scanned above these light shadows for a moment, and then instantly it landed on the light shadows of the four Xinqiu-chan people. Looking at the location where Xinqiu-chan was, Qi's shadow did not hesitate and directly raised his hand and flicked it. Boom! In the Devil's Cave, Xinqiu-chan and the others were about to continue to go deeper when a large stone suddenly fell above them. Zhang Rui quickly came to Xinqiu-chan's side and helped her fend off the falling rocks. Dong Hongyu was also quick to strike, the long knife in his hand continuously swung out, quickly chopping away the falling stones. Xinqiu-chan's brows furrowed as he stared intently at the top of the falling stone. Something's not right. I feel the dense spiritual energy. These stones were set up by someone. If it was a demonic creature, even if the opponent's strength was strong, Xinqiu-chan would not have the slightest fear in his heart. But if it's someone's setup, it's a different story. What is the purpose of the other side? Is it also the everlasting grass inside? Most importantly, they came over this time but they brought their students with them. They are perfectly capable of evacuating out if they are in extreme danger, but what about those students? Thinking of this, Shinchio-chan had already beaten a retreat in his heart. Something's not right here. We should pull out first. At least get the students evacuated out first. These are not places they have access to. However, before Shinchio-chan could say what he thought in his heart, the stones falling from above became more and more. Without a way out, Shinchio-chan's 4 teachers were only able to be constantly dodging the falling rocks. And just as Shinchio-chan kept moving his body and stepped on an area, his face changed violently. No good! Shinchio-chan raised the staff in his hand, and just when he wanted to make a move, a bright light rose from the place where his feet were stepping, directly wrapping around Shinchio-chan's body. Along with this bright light rising, a spell formation was revealed below. Teleportation spells. Shinchio-chan only felt a blur before his eyes, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Appearing again, Shinchio-chan was already in a completely new space. It was still a cave, and the surrounding area was dark and quiet. Without hesitation, Shinchio-chan waved his staff in his hand, and several fireballs instantly danced out towards the front, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Looking at the surroundings, Shinchio-chan raised an eyebrow. This should still be in the Devil's Cave, but it's no longer where it was just now, and has been teleported to another area. Thinking this way, Shinchio-chan slowly closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. As a magician, Shinchio-chan's mental power was extremely strong, able to perceive the surrounding. Soon, Shinchio-chan opened her eyes. I can't feel Zhang Rui and the others. It looks like they were teleported away as well, and the 4 of us aren't in the same area. Separate us? Something is really wrong here. To be able to set up such a hidden teleportation spell formation, the person behind it has notable attainments in space spells and formations. Who could it be? Shinchio-chan was puzzled, not knowing who was behind this. After thinking about it, Shinchio-chan raised the staff in his hand and began to outline a spell formation pattern above the ground. Shinchio-chan also had some attainments above space spells and knew quite a bit about formation knowledge. She now wanted to outline a space spell to get out of here first. However, the next moment a fluctuation rose around them, and the formation pattern Shinchio-chan had just outlined instantly shattered and disappeared. No way! Shinchio-chan frowned, and then could only grab the staff in his hand and head inside. Look, to get out of here, you have to keep going deeper inside. And at this time in Zhang Rui they also encountered the same situation as Shinchio-chan, accidentally stepped on a teleportation spell and instantly disappeared in place. Once again, they appeared, and they were also in an unknown location. After a short attempt, Zhang Rui and the others also started to go deeper inside, trying to find a way out. And at this time outside the Devil's Cave, Chi's shadow looked at as the shadow of light and the figure of Shinchio-chan 4 people disappeared, lightly laughed a few times. The demons inside won't last long if I let you guys keep killing them. I'll have to let you guys go around in circles. Saying that, Chi's shadow's gaze fell on Liemo and the others. The highest is only 30 or so levels. These little guys aren't much of a threat. Huh! Qing was just about to withdraw his own gaze when he suddenly noticed something, his eyes fixed on the light screen in front of him. He then waved his arm, and the curtain of light in front of him quickly expanded, in which only one person remained. Lemur. Looking at Liemo in the light screen, Qi Ying's body trembled. He gently stroked his heart, his gaze fixed on Reimer. In the eyes, anger, celebration, fear and various other emotions surfaced, making Qi's shadow more and more unable to help himself. Qi Ying then took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His eyes glanced at Lemo's light for a few more moments, and Qi's shadow quickly locked his gaze on Lemo's hand. Looking at the underworld soul scythe in Lemo's hand, Qi Ying's brows furrowed. The scent on this weapon is familiar to me, but I can't recall the specifics. Shaking his head, Qi's shadow's gaze became gloomy. I was going to let these little guys go, but now it seems like I have to let you guys have some fun. Saying that, Qi's shadow waved his own hands and tapped a few times on top of Liemo and the others' light curtains. Several points of light instantly landed in the light curtain and quickly disappeared into the path ahead of Liemo and the others. Chapter 83. Look what I found! It's shadowwood, a huge piece of shadowwood. This has to be at least 50 pounds of shadowwood, right? Liemo and the others kept going deeper and deeper into the Devil's Cave, clearing out the demonic creatures they encountered, and also obtained quite a few spiritual materials. Along with this voice, the gazes of the crowd shifted over. At the front of the group, in a corner to the left, large swaths of shaded wood were standing. Shadowwood was an important spirit material for making means of escape, such as the Shadow Escape Talisman, which was worth a bit more than the Yunling grass. Liemo took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Although these spirit materials were worth a lot, they weren't too good of a haul for Liemo. After all, with so many people dividing these resources, there wouldn't be much left when averaged out to each individual. For Reimer, the biggest gain was the magical lifespan. After going deeper into this place, Liemo also killed quite a few demons, and after looking at it, the lifespan of the demons had already come to 220 years. But this also caused Liemo's brows to frown slightly. Demon lifespan acquisition is a little too slow. It's like being in the middle of a secret world. Because of the special nature of the secret realm, the demonic creatures killed inside gave far less demonic longevity than in the wild. Could it be that the Devil's Cave is also the same as the secret realm? Or is this Devil's Cave the only one that's special? Thinking about this, Liemo couldn't help but remember some more clues. There's something strange about the spirit materials here. Or maybe the distribution of spirit materials and magical creatures is a bit strange. Basically, after discovering some spiritual materials, there would be demons appearing around. It was as if these demonic creatures were attracted by these spiritual materials, rather than being demonic creatures that were present in the demon cave itself. As he was thinking, a shadow suddenly flickered from one side to the other. Ah! A scream came from the side of the students of Qingbei University, and then Liemo was able to see Li Minghan's brows furrowed as she released the chain of fire from the staff in her hand. The fire chain spread quickly and directly locked a demonic creature. It's the Shadow Panther! The crowd's brows furrowed as they took a good look at the locked demonic creature. The Shadow Leopard is a 4-star commander-level demonic creature, covered in black and able to hide in the shadows. The Shadow Leopard was an assassin-type magic creature with extremely fast attack speeds. Most importantly, when the Shadow Leopard attacked and moved, it would vanish into the shadows and would not make any noise. It was almost undetectable until the Shadow Panther's attack landed on his body. Unless one is extremely mentally strong. Another demon of a different species. Liemo's brows furrowed, not knowing why. From the very beginning, an unspeakable discomfort rose in his heart. The students on the Qingbei University's side were checking out the injured person, but luckily, the person was wearing armor and only suffered some trauma. Xingyering was at Liemo's side, listening to Liemo's words and raised her eyebrows. Liemo, did you find anything? The gazes of Zhao Hongwu's few people also shifted over. The students on the side of Qingbei University heard the commotion and their gazes shot over. Liemo spoke. From just now, I felt something strange. These demons that appeared as if they were attracted by these spiritual materials, they are not the demons in the demon cave. You guys, from the very beginning of the demons we encountered to the ones we encountered now, almost every time it's different, it's not even from the same species. Generally speaking, most of the demon caves are filled with species of the same species, and no more than one attribute of demons, such as wind and fire. But all the demons we've encountered so far are of one species or one attribute. That's too strange. The feeling I get is that this magic cave doesn't feel like a brand new magic cave, but rather like one that's just been formed. Or maybe it's not a magic cave at all, but just a cave made of all kinds of spiritual materials that attract all kinds of demons. Hearing Liemo's words, the surrounding students froze for a moment, and then fell into silence. It does seem to be the case. Zhao Hanwu frowned. Do you mean to say that behind this so-called Devil's Cave, there is someone else's arrangement? Liemo nodded. If someone purposely placed spiritual materials here to attract demons over and form such a demonic cave, then things would be complicated. Zhao Hongwu's eyes flickered. If that's true, what does the person behind it want? A student from Qingbei University snickered. What's so strange about that? Some special magic caves just attract different species and attributes of magical creatures to inhabit them. That's just something you haven't heard of, it's just insularity. That's right, it's just a Devil's Cave. Is it worth all the fuss? The teachers were scouting all the way over in front of us, so if there's something wrong, won't they realize it? That's right, this guy doesn't think everyone else is stupid and he's the only smart one, does he? I think he's deliberately spreading panic. What? Wanting us to hold in place now while you go explore and pocket all the resources in front of us? Because of Liu Heng, these students of Qibei University were hostile to Li Mo, and the first thing they did when they heard Li Mo's words was to question them. Li Menghan frowned. Li Mo, what you said is indeed a bit strange, but if there are any changes, teacher and the others should be able to find out, right? Li Mo spoke up. This is what I'm wondering. It's only logical that the teacher should have realized that all this is not right, but there's no news at all now. Should we contact them? Liu Heng sniffed and spoke. Brother, it's not that I agree with you, it's just that the way to contact the teacher is to stay in times of danger. If you use it now, what if you run into danger then? That's right, are you people from the Jinling Academy so timid? If you're scared, just evacuate out first and wait for us to explore inside. A Qinbei University student beside Liu Heng also spoke up. The frown in Li Mo's brows deepened, and that feeling of discomfort intensified. He glanced in the direction of the entrance, and it was as if he had seen a pair of prying eyes in the underworld. Right at this moment, a large number of shadow leopards rushed out from the depths of the cave in front of them, directly revealing themselves and launching themselves towards Li Mo. Without much time to think, everyone began to deal with the charging shadow leopard. These shadow leopards did not utilize their strengths at all. Instead, they directly revealed their figures to fight, and were directly and quickly decimated. Zhao Hong's brows furrowed. There does seem to be something not quite right here. Just as he was thinking about it, his feet stepped on a place, and a light suddenly rose up and quickly wrapped around Zhao Hong's body. Afterward, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Li Mo's eyes snapped shut. That's the light of the teleportation spell. Where was Zhao Hanwu teleported to? Who set up the teleportation spell here? Thoughts turning over in his mind, Li Mo was just about to open his mouth to warn the others when a bright light snapped up. Buzz! Several rays of light rose up and directly wrapped around everyone, and along with the light dissipating, all of them disappeared in place. Only Li Mo and the onslaught of shadow panthers remained. Chapter 84 New Passage. Li Mo's brows furrowed. He hadn't thought that things would have developed into what they were now. After the remaining shadow leopard saw that only Li Mo was left, he also quickly charged towards Li Mo. Li Mo looked at the shadow leopards rushing around him and frowned slightly, then directly told the mythical beast and the Kuei Long to make a move. Soon, the surrounding shadow leopards were all wiped out, and Li Mo, holding the underworld soul scythe, quickly stepped forward and absorbed all the soul power of these shadow leopards. There was no more movement around them, as if they were silent. Li Mo frowned tightly and probed his surroundings, not finding anything unusual. Zhao Hanwu and all of them had been teleported away, not knowing where they had been teleported to, and now he was the only one left here. Li Mo pondered slightly, then thought of a possibility. Were Mr. Shen and the others teleported somewhere else as well? The likelihood of this is still not low. Li Mo thought about gathering these shadow woods first. Afterwards, Li Mo continued to go deeper inside. No matter what, there must be something else going on in the depths of this devil's cave. If someone is manipulating this, it may not always be wise to return now instead. At this time outside the devil's cave, Qing looked at the scene above the light and frowned. My guess wasn't wrong. The weapon in this guy's hand is really capable of absorbing soul power. At Qiying's side, the corpses of the demons that had been killed by Zhao Hanwu and Xin Qiuchan and the others were all teleported out. A soul force was pulled out by the power in Qi Shadow's body and quickly disappeared into Qi Shadow's body. Qiying's purpose of designing this devil's cave was not only to lure Xin Qiuchan and the others in, but also to let Xin Qiuchan and the others work for themselves, killing demons to absorb soul power for themselves. But now, Reimer broke his planning. It looks like we can't use numerical superiority, or we'll just be giving this guy the shaft. Qi Shadow was silent for a moment, then tapped his finger on top of the light a few times. It was at this time that Qi Shadow frowned slightly. Time is running out, we have to go back and stabilize the grand formation. Forget it, the most important thing right now is soul power. As for this guy, there isn't too much energy to deal with. Fix him up with some little toys first, and then go after him when things are big. Qi Shadow waved his hand, and the rising light instantly disappeared. Then, a spell formation appeared under Chi Shadow's body. With a flash of light, Chi Shadow's body directly disappeared in place. In the middle of the Devil's Cave, Liemo quickly went deeper inside, but realized that the surrounding devils were gone as if they had all disappeared without a trace. Moreover, before there were still some spirit materials that could be found at intervals, but now there was nothing. This caused Liemo's expression to become more and more serious. The current situation left him somewhat uncertain, and he was only able to continue deeper inside to see what was going on there. After continuing to travel inside for some distance, the animal that was at the forefront of scouting stopped its body and quickly returned to Liemo's body. Liemo raised an eyebrow. It was an encounter with a demon. Soon, several demonic figures emerged from the front. The pitch-black figure riding a withered, bone-like warhorse slowly stepped out from the shadows in front of him. Necromancer. Liemo's brows furrowed. This place was a bit too evil. It was just that the magical creatures that appeared were different, but now even the undead creatures had appeared. Liemo checked the information of these necromancers and found that they were all some level 25 or so necromancers. And the grade is only 4 stars. Although the level was a dozen or so levels higher, for Liemo's summoned beasts, there was absolutely no pressure to deal with it. As soon as the necromancer appeared, it emerged with pitch-black flames wrapped around its entire body, and then directly charged towards Liemo. Liemo didn't hesitate and directly asked the mythical beast and Kui dragon to make a move, quickly clearing out the necromantic knights in front of him. The combat power of these necromancers was not weak. If any other student encountered them, other than Li Menghan and Zhao Hanwu, it was estimated that they would have to go through a great deal of trouble in order to defeat them. But unfortunately these necromancers were facing Liemo. In just a few rounds, all the necromancers in front of them were removed. However, Liemo's frown deepened. This was because he realized that he wasn't able to gain any upgrade experience after beheading these necromancers. Moreover, these necromantic knights themselves didn't have much soul power, and after they were killed, they directly turned into a piece of dead bones, and the underworld soul scythe couldn't absorb the soul power at all. This made Liemo even more determined that there was someone behind all this. Knowing that you can absorb soul power, you sent undead creatures to stop you. But in this case, it seems that there should be something in the depths of this devil's cave that the other party doesn't want them to get, or else they wouldn't be blocking them. But why hasn't the other person teleported themselves away? Liemo shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, just keep going deeper inside and see what was inside. It was still the mythical beast that was scouting ahead, with Liemo and Xian Wu and Kui Long following behind. Soon after, Liemo was once again encountering a small group of undead creatures, this time around level 30 undead archers. The mythical beast itself was the one who made quick work of these undead archers. After all, these undead archers were too weak for the mythical beast. You can basically say that it breaks at the touch of a button. And just as Liemo was about to continue to go deeper inside, the talisman seal left behind by Shinchio-chan in the spatial ring had a movement. Liemo took out the talisman seal. This talisman seal was left behind by Shinchio-chan, and it can be used in case of danger, and Shinchio-chan will sense it and come back to support. But when it came to this situation, Liemo did not use it directly. After all, there was no danger yet, so it would be a waste if it had no effect after using it. After all, this talisman had another use, and that was to sense the location of the surrounding talismans. But the prerequisite is that one needs to have the talismanic seal to send out a distress signal. Someone sent a distress signal? And the location wasn't very far away, otherwise, one's rune seal wouldn't be able to feel it at all. So that's how it is. That teleportation spell formation didn't give Zhao Hanwu and the others a direct teleportation away from this demon cave, but rather they're still in here. They've just changed their location. Liemo looked at the distress signal on top of the talisman, and after pondering for a while, he decided to go for support. Whether the other person is in danger or is deliberately looking for someone else, they need to go over and take a look. Looking at the location displayed above the talisman seal, Liemo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the wall in front of him. The location shown on top of the seal is inside this wall. Does it? Liemo directly let the Kui Long do it, and several Kui Long thunder shadows directly coalesced out of the Kui Long's body, quickly impacting towards the wall in front of him. Rumble! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the wall in front of them was instantly rushed through a large opening by the Kuei Long Thunder Shadow. A new passage appeared in front of Liemo. Chapter 85, Arrival of Backup. Looking at the new passageway that appeared in front of him, a flash of realization passed through Liemo's eyes. As expected, there wasn't just one passage inside this devil's cave. It seemed that Zhao Hanwu and the others had been teleported into other passages. Without any hesitation, Liemo directly entered the blasted-out passageway and quickly headed towards the location of the distress call displayed on top of the talisman seal. At this moment, in the depths of this passage, Xinyaring was holding a dagger and panting slightly in her mouth. By her side, several demonic corpses fell on top of the ground. With a flash of white light just now, she had appeared here and suffered a siege from numerous demons. There were a lot of these demons and their levels were more than 20, which was still very stressful for Xinyaring, whose level was only a dozen or so right now. Luckily, though, she wasn't the only one who had been teleported. A white lance slashed by his side, directly piercing through the body of a demonic creature not far away. The lance was then flung, directly sending the demonic corpse flying. Looking at Bai Miao who appeared beside her, Xinyaring let out a slight sigh of relief and spoke. "Thank you?" Bai Miao nodded towards Xinyaring and then quickly charged towards the demonic creature in front of him with his lance in hand. Looking at Bai Miao's back, a hint of envy flashed in Xinyaring's eyes. This Bai Miao was worthy of being the number 1 freshman serial number, and his fighting strength was terrifying. She was a warrior, but her weapon was a lance, and she had a handful of spears that came from an unknown source, and she performed them with a tiger's wind. Xinyaring was able to see that what Bai Miao had utilized was only a gun technique, not a skill. However, her comprehension of the gun technique was too deep, and just by performing the gun technique, it was equivalent to the effect of someone else using a skill. And on the other side, there were likewise 2 people who were struggling to kill the surrounding demons. It's Liu Yuheng and a junior at Qibei University, Lu Yuhong. The 2 of them were also teleported here. Because of Liemo, Xinyaring had also eaten some of the Li family's melons and knew the relationship between this Liu Yuheng and Liemo. To Xinyaring's surprise, this younger brother of Liemo, Liu Yuheng, was not weak in combat either, swinging out the long sword in his hand, the sword wind overflowing, constantly killing the demons in front of him. But the number of demonic creatures around them was simply too much, wave after wave, not giving them any room to breathe. Xinyaring even wondered if they had been teleported deep into a demonic lair. "Is there any reaction from your side?" Lu Yuhong asked towards Xinyaring and Bai Miao while gritting her teeth to kill the demons that rushed to her side. With so many demonic onslaughts, wave after wave, they simply couldn't resist for too long. "So, both sides are moving to call for help. But there's no reaction yet." Xinyaring spoke. "There's no reaction yet. It seems that teacher and the others also had a problem, otherwise, they should have come over to rescue us a long time ago." Lu Yuhong looked at the large number of demonic creatures in front of her, and a look of despair spread across her face. "Finished! How could there be so many demons? This time we might die here." Although it was said that they were still able to decimate the demons in front of them now, the number of demons in front of them was just a little too much. Even if they were consumed, they would still be able to consume them alive. And that time won't be too slow. Xinyaring's brows were also furrowed. She was an assassin, and while her attacks were high and she was able to kill her enemies quickly, her staying power wasn't something that was nowhere near as good as a warrior's. Just now, she had already killed quite a few demons quickly, faster than even Bai Miao, but now she was running out of backbone. If this continued, soon she would only be able to rely on Bai Miao to maintain her survival space. But even if it's River White, I'm afraid I won't be able to call it too long. At this time, Bai Miao in front of him was also frowning, and the white lance in his hand kept swinging out, piercing through each and every demonic creature. She'd been using her gunplay instead of her skills now, just to conserve her stamina. But looking at so many demons around him, Bai Miao knew in his heart that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to support himself for too long. Just now, she and the 3 of them, Xinyaring, had also attempted to use means of escape, but found it useless. The surrounding space seems to be blocked, and props such as recluse can't be used. Also, to be able to teleport them here unknowingly, the person behind this had high attainments in spatial arts. And just at this time, the onslaught of demons in front of them became even more violent. Bai Miao took a deep breath and had no choice but to utilize his skills. The white lance in his hand swung, and a white aura emerged from above the lance, followed by the rapid formation of a white snake. The white snake quickly surged towards the front, instantly passing through the bodies of several demonic creatures and killing them. Subsequently, Bai Miao waved the long spear in his hand, and a spear on emerged, quickly covering towards the demonic creature in front of him. We have to hold on. Now we can only hope that there are other students around who can support us. Bai Miao's heart sank slightly, although she said that she knew that this was the only hope, but it was a slim hope. After all, they had been teleported here, and the other students might have suffered the same as him. Behind them, Liu Hing and Lu Yuhong were also constantly decimating the surrounding demonic creatures, wanting to hold on for a longer period of time. However, a look of despair gradually spread across their faces as well. At this level of demonic onslaught, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for much longer. Liu Hing clenched his palms tightly as he looked at the tidal wave of demonic creatures in front of him, a touch of unwillingness showing in his eyes. He had only just entered Xinbei University, and his plan to cannibalize the Li family's fortune had just begun, so how could he end it right here? As long as things went according to his plan, it wouldn't take 3 years before everything in the Li family would be his. Even the 3 beautiful sisters will be playthings in their own beds. It will already be interesting to see the look on Lime's face when the time comes. But how could he die here when it hadn't even been implemented yet? Right at this moment, Xinyering's face revealed a look of surprise as she looked at the talismanic seal in her hand and said, "There's a response, someone has come over to support us." Hearing Xinyering's words, everyone was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Whoever backed it up is hopeful. Bai Miao also waved his lance in his hand and fought against the demons in front of him, waiting for support to come. Soon, a figure appeared in the line of sight of Xinyering's few people. It's none other than Reimer. Looking at the scene in front of him, Liu Mo also froze for a moment, and then without the slightest hesitation, he directly sent his animal over to help Bai Miao and Xinyering. As for Liu Heng's side, Liu Mo didn't even look at it. Chapter 86, Jealous Liu Han. The mythical beast appeared and instantly killed several demons in front of Bai Miao and Xinyering, causing both Bai Miao and Xinyering to breathe a slight sigh of relief. When Lu Yuhong, who was on the side, saw the commotion, a touch of joy also appeared on her face. Finally, a rescue came through. However, the smile on her face then froze violently when she saw Liu Mo appear behind her. "You're the only one in support?" Lu Yuhong originally would have been a teacher to support over, no more than a squad like them, but he didn't expect to support over only Liu Mo. How dare he come alone to support the others in danger? Lu Yuhong asked herself, if it was herself, a freshman, facing such a situation, the best thing to do would be to stay away from danger. It is important to not only turn a blind eye to other people's rescues, but also to stay away from the location where the rescue signal was given. After all, that place means danger. But this Liu Mo unexpectedly rushed over alone to rescue him. Should I praise him for his courage or call him stupid? Lu Yuhong didn't know, but she knew that her hopes were dashed. It's just a freshman, even if he's the top student in the college entrance exam, what can he do? It was only able to allow them to hold on for a little while longer, but in the end, they were still going to be drowned out by these demonic tides. Liu Yuhong, who was on the side, was also stunned when he saw Liu Mo, but then his eyes flickered and he spoke directly. "Brother, where did you come from? We wanted to evacuate just now, but we didn't find a path out. And there are too many of these demons to slow us down, so it's great that you made it over. Brother, it's too dangerous here, the only way now is to have your summoned beasts take the rear, and we'll stall to buy time to escape. I know this must be a difficult choice for you, brother, after all, the summoned beasts are the foundation of your battle power, but saving your life is important right now." Hearing Liu Heng's words, Lu Yuhong's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, how could he forget? This guy is a summoner, seems to have a high talent. Although his level is very low now, the number of summoned beasts he can summon seems to be quite a lot. It was the best option to have his summoned beasts stay behind as they fled the place. "Yes, Liu Mo, this is the best way, save your life. If you can escape, both the Jinling Academy and our Qingbei University will compensate you for your loss, don't hesitate." Lu Yuhong looked at Liemo and quickly opened her mouth to advise him. She now hated for Liemo to stay behind as well, so that she could escape from here quickly. This hellhole was not a place she wanted to stay for a moment longer. Liemo didn't pay attention to the two of them, Lu Yuhong and Li Yuhang, and directly rushed towards the front. If Xingyering and Bai Miao weren't here, Liemo would have just turned his head and left. Coming to Xingyering and Bai Miao's side, Liemo directly had Xuanwu at the front. There were too many demons here, and even if the mythical beast and Kui dragon attacked with all their might, there would still be demons left out, so they had to let Xuanwu top the defense. A stream of water coalesced on Xuanwu's body, quickly forming a shield that held up against most of the demon's compliments. Subsequently, the mythical beast figure began to constantly prance amongst the demonic creatures, and the sharp claws in its hands continued to swing out, quickly harvesting the lives of the surrounding demons. The Kui Long also began to attack. A thunder force condensed out and quickly blasted down towards the demonic creature in front. Liemo didn't release the green dragon. The space here was too small and not very suitable for the green dragon to play. But it's enough. Most of the demonic creature's attacks were blocked by the Xuanwu, while the mythical beast and Kui Long's attacks were beginning to show their first results. The demons in front of them began to be killed quickly. Bai Miao himself wanted Liemo and them to fight and retreat, but looking at the scene in front of him, he directly froze. Liemo's fighting ability was too strong. That lion-like summoning beast was divine, and every time it appeared, it basically killed a demonic creature. Moreover, along with the death of the demons, a special power fluctuation would come out, covering the surrounding demons and causing notable damage. Although the surrounding demons could not be killed at one time, basically, after 2 or 3 times of this special power fluctuation, the surrounding demons would directly fall to the ground in a large area. What kind of power is this? It's a little too scary. Li Yuheng and Lu Yuhong, who were on the side, wanted to open their mouths again to dissuade Liemo from leaving the summoned beasts behind to break the back, but when they saw this scene, they were also shocked. Although Li Yuheng had previously known that Liemo's summoned beasts were strong in combat, he had never thought that it would be this strong. Watching the demons in front of him continue to be killed, and the onslaught of demonic onslaughts was already slowing down, Li Yuheng clenched his teeth and tightened his own fists. Abominable! He had been desperately trying to improve himself during this period of time, and had used every means possible to obtain a large amount of resources from his mother and third sister, so his strength could be said to have skyrocketed. Seeing Liemo again, Li Yuheng even felt that he could completely step on him. However, right now, the combat power that Liemo had displayed just made it difficult for him to look at him. This guy, how did his strength increase so quickly? Obviously he has nothing. The blazing fire of jealousy burned in Li Yuheng's heart, constantly searing his mind and soul, causing his body to tremble slightly. Watching the demonic creatures in front of them continue to fall, Lu Yuhong's eyes on the side were already completely wide. What's the deal with this Liemo? Is he really just a freshman? I'm afraid that such fighting ability is not even as good as that of a junior-year veteran, right? How are these summoned beasts of his so strong? If we let the summoner being come over, I'm afraid the summoned beasts would soon be drowned under the attack of so many demons, right? Liemo held the underworld soul side and quickly stepped forward and began to continuously absorb the soul power of these demonic creatures around him. Luckily, these demonic creatures were not undead creatures, and the power of the soul was completely absorbed. 10 minutes later, the demons in front of them were killed off, leaving behind only a body of demons. Lu Yuhong's jaw dropped. This is the end? A moment ago, she was still fretting about facing so many demons, and even felt that they were afraid that they wouldn't survive this time. But in the next moment, all of these demons were taken care of by Liemo. Watching Liemo in front of him wandering between the demonic corpses, Lu Yuhong felt that the fog on this guy was getting bigger and bigger. What kind of a guy is this? Is it really, as Lu Yuhong said, a fatherless and motherless dog who cut ties with his family and struck out at his own family? Just as he was thinking about it, something strange suddenly appeared in front of him. A ray of light rose up from the corpses of the demons on the ground and quickly wrapped around them. Subsequently, the demonic corpses above the ground began to quickly disappear into thin air. Chapter 87, continuing deeper. Looking at the abnormalities that appeared in front of them, all of them were startled in their hearts and instantly took up a fighting stance, fearing that there would be some kind of being changed next. However, it was only a white light that appeared on the corpse of the demonic creature, and then it was teleported and disappeared, and the rest of it didn't change in any way. Reimer's brow furrowed. What does it mean that demonic corpses are teleported out? Associating it with the undead creatures that had appeared in front of him earlier, a bold idea sprang up in Li Mo's heart. The person behind this devil's cave should also want soul power. Otherwise, the next wave of demonic creatures he encountered wouldn't be undead creatures after he used his underworld soul scythe to absorb soul power. These demonic corpses were teleported out, so they must have been used to absorb soul power for that person. What a great deal! To place a teleportation spell formation on these demonic creatures, so that they would be teleported out once they died, the attainment of the person behind this and the power of space was a bit too high. No, it was too troublesome to lay down teleportation spells on the demons one by one. Perhaps that person was laying down teleportation spells throughout the entire demon cave. Any creature that dies is teleported out, and it's not just limited to magical creatures. No matter what, the opponent's goal should be soul power. What Li Mo didn't know was that he was already guessing the truth of the matter. Looking at the order in which the demonic corpses disappeared around him, Li Mo's eyes flickered. It seemed that after dying for a period of time, the corpses would be teleported out, and those demons that died first were the first to be teleported out. This time period should be 10 minutes. No wonder they hadn't realized this before. 10 minutes of time, and they would have left the spot long ago. There were too many demonic corpses around, and besides, Li Mo didn't know the order of death of these demons, so most of the demons were teleported out without absorbing their soul power. But now that he was aware of the situation, a thought also sprang up in Li Mo's mind. Maybe something can be done about it. Even if he can't stop the plot of the person behind him, he can at least be disgusted by this guy. Xinjiang looked at Li Mo and laughed. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be accounted for here today. Luckily, Li Mo, you came over. Bai Miao also looked at Li Mo and said, You're even stronger than I imagined. The freshman serial number should really be you. The teacher of the school's evaluation looked away. Previously, after seeing Li Mo's fight with Yan Yin and what Li Mo did in the school's cold ice mystery realm, Bai Miao still felt that he had the power to fight, even though he also admitted that Li Mo was stronger than him. But after seeing Li Mo's battle just now, Bai Miao had completely realized in her heart that at least now she did not have any power to fight Li Mo. We'd better hurry up and withdraw now. This place is really too dangerous. If we stay here any longer, we don't know what dangers we'll encounter. Lu Yuhong, who was on the side, hurriedly said when she saw Li Mo and Bai Miao chatting with the two of them. The situation just now had really made Lu Yuhong a little chilled, and couldn't wait to get out of here. Li Yuhong listened to Lu Yuhong's words and did not open his mouth. He knew in his heart that Li Mo definitely had hatred towards himself, and if he opened his mouth, he might anger the other party. In this situation now, just follow behind Lu Yuhong and let her say whatever she wants. Xinjiang's eyes flickered for a moment as she looked at Li Mo and said, Now that we don't know what the situation is, and the teachers are out of contact, wouldn't it be better to go out first in this situation? Bai Miao also nodded. The situation is unknown, it's better to evacuate a bit better, otherwise it'll be troublesome if we encounter any more dangers. Li Mo shook his head as he sniffed. No, this devil's cave should be made by someone on purpose, in order to attract us in. I'm afraid it's not that simple if we want to go out now. Since the other party had come in to draw them in, they wouldn't let them out easily. Moreover, the other party had high spatial attainments, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be too easy to get out. Bai Miao frowned. You know the situation? Li Mo spoke up. Just some guesses. Xinjiang spoke. Then what do you want to do? Li Mo sniffed and said directly. Continue to go deeper in and hunt more demons. Since the other party's purpose was soul power, then Li Mo would absorb the soul power first. As long as he controlled the speed at which he killed the demons, Li Mo was able to make all of the corpses that the other party teleported out of the room have no soul power. Lu Yuhong sniffed. It's just some guesses, we have to continue deeper? This is too risky, I think it's better to evacuate out first. If we can't evacuate out, then how about it? She really didn't want to stay here, let alone continue deeper into it. Who knows what other dangers await them inside? She couldn't wait to get out of here at the thought of the dangers she might encounter. Never explore any unknown demonic caves again. Bai Miao looked at Liu Mo and asked, "Are you sure?" Liu Mo nodded. "If it's not too far from my guess, maybe we'll be able to block the machinations of the person behind it," Lu Yuhong anxiously said. "It's better not to think about any behind-the-scenes machinations right now, it's just too dangerous for us to be here. The teachers are in an unknown situation, let alone us, and by evacuating out, we are taking the burden off the teachers, who would otherwise have to worry about our situation. Our safety is a small matter, but if this affects the teachers, then we are guilty of a great sin." Xin Yering directly interrupted Lu Yuhong and glanced at her. "You want to go away yourself, we're not stopping you. Lemur, do whatever you say, I'll follow you." There was no one here who believed in Liu Mo more than Xin Yering. From before to now, Xin Yering could be said to have witnessed Li Mo's power. So for Liu Mo, Xin Yering had complete trust. Bai Miao also nodded. "In that case, I'll listen to you." After the three of them agreed, they were heading directly towards the inside. Liu Mo guessed that all these passages should lead to one place, so it would be the same from which passage to go deeper inside. Lu Yuhong looked at the back of Li Mo's trio and snorted coldly. "Humph! What three idiots, not withdrawing out at this time and still wanting to go deeper inside, isn't this looking for death? If they don't go out, we go out." With that, Lu Yuhong wanted to pull Li Yuhong to evacuate out together. However, Li Yuhong looked at Lu Yuhong and slowly shook his head. "Senior sister, I think we'd better follow them. Now might not be the best time to evacuate out." Chapter 88: The Undead Demon That Appeared Again. Lu Yuhong's face instantly stiffened as she listened to Li Yuheng's words. Afterward, she looked at Li Yuhong and anxiously said, "School brother, what are you talking about? They are brain dead, you can't be like them." Li Yuhong spoke up. "Senior sister, the situation is unknown now. How do you know that we will definitely be able to evacuate out? And I know Liu Mo, he's extremely deep in the city, he must have discovered something and that's why he wants to go deeper in, maybe the way out is inside. Besides, even if we encounter any danger inside, we can let Liu Mo and the others fend it off. If it's just the two of us, it'll be difficult to encounter any more danger." Listening to Li Yuheng's words, Lu Yuhong's face shifted a few times before she nodded and said, "Good, then let's hurry up and catch up." Li Yuheng's last words convinced her that if they encountered any more danger, the two of them would not be able to withstand it. "Follow that Liu Mo, at least you can push him out as a shield when the time comes." Soon after, Li Yuhong was following Liu Mo and said with a smile on her face, "Li Yuhong and I still feel that it's better to act as a team, and in our current situation, it's the right choice to join a group to keep warm." Liu Mo glanced at it, and was twisting his head away. He was currently pondering the person behind the demon cave, and had no time to pay attention to these two guys. Liu Mo could more or less guess some of what was on the minds of the two men. Just follow. When the time comes that he really encounters a danger that he can't resist, Liu Mo will definitely be the first one to throw Li Yuhong and this Lu Yuhong out as a shield. Continuing to go deeper inside, they soon encountered some demonic creatures. There weren't many demons, and Bai Miao took the lead in charging over. In her opinion, although Li Mo's summoned beasts were very powerful in battle, they also needed to rest to recover their strength. It was only when they encountered the kind of danger just now that it was time for Li Mo's summoned beasts to step in, and at this time, it was time for them to contribute. Waving the lance in his hand, Bai Miao quickly pierced through the body of the demonic creature in front of him. This was the first time Liu Mo had seen Bai Miao strike, and he didn't expect Bai Miao's weapon to be a lance. Liu Mo was able to see that the other party's attainment in lances was very high, and he was afraid that the average freshman would not be her opponent. No wonder she's ranked number 1. Apart from himself, I'm afraid that Bai Miao's combat power was the existence of a fault line among the freshmen of the Jiling Academy. Liu Mo followed suit, holding the underworld soul scythe, and began picking up soul power to absorb behind him. The Kui Long also struck out from time to time, but Liu Mo did not let it attack at full strength. After all, he was also a little worried in his heart that he would encounter some other danger, and it was still necessary to save some combat power at this time. The demons in front of them were soon cleared away. After continuing on for some time, a large number of magical creatures reappeared. And this time, Li Mo's face became ugly. "It's undead magic." There were so many densely packed undead demons that they didn't know how many there were. The person behind this really does want soul power, and realizing that his soul power has been robbed, this is an emergency? Directly bringing so many undead demons to come and stop themselves. But soon Liemo realized something. These undead demons seemed to bear some resemblance to the ones killed earlier. It's as if the corpses that were teleported out were transformed into these undead demons. Did it mean that the other party was a necromancer? Liemo's heart jumped. If the other party was really a necromancer, then the trouble was really not small. According to the fact that there were so many undead demons in front of them, if the other party was a necromancer, then their attainment in the power of the dead was definitely very high. A high-rank necromancer's combat power was very high. One man's army, so to speak. A necromancer represents an army of undead. No way! So many undead demons? Have we stabbed an undead lair here? Looking at the undead demons in front of her, Xinyering's face also turned ugly. Only a moment ago, he had experienced that kind of demonic tide-like demonic attack, but he didn't expect to encounter more undead demons in the blink of an eye. Luckily, there was Liemo by his side, otherwise Xinyering estimated that she would have quickly escaped from here long ago. Bai Miao looked at the undead demons in front of her, and her brows furrowed as she looked at Liemo and said, "What now? What to do? Then we'll have to kill all these undead demons." Since the other party was sending out so many undead demons to stop him, it proved that his guess was right. "Didn't you want to stop me? Then I'm partial to moving on. I'd like to see how many undead demons you have in your way." After these undead demons were killed, but they couldn't be transformed into undead creatures anymore. Listening to Liemo's words, Bai Miao nodded. "Liemo, be careful. If it's not possible, we can evacuate this place first." With so many undead demons, even after seeing Liemo's strong battle power just now, Bai Miao was still a bit worried in her heart. After all, as powerful as Liemo's summoned beasts were, they were still capable of being consumed alive. Liemo nodded, and then he was directly asking the mythical beast and Kuei dragon to launch an attack. An attack quickly blasted down towards the undead demons in front of them. The mythical beast's figure constantly pranced amongst the undead demons in front of him, quickly decimating these demons. Liemo's eyes flickered. If the mythical beast didn't have the skill Splash Erase, I'm afraid that even he would have to look away in the face of so many undead demons. However, the other party's actions also made Liemo more and more determined in his guesses, and also guessed that Shinchio-chan and the others should be fine now. After all, if something had already happened to Shinchio-chan and the other party would definitely be freeing up their hands to deal with them. The fact that only some undead demons were being sent to block them now was just proof that the other party was at least tangling with Shinchio-chan and the others. The more this happened, the deeper Limer was going to go inside. Maybe they were now the straw that broke the camel's back. After spending more than 20 minutes, the undead demons in front of them were also decimated. Liemo estimated that all the undead demons should have been transferred over by the person behind them, and there shouldn't be any more undead demons behind them. Even if the opponent was able to transform into an undead demon with a corpse, it was definitely not possible now. After all, the other party was most likely dealing with Shinchio-chan and the others right now, so I'm afraid they couldn't vacate. At this time, the mythical beast and the Kuei dragons were both using up a bit too much physical strength, so Liemo saw this and opened his mouth to take a break here. To ensure the status of the mythical beast and the Kuei dragons. Bai Miao and the others nodded as they heard this. They had also used up a lot of physical strength from the battle just now, and were all in need of a rest. And just at that moment, the ground began to shake. Liemo looked ahead with a somewhat ugly face. A large number of demonic creatures rushed out from the front and came quickly towards Liemo and the others. Chapter 89, The Everlasting Grass. Looking at the large number of demons that rushed out, Liemo's expression became serious. It looked like the person behind the curtain didn't want to give them time to catch their breath and wanted to destroy them straight away. Then it's just a matter of staying on. It was a good thing that he hadn't summoned the green dragon out before, and after the mythical beast and the Kuei dragon were exhausted, he could switch the green dragon up. Compared to mythical beast and Kuei Long, Qing Long's various abilities were a bit more all-round, and one of them was able to take over the situation. While Liemo and the others were facing these demons, in the cave deep in the canyon, Qing stood quietly in the middle of the spell formation, constantly absorbing soul power. Boom! A sound suddenly came from outside the cave, causing Qi's shadow to open his eyes. He then stopped absorbing soul power and came outside the cave. Outside the cave, the black scaly dragon was suspended in midair. At this time, it looked tired and had several wounds on its body. Looking at the black augur, Qing frowned slightly and said, "How did it get into this state?" The black augur was dissatisfied. "You still have the face to say that? That dark elf tribe even had a branch of the divine tree of life. That dark elf queen directly swallowed it in a hurry, and her rank was directly elevated to the monarch rank, and if it wasn't for my ability to flee from my life being pretty good, I might have planted it there." Qing didn't care if the black augur was dangerous or not, and directly asked, "Where's the soul power?" The black augur rolled its eyes, then threw out an orb that emitted a crimson glow. "Except for the dark elf queen and the dark elf princess, all the other dark elves were killed by me. This is their soul power. If it's not enough, I'll look for other magical creatures to hunt." Qing took the orb and shook his head. "There's no more time, you should recuperate first, and when I'm done absorbing all the soul power, we'll go straight to work." The black scaly dragon frowned. "In such a hurry?" Qi's shadow's words were somewhat helpless. "There's no way, some accidents have occurred there in the Devil's Cave, so it has to be brought forward." After saying that, Qi's shadow did not specifically address it, and directly took the orb and turned around to go back to the cave. Looking at Qiying's back, a trace of indignation flashed in the black augur's eyes. This guy, all but treating him like a working dragon, letting it do all the hard work. "Just wait, when this is over and this dragon achieves the body of a divine dragon, the first thing I will do is to swallow you." With a cold snort, the black augur slowly closed its eyes and began to recover itself. Just half a quarter of an hour's time, Qing walked out from the cave and came in front of the black augur dragon. Looking at the black scaly dragon, Qi's shadow raised its hand. An ray of light was released from its hand, directly wrapping around the black scaly dragon's body. The light dispersed, and the injuries on the black augur had all recovered. Seeing this, the black augur was dissatisfied. "Wouldn't you have just directly helped me recover earlier?" Qi's shadow said. "My heart is gone, now all the power is all rootless. With 1 point is 1 point less, must save some. I would have waited for you to regain your strength naturally if I hadn't run out of time." The black augur frowned at his words. "It seems that the demon cave side isn't going very well." Qing didn't know if it was to appease the black scaly dragon or not, and spoke. "It's just that a variable has appeared, there shouldn't be any problem. Don't worry, after this matter is accomplished, I will directly help you achieve a divine dragon body." Saying that, Qing directly leapt to the body of the black augur. "Go." Hearing Qi's shadow's words, the black augur's body stiffened. "Damn, dare to ride this dragon. You wait for me." The black augur dragon swung its tail, and quickly headed in the direction of the Devil's Cave. At this time in the Devil's Cave, Xinqiu-chan killed the last demonic boss in front of him, and then continued to go deeper towards the inside. After being teleported here, Xinqiu-chan realized that the space around him was completely frozen and no props could be used. She could only go deeper inside. The demonic creatures encountered along the way were all of a very high level, most of them being in the 40s. This caused Xinqiu-chan to feel some anxiety in her heart. If the students were to face a demonic creature of this level, but it would be dangerous. But there was nothing she could do about it now, only to keep going deeper and deeper inside. Soon, Xinqiu-chan arrived in a huge circular cave. It was like a rotunda with a large space, as big as 30 or so conference halls. Here, Xinqiu-chan saw quite a few passages connecting here. This caused Xinqiu-chan's gaze to flicker slightly. It seems that all the passages eventually connect here. From the moment he was teleported away, Xinqiu-chan understood that there must be someone behind all of this. Maybe the news of the everlasting grass was all spread on purpose, to lure them in. But it's not right either. The news of the everlasting grass was discovered by the scouts of the 2 major colleges together, and although the scouts died, the news got out. The information transmitted is encrypted and there is no possibility of someone else stealing it. Just as Xinqiu-chan was thinking about what the person behind him wanted to do, his eyes swept to the center of the cave in front of him, and his eyes snapped shut. Evergreens. Only in the center of the cave, a few small plants that were bright green and emitted a strong breath of life were swaying. There really was an everlasting grass inside this devil's cave, and the news of the person delivering the message had not been wrong. However, Xingqiu-chan then sensed that something was wrong. That everlasting grass was obviously transplanted, not originally grown here. Moreover, around the everlasting grass, a single defense spell formation was arranged to protect the everlasting grass. Sure enough, there was someone behind it all. Xingqiu-chan just wanted to go up to see if that defense spell formation could be cracked, when a movement came from one of the passages on the side. Then, Xingqiu-chan was able to see Zhang Rui's figure coming out from there. Zhang Rui was drenched in blood at this moment, but he was able to see that it was all the blood of the demonic creatures, and he hadn't suffered any injuries. However, it is also possible to clearly see that Zhang Rui is more physically exhausted and a bit out of breath. Mr. Shin. Zhang Rui let out a slight sigh of relief when he saw Xingqiu-chan, and then quickly headed towards Xingqiu-chan. What the hell is this place? How did we get suddenly teleported away? Zhang Rui asked as he approached. Xingqiu-chan shook his head. I don't know, there should be someone behind this who is manipulating and is deliberately trying to bring us in. Zhang Rui was stunned. To bring us in? Then what does the person behind this want to do? Xingqiu-chan still shook her head. It's not clear, but the news of the everlasting grass is true. Afterward, Xingqiu-chan pointed to the central area of the cave behind Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui turned around, and when he saw the everlasting grass, a flash of ecstasy instantly spread across his face. Then, the smile on Zhang Rui's face disappeared, revealing a puzzled look. Since everything behind this is being manipulated by someone, could this longevity grass be a fake? After all, using the longevity grass as a temptation is a bit too extravagant, isn't it? Just as Zhang Rui's words fell, a strong wind came out from the center of the cave. A voice then appeared in the ears of the two. Of course this everlasting grass is real, how else could it lure you in? Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui's gazes instantly shifted over and saw that in the area next to the everlasting grass, a black scaly dragon had appeared at an unknown time. Chapter 90. The Demon with the Question Marks. This is a dragon? Zhang Rui looked at the black scaly dragon in front of him, and his expression became grave. The ancient inheritance of this world is broken, the divine dragon is not known to anyone, and the augur is only recorded in some college magic books. This was the first time Zhang Rui had seen a creature like an augur dragon. Yo, still recognize your grandfather? Not bad, Grandpa will leave you a whole body later. Black flames erupted from the black augur dragon's mouth and nose as it looked at Zhang Rui and laughed. Xingqiu-chan had already lifted the staff in her hand, and the dense power of cold ice instantly swept out from around her body, sweeping towards the black augur dragon in front of her. Damn, you old bitch doesn't talk about martial virtues, you even sneak attacked me, an old dragon, directly. The black augur was thinking of chatting first, his mission was to stall for time anyway. But I didn't expect Xingqiu-chan to do it directly, and the black scaly dragon had no choice but to do it directly. Opening his mouth, a large amount of black flames were spewed towards Xingqiu-chan, and the surrounding cold air was instantly melted away. Xingqiu-han's brows furrowed. The black flame didn't look very hot, but her cold aura was instantly melted away as soon as she encountered it. An ice crystal shield quickly condensed out, directly blocking the front. The black flame impacted over, instantly dispersing several ice crystal shields, but soon the black was also consumed. Zhang Rui also made a direct move, a dark golden shield emerging from his left hand and a long sword emerging from his right hand. The long sword struck the shield, and a dark golden light instantly reverberated out from above the shield, wrapping around Zhang Rui's entire body. Afterward, Zhang Rui directly impacted towards the black scaly dragon. Seeing this, the black augur dragon met it, its sharp claws turning into a shadow and attacking towards Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui blocked all the attacks with his shield, then stabbed the long sword in his hand towards the black scaly dragon. Ding! The long sword landed on top of the black scaly dragon's body with a crunching sound, only leaving a white mark on top of its dragon's scales. The black augur dragon suffered pain and opened its mouth to send a black flame towards Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui raised the shield in his hand and directly blocked the black flames. The Black Augur rose into the air and began to fight a guerrilla war with the two people in front of him. The two people in front of it had strong fighting strength, and if it used its full strength, it was able to fight and even win. But that would be too costly, and would even cost it most of its origin power. At that time, let alone ascending to become a divine dragon, it was hard to say whether or not one could retain the power of the augur. So, the Black Augur was just stalking. Anyway, it just had to hold out until that Chi's shadow guy killed the other two. At this moment, inside a cave passage, the MO and the others were facing a large number of demonic creatures that appeared in front of them, and were only able to fight to kill the enemy. Half an hour later, all the demons were all decimated. Without any hesitation, the MO directly retrieved the mythical beast and threw a dragon into the summoning space to recover his strength and energy. Xianwu didn't do much, so he remained outside in defense. Afterward, Li Mo let Bai Miao and a few others rest in place, then the two Zhu Yao were summoned by Li Mo to quickly collect the surrounding demonic corpses over. Li Mo held the underworld soul scythe and began to rapidly absorb the soul power of the surrounding demons. 10 minutes later, the expected teleportation glow did not appear. It seems that things have taken a new turn, and that person behind it is already running out of time to teleport these demonic corpses to absorb soul power. Li Mo thought as he quickly absorbed the soul power of the surrounding demons. Whatever the case, it was important to get inside quickly, so that any changes could be seen clearly. Li Mo had a premonition in his heart that the way to break this situation was in the depths of the cave ahead. 20 minutes later, Li Mo and the surrounding Bai Miao and the others moved once again, quickly heading towards the inside of the cave. This time, there weren't any demons in the way inside. After there was no demonic creature to block them, Li Mo and the others' forward speed was much faster. 10 minutes later, a hole appeared in front, and the sound of a battle came out from the front. Bang! An ice lance sliced through quickly, shooting straight in through the hole in front of him and into the side wall. Ice magic! It could be Auntie! Xinyering's eyes lit up. She was Xin Qiuchan's niece and recognized at once that this was Xin Qiuchan's cold ice power. When Li Mo and the others heard this, their bodies shook, and they once again accelerated their speed, quickly passing through the hole. When they came out of the cave, it was a huge cave, like a hall, surrounded by a number of cave entrances just like the one they came out of. Sure enough, just like one's guess, all these caves lead to one destination, and that's here. Li Mo looked ahead. At this time, the entire hall was covered with the power of cold ice. A hissing roar came from the front, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Ryujin? Li Mo raised his eyebrows and soon saw Xin Qiuchan and Zhang Rui fighting. And the object they were fighting with was actually a black augur dragon. The black augur dragon spat out black flames, scorching everything around it. The entire hall-like cave surroundings were all covered by Xin Qiuchan's cold ice power, but the vicinity of that black scaly dragon was not affected in any way. Not a single bit of cold power had eroded into its side. And at this time, Xin Qiuchan's entire body was already turned into ice crystals, just like an ice crystal queen. It looked like the battle here had been going on for some time, and it was surprising that the two teachers, Xin Qiuchan and Zhang Rui, had not been able to gain the upper hand. What kind of demonic creature is this? I can't believe I can't see any information. Lu Yuhong, who was on the side, looked at the battle in front of her and trembled as she said. Li Mo's heart stirred and he also probed. All of them were question marks, completely unable to probe any information about this black augur dragon. This also proved that this black augur dragon exceeded their level by too much and was simply not on the same level as them. The two Xin Qiuchan and the black augur dragon that were fighting also discovered Li Mo and the others. A look of anxiety appeared on Xin Qiuchan's face. Quickly go! It's a level 60 or so demonic creature. Hurry up and get out of here! A demonic creature around level 60. Li Mo and the others were shocked in their hearts, not realizing that this black augur dragon would be so powerful. Li Yuhun, who was following at the very back, didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly pulled out his legs and ran. Lu Yuhong froze for a moment, then quickly followed suit as well. Bai Miao and Xinyering both glanced at Li Mo, but they saw that they had already tuned the turtle-like demonic creature in front of them. There's no running away anymore. Li Mo looked ahead and said with a calm expression. The next moment, the black augur dragon appeared in front of Li Mo and the others. The huge pressure came from the ground, causing the bodies of Liu Heng and Liu Yuheng, who had just run no more than 2 steps, to stiffen, and then fall directly on top of the ground. Bai Miao and Xinyaring were also trembling, wanting to make a move, but they realized that their bodies could not move at all. Only Liu Mo was holding the underworld soul scythe, his gaze fixed on this black scaly dragon. Poised for action. Chapter 91: The Fear of the Black Dragon. The Black Augur Dragon rushed to Liu Mo and the others and directly launched an attack. He was worried that he was somewhat unable to withstand the attack of those 2 human powerhouses, and by eating these little guys he thought that the essence of the blood and flesh would be able to support himself for a while longer. It didn't want to use its life essence to fight anyway, that would be too much of a loss. Opening its mouth, the Black Augur Dragon directly bit down towards Liu Mo, who was at the very front. And at this time, Xuanwu blocked in front of Liu Mo, and a water snake coalesced out and directly impacted the black scaly dragon. Afterwards, these water snakes shattered and turned into water currents, returning to Xuanwu's body. Skill: Raging Waves. Gather water power and impact the enemy quickly, dealing 150% damage, and the water power protects itself, increasing its own immunity by 10%. Although Fury Breaking Berserk could not do much damage to this black dragon, it could boost its own immunity. Bang! The Black Augur Dragon directly bit on top of Xuanwu's turtle shell, and with a crunching sound, the Black Augur Dragon directly loosened its mouth. Crap! What the hell? So hard? Knocked Ben's big dragon's teeth in. It was this pause that Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui were already back to protect Liu Mo and the others. Xingqiu-chan glanced at Xuanwu, only to see that 2 white marks appeared on this turtle-like summoned beast, and his expression withered. But even so, this turtle-like summoned beast was surprisingly not killed, and was not even too seriously injured. Previously, Xingqiu-chan knew that this turtle-like summoned beast was a defensive summoned beast, but he didn't think that its defense could be so strong. Behind them, Bai Miao and the others were also stunned. That was a powerful demonic creature of around level 60, and it didn't look like it was of a low grade. Even the 2 teachers were only able to fight circumspectly, and Li Mo's summoned beast had even hardened itself against the opponent's blow. Not dead yet. Bai Miao's gaze landed on Xuanwu, his eyes flickering. Originally, the only summoned beasts that were thought to be powerful for Liu Mo were the 2 summoned beasts that possessed powerful attacks. But now it seemed that his defensive summoned beast's defense was also top-notch. Liu Mo glanced at Xian Wu and recalled him into the summoning space with a heartbroken expression. That strike just now looked like Xuanwu hadn't suffered much damage, but he already had internal injuries. It was estimated that it would take at least 3 days to recover in the summoning space at least. However, being able to resist this Black Augur strike, Liu Mo was still satisfied. Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui couldn't think in time, and after protecting Liu Mo and the others behind them, they launched an even more violent attack towards the black scaly dragon. Just now, Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui had also been mainly entangled in a fight. After all, this Black Augur's combat power was too strong. The Black Augur is waiting for Qiying, and Xingqiu-chan and the others are waiting for the 2 teachers of Qinbei University. However, now that Liu Mo and the others appeared, for the sake of Li Mo's safety, Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui were only able to increase their attacks, lest the Black Augur Dragon be freed up to deal with Liu Mo and the others. Liu Mo and the others could all be the good seedlings in this freshman class of the school, and they definitely couldn't be compromised here. Moreover, after fighting for such a long time, neither Dong Hongyu nor Yuanli from Qinbei University had appeared, and Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui understood that the other party might be in danger as well. Xingqiu-han and Zhang Rui attacked with all their might, and an attack landed on the black scaly dragon, trying to force her back and away from Liu Mo and the others. An attack landed on the Black Augur Dragon, causing the Black Augur Dragon to retreat. The Black Augur was already angry when it didn't eat Liu Mo and the others and was cackled at, and now Xingqiu-chan and the 2 of them increased their attacks, causing the Black Augur to be directly enraged. His grandma, your grandpa long let you guys off the hook, and you guys really think you can do it? Opening its mouth and letting out a dragon's roar, a large amount of black flames directly emerged from the Black Augur Dragon, quickly wrapping around its entire body as if forming a black flame's armor. Afterwards, the Black Augur Dragon directly charged towards Xingqiu-chan and Zhang Rui. This Black Augur has some brains, but not many, otherwise it would not have been utilized by Chi Shadow. At this time, in the midst of his rage, he directly utilized his life essence, and his combat power instantly soared by several levels. Xing Qiuhan and Zhang Rui instantly felt pressurized and somewhat difficult to resist, especially with the added pressure of having to watch out for Lemur and the others. Li Mo's few people also saw that the two of them, Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui, had fallen into a downward spiral, and their expressions became anxious. I say, why don't we hurry and get out of here? The two teachers don't look like they can hold their own against this demonic creature. Let's hurry and escape. Lu Yuhong looked at the scene ahead and spoke directly. Xin Yering angrily said, What are you guys talking about? Just now, if it wasn't for Auntie and Teacher Zhang Rui, we would have been eaten by this demonic creature long ago, and now that you see them fall into a disadvantage and leave, are you guys still human? Liu Hing sniffed and spoke. Just now you guys have also heard, this demonic creature has around 60 levels, and the two teachers are only in their 50s, so it's definitely a bit difficult to deal with it. And now that this demonic creature has clearly entered into a berserk state, we'll only be dragging the two teachers down here, so it's better to hurry up and get out of here. Xin Yering snorted coldly. If you want to go, you guys go, even if it's to die. I'm going to help my aunt. Although Xin Yering also knew that staying here wouldn't help much, but with her aunt right here, and now seeing that the situation was critical, how could she easily leave? Liu Hing's gaze flickered for a moment, then he directly turned his head and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. Lu Yuhong froze for a moment, and also quickly followed. If you don't leave at this time, are you waiting to be eaten by this demonic creature? Seeing this, Xin Yering's gaze fell on Liu Mo. Liu Mo, do you have a way to help your aunt? There was nothing she could do about it now, she could only hope for Liu Mo. After all, Liu Mo was able to surprise her every time. Liu Mo frowned slightly then spoke. I'll try as much as I can, but you guys have to understand that a demonic creature of this level is not something we can deal with. If it's really not possible, we have to get out of here, or else we'll really become a burden to the two teachers. If they stayed here, the two teachers, Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui, must have some concerns when they fought. However, there was a way for Liu Mo to help Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui. First of all, Liu Mo summoned Xian Wu again and commanded it to come within 100 meters of the two teachers' turtle. Skill, Xuanwu domain, passive skill, all friendly units within 100 meters of Xuanwu's circumference have their injury damage reduced by 10%. This passive ability of Xuanwu was able to make Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui immune to 10% of wounds. Afterwards, Liu Mo summoned the Green Dragon. Skill, Green Dragon Field. After unfolding, it covers a radius of 1,000 meters, attaching the power of green wood to all friendlies within the range, and friendlies with the power of green would gain a 20% blood-sucking effect. The Green Dragon has the Green Dragon domain, which enables friendly troops to gain 20% blood absorption. In any case, the two domains covered were able to increase the combat power of the two teachers, Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui, by quite a bit. The rest is up to the two teachers. However, after the Green Dragon was summoned, there was an anomaly in the field. The gaze of the Black Dragon that was in the midst of its rage instantly shifted over and landed directly on the body of the Green Dragon, its eyes filled with shock and incomprehension. Then, its body trembled directly. It's in fear. Chapter 92, Green Dragon's Ascension. Everyone froze for a moment, not thinking that the Black Augur Dragon that had been raging just a moment ago had suddenly changed its appearance. However, Xing Qiuchan and Zhang Rui were both extremely battle-rich teachers, so such an opportunity was naturally able to be seized. Zhang Rui directly discarded the shield in his left hand, and a brilliant dark golden light erupted above the long sword in his hand. The light flourished and coalesced into a huge lightsaber. Zhang Rui's right hand sank violently, as if he was somewhat unable to lift this lightsaber. Biting his lips, Zhang Rui mobilized his entire body and struggled to swing the lightsaber in his right hand, directly piercing into the body of the Black Augur. Ow! The black scaly dragon instantly screamed miserably and came back to its senses, and just when it wanted to make a move, an ice crystal dragon came charging in, directly slamming it into the wall behind it. The ice crystals shattered and the cold air overflowed, wrapping everything around them. It's done! Xin Yering's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why that Black Augur Dragon suddenly stopped just now, if he was able to kill it, it would naturally be something to be happy about. Liamo shook his head. This black scaly dragon is quite a lot to kill. How could a level 60 or so demonic creature, plus a not so low grade, be killed just like that? After linking the mythical beast, Liamo's spiritual power was now more than 700, so naturally, he was able to perceive something about the Black Augur. Boom! As soon as Liamo's words fell, the Black Augur dragon rushed out from the ruins of the wall in front of him. It didn't make a counterattack towards Xinqiu-chan and Zhang Rui. Instead, it landed its gaze on the green dragon. No way! How is it possible? How could there be a divine dragon bloodline here? On what grounds? On what grounds can this guy have a divine dragon bloodline? The Black Augur dragon had a maniacal expression as it looked at the green dragon, as if it was somewhat unable to accept a fact. Liamo's heart fluttered. I'm afraid that if the Augur dragon is further up the ladder, it will be a divine dragon. If the mastermind behind this demon cave was this Black Augur, luring them over might be for their own ascension. Now that he saw Qinglong, a divine dragon bloodline, he naturally broke his defenses somewhat. Although Liamo guessed wrongly about the person behind the scene, he guessed correctly about the reason why the Black Augur broke the defense. With the thought, Liamo directly made the green dragon take off into the air and arrived in front of the black scaly dragon. Although it was said that the green dragon was now at a lower level and its combat power was far inferior to that of the black scaly dragon, it did have a suppressive power over the black scaly dragon because of the power of its bloodline. Feeling the aura coming from the green dragon, the black scaly dragon's eyes shrunk, and its raging aura instantly stalled. It's like a mouse meeting a cat, that feeling of fear. Even though he knew that this divine dragon in front of him was not of a very high level and was not as good at fighting as he was, the Black Augur hardened his heart to not be able to give birth to any thoughts of resistance. Roar! With a furious roar, the Black Augur dragon's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and a black, blood-colored light blossomed out from its body, wrapping around it. In order to resist this suppressive force deep within its bloodline, the Black Augur directly chose to utilize its life essence. Using the life essence to turn it into a raging force, he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. Xinqiu-chan raised his eyebrows, although he didn't know what had happened, but although the fighting power of the black scaly dragon in this state had increased quite a bit, as long as it persisted until the other party used up this stock source power, it would fall into weakness. The staff in his hand was raised, and Xinqiu-chan directly moved his full strength. Dense cold ice power instantly blossomed out, and wrapped towards the Black Augur dragon. As an ice mage, what Xinqiu-chan was best at was control. Procrastination was her strong suit. Zhang Rui also saw the signs, and this time, he fully utilized the shield in his left hand and began to defend Xinqiu-chan from the Black Augur dragon's attacks in front of her body. It was able to clearly see that Xinqiu-chan and Zhang Rui had worked together quite a few times, and had a very good understanding of each other. When the Black Augur dragon saw this, its expression also became furious. It is now already using the life essence. This battle, no matter how the result, want to rely on the Chi's shadow approach to ascend to the body of the divine dragon is impossible. But right now there was a divine dragon in front of him, or the power of a divine dragon that wasn't of a high grade and wasn't fully developed. As long as it was able to devour it and absorb the other party's bloodline power, it was even more solidly able to achieve the divine dragon body than its kind of progression method. This was the reason why it used the power of origin regardless. However, the suppressive power of the divine dragon bloodline was a little too great for it, making it difficult for the Black Augur dragon to kill the two annoying human powerhouses in front of it in a short period of time, even if it used its origin power. Moreover, I don't know if it was his own illusion, but the Black Augur felt that the defense and recovery power of the two people in front of him had increased by a lot. As long as these two humans were killed, then one would gain the greatest harvest of the trip. Watching the battle on the side, Liamo's eyes flickered before he landed his gaze on Qinglong's body. Since the green dragon was able to exert a suppressive effect on the black scaly dragon, wouldn't it be able to increase its suppressive power on the black scaly dragon even more if it was allowed to ascend? Originally, Liamo was preparing to upgrade the mythical beasts, but he just wasn't absolutely sure which one he wanted to upgrade first. For now, it looks like it's just going to go ahead and ascend the green dragon. After looking at his current demonic lifespan, after killing those demons just now, Li Mo's demonic lifespan had already come to 301, which was completely enough to ascend to the level of Green Dragon. Afterwards, Li Mo checked the conditions for the Green Dragon's ascension. Requirements for ascension: 1 Green Dragon, 3 5-star summoning beasts of any qualification. A Green Dragon was 100 years of magical life, and 3 5-star summoning beasts with the lowest qualifications would also require 150 years of magical life. That adds up to 250 years of magical life. Li Mo did not hesitate and directly chose to summon. A pale green dragon egg and 3 earth-colored summon beast eggs appeared in the summoning spell. With a heartbeat, the green dragon came quickly and directly opened its mouth. The pale green dragon gall bladder directly turned into a dense green energy and quickly disappeared into the green dragon's mouth. Afterwards, the green dragon's entire body rose up with that light green-colored energy fluctuation and slowly closed his eyes. The 3 surrounding earth-colored summoning eggs were also transformed into rich earth-colored energy that surrounded the green dragon's circumference and slowly disappeared into the green dragon's body. Li Mo's gaze flickered slightly as he realized something in his heart. This energy is the power of the life essence. Each summoned beast's ascension required the same attribute of origin power as itself, plus a certain amount of other origin powers. The requirements for divine beasts to upgrade were even higher. The origin power of the same attribute had to be replaced with an origin power exactly the same as their own in order to do so. After a long time, all the energy fluctuations were all gone into the body of the green dragon. Everything calmed down and the green dragon slowly opened his eyes. The ascension was successful. Chapter 93: The Seriously Injured Yuan Li. The kind of green color on the green dragon after ascension became deeper and deeper, and that pressure on his body also became more and more intense. Li Mo couldn't wait to check out the attributes of the green dragon after the ascension. Green Dragon. Rank: 6 stars, Monarch. Qualification: 17. Rank: 12. Basic attribute: Strength, 980, Physique, 1010, Agility, 960, Mental Power, 940. Skill: Dragon flying in the sky. Fly 2 enemies with your body, dealing 184% damage and adding a bleeding status, losing 2% of your life every second for 20 seconds. This skill comes with a 20% blood drawing effect. Skill: Dragon's Breath of the 9 Heavens. Play the Dragon's Breath, inflicting 120% damage to all enemies within a range of 500 meters, with a 28% additional stun effect. Leveling up improves the skill's range and stun chance. Skill: Green Dragon's Power. Each attack has a chance to attach a layer of Green Dragon's power to itself. Each layer of Green Dragon's power boosts damage by 3%, up to a maximum of 10 additional layers. Skill: Dragon's Wrath. Blood volume reduced to 50% can be activated, instantly removes all negative statuses and boosts 4 basic attributes 3 times. Attack with suppression effect, lasts for 10 minutes, enters into 2 hours of weakness after use. Skill: Green Dragon Field. After unfolding, it covers a radius of 1,000 meters, attaching the power of green wood to all friendlies within the range, and friendlies with the power of green would gain a 25% blood-sucking effect. Skill: Divine Dragon's Might. After ascending to the 6th rank, the green dragon begins to possess Dragon's Might, which has a 10% suppression effect on any creature whose level is not higher than its own 10th rank, and a 30% suppression effect on dragon creatures of any rank. Description: One of the 4 spirits of heaven, master of the life of the green wood, specializing in the ability of Yang Chun to transform life. After ascending, the attributes of the green dragon had been enhanced by a lot, and at only level 12, its physique had broken through the 1,000 mark. All of Green Dragon's previous skills had also been upgraded quite a bit, and there was also a brand new skill, Divine Dragon's Might. It has a 10% suppression effect on any creature whose level is not higher than its own by 10 levels, which means that the opponent's combat power can only be utilized at 90% in front of the green dragon. The suppression of dragon creatures is even more horrific at 30%. Seeing this, Li Mo didn't have any hesitation and directly let the green dragon exert the power of the divine dragon on the black ogre. A dragon, but a dragon creature. The green dragon took off into the air, its eyes searingly staring at the black scaly dragon as it roared towards it. A wave of pressure radiated out from the green dragon, instantly spreading to the black scaly dragon. The Black Ogre's body stiffened, and the origin power that surged out from its body unexpectedly shrunk back towards its body at this moment. Looking at the green dragon after its ascension, a hint of shock and awe flashed through the black scaly dragon's eyes. How is it possible? How is it that the power of the divine dragon bloodline on this divine dragon is getting stronger and stronger? Ascending rank? The opponent is actually ascending in rank. The jealousy in the Black Ogre's heart at this moment suppressed the fear that rose up. He himself had gone through a lot of trouble, and could be said to have died 9 deaths in exchange for a chance to ascend. Why can it be born as a divine dragon? As the body of a divine dragon, it was surprising that ascending in rank was still able to be so simple. Under the vibration of its mind, the Black Ogre did not realize that an ice lance arrived quickly and directly penetrated its body. Xingqiuchan slightly gasped for breath. This strike, she used the power of the comprehended cold ice law, finally saw the opportunity to seriously injure this Black Ogre dragon. The Black Ogre dragon let out a mournful cry, feeling as if the blood in its body was frozen. Zhang Rui quickly stepped forward, and the long sword in his hand directly pierced into the body of the black scaly dragon, followed by a fierce slash that directly broke through the black scaly dragon's body. The black scaly dragon opened its mouth and sprayed out a large amount of blood, but then it sprayed out a large amount of black flames, wanting to make a final struggle. And right at this moment, the green dragon directly charged towards the Black Ogre dragon. Liemo raised his eyebrows slightly. This was Qinglong's intention. Liemo did not choose to stop it. At this time, the Black Ogre was already seriously injured, but there was still room for resistance. Seeing the green dragon rushing over, that suppression originating from the depths of its bloodline made it not dare to move. But the passage of life caused the Black Ogre dragon to suppress this timid movement in its heart, and it also met towards the green dragon. A dragon and an ogre began to fight together. Although the Black Ogre dragon had been seriously injured, the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Facing the green dragon, which was not of a high level, it still had the power to fight. The green dragon had the ability to recover, but it was only able to be swapping injuries with the Black Ogre dragon. Soon, the green dragon was covered in wounds. But even so, it still didn't retreat back, a pair of dragon eyes filled with determination. 10 minutes later, the injuries on Qinglong's body were even worse. A flash of green light emerged on the body of the green dragon, actually causing the green dragon, whose expression was somewhat depressed, to become refreshed. Skill, Dragon's Wrath, blood volume reduced to 50% can be activated, instantly removes all negative statuses and boosts 4 basic attributes 3 times, attack with suppression effect, lasts for 10 minutes, enters into 2 hours of weakness after use. Dragon's Wrath. Qinglong's negative status was instantly removed, and the triple attribute boost instantly put Qinglong into the upper hand. The Black Ogre dragon itself was at the end of its strength, and facing the green dragon that had utilized the wrath of the divine dragon, there was basically no room for resistance. With a bite on the Black Ogre's neck, the green dragon's final strike directly ended the Black Ogre's life. Xingqiuchan and Zhang Rui froze for a moment as they watched this scene. Although the black scaly dragon was already heavily injured, it was a bit too much for Limeau's summoned beast to be able to decimate it. Looking at Liemo, who was not far away, Zhang Rui's eyes flickered. What kind of monster is this? I'm afraid that even that summoner who summoned a giant dragon would pale in comparison in front of Liemo. Those so-called proud sons of heaven became ordinary in front of him. Xingqiuchan's gaze also fell on Liemo. This little guy was really able to surprise her with something every time. Then, Xingqiuchan's eyes flickered. If I remember correctly, it seems that Liemo has broken with the Li family. In that case, Xingqiuchan's heart moved slightly, already having some decisions. And at this moment, the green dragon in midair looked at the black corpses on the ground, and a touch of joy flowed out of the dragon's eyes. Afterwards, it directly opened its mouth and spewed out a green light that quickly wrapped around the Black Ogre dragon's corpse. Under the wrapping of the green light, the entire Black Ogre corpse began to rapidly transform into a black mist, which then quickly disappeared into the mouth of the green dragon. The Black Ogre dragon wanted to devour the green dragon to achieve the divine dragon body, but in the end, it was devoured by the green dragon instead. And just at this time, a passageway to the side directly shattered, and a figure was sent flying out, smashing down on top of a wall not far away. The silhouette was drenched in blood and slid down from the top of the wall with a shriveled expression. When everyone saw what the figure looked like, they froze. It's Yuan Li! Chapter 94 Kill Yuan Li. Seeing Yuan Li, Liu Mo and the others were shocked. Yuan Li is also a teacher of the 50th grade. How did she become like this? Even if there's any danger, there's always the ability to defend yourself, right? Just as he was thinking, a tall figure slowly walked over in the middle of the broken passageway. A black robe, it is Chi Shadow. At this moment, Chi Shadow's hands were carrying a person. It was another teacher from Qinbei University, Dong Hongyu. At this time, Dong Hongyu is already no breath. A share of rich soul power is from Dong Hongyu's body quickly into the body of Chi Shadow. Looking at the scene ahead, Chi Shadow's brows furrowed. I knew that this black augur was useless when it mattered, but I didn't expect it to be this useless. Saying that, Chi Shadow's gaze quickly fell onto Li Mo's body. Or is it because you're a variable? If only you weren't here. Feeling Chi Shadow's gaze, Li Mo's heart chilled. Although he didn't know exactly what this black-robed figure in front of him was, the moment he saw the other party, Liu Mo felt his heart pounding. Xin Qiuhan and Zhang Rui instantly took a defensive stance. Being able to kill Dong Hongyu and also seriously injure Yuan Li, this black-robed figure in front of him, no matter who it was exceptionally strong in combat. Beads of sweat began to seep out from even Xin Qiuchan's forehead. Even when she faced that black augur dragon just now, she had never felt such a great pressure. Facing this black-robed silhouette, Xin Qiuchan felt a great pressure. This kind of pressure even made Xin Qiuchan not dare to raise his mind to initiate an attack. Qi Ying's gaze then landed on the green dragon. Divine dragon bloodline, no wonder that black scaly dragon planted itself. Humph! As the words fell, Chi Shadow let out a cold snort and directly extended his right palm towards the green dragon. The green dragon had just absorbed the black augur's origin power. As if it was being pinched by a pair of big hands, the body struggled and unexpectedly went quickly in the direction of Chi Shadow. Xin Qiuchan fiercely bit her lip and raised the staff in her hand, and several ice cones shot towards Chi Shadow. Chi Shadow paused for a moment, loosened his palm, and swung forward, and all the ice cones of the lockjaw stopped in place, instantly shattering and spilling ice crystals all over the place. Li Mo's heart jumped, and without any hesitation, he directly recalled the green dragon into the summoning space. Along with Xuanwu and the others, they were all summoned back into the summoning space. Liu Mo had a feeling in his heart that if his summoned beast was caught by this black-robed figure, something terrible would happen. And right at this time, not far away in a few caves, a few students from Qingbei High School and Zhao Hanwu, they all walked out, looking at the scene in front of them. All of them froze. Qi Ying was dealing with Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li, so naturally he didn't care about them, so they were still alive until now. And the figures of Liu Hing and Lu Yuhong quickly appeared. They escaped and realized that there was no way out, so they ended up back here. Teacher Dong! Mr. Yuan! Looking at Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li's miserable state, the students of Qinbei University all let out a gasp of shock. Lu Yuhing and a few students quickly rushed towards Yuan Li. Instead, a junior student from Qinbei University was heading directly towards Chi Shadow, wanting to retrieve Dong Hongyu's body. Pfft! As soon as he got close, Chi Shadow extended his right hand and directly pierced the student's body with a punch. Afterwards, his soul power was quickly absorbed by Chi Shadow. Seeing this scene, all of the remaining students had a chill in their hearts. That junior college student's fighting strength wasn't weak either, but he was killed without any resistance. What the hell is this black-robed figure? Li Menghan and the others came to Yuan Li's side and hurriedly brought Yuan Li to Liu Mo and their side, wanting Xin Qiuchan and Zhang Rui to save Yuan Li. Yuan Li's situation at this moment was already very bad, as if she would die the next moment. However, Xin Qiuchan and Zhang Rui's gazes were on the black-robed silhouette's body, their expressions tense. The two of them knew in their hearts that this black-robed figure was very terrifying. Facing him, they couldn't even make the slightest move. Li Mo's brows were nevertheless furrowed. What did this black-robed figure mean by not making a move? It looks like this guy would be the ultimate mastermind. His goal should be soul power. Aren't these students of Qinbei University excellent soul power feeders? Why didn't he do anything when they brought Yuan Li here just now? This guy. For some reason, a touch of uneasiness welled up in Li Mo's heart. And just at this time, a bright light suddenly flashed in Li Mo's mind. Yuan Li. Why is Dong Hongyu dead? Yuan Li isn't dead? Since this black-robed silhouette's purpose was soul power, why would he choose to send Yuan Li flying out, instead of grabbing it in his hands and absorbing the soul power, just like Dong Hongyu? Yuan Li was clearly out of any resistance. The corners of Li Mo's eyes jumped straight up, and his gaze snapped to Yuan Li's body. Subsequently, Li Mo happened to see that Yuan Li, who had been in a coma just a moment ago, violently opened her eyes. Her eyes were already devoid of any expression in them, but she stretched out her hands and grabbed towards Li Mo. A familiar fluctuation reverberated from Yuan Li's body. Soul flux. The exact same soul fluctuation as that black-robed figure. Li Mo didn't know what the reason was, but he was able to feel the same soul fluctuation coming from Yuan Li as the black-robed figure. The students of Qinbei University came directly to Li Mo's side in order to seek refuge, and now Yuan Li was very close to Li Mo. Looking at Yuan Li, who stretched out her hands towards herself, Li Mo sweated. Although he didn't know why Yuan Li's body had the exact same soul fluctuations of the black-robed figure, Li Mo knew that if he was caught by her, it wouldn't be any different from being caught by that black-robed figure. Without any hesitation, Li Mo directly raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand. The spectral soul scythe has soul damage, which should be useful for this particular situation. A cold light flashed by as Li Mo held the underworld soul scythe and directly cut off Yuan Li's two outstretched arms. It sure worked. Li Mo could guarantee that if it was anyone else, even if they were holding a weapon, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Yuan Li. Gotta have weapons that target the soul to do that. The surrounding students directly just froze, completely not expecting such a situation. A student from Qinbei University instantly became furious. Li Mo! What are you doing? Li Mo didn't have time to explain to him. At this time Yuan Li's legs stomped. Surprisingly, she was directly pouncing towards Li Mo. Gritting his teeth, Li Mo raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand and chopped over again. Bang! Yuan Li's head was instantly chopped off and fell above the ground, rolling down to Li Minghan's feet. Chapter 95, Cutting the Threads. The whole room was silent. Everyone's gazes fell on Li Mo's body, filled with shock. Lime him! I can't believe I killed Ms. Yuan Li. Reimer! What are you doing? You actually killed Ms. Yuan Li while she was seriously injured. What Li Yuheng said is really right. You guy is a vicious person, are able to lay hands on their own family members, can have any humanity. Do you know how good Ms. Yuan Li was inside the school? How many people have been favored by her, and such a good person was killed by you? Li Mo! I want you to pay for it! After a short period of silence, the people from Qinbei University instantly exploded, and a sophomore even tried to directly make a move on Li Mo. Li Minghan stared blankly at Li Mo in front of her, her eyes also filled with disbelief. In their perspective, Mr. Yuan Li might have recovered some strength and stretched out his hands, probably wanting some recovery medicine, but he was directly chopped off by Li Mo. It got even worse in the back. Li Mo didn't think this was enough, and in the next moment he even chopped off Mr. Yuan Li's head. Although Li Minghan didn't believe that Li Mo would do such a thing, she had seen it with her own eyes and couldn't fake it. What the hell is going on here? Li Yuheng also froze for a moment, not expecting such a scene at all. However, he then reacted and pointed at Li Mo. Brother, I didn't think that you were becoming so heartless now. When you moved against Mom and Dad before, there might have been some kind of misunderstanding, and I wouldn't say anything about seriously injuring me. After all, you're my brother, but now, you even killed Teacher Yuan Li. You are simply not human. Li Yuheng had an indignant look on his face, as if he had an extremely deep bond with Yuan Li. Li Mo's brows furrowed as his gaze fell on the university students who wanted to make a move towards him. Familiar soul fluctuations. Looking at his opponent rushing towards him with his weapon in hand, Li Mo did not have any hesitation and directly raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand to block the blow. Afterward, Li Mo directly swung the underworld soul scythe in his hand and chopped off the opponent's head. Although he didn't know how this black-robed silhouette was able to do what it did to influence, and even control other people's minds, Li Mo had to make the worst possible plans to kill it. In case the other side has something up their sleeve, the one who dies might be themselves. This is not the time to be soft. Rhymer! You're crazy! You even dare to make a move! Is it because you want to kill all of us from Qingbei University? I get it. This Liemo and that black-robed figure are in cahoots. Let's do it and avenge teacher Yuanli. The remaining students of Qingbei University were agitated, but no one made a direct move. After all, there was something wicked about this guy's fighting prowess. Obviously a summoner, he was able to easily decapitate a university student. They didn't want to be beheaded by Liemo as well. Liemo glanced at them, then dropped his gaze onto the black-robed figure, his brows furrowed. What if the other side continues to control the others? Should we kill everyone around us? Right at this moment, Liemo saw the black-robed figure slightly hook a finger towards Li Menghan. Liemo's face changed. Damn! It was that familiar soul fluctuation again. However, at this time, the underworld soul scythe in Liemo's hand instantly vibrated. Liemo suddenly blessed his heart, raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand, and directly used a soul crystal. Consuming one soul crystal was able to directly double the effect of the spectral soul scythe. A touch of ghostly light quickly surfaced on top of the underworld soul scythe, directly wrapping around the entire scythe body. Liemo slashed down towards the air between the black-robed figure and Li Menghan in front of him. Ka! A crunching sound came out, and a strand of ghostly black silk as thin as a silkworm emerged. The ghostly black threads were emerging from the black-robed silhouette's hands and were about to spread to Li Menghan's body. However, at this time, these threads were already being held by the underworld soul scythe in Liemo's hand. Li Menghan's heart was startled, her body quickly retreated. Looking at the ghostly black silk threads that broke off on the ground, a wave of fear rose in her heart. Although she didn't know what it was, her instincts told her that she was afraid she wouldn't fare well if she was tainted by it. Liemo snorted coldly and looked at the Qingbei students who were staring at him angrily and spoke. See? Yuanli and that student just now were both controlled by that black-robed figure. The Qingbei students all froze for a moment. However, they then continued. What can some silk threads prove? That's it, what you say. I'd say it's something you're deliberately spilling to justify yourself. Even if Ms. Yuanli was under control, you just chopped off the silk thread, what's the point of killing her? This reason of yours is too lame a bang. Liemo didn't talk nonsense with them, and his gaze fell on the black-robed silhouette in front of him. At this time, Chi Shadow's gaze also landed on Liemo's body. Pausing for a moment at Liemo's heart, Chi Shadow's gaze then landed on top of the underworld soul scythe in Liemo's hand. Give me this scythe in your hand and I can let all of you live. Qi Ying's voice rang out, causing everyone to freeze. Liemo's frown deepened as he raised the spectral soul scythe in his hand and looked towards Chi Shadow. Come and get it yourself if you want it. The underworld soul scythe was his own divine weapon, so it was naturally impossible for Liemo to give it up. Moreover, Liemo was able to sense that the other party was somewhat jealous of the underworld soul scythe in his hand. What if you hand over the spectral soul scythe and the other party makes another move? Tying your life to the other guy's word? Isn't that a friggin' joke? Qing looked at Liemo and fell silent. He could sense that if he could obtain this black scythe, he would be able to recover quickly. However, although the guy in front of him didn't have any too strong power, he was giving him an instinctive sense of danger. In the end, though, temptation overcame that sense of danger. Chi Shadow's feet moved and his body instantly rushed towards Liemo. Liemo! Watch out! Xin Qiuchan shouted, and the attack he had been storing up blossomed out violently. Two ice crystal giant dragons quickly coalesced out, directly Chi Shadow rushed over. The long sword in Zhang Rei's hand also condensed a huge sword of light, directly chopping down towards Chi Shadow. Swinging out with both hands, Chi Shadow directly tore apart the two ice crystal giants. That huge light sword Chi Shadow did not even dodge. The light sword fell on the Chi Shadow, directly broke open the black robe on the Chi Shadow, and then it is directly disintegrated and dissipated. Underneath the torn black robe was bizarre flesh and blood that contained a purple-gold color, and there wasn't even a trace left on it. Xing Qiuhan and Zhang Rei were horrified. What the hell is this? Their attacks were surprisingly like scratching an itch for the other party. In the next moment, Chi Shadow appeared directly in front of Liemo, reaching out and grabbing towards the underworld soul scythe in Li Mo's hand. Chapter 96. Who can kill me? Reimer felt as if he couldn't breathe. A huge pressure fell on him, like a huge mountain, making him unable to move. Li Mo could only watch as the black-robed figure appeared in front of him and stretched out his right hand towards him. However, just at this time, Li Mo's heart was beating violently. Bang! Bang! The heart beat faster and faster, soon making Li Mo feel as if beating drums were making his whole body's qi and blood become frenzied. A line of blood emerged above his eyes, and the veins on his forehead bulged out, making Li Mo look a little ghastly at this moment. Wow! The illusory mountain and sea god and demon record quickly surfaced in front of his eyes, and he quickly flipped it open. Li Mo felt as if a blood-red color appeared before his eyes. The heart was beating fast, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. The blood in his entire body was like boiling, making Li Mo more and more manic. A power rose up quickly in his body, making Li Mo impatient to let it out. Otherwise, Li Mo felt afraid that he would explode and die. Ah! With a furious roar, the veins on top of Li Mo's arms rippled, and he was even able to see the blood in his veins rapidly rushing. With a bloody color in front of him, Li Mo followed his body's instincts and raised the underworld soul scythe in his hand, chopping it down directly towards his eyes. Blood light appeared, a few drops of blood splattered into Li Mo's eyes, but instead, the color of the blood in front of Li Mo's eyes quickly faded. He saw the underworld soul scythe in his hand slice through the black-robed silhouette's outstretched right arm as if it were slicing tofu, directly cutting it off. That black-robed figure's right arm flipped in midair, and surprisingly, it directly landed in the illusory mountain and sea god and demon record, quickly disappearing into thin air. The black-robed silhouette in front of him stood motionless, as if it had been immobilized. Qi Ying's eyes were filled with horror at this time. His gaze no longer fell on top of the underworld soul scythe in Li Mo's hand, but was dead set on Li Mo's heart. Qi Shadow's gaze seemed to pass through the armor on Li Mo's body, through his flesh and blood, and saw above the heart that was beating violently. Along with every beat of his heart, Qi Shadow was able to feel a force that reverberated from it, falling onto his body and suppressing him from moving. Heart! It's my heart! Qi Shadow woke up as the disappearance of most of the memory, only to remember that they have to continue to devour the soul power, to restore the strength, but also to restore the memory. From the moment he woke up, he knew his heart was gone. But that doesn't stop him from living. When he met Li Mo, he felt that this guy was not simple, as if he had some kind of connection with him. He had thought that it was the scythe-like weapon in this guy's hand, because he sensed a powerful soul force from it. But it wasn't until this moment that Qi Shadow realized why he felt this guy was so special. Because of his heart. It's your own. Qi Shadow tried to move, he tried to move to get his heart back, but he couldn't move. Why does it reject you like this when it's obviously your own heart? You can't even get close yourself. Qi Shadow mobilizes the power of the whole body, but still is not allowed to inch forward. It wasn't until his arm was chopped off by the underworld soul scythe that Qi Shadow came to his senses with a jolt. Mobilizing the strength of his entire body, Qi Shadow's body quickly retreated. Coming into the distance, looking at the empty right arm, Qi Shadow was slightly silent. Then, Qi Shadow's gaze landed on Li Mo's body. We'll meet again. Looking deeply at Li Mo, Qi Shadow's body quickly retreated and quickly disappeared into a hole. Although it was his own heart, Qi Shadow understood that he couldn't get it back now. He had too many crippled memories and too little power restored. But it doesn't matter. Just know where the heart is. Sooner or later, he'll come back for his heart. Feeling the Qi Shadow's breath completely disappeared, Xin Qiuchan and Zhang Ruijia's tense hearts and minds were only relaxed. That black-robed silhouette was simply too strong, much stronger than that black dragon. The breath pressure alone made them a little breathless. Afterward, the gazes of the two Xin Qiuchan men fell directly onto Li Mo. How could they not have expected that such a crisis would be solved by Li Mo? Quickly coming to Li Mo's side, Xin Qiuchan spoke. Li Mo, what happened just now? You forced that black-robed silhouette back? Li Mo calmed his mind and looked at Xin Qiuchan and shook his head. I don't know, I just instinctively swung my weapon. The mountain and sea scripture god and demon record in front of him quickly closed, and Li Mo didn't have time to check where the arm that had fallen into it had gone. At this moment, Li Mo's mind was a bit restless. This was because he had just seen that arm, which seemed to be exactly the same as the corpse of that god demon summoned by his own spell. At that time, after he dug out the heart of that god devil corpse disappeared. If that black-robed silhouette was really that god devil corpse, then what was the purpose of his appearance? Covering his heart, Li Mo's face turned ugly as he felt the heartbeat that slowly calmed down. Is it to retrieve your heart? Xin Qiu-chan looked at Li Mo, whose expression changed, and did not continue to ask anything. This is the end of this exploratory operation. The school will continue to investigate what happened here, and we will leave here and go back immediately. Looking at the astonished and uncertain students on the side, Xin Qiu-chan pacified. Zhang Rui came to that central location, and I don't know if it was the reason why that black-robed silhouette left, but the protective spell formations on the ground all disappeared. Looking at the everlasting grass among them, Zhang Rui did not hesitate and directly collected all of them. And at this time, the students of Qingbei University who had recovered from the shock had cried in small voices. The exploration operation had resulted in the tragic deaths of all 2 of their school's lead teachers and several of their students. For them, it was a nightmare in general. A Qingbei University sophomore student looked at Xin Qiu-chan with an ugly expression and said, Teacher Xin, you just saw it with your own eyes. Li Mo, he killed Teacher Yuanli and the students around Zhang Hu. We want to bring this murderer back to our Qingbei University to dispose of. The remaining students from Qingbei University also wiped their tears as they heard this and looked at Li Mo, their eyes filled with anger. Right. Hand over Li Mo and make him pay for Ms. Yuan Li's life. Murderer! Everyone deserves to be executed, Mr. Shin. Just put Li Mo on the spot. Looking at the crowd of people from Qingbei University who were filled with righteous indignation, Li Mo frowned tightly. Subsequently, Li Mo directly summoned the mythical beasts, Kui Dragon, Xuanwu, and Green Dragon all together. Looking at the crowd of Qingbei University, Li Mo looked calm. Who wants to kill me? Who can kill me?